dream.
Done it, boys.
Cool. Yeah, let's... So, before we start, welcome to our Strixhaven Set review. Before we get going, we should talk about the way this is going to work. We're going to go through the lessons first. It's a mechanic that fundamentally needs to be talked about separately before we go through the rest of the cards. And then we're going to go through all the cards in order, starting with colorless, non-artifact spells, and then white, blue, black, red, green. We're going to use a letter grading system from A to D, and then with an F as well. There's no E's, and with pluses and minuses, as you might expect.
So that's Matthew. Hello.
No one cares about who we are.
I'm Stuart, and we've also got Jethro
If you
today.
hear my voice, I'm Jethro.
Hello, Jethro.
I'm guesting this week. You can find me on Twitter by searching for the hashtag #ShitJethroSet.
Do you tweet? I don't think you tweet.
No, I'm not on Twitter anymore.
Yeah.
That was a joke that viewers will only get if they actually bother to search for the hashtag.
They'll just be confused.
It's an Easter egg.
It's an Easter egg.
Sure. Okay, we are going to start by talking about the lessons, starting with academic probation.
Wait.
No, that's not how we're going to do this. We're going to talk about the lessons holistically. We're going to go through the cards as they come up, but the lessons holistically we need to talk about beforehand. So the way lessons work, you can put them in your deck. They are totally functional spells that you can put in your deck. They're going to be nice. They're sorcery. They're all sorceries. You can cast them. Some of them might even be okay to put in your deck. You probably don't want them there, though. Really what lessons are for are the learn mechanic. Several cards in the set have the text learn. For example...
There's a 2-mana 2/1 that EQB just learns, right?
Yeah, sure. Here's the first card alphabetically, Guiding Voice, which is 1-mana sorcery, put +1/+1 count on target creature, learn. When you learn, you reveal a lesson card you own from outside the game, which means in your sideboard, and put it into your hand. Or discard a card to draw a card. Most of these are costed expensively. Realistically, in order for these cards to be good, you need this lesson ability to be a tutor. You know, it's always drawing a card, you know, it's always giving you a spell to cast, but really, you're probably looking to have a selection of cards fit for purpose in order for this mechanic to really be viable. That's part of the reason we need to talk about the lessons beforehand, because, you know, what kinds of effects are available on lessons? You know, we need to talk about that, and so you can evaluate the kinds of effects you might get attached to your learn cards.
Yeah, every time we encounter a learn card, we need to know what that means. And most of the time, we're hoping it means draw a lesson.
So
we are talking about all of this in the context of limited as well. Just I don't think we've said that.
Oh, yeah, sure. It's a limited set review.
Yeah. Just to clarify.
So fundamentally, there's 3 kinds of lesson here. You've got the situational removal spells, which seem really good. So things like Containment Breach, which destroys an artifact or enchantment. Introduction to Annihilation, which is the more versatile, just exile their bomb and they draw a card. You know, you don't want to use that on anything other than a card that you can't beat, but it's pretty exciting when you do cast it on their Coma or whatever the bombs in this set are.
Especially Coma.
I mean, if you manage to resolve a 5-mana sorcery to kill a Coma, you've done quite well for yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Similarly, with Reduce to Memory, exiling as non-land permanent and give them a 3/2. Great on bombs, but not good as like a tempo removal spell. Start from scratch, just destroy an artifact. So those are the removal-y options.
There's like necrotic fumes as well, like a bad bone splinters.
Where is that? Yes, sure.
The black one.
Yeah, so there's a few generally kind of expensive, not ideal removal spells. The naturalize can be. In general, these assets are all overcosted. That's also worth saying. None of these are remotely high tempo. They cost they're high value because you're getting them for free off another spell, but they are all very expensive.
Yes.
Oh, I guess
The
Confront
cheapest
Past
one is
also-
like 2.
Yeah. Confront the Past as a kill target planeswalker is also surprisingly good, though it is a rare. The second kind of lesson is the proactive ones. So there's a hybrid cycle of just make the tokens from that guild's color. So you've got a 4/4 for 5, an XX for X blue green, a 2/1 flyer for 3, a 3/2 for 3, and 2/1/1s for 3. One of those are good. Like you wouldn't play those as creatures in your deck, but they're not that bad, and they trigger Magecraft and stuff. They're all fine.
They're all
And I think
fine,
being
right.
able to get a threat, especially if you're learning on curve, could be really
yes,
good.
yeah, and like Fractal Summoning in particular as a win condition, like being able to.
Yeah, that's true.
I think one of the things you really want to look for when evaluating learn cards is there a card I can fetch that wins me the game? Because I think having a bunch of this lets me turn around and start winning this game on a bunch of your otherwise filler cards. I think it's a really big upside. So Fractal Summoning, I think, fills that role fairly well. And the 7-mana mascot exhibition, although it's not the most exciting mythic, being able to tutor for your mythic is kind of exciting, and it makes a lot of power and toughness.
I'm looking forward to lessons. I think they're
Yeah.
going to be fun. There's going to be lots of interesting
Yeah.
decisions.
I like the AB nature of the mechanic. I like that you have to pick them up in drafts, and
Yes.
working out when it's correct to take the learn cards to head that you'll get the lessons later, when it's correct to make sure that your deck has a couple of
Yeah.
lessons that are just going to take up sideboard space. I'm really interested to see how that plays out. Makes it really hard to evaluate.
So yeah, we've got the proactive spells, we've got the removal spells, and then there's a few other card advantage-y ones, or like curve smoothing things, like environmental sciences, which is just kind of fixing. It's not a very strong version of that effect.
It is colourless, though.
It's for when you're screwed or whatever. Introduction to Prophecy, scry to then draw a card. You're never going to be excited to cast this, but that's still way better than failing to find off your lessons almost always. And then some of the res as well, Illuminate History and Teachings of the Archaics, which are situational, draw a lot of cards. So yeah, they're really the three. I guess Expand Anatomy is the only one that doesn't fit into those categories really. Which is a put 2 counters on target creature and gains vigilance, which is the. I don't really know when you'd want this. I guess if you have a flyer or an evasive creature on board or whatever.
Yeah, it's like an on-curve thing, but it's an on-curve aura rather than an on-curve creature. It's just quite a bad card.
Triggers the Magecraft stuff, right? So.
Oh, they all do.
Well, yeah, maybe you want to buff one of your creatures because that gets you through for combat this turn, I don't know.
If we find a hexproof creature as we go through, this card is well worth thinking about.
I'm pretty sure there aren't any.
Well, you don't know that.
And there are some +1/+1 synergies in the,
That's
in
true.
the set.
That's true.
Yeah.
The
other thing, one last thing to mention is none of these, even the rares, none of them are bombs. Like except maybe the Mythic Mascot Exhibition, there is no lesson you can fetch that will always just be like windmill slam. This card's incredible. None of these do that. None of them are actually particularly exciting. In fact, and
Agreed.
I think it's like. That's definitely something to think about when you look at Learn. It's like, is this going to be tutor for my bomb? The answer is no. They are all relatively reactive or below curve and just value replays. So really what you're looking to get from Lesson is versatility of options, find the right thing for the right situation, and access to a toolkit, but all of the tools are a bit clunky and bad. Is
That's part of why I like environmental sciences, is that like being able to have a land in your toolkit is really useful.
Yeah, for sure.
Has really useful potential, even though the card itself is clearly kind of garbage.
Yeah, I think Fractal Summoning, for a similar reason, I think is likely going to be one of the better lessons, because there are just points in the game where that is by far the best card you can draw. Like you don't want to play 8-drops in your deck, but you would love to be able to get an 8-drop when it's good, and that's what Fractal Summoning lets you do. So yeah, that's lessons. kind of just holistically, but when we come up with learn cards, we can talk about them with that context. Now, awkwardly, we now have to give reviews to 5 of those lessons in a row. So let's start doing that.
Cool.
It's hard. These are really hard. I think they're some of the hardest cards to value because they are so different. Let's talk about what rating I'd give them if they were just in my deck. Right, if I was just playing this as a sorcerer in my deck, Environmental Sciences is D. Probably not a D minus, probably just a D.
I would go D minus. I might go F.
Sorry, quick pause. Have we actually decided have we explained what the letters mean?
No, we could.
We should definitely do that.
Give people a link, because I think the LR website has them listed.
We should also probably read them.
We could probably explain what they mean to us. I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Sure.
Because there's no point you just saying D, because it doesn't mean anything.
You understand,
I understand.
The scale.
Stuart, please walk us through our letter grading scale.
So, if we're using the one from Limited Resources, A are bombs. These are some of the best cards you can get for limited. Cards you should almost always take. B is good cards that you're happy to put in your deck, but not quite as strong as the bombs. C is getting into filler territory. Cards that are fine in your deck, but you're not particularly excited about. D is cards that you would play if you were you're low on playables, say you need a 23rd card or 24th card. That's when D's would probably come into play, and E is just either sideboard or don't play.
Doesn't exist. Skip it.
Sorry, F. F is either sideboard or don't play. They also have a mode for build around, and then a grade, or sideboard and a grade.
Yeah. D's also sometimes like Giant Ox is the kind of card that probably gets a D, even though it's a B plus in the deck that's right for it.
No, it's a build around B. That's what that is.
Yeah, I think Giant Ox is like a build around B in your deck, D minus.
Sure. Sometimes Ds end up being role players. Aggro decks desperately need their 2-drops, even if they're kind of bad. Yeah,
for sure.
That kind of thing.
So yeah. With that explained.
Cool.
So yeah, Environmental Sciences, I've played 2-mana Expedition, the Renegade map or whatever, right? I've played artifacts that do something relatively similar. And I think if you had a bunch of Madecrafty things, I could theoretically want 2-mana Trigger Magecraft in my deck.
Okay, 2-mana Trigger Magecraft is relatively interesting. 2 is just so much for getting a land, though.
You get 2 life.
Do anything to the board state.
Get 2 life.
Yeah, I mean the card is. No, it's somewhere between D and D minus. I'm really not expecting to end up on my main deck very often at all.
No,
but really, that's not what lessons are about. It's worth giving that context, but as we were saying, I think this is one of the better. I would really like exactly 1 copy of this in my lesson board.
Well,
the second copy does very little because the number of games we are going to learn twice, and both of those want to fetch a basic, seems unlikely.
Oh, that's such a good point about lessons as well. That actually they drop off in multiples so much more than cards in your deck. That's something I hadn't considered at all.
That's true. Should we talk quickly about how the colour fixing is in this format? Because we're going to end up in.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Well, it's fine. We're going to end up in a lot of 2-colour decks, but there might also be 3-colour wedge decks a lot of the time, because there's a lot of gold cards.
From what I've seen, compared to a Ravnica set, the fixing's worse. You do have a cycle of tapped duels that are quite good, but you don't have a cycle of mana rocks, which you usually have in a Ravnica set. So I would be somewhat surprised if you end up in a 3-colour deck that often, and certainly it seems unlikely that you're going to end up in an ally colour pair. A blue-black deck seems extremely unlikely, because you're missing out on so many gold cards, and the fixing is still you have no lands at that point. There's 1 common land that taps for any color of mana, and it's just it's not very good. It's Transgill Promenade or whatever.
Yeah.
Sure.
So the fixing is worse than a Ravnica set. despite having just as many kind of common gold cards. So I would be surprised. Like, I expect that you actually want to be sticking to one guild and drafting it.
Okay.
That's my. That could be wrong. Maybe green, especially, can get away with it more. But
I would expect splashing to be. I'm a main 2 enemy color deck, but I'm splashing 2 different off-color gold rares in each of sort of the other enemy color combinations.
Sure. I can certainly believe
that. I think it'll be a set where you end up splashing about a fair bit.
Yeah, even the rampant growth in the set fetches a basic forest. Yeah, I just don't think splashing is actually going to be very easy at all. So,
no.
Like, I can believe doing it because a bunch of the rares... And in fact, actually, a bunch of the gold rares are double-faced cards. So your plan is to play Plague, Dean of Chaos or whatever, but you might want a Plains for when Augusta, Dean of Order is better.
Yeah.
But that's a super free splash. Does that make sense?
Because you can play it just as one side, right? You don't need to bother.
Because you can play it as one side, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think splashing less often than you'd expect in a Ravnica set. But this card enables that. This is the one common such for any basic fixing. So
yeah, this is the Farfinder, and I think it's much worse than Farfinder.
Yeah. This might still be a relatively high... Like, this is, I think, quite an important part of a lesson package if you've got a few, especially early lesson, like 2-drop lesson learn cards. This card is probably really important to have a one of in your sideboard. I don't think that makes it a high pick in draft, especially since no one's going to want multiples.
Interesting.
It's probably like a C-. Or
yeah, I was going to say sideboard C.
Yeah.
Assuming you're vesting for it.
I guess sideboard. Yeah, it has to be sideboard.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Because in the deck, it's down there in the D tier.
Yeah. Yeah, it probably is a D- at best in your main deck. You'd be very upset to cast this, but yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're way off on this and it actually becomes pretty important. Like you're really looking up, but yeah, I don't know if there's like a learn deck necessarily that really wants a critical mass of lessons either. We'll have to see as we go on, but I'm going to give that a sideboard C for now. Anyone? Are we happy with that? I guess I'll put all of our ratings. Let's have our Matt rating, a Stuart rating, and in case anyone has.
I could really see this card being important. And I mean,
if you want to give us editing permissions on the spreadsheet, I can fill out my own rating.
Oh, for that. Sorry. Yeah. I know how to do that.
Or send me a link, maybe. Unless it's in the chat, I'm just an idiot.
Yeah, links in the chat.
Can change permissions and share. How do I make you an editor? Permissions? I'm very familiar with Google Sheets, I swear. We're professionals.
We're not professionals. Don't lie to the people. The editor is in the same part as the permissions.
So I click share, and I go share with people settings. And none of those do anything. Change. Anyone with link.
There's like a drop down.
Yeah.
There we go. Anyone with a link is an editor. There you go.
Nice.
I'm not going to put that on stream, because...
Well, I mean, by the time that we've finished this video, it doesn't matter if they have the link or not.
Change the permissions. Yeah, sure. So I'm gonna give this a sideboard C for now. I think Stuart's right that I think it could well be one of the better common lessons and picking up one is really important. But for now, I don't think it's going to get better than that.
I'm going to say sideboard C+. Because it's not a B, is it? That's madness.
Sure, I can believe that.
I guess if it's a sideboard, I will go sideboard C-. I'm going to be the lowest on this card.
Sure.
I still can't edit the spreadsheet.
Refresh the screen or click the link again.
Yeah.
I might just be an idiot, that's fair.
Going to move rapidly on to the next card, Expanded Anatomy. This would be straight unplayable in anything, like, as a spell in your deck. Would definitely be an F. You just can't place... It's not a combat trick, it's just a 3-mana Goblin Warpaint. Vigilance isn't... The kind of deck that would play a Goblin Warpaint doesn't want to spend 3 mana on it and doesn't care about Vigilance very often. Let's check if there's hexproof in the set. I'm gonna
I can imagine. I don't think it's hexproof that would make me play this card. I would play this card if I was a super aggressive Magecraft deck.
Yeah.
There's a combat trick that gets hexproof. No creatures inherently have hexproof.
Sure.
I think you would really, and even there's no like 1-drop flyers that there's not even a Healer's Hawk in this set. Like, I think you're really going to struggle to want to. You would never put this in your deck. I think in general, this card isn't going to do the. I think it's a really you'll pick them up like 14th, and sometimes you'll put them into your hand because they happen to be the best lesson for the situation, because they give you lethal or whatever.
Yeah.
But I think they are a solid D card. Like, they're better than an off-color card, right? Because there is that small percentage of or a card that you're never ever going to play, because there is going to be that one situation where having it in your lesson pool is viable. So I think it gets like a sideboard like D+.
Yeah, I'd agree.
We'll bring it in, but
yeah, I'm going down the line D on it. I just don't want to waste a pick on this over anything that might make my deck, and that means I'll probably never see them, right? Because
some people disagree. Yeah,
I've just realised something super interesting about this set, which is when the limited data starts coming out from 17 lands, we're not going to have any idea about the lessons because they're all going to be in people's sideboard.
Yeah, that is going to be strange. Next, Stuart, what are you giving it?
D as well.
Sure. Introduction to Annihilation. Sorcery lesson. Exile target non-land permanent. Its controller draws a card.
5 colours.
Yeah, these are all we're in the colourless section. We don't need to cover.
Well, this is the first colourless section. There's another colourless section later.
Well, yeah, these are non-artifact colourless creatures. Anyway, this fits into the removal situation. It's non-situational. There are times where there are definitely bombs where having your opponent draw a card is totally if the card every turn the card sits in play, it's a 2-for-1. So 2-for-1ing yourself to remove it is totally fine. Whether that's Professor Onyx or whatever cards we're giving an A+ in this set review, those cards are worth casting Introduction to Annihilation on. And sometimes it's even sometimes you just need to remove not even a card that's highly rated, but just the biggest flyer on the board, or their one reach creature that is stopping your 6 flyers from getting.
It's a catch-all. Exile's target
non-land permanent. Their pacifism or their banishing light, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a catch-all. Again, I think this is probably the most important part of your lesson plan. I think this is an effect that it's really valuable to have in your sideboard for learning, because although there are the average limited game, this isn't a card you cast. It's the reason we're not putting in our main decks. This effect I think is really important to have in your lesson board.
I agree. I think this is one of the best.
If we're getting it.
Sorry, I'm done.
If we're getting it out of a lesson board, it's card advantage neutral as well, right? Functionally drew us a card when it entered our hand, right?
Yeah.
So we're not down a card in the same way we would be if we drew this text in a normal game and just cast it.
That's a good point. And I do think in general that the lessons are going to lean you towards being a control deck because they are all pretty low tempo. We'll see as we get to the learn cards, but generally speaking, you're overpaying for the learn cards and overpaying for the lessons. I don't think an aggressive deck can afford to be doing that often, unless they're very magecrafty or whatever, and these are just
triggers.
Regardless, I think in general, you're going to want these in control decks, and I think this is going to be a really important part of that. I'm not going to give it a B. I don't think. I think that's too. You're not going to pick even though it's colorless, you're not going to pick it. I don't want to pick it without some learn cards, because then it's just nothing as well.
It's going to be really interesting, right? Because sometimes you'll find a pack is just empty for cards in your color that are any good, but they'll just be.
Then you're definitely just picking up lessons. Yeah,
exactly, they'll just be sitting in the pack waiting for you at that point.
Yeah, that kind of depends on how early lessons go in general.
That's true.
And we definitely started with the hard bit of this.
Yeah, this one's going to be really strange and complicated from that perspective.
For sure.
I think I'm going to end up on a C+ on this. I think if it did, I keep thinking back to Scour from Existence from one of the Zendikars. That's just 7 mana.
7 mana exile.
Exile target permanent.
Yeah.
It was just kind of garbage.
Yeah, of course. Like, you can't.
You couldn't shoot for that one, and it cost 7.
When you drew it, and like even if you top deck your 7th land, you're like, finally I can answer your one thing. It's like that's still not. You're still up. You're still 1-for-1ing yourself. Removal isn't as good as proactive threats.
Yeah, and this isn't good proactive removal because they gain the card back and might have another threat for next turn.
Yeah. Next, I'm going to move us on to Introduction to Prophecy. This is 3 mana, sorcery, scry 2, draw a card. This I don't think does what I want to do with my lessons very often. It's fairly similar to environmental sciences, and I get like in the late game, I can definitely see if I've got a powerful bomb in my deck that I need to draw to, this does dig 3 cards deep, and sometimes that's we're in the late game, we've both got 7 mana. Mana doesn't matter. Scry 2, draw a card may well be better than anything else you've got in your sideboard, but I think it's probably going to be worse than most of the the creature lessons a lot of the time, and it's certainly not good on I guess if you play a learn spell on 2 with no 3-drop, I would still much rather get any of the proactive creature-y ones than Scry 2, draw a card. Scry 2, draw a card is not a good turn 3 at all.
Yes, definitely. I do disagree, though.
Okay.
Yes, definitely. I disagree.
I agree. You don't want to curve into this, but it is something I want to be doing with my lessons. What I want when I take a lesson out of my sideboard is I want to be up a card, right? I want the card that I just played, where it says learn, to have said draw a card, and this is worth a card.
Yeah.
In a way that none of these other common colours ones that we've looked at are worth a card.
No.
Environmental Sciences is sort of, but it's not a spell, so it's...
In my head, I was definitely picturing the common hybrid coloured ones as the creature that I think is going to be worth a card more often.
So I think there'll be board states where that creature isn't what you want. If your creature is a random 3/2 or whatever, or 2/1/1s, I'd be like, actually, I want to dig for something better here.
It is worth pointing out that 3 of those creature ones do cost 3. Both the green-black, the black-white, and the red-white are all 3 mana.
Oh, I hadn't noticed
make a
that.
creature.
And the blue-green can cost 3. Shouldn't.
I'm trying to think of cards that are better than... in the situation that we're casting a learn spell on 2, all of those are going to be much better turn 3 plays. Almost most of the time, right? Certainly at that stage, I want stuff in play much more than I want to draw a card.
Well, unless you've already got 3-drops in your hand, right? If you're learning on 2 and actually your curve already has a 3-drop.
Sure. But, yes, but at that point, the mana cost is a bit complicated. These are really hard to evaluate.
3 mana is obviously a lot to pay for a sorcery speed serum mission. Preordained, I guess.
I mean, doesn't it depend on how aggressive the format is? Like, obviously we have no idea, right? But the more time there is to durdle, the more that this card gets better.
Yeah, and again, I do think the lesson, in general, the lessons are leaning you towards durdling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's true of all the lessons, and therefore they probably designed the format to lean durdling, right?
They probably did, but then people said that for Kaldheim, and Kaldheim ended up being there was a pretty good aggressive deck in that format. Yeah,
people didn't find it until the data came out, though. Kaldheim was fun until people found the aggro.
I'm not sure that people knew Red White was one of the best decks, but Red White was also the most was somehow more complicated than 5-color Snow. So people took time to get there. Even without the data, people would have got there, but over time, it was hard to figure out for us.
I mean, me and Matt worked it out just before I think all the information started hitting.
Yes, because Sam Black told us how to do it.
Oh, sure.
Okay. So I think. So what are you rating this introduction then?
I think this is the one that I'm highest of from these colourless ones, but I don't think I'm actually high enough to give it a B-. I'm just going to give it a C+ again.
Okay.
Because I agree with your arguments about the previous one. Essentially, that what you want is a toolbox, not just generically good stuff. Though at this point in the format, if I was taking a colours lesson, I would take Introduction to Prophecy over Introduction to Annihilation.
Okay, sure.
Because I would want to derp around more than I'd want to give my opponent a card.
I think I'm the opposite. I think I'd rather have the Annihilation.
Yeah, I think I'm there as well. I'm going to give this a C, the same as Environmental Sciences. I think it's also worth pointing out Introduction to Prophecy is one of the only lessons that is fine in multiple,
Yes, that's true.
Because if I'm sitting around durdling with a bunch of learn cards and just trying to grind out card advantage, I actually would want to get multiple of these. That actually does make sense.
I think C's
I'm going to give it a
fine.
C.
It's definitely better than Expanded Autonomy. Anatomy, sorry.
Yes, definitely. Did I give that? I gave Anatomy a D+. I regret that.
Too late, can't go back.
Mascot Exhibition. 7 mana sorcery. Make a lot of power.
It's a lesson.
So what's this? Is that you get 2-1 with flying, a 3-2 regular, and a 4-4 regular? It's just a cone?
Yeah. So this is... I think this card's probably excellent.
Yeah, it feels good, right?
I think it's going to be better. I wouldn't be surprised if it's better than every uncommon in the set, pack one, pick one, because it's colorless. You get to tutor for it. When you play it, you get some evasive threat, but also some quite good blockers. Like a 3-2 and a 4-4 block really well. And a 2-1 can, you stabilize the board and get an evasive threat. I imagine that is I would think I would be very happy to pack one, pick one this, and then draft a control deck that has tutor for my win condition attached to all their random spells. I don't know if that makes it it probably makes it an A. Maybe not.
So here's the question
A-.
I don't expect you to have a confident answer for day one of the format, but if you've got 2 learn cards in your deck, do you just play this in your deck?
Well, that's interesting.
How playable is this in a deck? I guess is the starter for that question.
I would play this. I would play this in a deck.
Yeah, I'd probably play this in a deck as well.
I played Tristani's Summoner, and this is probably slightly better than Tristani's Summoner, although Populate existed and stuff. But
Magecraft exists in this set, so
yeah,
sure. The fact it comes with a flyer pushes it over for me compared to just
that's true.
Cone of Creatures or whatever, because you can block their flyer, or you can if the board is super stabilized, it still lets you start winning. That isn't really I do wonder how many learn cards you need before you do want to main deck it rather than
the red-blue deck cares about expensive spells too.
That's a really good point. Yeah, it does have things that it has some commons. Says instants and sorceries that cost 5 or more cost 1 less.
Nice.
So yeah, I expect that this is A something. I don't know if it's A.
I'm gonna give it an A
or A minus. I don't think it can't possibly be an A plus because it doesn't win you the game that hard. But
it might be an A plus in terms of pick order just because it's colorless, but I don't think it's an A plus
exactly
in terms
right.
of card quality.
Yeah, I think it's going to get an A. It's a little like having a companion, right? The companions that were super busted were A plus picks because you had them every game.
That's so true.
That. So yeah, I'm going to give this an A, not a sideboard A either, a real A, because
one of those real A's that you talk about.
It's just that sideboard is the wrong way to think about it. It's in your deck.
Yeah, Jethro.
It's not a card.
Yeah, good spot.
Yeah, no, I've given it a flat A. I'm convinced by your Tristani's Summoner argument that actually you are going to play this either way.
Is there spell recursion from the graveyard in this set? I don't remember.
Lawhold definitely has some of that, yeah.
Because if you can recur it, that might be a...
It's a really good point. Yeah, I expect that this is at least an A.
It's going to be good.
Probably not an A+, but...
It's our first time.
Honestly.
Let's have some slack.
Yeah. Hey, we can't start out as our 5th card giving an A+. There's nowhere to go from there.
Alright, the strangest creature from the set.
Yep, not an artifact creature. Don't fall into that trap. But not an Eldrazi either. Just here. Double-faced card as well, so we're going to spend the next 10 minutes reading it. So this is Warring Archaic. They 5-mana 4/4. When an opponent casts an instant or sorcery, they may pay 2. And if they don't, you may copy that spell.
It is a
Okay,
creature
let's talk about the
avatar.
front side. Yeah, creature avatar. We'll come back to we'll do the backside in a second. Let's talk about how good this effect is. 5 and a 4/4 is obviously not stats we're super excited about, but that effect is very strong.
That is a strong effect, yeah.
Like, the opponent will not be able to. Like, this isn't a creature that they're desperate to target with a removal spell. If this had a flying or something, this text would be more than twice as good or whatever, because that's a threat they have to answer, and whatever they're answering with, you get to answer them back. Or make them pay more than your threat cost.
Yeah, it's like having 2 Thalias, but only on them.
Well, it's like...
Also worth mentioning that when you copy that spell, you do trigger your Magecraft. That wouldn't be true of Prass.
That's true.
But Magecraft says copy or cast.
Neat.
Yeah. I can't, like, although that effect is powerful, I don't think this card would be that good. Because, is it? Like,
I think it's like a C+, right? 5 mana 4/4 is an okay stat line. Like it's a Bergstrider or whatever.
I think this card's worse than Bergstrider for sure.
Oh, of course it is. It doesn't have an instant effect on the board, but it's colorless, so you get to take it early in a draft, whatever direction you're going in.
Yeah, right? That's super flexible.
I'd probably give it a C rather than this. Like, a flexible, not that exciting card doesn't get.
I mean,
well, you're only talking about one
spells. Side. I think in a core set, their spells cost 2 more wouldn't be as meaningful as in this set. Sorry, Steve.
Yeah, that's true.
That's fine, don't worry about it.
Let's look at the backside now.
It's kind of... The paying 2 just makes their spells cost 2 more, right? Like, and if they don't have a removal spell for it, they just have to pay 2 for all their spells from now on, or cast them and let you copy them.
And
there's a chance. It's their choice, right? There's a chance the spell does something for them but doesn't do anything for you.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah,
like, sacrifice, like, destroy an attacking or blocking creature. If I cast that before blocks, you know, it doesn't do anything for you. Fine. There will be spells where that's true, I imagine. You know, it doesn't do anything to Wraths.
Yeah, making these lessons cost 2 though, like 2 extra to play.
Like a tapped creature or whatever is the kind of effect that sometimes just won't do anything. Yeah, the lessons are very expensive. They cost 2 more, for sure. But yeah, so that's probably a C. On the backside, the other half, a 3-mana sorcery. Each player looks at the top 5 cards of their library, reveals a land and or instant or sorcery card from among them, and puts the cards they revealed this way into their hand, and the rest on the bottom of their library in a random order. Each player gains 3 life. So this is a symmetrical effect, which means fundamentally you're down a card. You have cast this spell, but both players have gained the same effect. You're down 3 mana worth of tempo, and you're down a card.
Jesus.
It's pretty bad.
Why do we bother to read this? I'm just going to give it the grade that I gave it on the front half. If you cast the back half, you've made a mistake.
I'm not sure that's true. Like, if you have an instant or sorcery, like a Wrath, where digging to it is such high both tempo and value that it's worth doing that, there's a chance you cast that. But it is very bad. And like, maybe your opponent is going to, like, maybe you're much more likely to hit on an instant or sorcery than your opponent, because in a set about mages, they forgot to put spells in their deck. And
if you have Magecraft effects in play, this will trigger them twice.
The back is a solid F. You could probably find worlds where you would play it, like most cards in F secretly are, but that's nothing. This card, so we're really calling this the front half, and I
think B-.
It's definitely not a C+ for me. I think C- is closer to where I pick it. Like, although it's colorless, I would take most fine commons that are good in the deck they go in than a card that can go in anything but is never that exciting. I think. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a C-.
I think this is going to be a card that if your opponent taps out for it on turn 5, there's a chance it's just a disaster for you.
Yeah.
When you learn as well, the lesson's public information, right? You have to reveal that into your hand. There's a chance, like, a Thalia effect can be super disruptive in this format.
And actually, that is a good point, actually. The fact that a bunch of the lessons are spell creatures...
I was just about to say that.
If a bunch of your creatures are actually sorceries that summon tokens, this card's much better.
Yeah.
Because that disrupts their curve much more. That's probably true. I probably am undervaluing. Like, I'm not going to check my rating, but I think it could well be slightly better than that.
When presented with new information, Matt holds firm.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going B minus. I'm B minus first.
Stuart, you've gone pretty high on this.
I think this card might be really good. Like, there's.
I can't imagine picking it that highly. I
can imagine picking it that highly because it's colorless.
Yeah.
Like, when you take this pack one, pick one, it's going to be in your deck. And then you get to go back in time and win this item with its post-emptively. Like, that's not a lot of value.
Sure.
Like, this spreadsheet's going to be saved somewhere.
Yeah.
But if I had this in my deck builder, I would play it. Like, almost every time. I don't see why I wouldn't.
Sure, but that, like... I don't... Like, that's true of, like, a lot of, like, colourless vehicles or whatever, right? Like, just kind of filler, curve...
Well, that's not true, because I definitely had colourless vehicles in Calton I didn't play, because it was the wrong deck for it.
Vehicles are perhaps not a good example, but, like, Cathodians or whatever... Cathodians are a great card, how am I kidding? Like, plenty... Like, that sets often have... Like, in fact, let's scroll down to the random artifact creatures that are going to be a similar...
Scroll way down. Outrageous.
I mean, 5 mana 4/4 is like, that's a standard artifact creature size, right? That's been the core set. And sometimes you do have too many 5 drops. That definitely happens when building a deck. You're like, I should cut a 5 drop.
Reminds me of Cobalt Archivist, right down here at the bottom. Artifact. 6 mana 4/5 reach with some trinket text. Like, that card will go in, like, as a 6 drop. It's less likely. But as rates go, it's about as good as a 5 mana. It's definitely worse than a 5 mana 4/4, but not that much worse, given that it's got reach and stuff. Like, I'm not high picking. I'm not I'm expecting got Cobalt Archivist 12th, 11th, or 12th. Yes, it's colorless. Yes, it'll go in any of my non-aggressive decks, but I'm not picking it highly. It's super filler, and this card is better than that. But I just not. I wouldn't be excited. I would not be happy to first pick this card. I don't think so. I'm going to give it a C minus.
I don't think we should be rating all the cards based on if we would first pick them.
No, but I think B minus in my head is, you know,
a good uncommon.
It's good uncommon, better than most commons. I don't think that this card is there.
It's worth noting a lot of the good uncommons in this set are going to be multicolored, and at that point I would take this over them. Like, I would probably take a good monocolored uncommon over it, but if I'm committing to being 2 colors, I'd rather commit nothing.
A lot of them are hybrid. Anyway, well, enough of that card.
We could be here all day talking about that.
Yeah, we're here forever. Let's move on. This card I think is a really solid F. This card doesn't do anything. 2 mana, a sorcery. Choose one. Choose a non-land card name. Opponents can't cast spells with the chosen name until your next turn. Or choose target non-land permanent until your next turn. They can't activate its abilities or attack, block, or activate its abilities. Fundamentally, this is a tempo card attached to a 2 mana sorcery. Like, 2 mana. Like, the mode of this that's good is target creature can't block this turn. And that's really not good enough.
Is it good enough when you tutor it out of your sideboard, though?
Pardon?
It's a lesson, right?
Yeah, sure. But I think this is significantly worse than all of the common ones. Like,
probably, yeah.
The situation where you want to get this is exactly when stopping a creature blocking for a turn or activating its ability for a turn is good, and I think that is extremely uncommon. I think this is like, I guess because it sits in your sideboard, I think F plus is. I think F plus is probably reasonable because that it is better than a card you never play because you get to look at it in your sideboard and think about it. But
that's a downside. You might misclick on it if it's in your sideboard.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a sideboard F plus, but I think the card's quite bad.
Sideboard D minus for me, I think.
Yeah, I said sideboard D minus, but I think we're saying the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it might win you a game because like you stopped something blocking and you learned and got it, hooray! But
I mean, if you're white and you've got some learn in your deck, you'd take this over anything off color with 3 cards left in the pack.
Yeah, late in the pack, right? So it's probably all right because it's got because it's a lesson. It has more utility than it's like a generic spell with like these abilities.
Yeah, sure. Cool. Next, Aegis Guardian. The first simple card. This is a 2 mana 1/4 with no text. It is a
Spirit Soldier.
Spirit.
Yeah,
Soldier is relevant.
Yeah,
it is a spirit which is relevant for some of the red, white, Lawhold stuff. I haven't looked at all the cards in detail. I don't think any of the spirit stuff is strong enough that you should, like, it's a nudge in the right direction, but you shouldn't. I don't think there's a spirits deck where every creature in your deck that's a spirit is twice as good as the creatures that aren't spirits. There's no spirit lord. The closest you're getting is until the end of turn, all your spirits gain tap, deal 1 damage to each opponent. And this card isn't good in that kind of deck, I'll tell you that much.
It's a great blocker. 1/4 is a great blocker for 2 mana.
It's not a great blocker.
It's 2 mana.
I think it's worse than a bear, even in most defensive decks. Yeah, I don't think this card's like.
This card is hugely about the sizing of creatures in the format.
Yeah.
I'm going to end up on D+, I think. I think I will play this, and I think I'll be unhappy about it.
No, I think like worse than a vanilla bear is lower than D+ for me. I think this is. I don't think this card's good.
All right, fair enough.
It doesn't work count as well either for the other. Okay.
Well,
no,
it
does. It works out pretty well. A 2/5 is huge.
Yeah.
A 2/5 is blocking the generic blue-red 4/4 token.
That's true.
Sure. Yeah, right. Actually, Wishcoin.
It also blocks the generic red-white token. It blocks all of the generic creatures except the flyer, right?
Yeah, that's true.
It's not the 4/4. Yeah, not the 4/4 or the XX. And like,
yeah, because I started at the 4/4 because we started by putting a counter on it. Yeah.
I'll give it a D, but I think that's high for where I actually think. I'm gonna, D-. I don't think this. I think this card is. If you want it in your deck, you should not pick it highly. You will get them for free.
Yeah.
I think is the answer to that.
I think that's true.
So, and I think the percentage of deck. I also like black-white definitely looks aggressive, and I think red-white. I can't tell whether it's aggressive, but I imagine it's. I think it is.
Red-white's definitely.
It's doing like graveyardy stuff. I think red-white's meant to be quite.
Yeah, red-white might be controlly, but yeah, I don't think this card's good.
Sure.
Next, Beaming Defiance, 1 and a white instant. Target creature you control gets +2/+2 and gains hexproof until end of turn. This is usually a green effect. This is blossoming defense, literally. White usually gets protection. It's important to think this isn't protection. Don't make the mistake of thinking this is protection. And unlike protection tricks, you can't use it to push damage. That's always been one of the advantages of protection tricks is you can always, give protection to my flyer and attack through your reach creature. But these effects are always kind of fine in limited, right?
Yeah, it's just fine, right? Like combat tricks are fine.
Yeah, I think decks that want combat tricks will play this. Oh,
yeah.
Hang on a second. This is the Magecraft format. The combat tricks are going to be way better.
Maybe.
I think. Okay, we haven't got to the Magecraft step yet. I think, on average, Magecraft is costed to be worse than Prowess, and you'll be disappointed if you try. Like, there are definitely some rares with very, very strong Magecrafts, but as we're eager first year, just down here, is not a card that makes me want to play more spells in my deck.
Yes, but if we're curving out and we have a combat trick in hand that's going to help us push some damage, then getting a random extra damage off of that is, I think, going to make the combat trick a more valuable pick than it has been in previous sets. I'm happy to give this a C+, where normally I'd give it a C.
I think C is
yeah,
about
C
right
sounds
for me.
C reasonable.
Yeah, I'm going to give this a C.
Yeah.
No, not C. It auto-complete to C-. Thanks, spreadsheet.
Maybe it knows something we don't.
Well, it's because I've touched C- earlier in the column. Cool. Next, Clever Lunarmancer. This is one of the most exciting cards for Constructed. 1 mana for a 0/1 with Magecraft. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, it gets +2/+2 until end of turn. So, several comparison points to make here.
And it's an O1. Did you say it's an O1?
Yeah, it's an O1. Yeah. Obviously, if you don't have Magecraft, this card doesn't have text. It usually means it's going to block fair. Like, it's definitely an aggressive creature. You can't cast sorceries to help it block. It's never. You can't afford to leave up multiple mana for multiple instants in case you get to block. It is definitely an aggressive card. I think the best comparison is Step Links, which makes it sound great, but with Step Links, you're playing a land every single turn, and there's no way you're casting an instant or sorcery every turn.
That's true.
Just no way. I expect this card is not very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would lean not
I'd
very
agree.
good based on that comparison too.
Yeah.
There are one or two instant or sorceries that copy themselves in this set. Again, we'll get to them. But for example, there is a black sorcery that copies for every creature you sacrifice as you cast it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can cast 4 spells in a turn, this does just murder you.
Well, you can block it. It's got no evasion, right?
Sure. Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Like, you can't possibly do that multiple turns in a row. And so when you go for this big turn, it's going to be out of sorcery speed. Like, yeah, you're right. Even in that dream scenario, it's still not that exciting.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think, maybe it's built around, but I think it's just bad.
Well, I think it's just not that great.
I'm going to give it a build around rating. I think that's probably right.
There's a chance there is a Magecraft deck in the format.
For sure.
Like, I don't want to draft it straight away, but if you can consistently curve out making creature tokens, like...
There are definitely some rares. For example, there's a white rare that's Magecraft, all your creatures get +1/+1 till the end of turn. That makes me want to play this card for sure. That deck is going to play a lot of combat tricks and a lot of cheap creatures, and it's going to love this card. So I think that makes it a build around.
Okay, that seems fair.
And in that deck that you've built around it, still
not
like
great.
a B-.
The thing is, it's not a payoff, right?
Yeah, right?
Customer 2 isn't a payoff I'm excited about. It's just an aggressive dork.
Yeah. I'm going to give this card a D, I think. I'm not... I mean, I might be wrong, but...
Yeah, of course. We don't need that. If we add that to the conversation, we'll do it. Anyway, I need to turn the light on. My stream can no longer see my face.
Uh-oh.
The sun go away. To be fair, we have been here for 1 hour, and we're on card 10.
We had to do all the lesson stuff. Those were hard. We shouldn't spend so long on the 1/4s, maybe, but...
I'm going to give this a build around. Build around C+. Like Jethro has. Cool. Next, Combat Professor. 4 mana, 2/3 flying. At the beginning of combat on your turn, type creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains vigilance until end of turn. This is pretty on rate for commons. Like, this is it blocks slightly worse than a phantom. You know what? I was gonna say it blocks worse than a phantom monster. Wait, that's a 4 mana 3/3 fly with no text. But actually, that's not. It has vigilance, so it kind of blocks better than a phantom monster.
Yeah.
I think this card's pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's also a bird collect. We should mention the creature types because it is relevant.
It's name the card that cares about each of those creature types.
Yeah. Exactly, that's the point. It's not a spirit.
Sure, it's not a spirit. Fine.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I think this card's pretty good. I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of White's better
commons. Yeah.
Just on-card creatures.
Yeah.
I think this card's pretty solid. Like a C+.
The comparison point for me, and I've given it a C+, is the Parhelion Patrol, which was the 2/3 flying vigilance with Mentor.
With Mentor, sure.
Now, this one doesn't have vigilance naturally, and obviously Mentor's a lot better than just getting it once, because it's a counter, stays there if this goes away.
This is better than vigilance naturally.
No, because this can give the +1 to another creature, right?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. You can choose to give something else vigilance instead, but it already
And the power.
if you wanted to have vigilance. Sure. Yeah, like, even if it only targeted itself, I think it would be a C+.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm going to give this a C+. I'm not going to push it to B. It's not.
Yeah, C+. I think
No.
so. Yeah.
Alright,
I wouldn't be surprised if this is White's best or second best common.
Okay.
Next, we have Defend the Campus. 3 and a white instant. Choose one creature you control get +1/+1 until end of turn, or destroy target creature with power 4 or greater.
This is one of the best Smite the Monstrous.
Yeah, this is a really good Smite the Monstrous variant, because Smite the Monstrous is an effect you want, but it's sometimes blank cardboard, and this is never blank cardboard.
Yeah.
That's not quite
Well, if you've no creatures,
it is much less likely to be blank cardboard.
Also, with the Magecraft triggers that increase power, there's going to be more creatures that have power 4 just wandering around. That aren't powerful all the time.
Blue-red's tokens are all 4 power, and blue-green is also pushing like one of its common tricks makes things a 4/4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this actually has a bunch of targets and is pretty solid for that reason.
And SSB giving away a Doom +1/+1 is really good as well.
Yeah. Like, I think this white Magecraft go wide deck we were talking about would love this effect. Yeah, I'm gonna give this a C. I don't think it's a C+, but it's a solid common.
C sounds reasonable.
Cool. Next, Detention Vortex. White for Enchantment Aura, Enchant non-land permanent, Enchanted permanent can't attack, block, or its activated ability can't be activated. So this would be great. Obviously, like, this would be obscenely good if it didn't have this last line of text, which is 3. Destroy Detention Vortex. Only your opponents may activate this ability, and only as a sorcery. So fundamentally, you killed your opponent's creature, or a non-land permanent. Kill them whatever you want.
Kill their Planeswalker.
Until they pay 3. It's better if you're aggressive, because you're guaranteed to stop. Like, they're not going to have 3 mana up. They're not going to be able to block on the turn you use this. And making them pay 3 mana to get their creature back is more effective if you're aggressive. If you're a control deck that's planning to like grind them out of resources, this isn't a card.
Yeah.
They'll have the time to pay 3 and get their creature back. You know, maybe it's gained you some life or whatever, but you're down. You're down a card. Yeah, I think it's a fairly good. I think it's probably. It also doesn't trigger Magecraft. Well,
no.
You know, it would trigger Prowess, doesn't trigger Magecraft.
Yeah.
I think it's probably a fairly good aggressive card, because the aggro decks really can. You just can't afford to pay 3 to get your 3-drop back against an aggro deck. You're just dead. Like,
I think this card's complete garbage.
Okay.
Yeah.
So your situation is you're playing against an aggro deck that casts this on your 3-drop. I think essentially they've spent a card detaining your 3-drop, right? You just play another 3-drop next turn by destroying this. Like, that's the best I could do anyway. And if I've got something, and it's a griefer card, if I've got something better to do, I'll do the something better, and later I'll get my 3-drop back. I don't think this is worth the cardboard it's printed on.
Okay, I don't think it's an F. I think it's
a D.
I think D is.
I see where Jethro's coming from, because I thought exactly the same thing when I first read it, but I can see aggro draws where he's also quite strong.
Yeah, I think, yeah,
Maybe not strong, but
I don't know. I don't know. I think this is high enough tempo that, like, they have to invest significantly more mana than you have invested at that point. Yeah, I'm going to give this a D, not an F.
I will give you. I'll be really annoyed when my opponent has 2 of these. So after I knock off the first one, they then put another one on it while also deploying a threat that turn. That will kill me.
Sure. The fact you can only activate it as a sorcery is relevant as well. You can't like leave up a trick and then do it if you have the mana floating. You do have to commit to it.
Yeah.
Cool. Next, we have our first of the Mastery cycle of cards. So these cards have 2 mana costs. So this can either cost 6 mana to destroy all non-land. So 2 white. You're not splashing this. To destroy all non-land permanents, or 2 white to have an opponent choose to bounce up to 2 of their non-land permanents, and then destroy all non-land permanents.
So I think the first things first is we should just pretend this has 1 mana cost, because
Sure.
I can't imagine playing it for the other mana cost.
Oh, really? Like, okay, so 6 mana. So Planar Cleansing. Planar Cleansing's a good limited card, right? That's what this is. It's harder to cast than Planar Cleansing, but not that much harder. Planar Cleansing is what, a B? B minus? B?
Yeah, I'd say B minus. I'm not that high on planar cleansing.
Yeah.
Better than sealed.
Sure.
it's a little bit expensive. Whereas like a Doomscar or a Shadow of the Sky is a bit.
Yeah, Doomscar I'm super high on.
Yeah.
Doomscar's the dream.
The other mana cost does still clear your opponent's board. If, for example, like the situation where you would cast this other mana cost is you just can't, you're stuck on 4 mana and you're dying, and it buys you a lot of time at that point. Like it does still, like you're not up the cards that are, it's not the 4-for-1 that Errata always is. But if they have 4 creatures in play and you're dying because you haven't played anything, 4 mana, reset your board and still get a 2-for-1 or whatever. Or
Yeah, right. That's what it would be. Like, or a 3-for-3.
Yeah. Like.
Yeah, okay. Evacuation is not the world's worst emergency button. And also, if there are a bunch of creature tokens in this format running around,
that's true.
You're always getting those.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think it like I do think it bumps it up compared to a Planar Cleansing. I'm going to give this a, and like it's also the white mana cost. You can kind of get around because it has a white mana cost as well. I'm going to give this a B.
I agree.
Yeah,
I think a B seems fine.
I think you've convinced me. I think actually there are times when an evacuation is what you want.
Cool. Next, we have Dueling Coach. 3 and a white for a 2/2 human monk. When it enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 on target creature, can target itself. And you can pay 5 and tap it to put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it. This is one of those cards that if you get to a stable board state, your opponent can never. You're just extremely dead.
Yeah.
Like you sit there every turn putting
at least one
power
counter
into
or
play
something.
for free, and just like it reminds me of the there was a cycle of these in Ikoria, and all of those like they gave things with +1/+1 counters abilities or something.
No,
they gave an ability counter and they gave things with the ability +1/+1.
Yeah.
Sure. Those cards sat there and you died over time.
Yeah.
How good they were making the cards. There's a bunch of +1/+1 counters, like the black-white theme is +1/+1 counters matter, so it's not even just going to be one creature at all. It doesn't need another creature in play because it can target itself, unlike all the flying counter things from Ikoria. I think this card's pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, even the blue-green stuff, like, if you somehow end up in, like, a 4-color deck or something, or maybe you're playing Bant somehow, like, a lot of the blue-green
spells... Blue-green is all making...
0/0 counters.
X counters on, right? Yeah.
And the green-black deck is often counters based on the life gain. Well, not often, but sometimes.
Sure. So,
and we know black-white is counters. Yeah.
Exactly.
So yeah, I think this is probably up there.
Yeah, agreed.
B-.
I'm going to give it a B, I think.
I can't imagine.
I'm going C+. I think this thing's a little bit small. I think as a 4-mana 3/3, it doesn't do anything until you've got 5 mana in play.
Okay, that's fair.
That's true. Like, that's fair.
I think there's a chance this doesn't have the immediate presence that you need.
That's true.
Depends how slow the format is. If the slow mat's quite slow, this card could be...
Yeah, and if it's very fast, you're right that it just doesn't do enough.
Yeah.
I don't know, but like even then, like putting a counter on a lifelink or whatever is the kind of thing that can stabilize you really well.
Yeah,
I'll be B-.
I think B- is where I'm happy. Next, we have again. We're gonna move these. We've been here forever. We're gonna move on to you go first. It's a 2-mana 2/2 human wizard with Magecraft. Give this +1/+0. This is the first actual Magecraft we've cast. No, that's not true.
We have a Clever Lunarmancer.
Technically read Magecraft out loud, but whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, the effect happens. In this case, get +1/+0 kind of turn. This is a bear. Sometimes it's going to be slightly better than a bear. This is a very filler card. I think it's probably C-. I don't think it's a C. I think it's worse than that. I think that the upside compared to a regular bear is not very high, and I think plenty of decks won't be interested in just... Like, my control deck is still not going to want this card. Like, it's just a bear. It doesn't block well.
I think it blocks completely fine, and will probably end up in a lot of players' decks. It's just a 2-mana 2/2.
I'm going to give it a C-. I think, like, you're not...
I'm going to give it a C, but...
I think it's very replaceable.
I'm just having a quick look ahead. Obviously, I don't know the set very well yet. This is one of 3 common white 2-drops. I think it's the best one. Like, and for that reason, I think you're going to end up going, oh, my deck wants a 2-drop, I'll play this Eager first year.
You've got there's the bird, and what's the other common 2-drop?
There's the 1/4.
1/4. But we need to spend more time talking about. It's a good point. So I just checked back to look at my grade for the 1/4. I know how much Stuart loves talking about the 1/4.
I'm just saying it's not that interesting.
To make sure I've given this one a higher grade.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I don't know. I just that is a good point. The fact that it is one of 3 2-drops and it's the only one that has 2 power. That's actually really important to point out. If you're playing a white aggressive deck, this is the best 2-drop you're getting, which is a worrying sign for white aggressive decks, in my opinion.
Yes.
I'm going to stick with C-, but maybe this white.
I think this is going to play in a white aggressive deck. You play this on turn 3, on turn 2, turn 3. You're making a 3/2 token and attacking for 3. That's what I want to be doing.
Yeah.
Like, Again, that's a pretty good draw from me, but sounds legit.
Those are both commons.
Yeah, that might be true. Like, I guess like you can't block. Like, blocking this with your 1/4 is going to feel kind of bad. Yeah, that's interesting. Like, it's able to trade up. Actually, yeah, you know what? That's actually a really that's the thing, right? It's a 2-drop that trades up. You have to put a little bit of work in, but it does trade up. Yeah, all right. I'm willing to bump it up to a C. I think that's fine. I think you've made several compelling arguments. I'm going to give it a C. Next, Paolo Vitor Dama da Rosa. We have a Elite Spellbinder. This is 3 mana for a 3/1 flying human cleric. When it's battlefield, look at target opponent's hand. You may then exile a non-land card from it. For as long as that card remains exiled, its owner may play it, but a spell cast this way costs 2 more. So let's ignore the ability for a second. 3 mana, 3/1 flyer.
Good.
It's pretty good. Like, it's a very aggressive card, but that beats. You are dying to that quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's
a B on its own, right?
I love me an Impaler Shrike, and I pay 4 for my Impaler Shrikes. Rashadin Airship. That's a 3 mana 3/1 flyer that can only block flyers.
This is better.
It's aggressive, but a good aggressive stat line for sure. And even blocks fine. You know, it not great, but it can trade up when it blocks.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know off the top of my head if there's many ways to deal 1 damage in this format, many ways to make 1 type as vulnerable. There is a red lesson that destroys an artifact or deals 1 to something.
That's true.
Sure.
That we saw a minute ago. I think it costs like 3 though, so it's not actually trading down too hard.
Yeah. A good point there. The effect is interesting. If you take the opponent never gets the card back, you're basically saying this card costs 2 more. This is most powerful when you look at that. Like, you play this on turn 3, you look at that hand, you see their 3-drop, and say, nope, this turn you get to cast nothing, get destroyed. That is really powerful.
Oh, it's a non-land
when you
card.
get to completely disrupt your opponent's curve and basically make them skip a go. That's crazy. Top decking, it does nothing. Like, in the late game, you get to look at your opponent's hand, which is not nothing, but at the point where people have mana to spare, it doesn't do anything.
I mean, it's possible they've got a spell they were hoping to cast in combat that turn or something. Like, in the mid to late game, there's definitely turns that are like that in Limited, where like, oh, I'll play my 2-drop here and I've got 3 mana up for expel.
It's certainly good against combat tricks, right? Like, any spell that they were planning to play in combat, you both get to see it and it's more expensive. Like, it is very strong if people are playing combat tricks, for sure. And yeah, disrupting their curve, disrupting their curve is at its best on an aggressively costed body. So that bumps this up, right? Like, if you get to, maybe their only flyer is like a 5-drop, and you go, you know what? No, that costs 7 now. You're never casting this. You're just dead to my 3/1 flyer. It's going to hit you 4 times. That sounds.
I think the potential upside on this is enormous. I'm leaning almost B at this point.
Honestly, I'm kind of with you. I think B is.
Maybe it's a B minus, but like, what's the downside?
Do you think the body on its own is not like almost a B, like a 3/1 flyer for 3? Like,
no, a 3/1 flyer is not a B. Like,
sure.
That's yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe a B minus. Probably not. Probably just a C plus. 3/1 flyer.
I'm gonna say B.
Probably just a C plus. The effect is enough to bump it up though, for sure. I could see B plus, I guess, but I'm gonna give it. But I don't think it's better than the Wrath. Maybe the Wrath's too low. Yeah, it's a 6 mana. No, I'm fine.
They do different things.
If I keep looking backwards, we'll never go forwards. Next, Expel. Such sad flavor text. 3 mana for an instant. Exile target tapped creature. This is a classic. The aggro deck can't play this. They shouldn't try. It has some synergy with tricks that tap or whatever. There's a learn card later on that taps things, and some of the red-white deck. There's some tap and untap things going on in red-white for some of the gold cards, which might make this worse if you can untap at instant speed. But it's a fairly strong control card. it always reads exile target attacking creature, which might just be good enough as a card anyway.
Yeah, so this is a rebuke with the upside that you can cast it on a later turn, right? You can cast it as a dehydration or whatever.
Yeah.
Or you can exile something within a tap ability. Like that monk we just saw.
And I get red-white's like uncommon card says all their spirits gain tap, deal 1 damage. So they're going to be tapping their spirits. Like red-white has a tap theme. And yeah, like it gets, Dueling Coach is another example of a card like that, right? Yeah, tap abilities.
Yeah. Solid removal, I think. For white control decks.
Solid removal you can't play in your aggressive deck, which is going to keep it out of B ranges. But I think
C+. I think C+.
It doesn't remove blockers. I think it's got to be like in a control deck it's a C+, but I think it's probably just a C overall because
I think I'd play this in any mid-range deck at C+, which is most limited decks. Like I only wouldn't play this if I was all in aggro, which we're not convinced exists in this format in white right now.
I'm definitely not willing to write off aggro existing at this stage. But yeah. We just saw an aggro 3-drop and loved it. But yeah, it's I'm gonna give it a C, not a C+, but I could well be wrong on that. Next we have Guiding Voice. This is white for a sorcery that gives +1/+1 to target creature. Counter to target creature. And then learns. This is the cheapest learn effect you're going to get, obviously. It costs 1. And fundamentally, it's almost awkward that there has to be a creature in play. Like, this would be much better if it was... I genuinely think this would be a better card if it said do nothing, learn.
I mean, if it had that option, definitely, like especially with the 2 mana, go get a land, like that would be really quite neat.
Yeah, but it does need a creature in play before you can cast it, which is a little worse. You can always target your opponent's creature, but you'll feel really bad about it.
Yeah, that's rough.
It's also a very it's a Magecraft is where this really shines, right? It's a 1 mana card that replaces itself and triggers Magecraft. That is a Magecraft deck's bread and butter. Like, they are going to be all... It's a sorcery, admittedly, but they're probably going to be all over that.
What this card also lets you do really cheaply is trigger Magecraft twice in a turn.
Yes,
right?
I was about to say. Yeah, if you go fetch the 2 mana, get a land thing, right? You spent 3 mana to trigger Magecraft twice, and you're still card even. That sounds great. That sounds so good. If that's some... So yeah, I think if this aggressive white Magecraft deck exists, it probably wants several copies of this card.
Yes, I think this is going to be the glue of white Magecraft, if such a deck exists, which we're not 100% sold on yet.
If you perfectly unlight this card, my next card, you are... I'm going deep. Yeah, but... yeah, I think control decks don't... Even in the control deck, it's fine, though, right? Like, you need a creature in play. You can get blown out if someone uses an instant speed removal spell on your guy. You do need some cut lessons before you're putting this in your deck. But the fact it's a tutor for several removal options means I do think my control deck... Like, again, if I'm fetching a removal spell, I'm fine putting a count on my creature before I remove it.
That's true.
I think I'm going, build around C+.
Yeah, it probably is like that.
There's no way you can play it without other supporting cards, whether that's supporting lessons in your sideboard that are really good, or supporting cards from Magecraft.
Probably right. Build around probably is appropriate, and I think C+ is the numbers that make sense for me. Yeah, you can't just play this in your random mid-range deck. No, you can't just play this in your random mid-range deck and be okay with it. Can you? No.
No.
You can if you've got the Mythic. And obviously, yeah.
Yeah, sure. But say I'm just playing 3-drops and 4-drops. I have some unexciting, but I have 2 lessons and they're kind of fine. Would I play this card? Maybe, but I wouldn't be excited about it. Yeah, sure.
The thing we haven't mentioned yet, because we've only seen 1 card for it, is +1/+1 counter synergy.
Yeah.
There's some of those coming up in the set as well.
Oh, that's a good point. That might make it not build around.
Well, no, it's build around, but it's building around 3 different supported things.
which isn't a build, that's just a card. Like,
well, no, because you need to have one of those things, right? If you're
wiping out one of those things,
if you're a red-white graveyard deck that didn't get any lessons for some reason,
didn't care about Magecraft as well. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm going to give it a D.
I think there's no way it's a D. I think it's better than that.
I just think it's going to be the last card in your deck a lot of the time. I mean,
it's true. It doesn't affect the board. There's a chance we just end up cutting this every time we look at it.
Yeah.
Maybe. Okay, sure. Next, we have Leonin Lightscribe, 1 and a white for a 2/2 Pact Cleric, Magecraft. Give your creatures +1/+1. This card's very good, I think. Black has overlap with the... Like, if you're on the white-black deck, you have overlap with the Make Pests cards.
Oh, bless you.
Which allows you to go fairly wide. I also just don't... Like, imagine blocking ever when your opponent has a Lightscribe in play and you have the potential to activate it multiple times. Like, I think this card's really... Like, it probably is... I think build around is right, but I think it's probably B+ once I'm building around it. Like, I think this is one of the cards that when my opponent plays it on turn 2, I'm going to feel very dead. I mean, it does die to removal and stuff.
Yeah, I'm a little low on it because it probably dies to like some cheap common red removal.
I don't think you need to be a build around, right? Like, sometimes you just cast a spell and get a buff for your whole team. That sounds fine.
That's true. That's a good... Like, yeah, I want to build around this, but I'm never cutting it from my white deck.
Yeah. I think it's just a solid B. I think it's just a good card that you put in most of your white decks.
I think solid B is probably where I'm going to... Like, yeah, like, when I pick it... I mean, like, don't compare rares to each other, but...
Yeah, don't do that. They'll never be two in the same pack, so you don't need to worry about it.
Yeah.
The floor is super high, right? Like, I gave the Eager first year a C+.
Yeah, it's kind of
just a C. Okay. Yeah. I'm just going to flat B this. You're right.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if it's better than that, honestly.
It might be really good. Yeah, for sure.
Be B+ easily. You know what? I'm going to give it a B+.
He's convinced himself.
I'm really excited to open.
We're just going to talk each other up. This is the best card in the set.
A+, let's go!
Next, we have Mavinda, Student's Advocate. This is 2 and a white for a 2/3 Bird Advisor with flying. With so much text that doesn't do anything. 0. You may cast an instant or sorcery from your graveyard this turn. If that spell doesn't target a creature you control, it costs 8 more to cast this way. If that spell would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. So this is really, really strong with Guiding Voices. If I have a Mavinda, I will play all of my Guiding Voices.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because that effect is great.
Mm-hmm.
Although, admittedly, lessons at some point, you'll run out of lessons. But combat tricks, removal spell, creature you control. So it doesn't work with removal spells. Doesn't work with making a token, which is the kind of effect it would be kind of... Paying 8 is just uncastable. It's worth mentioning that.
Yeah.
Limited games, you don't get to 10 mana. It doesn't... Like, something very, very strange has to have happened for that to be relevant.
Yeah.
It might as well not be text. So yeah, fundamentally, sometimes you can flashback combat tricks. Only once per turn, but that's whatever.
If you've got one combat trick in your graveyard and this in play, which is already a fine card, 3 mana, 2/3 flyer, and you're attacking with some creatures, what are they going to do? Walk into your trick that was a free? I guess not.
You do only get it once. It's not like I'm threatening it every single turn. But yeah, like this plus being Defiance in your graveyard is just like your opponent's dead. Like it feels very, very bad. It's going to be a 2-for-1 a lot of the time while being fine stats. For a mythic, it's probably relatively I think this is worse than Leonin Lightscribe and Elite Spellbinder. I think this is a B- at best. I think B- is where I have it.
I'll mention this is a reason to play Expanded Anatomy as well.
Sure. The lesson.
Sure.
I say play have in your sideboard.
I'm going to give this a B-. I think I am going to first pick it because it's an uncut cut. Like even if you never use its ability, it's fine. Threat of activation exists and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to go deep on it. It's not going to massively alter my picks. I'm going to give it a B-.
Yeah, B- seems reasonable. I think
I'm going to go flat B, just because you've said Guiding Voice, and I'm really excited by it.
Sure.
Yeah, that's also true.
And the floor's high enough. The 3 mana 2/3 we're going to beat people to death with it.
I think, especially compared to the other white rares, I think it... Okay, you're not comparing rares, but I think it is worse than those. Next, we have Pilgrim of the Ages. This is a 3-mana 2/1. When it ETBs, it searches your library for a basic planes, reveal it, put it into your hand, and you can pay 6 to return it from your graveyard to your hand. It's also a spirit, which is relevant for a couple of rares, mostly. This is a really good grindy card. Like, it's a 3-drop that you'll really... it's a Borderland Ranger that doesn't fix you. Like, a 3-mana 2-power creature that tutors for a land. Like, Borderland Ranger is often one of the best commons in green in its sets. Like, Borderland Ranger is a very strong effect. This isn't fixing, and it blocks slightly worse. It just has worse stats. But the ability to go into that late game and go, I've got a 2/1 that's going to come back over and over again. I'm going to get every planes out of my deck. I'm just going to sit here grinding you out. It's definitely text. I wouldn't be surprised if this is fairly solid.
Yeah.
There's a card in one of the Ravnicas that was like a 3-mana 1/1 that couldn't die. It just always came back to your hand.
Yes.
And it was garbage.
Did it get you a planes when you played it, though?
It didn't.
Yeah, I think...
The fact that it's getting you the land to play it again is better than the static effect.
I guess this is ramping to its
it was just mana hand rather than into play. I kind of missed that. But yeah, I think fundamentally, like, I think this is closer to Borderland Ranger than reassembling Skeleton. Like, you know, most games you play, it's going to be a 3-mana 2/1 that drew me a card, and that sounds like a good thing to do on turn 3.
Yeah.
The fact does Smith have a theme of things leaving your graveyard as well?
Yes,
that's true.
We haven't seen any of those cards yet, but there are some things that trigger when things leave your graveyard. Which this fits all of Red White's themes of spirits and things leaving your graveyard. It does those. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a really solid white card.
I'm just going to put a C down next to it.
It's just a C.
It's just going to be
yeah
in all the white decks. Hard to cut.
Yeah.
But I'm not married to it. Like, if I've got some synergies going on or whatever, I think this will end up in my sideboard.
I don't know. Sure. Next, we have Pillar Rescuer. 5 mana for a 2/2 flying spirit cleric. And when it enters the battlefield, you may return target creature with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to your hand. So similar to the last card, it's a spirit with cards leaving your graveyard synergies. We haven't really seen those effects yet, but it does do all of those things. As a body, it's not great. Like,
yes, another cost
are
of
often kind of small, but 5 mana 2/2 flyer is especially when there's a bunch of 2/1 flying tokens in the set.
Yeah, it's very small.
It is not. It's a really low tempo play. Because the card doesn't even goes to your hand, not even to the battlefield.
Yeah.
And my compared, like, Shepherd of the Cosmos or whatever was an extremely good card.
That was incredibly good.
And not perhaps a fair comparison. But you could get away with playing that in an aggressive deck because you could. Sometimes it cost 4 and it was a high tempo play. But like, the issue with this is it's a low tempo play, and it's not that, like, my decks that want to grind you out with 2/1s might not have that many creatures with mana value 3 or less in them. And, you know, maybe I've got tokens, like spells that make tokens as my 3-drops, and it can't get those back.
I'm not impressed by this. I think it's too small for 5 mana. The effect's fine, but it's not. It's into. If it was into play, I'd be like, this card's really good, but it's into your hand. I'm just like,
I think this is just a flying Gravedigger, and I'm pretty high on it.
It's not quite Gravedigger.
You're paying 1 extra mana, but you're getting flying.
Gravedigger got itself back. Got other copies of Gravedigger.
And got your bomb back.
And got your bomb back. Unless your bomb costs 3.
Although, so far, all of White's bombs have cost
3. Yeah, my bomb is Mavinda. Or, like... I don't think it's going to be hard to trade off a 2 or 3 drop and get sufficient value from this to be happy about it.
Yeah, maybe.
Sure. Like, you get to know this is coming, so you can prepare for it a bit. Like, I don't want to put it in my deck if I don't have enough 2 and 3 drops, but I don't want to be playing a limited deck that doesn't have enough 2 and 3 drops.
It's a rough place to be, for sure.
I'm just going to give this a C+, I think. Maybe it'll end up being a flat C, just because so many of the creatures as secretly spells, but
I think I'm closer to C minus.
Yeah, I'm
honestly.
C minus. I think.
I don't think it's that exciting.
Really, I mean, we've got all the spirit synergies as well.
The spirit synergies are really minor.
Yeah.
Next, we have Professor of Symbology. This is a 2/2/1 core cleric, so not relevant creature types. And when it enters the battlefield, learn. This is just a great 2-drop.
Yeah,
it's
great.
Like Elvish Visionary or whatever on steroids. Like, learn is definitely better than draw. You would really hope that learn is better than draw a card. Like,
it definitely is.
I've got this card, I'm going to pick lessons so that's true. I think, again, even if you don't have lessons, it is discard to draw, which is not great. But I would play a 2/2 on that discarded a card and draw a card. I played that card. That card's fine.
I did not know it had a second mode. That's good to know.
Sure.
Nice.
Yes, learn can do that. If you run out of lessons, you can discard.
It's a white card that draws a card. We've done it. Finally.
But this is it's a good aggressive card because it guarantees to find you an on-curve thing to do on 3. It's a good defensive card.
It's always relevant, right?
Trades and has drawn you a card.
This is a top deck in the late game. Isn't just a 2/1. It's a 2/1 plus whatever lesson you have.
That's a great point. Yeah, as a late game top deck, it goes tutors for your 8 mana 6/6.
Or whatever you need at the time, right?
Yeah.
I think this card's good.
Yep, I agree with everything you guys have said. Big fan. I think it's still just a C+.
Yeah.
I don't think it's
I think
like
C+ is
B quality.
God, it's so much better than Predator Rescuer. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
It's one of the cards I want to get back with Pilgrim Rescuer. Like,
I mean, that is, yeah, fair enough.
I'm looking at them, they're next to each other. I want to learn, and then I want to get it back and learn again.
You don't want to get Pilgrim of the Ages back with your Philosopher Rescuer. It's value, mate.
Sure. Next, we have Reduce to Memory. This is one of the lessons. This is one with white exile type non-land permanent. Its controller makes a 3/2. A 3/2 is the kind of body that, like, the issue with things like rapid hybridization or whatever is that a 3/3 is
a real threat.
Is a threat. A 3/2 at least you can trade up with your 2-drop. Like, it's kind of okay. It's easier to deal with a 3/2 than a 3/3. Double blocking is worse or whatever. But fundamentally, this is an answer to a bomb and not to an on-curve creature or whatever. Sometimes you'll take flying away from their flyer or whatever because that's what's killing you. I think this is an important part of a lesson package. It's way better. Like, it's going to be better than Introduction to Annihilation if you're in white for sure.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, definitely. It must be. A 3/2 is worse than a card at that stage of the game, given the tempo of it's costing 3, not 5.
It's a little bit like Divine Gambit.
It's a little bit like Divine Gambit.
That I think ended up fairly good.
Divine Gambit went up and down in my ratings all the time. I had no idea how good Divine Gambit was.
Part of what made Divine Gambit good was that if you had 2 removal spells, you didn't get 2-for-1. You just answered 2 of your opponent's things, and you lost the tempo of the card, mana for the second one, but you got it back because Divine Gambit was so cheap. Here, if you spend 2 removal spells, you are down a card.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. Although it's a lesson, so that's again,
that's true.
Draw a card written on them. It's hard, but yeah, I think this card is like a card I'm looking to put in my lesson packages.
Yes, it's definitely a card I'm happy to have in my lesson package.
I think it's better than an Introduction to Annihilation, but because it's coloured, it probably gets the same rating. Sideboard C+.
Yeah.
Maybe sideboard C.
I wouldn't main deck this. Do you think you'd ever main deck this?
I can't imagine main decking this.
Yeah, me neither.
No.
Worth noting, you can target your own things if they've got like a pacifism on there or something. You could also just target the pacifism, but
I can see that. But I can see that being text.
Yeah, it depends what's going on the board. But you can use this as a bad token.
Sometimes upgrading your 1/1 into a 3/2 is something you're looking for, I guess.
You can't just upgrade your land or whatever.
Maybe you've got some like prophetic prism or whatever, right? That would be nice.
Yeah.
Next, we've got a very clear F, which I'm excited about. First of those, really. 1 white. You and target opponent each draw 3 cards. You have spent 3 mana and a card to get an effect that both players get. this is worse than the backside of that 5 and a 4/4 because that at least maybe you can set up your deck so it's better. Yeah, this just isn't a magic.
It also wasn't double white. It's double. Why is it double white?
Yeah,
but if your opponent controls that 4/4, you can deck them with this. Quickly check it's non-optional. You may copy that spell. Damn.
Foiled again?
Easy F.
Sorry guys, has no use.
Moving onwards there. Semester's End. This is 3 and a white for an instant. Exile any number of target creatures and or planeswalkers you control. At the beginning of the next end step, return them to the battlefield under its owner's control. Each of them enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter if it's a creature, and an additional loyalty counter if it's a planeswalker. So compared to similar effects, we've had Ghost Away and Momentary.
Not Momentary.
We've had effects like this before, like through some mana, exile all my guys.
Yeah.
Interesting. So it comes back.
I think it's more comparable to some mana put a +1/+1 counter on all my guys, right?
Yeah, exactly. Right. I think that's a really big part of this. Is I played 4 mana sorcery, put all my +1 counter on all my guys. Admittedly, you then get to attack with them that turn, whereas this doesn't do that. And they do come back in the end step, so you can't ambush someone. I think some of them instantly return the creatures, and just untap all my guys is kind of good.
Yes.
You can't put counters on a token in this way.
It's true.
But
it counts to remove a spell sometimes, yeah.
It counts to removal spell, puts a counter on all your guys that aren't tokens.
Rebuys all your ETB effects.
Yeah. Yes, rebuys all your ETB effects. Triggers Magecraft, ?
Some of the Magecraft doesn't affect the board. If you have Magecraft, draw a card. It's very good.
Does that... I'm not sure that...
It exists, but it's a rare and it's blue. Don't think about it.
It's a 4 out of 2, yeah. I think, this isn't a rare I'm first picking, fundamentally.
No.
It's probably like a C-? C?
C. I'd say C.
I think I'm going to end up on C-. I think this does a lot of things, but only if you've already got some board state.
Yeah, right.
It's just so bad if you can pass the turn with 4 mana up and you get a free block, or if they go for a sorcery speed removal spell, you get them, but then they get to attack. And you get the counters for free, but I think it's going to be clunky enough to set up.
I think you're right. I'm gonna pump that down to C-.
I'll note that this will be great when your opponents cast it against you. Like, you'll play a Wrath, and they'll be like, my semester has ended, and you will lose the game.
Yeah. Sure. Next, we have Show of Confidence. This is a card I'm very excited about. So 1 and a white instant. When you cast a spell, copy it for each other instant or sorcery spell you cast this turn. You may choose new targets for the copies. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. It gains vigilance until the end of the turn. So let's ignore that first bit of text. Just an instant.
That's just Storm, right?
It's just Storm, right?
Yeah, it's just,
instant sorcery
Storm card in Standard and in this limited set. If we ignore the fact it has Storm, if we just were casting it as 1 and a white, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, trigger my Magecraft, it gains vigilance. Vigilance is a truly terrible thing to give it instant speed. That's nothing. Obviously, sometimes you'll just cast this as a sorcery to get vigilance, but that really is nothing. What this feels like is a really this is a build around card, and if we're in this Leonin Light Scribe deck or whatever, this white Magecraft deck, if this triggers 3 times, it's very strong. If you go spell Show of Confidence, you've triggered Magecraft a total of 5 times. It's hard to set that up. Yeah. That's why it needs a build around, because that is hard to do. But the opponent's just dead. That seems really strong to me.
Obviously, it's a mythic, but this plus Mavinda is insane.
Yes, that's certainly true. Yes. I think this is going to get a build around B-.
I think I'm going to give it a build around B. This is the first card to me that's got me genuinely excited for this Magecraft deck.
Sure.
In a way that the others have been like, I'm not sure how this is going to come together. This one, I'm like, oh, now I get it. We're doing this.
Yeah, sure.
This
I'm not sure the Magecraft stuff is there, but if it is, this is the card you want for sure.
The fail case on this is a really bad combat trick that leaves your creature with a +1/+1 counter that might be useful.
Yes.
Counters are
It
often
is,
useful.
It is a very bad combat. Yeah,
if you're winning the combat, it doesn't matter how good the trick was, though, fundamentally.
Yeah,
if it means that you're 3/3, 8 there, 3/3, you got him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go with build around B.
Sure. God, I'm so excited for this deck. Why am I lower than you guys? I guess I'm not that comfortable with the build around ratings. I guess this build around. What does build around B mean? So that means
in the deck for
I need to be this deck, and if I am, this is a B quality card. That's what I mean.
Oh yeah, in which case, yes, I think that is that. I agree that build around B fits how I'm feeling about this. Then sure. Next, we have Sparring Regiment. 2 and a white for an enchantment. When Sparring Regiment enters the battlefield, learn, and then whenever you attack, you put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature and untap it. So, the fact that my first thought is Citadel Siege is worrying because it's not Citadel Siege, but it's really a really strong. Like, if you play this on turn 3 and attack with your 2-drop, it is really hard for your opponent to recover.
Jesus, and you've drawn a card as well.
Yeah,
actually, the better comparison is there's a blue-green flip card from Ixalan.
Yes.
That put a counter on your creature each turn. Again, this does require you to attack with the creature. If you just have a bunch of 2/2s, you can't sit here not attacking until they're 5/5s and have attacks. You do have to attack with the creature. But the fact it draws a card with a fail case is fine. And a decent percent of the time, it goes and gets a creature for you. There's a white card that makes a flyer as a lesson. Oh my god. I think this card's really good.
Hadana's Climb was the thing.
Yes, Hadana's Climb.
And it was a massive bomb.
Yeah, and I think this is a massive bomb. I think this is at least a B. And
I think this is just a flat A.
Yeah,
right?
give it an A. I think an A. If it's a bomb, that's an A.
I don't think you need to build around for learn to work. I didn't do that with the teacher. You're going to have a couple of lessons in your sideboard.
Yeah, you know what? Fine. Yeah, I'm gonna give this an A. At some point, you'll get the black white uncommon, the common lesson, and at that point, it's definitely an A. Yeah, I'm happy with A. Once it fetches a flyer to guarantee you have something to put the counter on, it's completely obscene. Untapped synergies are also in white. We haven't seen any. They're clearly all in the multicolored section, but they do exist. And +1/+1 cards, the card's crazy. Next, we have Star Pupil. This is we've had this card in green before as an uncommon, Herald of the Scale, I believe. This is 1 mana for a 0/0 human wizard that enters with a +1/+1 counter. And when it dies, you may put its counters, plural, on target creature you control. It's Arcbound Worker. It's a modular
it has
card.
modular.
I'm going to check if Herald of the Scale is the card I'm thinking of. No, that's it's a green uncommon from Dragons of Tarkir or whatever.
A long time ago.
And it clearly was not called that, but it had this text and it wasn't remotely good.
And there was a counter theme in that set too.
Yeah. You just have to do a lot of work before this is anything.
What mana 1/1s are typically not great. They have to do a thing, really, to make them good. There's not really a sacrifice deck in this format either, in white. Black-white's not really doing that.
No. I'm... It's kind like... I imagine this show of confidence deck might want some Star Pupils. But maybe not.
I think I'd play bad spells over Star Pupils if I was in that deck.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If I'm all in on counters synergy, but I'm not convinced by that deck yet. I think I'm just giving this a D.
Servant of the Scale. There we go.
Close.
Yeah. I think this card's kind of bad.
D.
D. Solid D.
Yeah.
Note, note, unlike the similar effect, you put all of its counters, not just its +1/+1 counters. So,
you get to remove all the lifelink counters, you get to remove all the death touch counters.
-1, and it's not optional either. If you put 3 -1/-1 counters on it, they've got to put them somewhere.
They've got to put all 3 somewhere as well, because there's no time for them to annihilate.
Yeah, not for limited, obviously, but yes.
I don't think it'll be replacing Arcbound Worker, I don't think.
I'm going to give it a D-. Seems about right. It's better than a bad... I'm going to give it a D. Creatures do better than spells. Next, we have... No, it's way worse than the other cards I could have D.
He's going to be here all night.
Defend the card for a second. I'm going to compare it to the Raptor from the last set. Obviously, it's different and worse. Like, on its face, doesn't have flying, doesn't have first strike. But what the Raptor had was the ability to synergize with the set's mechanics, which were equipment. And this card has a similar thing. It synergizes with what the set's doing. I think it's still enough worse.
Guiding Voice on this sounds like a fine thing to do on turn 2. Like, that sounds okay.
And then you cast the thing that gives 2 counters off the lesson and vigilance. Now it's a 4/4. Then when it dies, you give the counter something else. Value.
What else? You haven't played anything else yet.
No, you played a 2nd-star pupil on turn 2.
As soon as I can and be happy.
Next, we have Stonebinder's Familiar. This is a 1-1/1 Spirit Dog. This is our first payoff for exiling things from our graveyard. Whenever one or more cards are put into exile during your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Stonebinder's Familiar. This ability triggers only once each turn. So we haven't... One of the exile stuff from graveyard or remove has to go to exile. Oh, this is interesting. This isn't exile from graveyard stuff, unlike most things. This is just
exile
in exile from anywhere. So this worked with Reduced to Memory, interestingly, and like Semester's End, technically.
That's true.
But not with
Hotel.
Pilgrim of the Ages, for example. Not with some of the stuff that returns things from your graveyard. Interesting. That is an interesting distinction. It does work with Mervinda. Who knows?
It works with like the Stonewise Spirit, which is the next card. Maybe this is a thing. I'm confused. I don't know what to make of this card. I'm going to give it a D. It's a 1-1/1, but maybe it's a build around C+.
I don't think it's that hard to put one counter on this, and then it's pretty good.
Yeah.
You have to put it on curve, though. Right? Like, I don't want a 2/2 on turn 5.
It's true.
What you need is the ability to put a counter on this every single turn for several turns in a row.
Yes. And none of White's other commons just happen to exile themselves or whatever, except this next card.
Yeah, this next card does.
4 mana for it. None of the lessons happen to exile themselves, or they're, White's common removal spell doesn't exile. That's uncommon kind of does. Actually, no, wait.
The common one does, but it's your...
Expel does, yeah.
It's Expel.
Yeah.
Okay. If we expel something, this gets bigger. Sure.
You have to expel it during your turn.
Like, it's obviously, like, it's not going to be a creature we're carving out with. We're definitely not, like... But there's +1/+1 counter synergies as well. Like, we're definitely not going turn 1 this, turn 2 trigger it, get them.
But I mean, if there's like a red common that exiles the top card of your library and you can play it this turn, like the Discover Firewalk or something from the last set,
sure,
we could definitely make this work. Okay, we'll give it a build around C.
Yeah, I think build around is right. I think build around C is. It's so interesting that it doesn't care about things from your graveyard, unlike some of the other cards. But yeah, I think this is a card that could well. You're definitely not just jamming it in any deck, but I think it could well end up being pretty solid.
It's worth noting it's an uncommon as well, where Star Pupil was a common. Like
That's true.
They've bumped this up the rarities a little bit, so maybe this is more of a payoff.
It reminds me of Flourishing Fox.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking, right? But cycling's a lot easier than exiling something.
Yes.
Also, Flourishing Fox could gain multiple counters in a turn and gain them at instant speed.
And you could cycle the Fox. This is a bad top deck.
It's not Flourishing Fox, but fine.
Stop being reminded of Flourishing Fox. Be reminded of worse cards instead.
Sure. Next, here's a worst card. This is one of the white for a 1/2 Spirit Bird with flying, and 4 exile a card from the graveyard to target creature gains flying on it. So this is obviously not in the last set we had a 1/2 flyer and it's a very aggressive card. This is not. It wears counters okay, but it's not that good an aggressive card. It costs 2, not 1.
Yeah.
However, one of the things it does fairly well is when the board stalls out, you just start giving your idiots, maybe even, just one of your idiots a turn, gets flying, gets in there, does some stuff.
Yeah.
It's a spirit, it exiles cards from graveyards. I'm not it wears count as well. Synergy. If it didn't have any synergy, a card's kind of bad. It's not a good 2-drop on 2. It's a good 2-drop in the late game-ish if you have another big thing that you want to jump and cards in your graveyard. I think one of the issues with that ability is you just... If it was just 4 type creature against flying time turn, that would be a fairly reliable win condition. A little like a... There's a card from Rise the Eldrazi that was 8 mana, jump all your guys.
The Invoker cycle, right? The Wing Invoker.
Sure.
And if you have 8 mana, you can do this twice in a turn, provided you've played enough spells.
Yeah, but only once. The issue is that I think you will find that you run out of... There will be times where you want to activate this and there aren't cards in your graveyard.
I think, again, the format is built around instants and sorcery spells, and lessons after you play them, they go to your graveyard. If you learn and then lesson...
That's true.
Straight out of my sideboard into my graveyard. I'm leaning C-, maybe D+ on this.
I think D+ is where I'm at.
I think it's good enough in the late game on a stalled board.
Yeah.
My issue is that it's not good on curve at all. And if I'm playing a card that's not good until the late game, I'll play a 6-mana spell. I
think it... I was about to say it blocks okay on curve, but maybe it doesn't.
Block star people.
Yeah.
It
blocks the 2/1 flyer out of black-white or whatever.
Sure. Sure. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to give it a D+. I think that's where it belongs. Next, we have 1 and a white for a 1/3 flying Spirit Cleric. This blocks well. This blocks the 2/1 Spirit. That's immediately relevant. Whenever a permanent entering the battlefield calls a triggered ability to trigger, counter that ability unless its controller pays 2. This is a symmetrical effect, which is the first thing worth mentioning. It stops learn, stops with a counter, or put a counter on this thing. Not all with a counter things. It doesn't stop star pupils, quote unquote, enter the battlefield effect.
Yeah, but it does stop the other one we looked at, Dueling Coach.
Yes. It is symmetrical. There's going to be times where this affects you. But on average, it's probably going to affect your opponent more than you because you put this in your deck and you've thought about it. And it does work on all permanents. It affects that enchantment that we just saw that learns. It might affect some lands. I don't know.
If there's a claustrophobia in the set, it stops that from tapping the creature.
It doesn't do anything to sagas, but that's not anything. There aren't any sagas in this set. People are very excited for this card in Constructed, mostly to turn off negative ETBs. I don't think there are going to be any negative ETBs you're excited to counter. There certainly aren't any in white, mono white at least. This card is primarily in limited going to be a 2-mana 1/3 with a bit of trinket, some text that will be annoying sometimes.
Yeah.
In a predictable or exciting way.
I mean, there's a chance. I've played against Hushbringer in Limited. I was annoyed by it.
Yeah, exactly. Hushbringer was a good comparison.
Yeah, Hushbringer was irritating sometimes.
Yeah, but sometimes it was a 2-mana 1/2 lifelink or whatever.
Yeah.
And it was just kind of whatever. The fact that this is a 1/3 and a relevant tribe, it actually, one counter on it and a 2/4 flyer is a fucking, I've never beaten a 2/4 flyer in my life.
I can't imagine beating a 2/4 flyer.
Yeah, I agree, right? I think that stat line is a big step up from a 1/2 flyer. And I think that alone puts it in C.
I think I'm leaning C- on it. I just think, especially for a rare.
Oh, especially for a rare means nothing, right?
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything.
Well, it means I'll see fewer of them during a draft. People just take them away from me. I think there's a chance I get to the end of the format having never played with this card.
Sure. Next, we have Study Break. This card's really interesting. I have some stuff to say about this. This is 1 and a white instant for tap up to 2 target creatures and then learn.
I mean, I'd play Pressure Point.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, the issue with tap effects like this, like Frost Breaths or whatever, is that they're high tempo but low value. You're down a card when you Frost Breath.
Mm-hmm.
This card, not down a card. I learned. Sounds great.
It's better than drawing a card, right? Because you're drawing a specific card.
Yes, definitely. We've established. We probably think learn is better than draw a card. How good is 1 and a white, tap 2 target creatures, draw a card? Excellent. That sounds like that's a lot better than Pressure Point. Admittedly, most of the lessons aren't high tempo, unless you're getting one of the creatures.
Grab the creatures,
cells.
Right? Yeah, that's
it's
not bad.
It also, unlike put a count on target creature, you can cast it on turn 2 to just as 2 mana learn, do nothing.
That's true.
Because it's up to 2 target creatures, and I imagine you'll do that some percentage of the time. Yeah, I think this card's pretty solid. This is a good aggressive card. It triggers Magecraft pretty cheap. Like, the Magecraft deck really wants Study Breaks, almost certainly.
It also works with Mavinda. And where Mavinda's a mythic, but you can target one of their creatures, one of my creatures.
After you've attacked with your creature. But before they've blocked.
I think it's good in aggressive decks because it pushes through blockers. It's good in defensive decks because gain 4 life, draw a card is a, tap 2 of their attackers before they attack and learn. It sounds like a really good control effect. I'm into it.
Yeah, seems decent. Yeah, C+.
Yeah, I think you've talked me up to C+ as well. I was ready for just.
I would never look at this card normally, so I just sort of skipped over it. But yeah, those are all good arguments.
This is the set for this card, right?
Yeah,
you have 2 Magecraft triggers that turn.
Yeah.
All of the lessons are sorcery.
For sure.
A card that when I was first looking at the set, I was worried that I was like, all the learn cards are so expensive, the tempo's bad. But no, Pressure Point with a lot of upside is great. Cool. Next, we have Thundering Errata. This is 1 and white for a 2/2 vigilance, core wizard, so not relevant creature types. When it attacked, it gains flying until the end of turn if you control a creature with flying. The same is true for First Strike, Double Strike, Death Touch, Indestructible, Lifelink, Menace, and Trample. Flying is the most relevant of these by a lot. It's
the most common one you probably come across as well.
I'm going to do a quick check for those other abilities, but I'm pretty sure they basically don't exist.
There'll be some menace somewhere, surely.
Devil Strike, we're looking at a couple of rares. 1 rare and 2 mythics.
Yeah, there's no others in white.
There is a red common that is a 1/2 Double Strike. For what it's worth.
It's the Goblin from Eldraine.
It's not that good.
He's back.
It only gives the abilities when it attacks, so Death Touch isn't the most relevant. For what that's worth.
Is there much menace? It's 1 rare with menace. It's a black common 1-drop with menace.
Indestructible is nothing. There's some combat tricks that give indestructible or whatever. Menace. The red, white, gold card is a 5 mana 4/4 vigilance menace. Doesn't even give vigilance. And then otherwise there's some rares. There's there's a black green common that has menace. And there's a black 1/1 with menace. Realistically, the issue with this is the fail case is it's a 2/2 vigilance for 2. And the very likely situation is that this is a 2/2 flying vigilance a decent percentage of the time. I don't think it's maybe there's black white the spirit token. We've seen a bunch of flyers.
There's a bunch of common flyers.
I think once it's a 2/2 flying vigilance, it's a really solid. It's a very
I don't think you need to go off with this. I think if you manage to get an ability on there or a ++1 counter on there, it's going to be doing some work.
Yeah.
I think it's a
C+.
Yeah, it's not going to get C range, is it?
Something around that.
It's not to be, but C+. I will say I don't think it's worth working really hard. Do a count. Maybe play a lifelink or everything, but don't play 1 mana 1/2 double strikes without any synergy just to enable this card. That's not valid for the most part. Cool. We are done with.
What's this next card? Sweet.
I'm gonna have someone else read the cards that are white because I've read all the cards and my voice hurts.
Who do you want to read? I guess I'll read then.
Thanks for volunteering, Stu.
All right.
Fall on that sword for us all.
Look, I can't read, so it's going to be hard. Arcane Subtraction, 1 and a blue instant. Target creature gets -4/-0 until end of turn. Learn.
This card seems great in the same way that Study Break does. I think.
I think it seems much better than Study Break. You get to use it as a combat trick. Like, if you trade 1/1 with this and learn, that's great.
Yeah, it's
that's fair.
6/2 It pushes damage a little bit less well than Study Break.
Yes, it's much more defensive.
Your opponent's less likely to be dead. It also does require a creature in play. You can't cycle it on turn 2.
That's true.
But I think I'm going to give it the same rating. I think this is just a really good trick that draws a card, and I'm excited to play it. C+.
Yeah, because it's another one of these effects that typically isn't particularly strong. Like they're fine,
right,
but with learn on it, it's just significantly better. Yeah.
Like, I mean, honestly, -4/-0 draw a card would be a really good.
For one of these that was investigate, I played Jace's Studio or whatever.
Yeah, fair enough.
I played that card a lot.
Fair enough.
But no, it's only better than draw a card if you draft multiple lessons. Like, you have to pick these up, and you have to pick up a toolbox of them.
Yes, I do think that is something. Like, when we are that is something we've done. Is right now we are assuming that basically every draft will end up with 1 or 2 lessons in its sideboard for free. But when you think about how actually drafting a deck works in Limited, you don't have that big a sideboard, generally speaking. Like, the cards end up in your deck.
It's true.
It might be harder than you might end up having to play a 24th and 25th playable in your deck or whatever, or some really sketchy ones because you wasted some where you would normally have picked up your 23rd card on a lesson because just filling out a lesson deck is something. But I certainly think it's a pro. I am treating Learn like you have at least a couple of lessons in your sideboard all the time.
Yeah, I'm just checking through our white cards. We gave out 1 or 2 Fs to uncommons. This set seems to have quite a few playables in it. I'm not sure we're going to be scrounging that off.
No, but it's worth talking about.
All right. Archmage, I think Emeritus. 2 blue. Creature, human, wizard is a 2/2. Really simple, this one. Magecraft, whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, draw a card. Seems decent.
I think this is a classic control win condition. It's a low tempo play. But
for sure.
Think, as soon as you start casting Arcane Subtraction, go get my 3-mana spell. You are going to bury your opponent in card advantage. So many instants and sorceries go fetch more other instants and sorceries. There's several blue cantrippy style cards. I think this is going to bury your opponent pretty effectively.
What holds this off from being an A for me, I think I'm going to give it a B+, is... 1, you use plenty of instant sorcery in your deck, but also it's a 4-mana 2/2 that you need to untap with. You tap out for this, and then they just kill it and play a 3-drop or whatever.
It's going to be vulnerable to all the removal spells and stuff. Yeah, I think B+ is right.
I just checked the card it reminds me the most of, which is Lunar Mystic from I think Avacyn Restored, and that card never saw any play.
The card that it reminds me most of, because Jethro mentioned it basically, is the Green Eidolon, the 4-mana 2/2 Constellation draw card.
That drew a card when it ETB'd though.
Yeah, that card was definitely better because it cantripped when it ETB'd, whereas this doesn't.
It's a good point that Lunar Mystic was kind of garbage.
Yeah, but only
Lunar Mystic you had to pay 1.
You had to pay 1, and it was only instants. So.
Yeah, and that set didn't have a cast. That set didn't have a card in it.
That's true. That set only had.
Why would I play a 4-mana 2/2? I need playable. Damn it!
I didn't affect sorceries. Yeah, gross. What card?
Now I've reminded everyone that Lunar Mystic exists.
Weird card for Stuart to suddenly remember. No offense.
Hey man, hey! I'm trying to make it work for years.
During the 3 months Avacyn Restored was in standards.
It's true. Okay. Burog Befuddler, 1 and a blue. It's a frog wizard 2/1. It has flash. When Burog Befuddler enters the battlefield, target creature and opponent controls get -1/-. Sorry. Target creature and opponent controls gets -1/-0 until end of turn.
He looks like he's having a great time.
So it's there's been a lot of this effect recently, right? There was the 1/2 in Kaldheim, the 1/1 in Zendikar that just gave a creature -2/-0.
Yeah. The best of those was Fairy Duelist, but yeah, we've had a lot of those kind of effects. I think this is worse than all of those.
Yeah, because it's only -1.
If this had 2 toughness, I'd be so much higher on it, so that it could ambush a creature.
I think I would rather have this be a 1/2 than a 2/1 because yeah, it doesn't ambush well. Like the only creatures it can ambush are things with 1 power, and who's attack? Like what? Why? What do you think's happening? People don't play 1/1. Those aren't hard to ambush. Just play your 2/2. You killed it for free.
Yeah.
It is a more aggressive stat line. Like it beats ish. I agree. It's probably fine. Like,
wait,
whenever that combat trick wins your combat, like you attack your 2/2 into their 2/2.
Yeah.
Turn 3, you flash this in. You feel great, but I think a reasonable percentage. Like, I think it's much harder to get that ambush value off, and a Goblin Piker with flash is not exciting.
Yeah, I think this is a D.
I think it's a little better than that. I'm going to give it a D+. Stuart, you haven't filled in some.
I'm sorry. What do I say about the Archmage B?
I don't know. I just think Piker's fundamentally
fine. Sure.
A little better than regular D.
All right.
Maybe that's not true.
Burying Books.
No, I'm happy with D+.
Okay, Matt's decided. B+. Burying Books. 4 and a blue. Instant. This spell costs 2 less to cast if it targets an attacking creature. Put target creature into its owner's library second from the top. It's a good defensive spell.
So yeah, you're comparing it to like Grip Tide or whatever.
Time Ebb.
Time Ebb was a sorcery. There was a 5 mana that did totally lost.
Totally
that
lost.
Was,
yeah.
Any non-land permanent for 5 mana. Put it on top. Second from the top is probably better than So there's 2 things. On top locks your opponent out of the game in a way that second from the top doesn't. They get one draw to maybe get there. Which is kind of nothing. I don't know. It does mean you have a full extra turn. Like if it's their bomb that you can never beat while it's in play, you have a full extra turn cycle to find a counter spell or untap with your counter spell, whatever.
So what I like about this in this set is that it kills tokens and it kills counters. Like if they've got a 2-drop that they've put 2+1/+1 counters on, it's a big threat, and now they're going to have to draw that again as a 2-drop on like turn 6.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's going to be a huge tempo gain for you, and you're always getting your card back. Like you're just casting this on a creature, like you've eaten one of their draw steps, you stop them attacking you. I've given it a C+. I think I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a C. I think
C feels right to me.
Pretty decent.
C+ could well be right, but I think C+ is appropriate. But when you're the beatdown, paying 5 mana for this is unexciting enough that I'm going to give it a C.
Okay. Curate.
Beatdown in all my games, so.
That's true. He is. Curate. 1 and a blue. Instant. Look at the top 2 cards of your library. Put any number of them into your graveyard and the rest back on top of your library in any order. Draw a card.
They love printing Preordain.
They do.
At instant speed for 2 mana. They've done it in like 3 sets now. This is slightly better than that. Into your graveyard is on average better than the bottom of your library. But yeah, you know what? It's meaningfully better than the bottom of your library.
Yeah.
Things do things in your graveyard. There's basically no downside of having a card in your graveyard. Preordain in a Magecraft set is probably pretty exciting.
Yeah, that's true. But still, whatever.
Yeah, I think every deck's going to have 1 or 2 payoffs for spells. Like, I think Opt would be insane in this set, right?
Yes.
And this is what we're getting instead, is like a bad Anticipate. That's Preordain. Much closer to Preordain. What is the name of the 2-mana instant speed Preordain? Just Omen of the Sea? Should we just call it Omen of the Sea?
Omen of the Sea, right? Standard staple Omen of the Sea.
Well, they printed Omen of the Sea as an instant in like the uncommon, in like the recent core set.
Yeah, who knows?
I have no idea what it's called, what it does. I've never seen it.
Yeah, I think I'm going to give this a C. I think
I'm going to go C minus.
Yeah,
there's a chance you end up cutting it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
C
Divide by 0, 2 and a blue. Instant.
Here's the. Sorry, Stuart, I'm going to interrupt the card. I just suddenly thought. I think I would take like a medium lesson over Curate. so that my learn cards are turned on. I think that's sort of where I'm drawing the line between like C and C minus somewhere.
I don't know. I think if Magecraft didn't exist, I'd give it a C minus. I just think that incidental Magecraft for free is exciting enough. But yeah, I think that's fine.
If we're durdling with lessons, though, is this the kind of card that we want to
do more durdling with? Yes.
Okay. Yeah, no, you know what goes with durdling? More durdling.
Yeah, you should always cast your 4th Behold, that's true. Divide by 0, 2 and a blue. Instant. Return target spell or permanent with mana value 1 or greater to its owner's hand. Learn.
So this is
everything?
Several things to trick you here.
But not tokens?
Target spells in a way you wouldn't expect it to, and doesn't bounce tokens in a way that the only, like, it's quite clever design. All things considered, as well as being a clever pun. Like,
yeah,
I think they've done great. 10 out of 10. I love it. I love all the bits.
A+ from Matt. It's his favourite card in the set. It's in all his decks.
Remand is a very powerful Magic card.
That's true. Reminder does cost 2.
I'm big on this in the same way I'm big on Berry. I think that, it misses on tokens, but it hits on spells, and you still get all the +1/+1 counters.
Yeah,
you can target your own stuff for value, potentially.
True.
Yeah, the fact that it hits on, like, not only, like, it's a Remand that can target permanents. That sounds so good. Like, yeah, I think C+.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
I mean,
it's not proactive enough to be a B-.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The Remand that could target permanents but didn't draw a card was very bad.
Yeah.
Did anyone
down the cards?
Did anyone play when Venza was in limited? I think we're all too young for that, but did anyone do it?
We played some fun.
No, I've only played Venza in Cube.
Oh yeah, same. Cool. Dream Strix, 2 and a blue. It is a creature bird illusion. It's a 3/2. It flies. Whenever it becomes the target of a spell or ability... Oh, no, sorry. No. Whenever Dream Strix becomes the target of a spell, sacrifice it. When Dream Strix dies, learn.
This card's great.
I love illusions. They're my favourites.
The fact it doesn't die to abilities means it's very rare that your opponent can kill it for free. Mm-hmm. Obviously, there are some...
Tap it, else dead.
Even if they target it with a lesson spell, the spell is countered and they don't get to learn most of the time.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, I guess the tap 2 creatures.
Yeah, tap 2 creatures.
Yeah, if it's tap 2, they do, but if it's -4/-0, they don't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they don't, and you get to, like, you're up cards when they do that. Yeah. They spent a removal spell, you got to learn. Like, and if it doesn't go answered, a 3/2 flyer for 3 is incredibly strong.
Yeah, real good.
Like, when they have to block it or whatever, or deal with it without that text, or they use a removal spell, but
it
anyway.
Exactly.
Then you're up a card. Like, I think this card's A-.
Yeah, I agree. Really card's real strong.
I think this card's like a B.
Oh, actually, yeah. Is it a bomb? It's probably not a bomb.
It's not like it doesn't do anything for you when you're behind.
Box.
Like, it's good on curve. It's an efficient threat, but it's
like a 3/2 that blocks and draws a card sounds like a totally fine card when I'm behind.
But you're not giving Byway Courier an A.
No, I think Jethro's right.
Because that doesn't kill them. Like, yeah.
It's not. It's not the card on its own. I mean, it might win a game because it hits them a bunch of times in the air, but it's not like a game-winning bomb. Like, it's not.
Yeah, A's will swing the ball.
Yeah,
like...
this.
Okay.
I think a B+. I'm happy with.
I don't think it's as high as B+ even.
You think it's a B?
No, I think it's better than Paolo.
I know. We've just looked at all of those white. What did we give Paolo?
B. I gave it a B. I think it's better than Paolo. We all gave Paolo a B.
All right.
I think it's basically the same as Paolo. It's got the same amount of power as a flyer, and I think the tempo that you gain potentially from Paolo is worth the card advantage that you gain from Strix.
Okay.
Sure.
Frost Trickster, 2 and a blue. It is a creature bird wizard. It flies. It's a 2/2. When Frost Trickster enters the battlefield, tap target creature and opponent controls. That creature doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step.
This is an A.
Yeah, this is... It's at least a B+. Like, this is almost certainly Blue's best common. Like, this card's obscenely strong. Frostlinks has always been excellent. Giving it flying
No, it
makes it a lot
flies.
better. I don't think it's an A. I think that's...
No, it's not a bomb.
This card's definitely worse than Dreamstrix to me.
Yeah, this is what I'm struggling with now. Is I'm like, I want to give this a B, but then I'm saying it's the same as Dreamstrix.
Yeah, I think this is almost certainly Blue's best common.
B. Simple. Done. Good tempo cards. Probably will kill them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ingenious Master.
Yeah. I don't think there's there's no. It doesn't actually have any synergy with anything. That's the other thing. Actually, that's not true. If you're somehow blue-white, it has a lot of synergy with XL target tapped creature. Shouldn't probably be blue-white because
who knows, man?
Works.
Who knows? People played the wrong guilds in Ravnica in 2013, so.
Cool.
Ingenious Mastery, X2 and a blue sorcery. You may pay 2. Oh, I'll go through that in the end. I'll read the effect first, and then we'll go back to that. So, what is the effect?
It's draw X cards.
It's draw X cards. Sure.
Draw X cards.
God, this card's confusing.
It's Blue Sun Zenith, right?
Yeah, but easier to cast.
Yeah, and I think Blue Sun Zenith was a bomb, if I remember correctly. Like 6 mana draw 3, and 7 mana draw 4, which is where it starts to get really good. Cards I played.
Yeah, it was a bomb, but it was slow. Blue Sun Zenith was good.
Yeah.
Part of what made it good was that you could draw it again.
Yeah, Blue Sun Zenith uses that back into your deck.
Yeah, so you couldn't.
And it was an instant.
Sure.
Yes, it was an instant, which is relevant. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I think
So this card also has an alternate cost. I'll read out the alternate cost.
It's probably worth an opportunity, basically, always. So it's going to be like it's not an A, I don't think.
No, it's not a bomb.
No.
So the alternate cost is you may pay 2 and a blue rather than pay the spell's mana cost. If the 2 and a blue cost was paid, you draw 3 cards, then an opponent creates 2 treasure tokens and they scry 2.
So this is really interesting. So this is terrible on turn 3. Just extremely never do that ever. Because accelerating your opponent in the early stages of the game, you can't unless you have a wrath in hand or whatever, the tempo is just going to kill you. Like you're not gonna have time to put those cards to good use. They also get to scry 2, which they're really likely to find something to spend that treasure on and just murder you.
Yeah, if you're 100% sure that they've got nothing but lands left and you're missing land drops or whatever, so you fire this off for 3, well, they get to scry 2. They get to find whatever it is they need.
And the issue is that the point of the game where that's true, I want to cast it as an X spell.
Yeah.
I think it's I think you're not likely to use that mode very often. The time it's good is we're in that late game top decking situation where you also want to draw something and then kill them with it on the same turn.
Or you want to trigger Magecraft multiple times in one turn.
You want to do some Magecrafty stuff, sure. I think most of the time though, you should be playing this as a Blue Sun Zenith, as a 6 mana draw 5, 6 mana draw 3, or a 7 mana draw 4, which is probably a
B-, I think.
B-, sounds about right. It's especially worth pointing out that kind of effect probably has diminishing returns in a set with Learn, where you can kind of
that's true
get away with putting your advantage cards in your sideboard to some extent.
Yes, you're going to be getting card advantage not from that sort of big effect, but from a series of incremental value trades.
Yeah, and the fact that, so I think B- sounds about right.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up... If the format's very slow, this could be much better than that.
Yeah.
Because 7 mana draw 4 might just be the nuts.
Mm-hmm.
But there are formats where you could never cast that spell.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, ready to move on?
Yeah.
Kelpie Guide, 2 and a blue. It's a creature beast. It's a 2/2. It has tap, untap another target permanent you control, or tap target permanent. Activate only if you control 8 or more lands.
This card's insane.
This card's great, right? Yeah.
This is ramp as
it
well.
ramps you, yeah.
It's a ramp that's an icy manipulator. The fact it can tap their lands if you get to that stage of the game. Obviously tapping their lands isn't good once you have 8 lands, probably, but cutting them off one of their splash colours can be. And the fact, like, it's accelerant. It's not the worst body I've ever seen. There's some untapped tap synergy stuff in some of the gold cards. Vaguely, that's kind of nothing, but it's good with the exile target tapped creature. Yeah, I think this card's likely to be very good.
The blue cards so far have been excellent. Like, this is our...
Yeah.
I'm giving this a B. It's like our 4th B in a row.
It's definitely a B.
And the only miss has been Befuddler.
2 of them were rares, but yes. Yeah. I think a B makes sense here. Yeah, it's great on curve, it's great late game. Those effects get high ratings.
Yeah, solid. Alright, Mentor's Guidance, 2 in a blue, sorcery. When you cast this spell, copy it if you control a Planeswalker, Cleric, Druid, Shaman, Warlock, or Wizard. Scry 1, then draw a card.
Almost all of the creatures in this set are those. But fundamentally, there's 5 spellcaster creature types in this set, representing
each color,
roughly each of the clans in the guild. Obviously, not every card. Obviously, not literally every creature is those, but a lot of them are. I think it's incredibly easy to get that value, and once it is, scry 1, draw a card, scry 1, draw a card. That's a really good divination.
It's a good divination, right?
It triggers Magecraft twice at that point as well.
That's true. Yeah, it's much better than divination. It's not as good as divination on turn 3, unless you have the 2-drop, obviously. And one of the things divination does that's good is it helps you hit those land drops.
Yes.
Make sure that you're curving out consistently.
It's still a card I can play on turn 3 if I'm missing a land drop, though. I have a card advantage at that point, but I am going to hit my land drop.
And this again is card advantage that we're sort of thinking we'll be getting from our learn packages rather than from spells in our deck. But it's way better than Ingenious Mastery, I think. Because, better that might be strong, but as good as.
Which one was Ingenious Mastery?
It's the
Yeah.
Blue sound.
Because here we're doing this on curve, right?
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's just a C, though. I don't think I'd
What does divination get in a normal set?
Good, about a C.
Yeah, I think it's probably about a C. Because it's worse on turn 3 some percentage of the time, and when it's better, it's not that much better.
A card you're happy to have in your deck, and it does stuff, but it's not going to break.
I'm probably not cutting it very often.
I'm going C+. I think double trigger Magecraft might be huge.
That's fair.
I can believe that, but I'm going to give it a C.
And a lot of the Magecraft creatures are going to be those creature types, right?
Absolutely, almost all of them, in fact.
Yeah.
All right. Mercurial Transformation, 1 in the blue. This is a sorcery lesson. Until end of turn, target non-land permanent loses all abilities and becomes your choice of a blue frog creature with base power and toughness 1/1, or a blue octopus creature with base power and toughness 4/4.
How does this work if I target an enchantment aura?
It becomes a 1/1 frog.
It falls off.
And so then when it stops being the aura, it dies?
No, I believe they'll get to reattach it, right? If an aura enters the battlefield.
Do we get to move it?
I don't know.
The rules thing isn't up for the set yet, so we can't evaluate it. Okay, so I think this card's kind of bad, though.
But
if
the
it was
frog
instant,
synergies.
it'd be pretty good because it's a combat trick.
Yeah.
Not a combat, they just won't block with their 1/1, and there aren't that many creatures that get that good when you take away. One of the jokes with this card is targeting my 0/0s with X counters on it. You can play it as give one of my fractals +4/+4. That's definitely one of the jokes. I imagine one of the jokes is also turn my do nothing non-land permanent I have in play for some reason into a 4/4 and kill you.
We've done it.
One of those are card advantage. All of those are not turning the card advantage inherent in lesson into actual card advantage. They're turning it into damage, and given how low tempo they are, it doesn't sound super good. I think lessons are hard to evaluate. Sometimes this is going to be the absolute nuts, and you're going to want it in your sideboard.
Sorry, did you mention the fact that the blue-green, there's a theme where it makes 0/0s and it makes them bigger?
Yeah.
Did I blank on that? I just must blank, sorry.
Yeah. So the blue and green have make 0/0 the x-axis. So sometimes this is 2 mana, give a fractal +4/+4 until the end of turn. It's not that exciting.
No, that's true. You're right.
Yeah, turning things into a frog isn't anything. Like sometimes you'll tap their flyer effectively by removing flying, but that's not worth a card. Yeah.
All right.
Sideboard C- sounds about right. Which is what Jethro's given it.
Yeah.
The rules right now don't make it over whether or not an aura would reattach.
No one knows.
I've quickly skimmed 303.4 and it's not obvious.
That's my favourite section. Multiple choice. Multiple choice. X and a blue. Sorcery. If X is 1, scry 1, then draw a card. If X is 2, you may choose a player. They return a creature they control to its owner's hand. If X is 3, create a 4/4 blue and red elemental creature token. If X is 4 or more, do all of the above.
So you basically always want to cast this as a 5 mana card. Like 4 mana 4/4 is not enough better than a 5 mana 4/4 that bounces one of their creatures, scries ones, and draws a card. That's worth it. I don't want to cast this as a 5 mana 4/4 that scries one, draws a card, and then they bounce a creature. That's close to Muldrifter. Like, I'm excited by that. I think that's a very powerful effect.
But it also has the option of doing those other things.
It's
like,
true.
if I have a 5-drop in hand already and want to be on board or triggering Magecraft this turn or whatever, fine. Sure. Let's make a 4/4.
Yeah,
get them.
Yeah, and 2 mana Preordain as a sort of, like, no, not quite Preordain, but yeah, the fact is, when you're worried about missing your land drop on turn 3, you can just go, fine, cycle this.
Yeah,
is definitely
time to opt.
Sometimes
you play Muldrifter as divination.
I know casting it as 5 is so tempting, but a 4 mana 4/4 has been in the last couple of sets, and they're pretty good, and they normally have drawbacks. And this is just a 4/4.
I think that the tempo you gain by returning one of their creatures is enough worth that. Like,
yeah, I'm just saying that mode is usable. It's not.
Yeah, 4 mana 4/4 is like a good common, but for this 5 mana card is much better than that.
It's worth noting it's their choice. Like, if you put a negative enchantment on one of their creatures, if they have a good ETB, like, that might be downside.
Yeah, sure. It might be the complete nuts when their only creatures are fractal.
Yeah.
You don't have to bounce the creature, because you may choose a player, so you can just cast it for 5, but then just do the scry, draw a card, then make the 4/4.
Yeah, that's true. Also, you can bounce your own thing.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, okay, this is an A. A minus.
Yeah. I've given it an A minus. I honestly think it could be an A.
Why have I given it an A minus?
Yeah, I'll be A. It's an A.
Yeah, I think this is good enough when you're behind. Yeah. What more do I want?
Only one blue as well. Like,
yeah.
Easy to cast.
I thought that, right? It's not even double blue.
Pop quiz.
Now this is divination.
2 and a blue. Instant. Draw a card. Learn. Yes, divination.
Yeah, instant speed divination would already be good. Like a significant step over divination. And again, there are going to be times where learn is worse than draw a card. Like, we are definitely playing. Like, we have made all our evaluations like learn is a step up over draw a card.
It can't draw lands.
Not true. You can't draw lands. You can choose to discard a card and draw a card.
Yeah, you could do that
if you really want to. But even how that's catalog, right? 2 and blue instant, draw a card, discard a card, draw a card.
Catalog is bad. Unless you're madnessing something.
Sure.
Which you won't be doing in this set.
No. Nor are you going to reanimate or whatever, right? You have to discard first for catalog?
I think it's on resolution.
So it's after?
Yeah, it's just draw 2, discard.
Okay. So catalog is better than this card if you're playing it as catalog.
Unfortunately, Skyfall has given it to me in French, and I don't understand. I guess I spelled catalog the French way. Yeah.
Classic.
I think this is a flat C. I think there's better ways to get card advantage, but between Magecraft and learning.
I think the fact, like as Stuart says, the fact you can't get lands does mean that there are, like, admittedly there is a lesson that gets lands, but on turn 3,
2 more mana,
hoping to hit your land up for turn 4, it is worse at divination than that.
Yes.
And that active. Yes. Cool.
Reject.
Sometimes it tutors for your bomb. So.
Yeah, sure. Reject 1 and a blue. Instant. Counter target creature or planeswalker spell unless its controller plays 3. If that spell is countered this way, exile it instead of putting it into its owner's graveyard. Good with the dog combos.
This is mostly a bad Essence Scanner, right?
Or a bad mana leak.
That's not a good comparison. I don't know. Like, mana leak's great.
Yeah, but this is a mana leak that only targets creatures and planeswalkers.
Yeah, the Planeswalker text is basically trinket text. Yes, obviously, when you get a Planeswalker, you'll feel like the smartest kid in the playground.
Which is the whole point of the set.
In the set. But fundamentally, you're playing this as counter-target creature unless its controller plays 3.
Yeah, I'm going D- on this. This is the spell set. If their play for the turn is a token, or or like just a divination, or like the set's full of spells that do things. That's the whole point.
And especially if we're playing these long grindy games, the pay 3 gets way worse. So.
Okay, resculpt 1 and a blue. Instant exile target artifact or creature. Its controller creates a 4/4 blue and red elemental creature token.
So I think the thing with this card is that it's not rapid hybridization. It's I want to target my stuff.
Yeah,
I don't
right.
want to target my opponents.
Yeah.
I want to target my excavated wall on turn 2 and kill them. Like, this is in Soul Artifact. This is Scissors. And I think that makes it a build around C or something.
Well, okay, so it's like a counterspell, right? Because they go to remove one of your creatures, and you're like, okay, well now my creatures are 4/4.
Oh, sure. I hadn't thought of that mode. Sure. Like sack a creature, make a 4/4?
Basically.
Yeah, but it's instant speed.
Sure.
Are there any like value artifacts? I guess we just don't know it.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't any like prophetic prisms or whatever. Though I really wish there was. But there are definitely some like kind of dorky. Fundamentally, the two things that are closest to prophetic prism can stack themselves to draw a card anyway. Yeah, so there aren't any like cantrippy artifacts that are... And it's kind of a shame because we've got the white thing that exiles something to make a 3/2 as well. It'd be nice if there was a prophetic prism around, but no. So there isn't. It's hard to find something that's an actual like do nothing, sit and play permanent.
I think I'm going to go C- on this. I think I'm going to end up cutting it like Ravenform and things.
Yeah.
But it'll probably play okay when you do play it.
I think Ravenform only targeting their stuff makes this quite a different card.
Yeah, I agree. I think the primary mode of this, like, there are bombs that I would rather they have a 4/4.
So it's like
most of the time I want to upgrade my guy to a 4/4.
You can target your own stuff with Ravenform, but it's a sorcery.
Oh, can you? Oh, so that's the problem. So it's like Angelic Ascension, right? From Call 21.
Yes, Angelic Ascension is a good comparison actually.
That card was quite good.
Yeah, agreed.
Obviously, this doesn't fly.
No, so what you're losing is this isn't a 4/4. Like a 4/4 fly just won you the game.
Yeah.
Whereas a 4/4 is less likely to. The upside is you can target your artifacts, and you can the mode of target your opponent's creature when it's just killing you or whatever is relevant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I think
C-
I think I'm on
probably.
C-. Agreed.
I've gone up to C given the Angelic Ascension comparison.
I think the lack of flying will make it a lot
I just don't
worse.
think you can't just jam this in any deck. You need to find.
It's a spell. It's going to be triggering your Magecraft. It's like
responsive spells triggering Magecraft.
It's doing the thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think you have to think about this a little hard. I'll cut it a lot for my deck, so I think that makes it C- to me.
All right, Serpentine Curve, 3 and a blue, sorcery. Create a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token. Put X plus 1/1 counters on it, where X is 1 plus the total number of instant and sorcery cards you own in exile and in your graveyard. Does this card count as itself?
No, but it adds 1 for itself anyway.
Yeah. This card's probably it doesn't update, so it doesn't get like one of the things like some of these like in the past we've had stars where stars is the number of instant sources in your graveyard, and they get bigger over time. That's part of the appeal is you get to play it on turn 4 and it's a 2/2. Like this is terrible on curve. Like there's like it's a 4-mana 2/2 at best. Like sometimes it's a 4-mana 1/1. It's just garbage. There is some there's several fractal synergies, but I think for the most part you're going to be underwhelmed by this as a on curve play. Yeah, I maybe build around. Maybe you end up with a deck that's you know when this is a 4-mana 7/7, it's kind of cool. But I think it's really hard to get to that stage, even with all the lessons and the learning stuff. Putting cards in your
I'm
graveyard.
gonna put it as a D+. I think I'll end up.
I'm going to build around C. I think it'll be possible to make this work.
I think it's worth. Yeah, I think it's worth putting the effort in potentially.
Okay.
Maybe build around C+. I think.
No.
If you can get this to a 4-mana, there's been cards previously that were very similar to this, right?
The issue is it's a 4-mana 7/7 on turn 8. Like it's not a 4-mana 7/7 on turn. Like when it's cheap, it's still not. On
yeah, but on turn 8 you can do this plus another thing.
Yeah.
You can do a divination, draw this, and then play it. Like that sounds legit.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm going to give it a C. I don't think it's a C+, and there's definitely a chance that it's not worth the effort at all.
Snow Day, 4 blue, instant, tap up. Sorry, Jethro, what?
Just like there's a card called Snow Day, sorry.
Tap up to 2 target creatures. Those creatures don't untap during their controller's next untap step. Draw 2 cards, then discard a card. So it's 2 Frost Breaths.
This is kind of wild.
I'm furious this isn't a snow instant. Oh my wall.
It's a weird effect. So normally when I look at Frost Breaths, I'm thinking about it as a high tempo. I'm gonna kill you in the time that it takes for your creatures to untap. This doesn't do that very well. Like maybe it does, but it costs 6, so probably not.
Yeah. This feels closer to a fog.
Yes, slow them down,
what
draw 2.
Closer to is like gain 6, draw 2, discard a card.
It's not a great draw rate.
Like, yeah, the issue is that you're not actually getting card advantage at that point. So it's a weird card to evaluate for sure. Like so when you're behind, like what I want when I draw 2, discard a card is the time to cast the new cards I've got. I guess.
So the situation, like the best case scenario for this that I'm drawing up in my head is I've got multiple Magecraft things out. So I cast this, I lock down your stuff, I get in there this turn, and I've reloaded my hand for next turn with more things that are going to trigger that Magecraft. Like, that's going to be the sort of situation that wins the game. But then this is very win more, right? This is like the 3rd or 4th blue common and uncommon that we've seen that draws cards.
It is also worth pointing out that we have already seen the only blue card with Magecraft.
Oh. No, there's one coming up.
What building?
Oh, no, there is one more, but it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, there are some gold cards with Magecraft, but blue is not... It's the prowess colour, it's not necessarily the Magecraft colour.
I was picturing like the blue-green hybrid-y thing and stuff, but that's a good point. I was picturing getting all these triggers. Maybe that's impossible.
I don't like this card very much. I'm not...
No, me neither.
No, I think it's pulling you in too many directions and it doesn't know what it's doing.
And it costs 6. I mean, like...
It does cost 6, yeah.
6 is a real difference from 5, like...
Yeah, for sure.
But how comparable is this to, like, Runnershaw?
Runnershaw made them cast all the spells again, like... And stop them drawing a card.
Yeah, this also gives you that card back with draw 2 discard, but they don't have to cast the stuff again? Yeah, right. Not as good. And Runnershaw was not premium.
Oh, that's not the stats by the end of the
In the end, it was, but I don't think, yeah.
No,
it was premium for a card that was wheeling, right?
Yeah,
sure. It as the weight of a premium card.
Yeah, I had a high win percentage, fundamentally.
I'm D, I think. Maybe D+. I don't know. Maybe
I think I'm D+.
It could be good.
Yeah, it's so hard to think about that card though.
Yeah. Could be eating our words, but this is also on like rather short and uncommon, so you'll see it a lot less. It won't be wheeling regularly because there won't be that many of them.
Yeah,
That's true.
6 mana instants definitely have the problem of like once you've left up 6 mana, if this somehow isn't good on the turn you leave it up, you have just killed yourself. You've just lost. You can't afford to lose 6 mana worth of tempo.
All right, solve the equation. 2 and a blue sorcery. Search your library for an instant or sorcery card. Reveal it. Put it into your hand, then shuffle. Funny, in a set with so many tutors for cards in your sideboard, that they also have a tutor for cards in your main deck. I agree.
Like, how many is like tutors? 3 mana tutors in general are not that good in limited because how many cards are bomby enough that you're willing?
Yeah, unless you've got a massive spell bomb that you have to get every game.
Exactly. And the fact that most bombs are the proactive cards that end a game, they don't tend to be instants and sorceries. They tend to be planeswalkers or creatures.
To be fair, apart from that 7 mana colour
they will tend more. Like, if you've got a multiple choice, is it worth going and getting it with this?
No.
Like, that's an instant sorcery that we gave an A a minute ago.
Or a mascot expedition or something. But that is a lesson, so you can grab it with that.
I think fundamentally, like, there's a cycle of mythic dragons in this set. Like,
that's true.
There's plenty of bombs that I want to get that aren't instants and sorceries. There's 4 planeswalkers and a cycle of dragons. Like, yes, there are.
Yeah, I'm just giving this an F. I'm never going to play this.
Yeah,
I think I agree.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think I'm playing it either. I mean, no one played Grim Tutor in Core 21.
Honestly, the way I want to draw into my instant sorcery bomb is cast divination.
All right, Soothsayer Adept, 1 and a blue creature, Murphic Wizard. It's a 1/3. 1 blue, tap, draw a card, then discard a card. Fine, I guess.
It's very expensive to do the looting effect, but it is a body that blocks, and it.
This is a reprint, right? We've had one of these before. Or did it cost 4 to do the looting on the last one?
I don't think it's certainly not a card called Soothsayer.
The Ikoria one.
No,
the Ikoria one was a 2 mana 1/2, I think, that did the same thing for the same cost.
Sure.
I think this is fine, but unexciting. It's like a C minus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think. The 1 for D minus. Yeah, C minus seems fine. Maybe a D.
Maybe a D plus. I'm gonna give it D plus. I think.
Nah. It depends how often you're leaving up instants. If your deck has like curates and arcane subtractions, it gets much better.
No, that's true. I guess
you've got because honestly, leaving up 1 and a blue represents multiple common things you could have, which is relevant. In fact, actually, you know what? There's also Burrock Befuddler. If my opponent leaves up 1 and a blue, I have to think really hard. And
all right,
I think that's relevant.
No,
and Resculpt. You know what? There's 4 instants for 1 and a. And reject. There's every card in the set. Which does make all of them better.
But still not
Miracle. I think it's still your graveyard, which matters for multiple things, right?
I guess.
Sort of, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the red-white is all about that. The Serpentine Curve is about that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Symmetry Mage, 1 blue. Creature Human Wizard is a 0/2. It has flying. Magecraft, whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery, target creature you control has base power 2 until end of turn.
So I think this is obviously comparable to the white 1-drop with Magecraft.
I think it's much better than the white one. The white one with flying.
Yeah, like it's worse. It's obviously worse in multiples. Like.
You can't go off like you can with the white one.
Yeah, you can. Yes, but it blocks their one flyers for that's there aren't many of those, but it does do that. And also, the fact that when you trigger Magecraft, they take 2 fairly consistently. I think it is. I'm much more likely to put this in my deck than I am the white one. It's also worth noting that it's goodish with the fractals. They all have 0 power.
It's okay. Yeah.
It wears counters pretty well.
Yeah.
It does. Oh yeah, you're right. You know, once it's a 1/3 flyer, I think I'm what just. There's a lot of blue cantripy spells. I think this might do quite a lot of work.
Yeah, you play this on turn 1, and then you just play a few spells between turns 3 and 5.
Behind. Like it has no text. It has no text at all for blocking. It is, it's a 1 mana it's a 2-on-5 that can't block or whatever. Like a Welkin turn is probably the best.
I mean, one of the common divinations and divide by 0 and stuff for all instant speed, like, you could probably manage to trade this off. If you're this
sure.
multiple blue divination-y stuff deck.
Sure.
I think I'm going to give this a build around C+. I think I'm...
Yeah, right.
I think this will work.
I'm just gonna give this. I think I'm gonna give it a C-. I'm not convinced.
You don't think you build around it? Like, I don't think you're jamming this in a regular deck. I think you do need to build around it.
To be fair, it's exactly the same grade I gave Clever Lunarmancer. Which
one was? That's the
white one, yeah. But this seems better than to me. Because I was too high on the white one. You go up and go down on it.
Once you're building around it, once you're putting the work in, the white one might actually, like, when you trigger it 3 times, you're going to feel way better about the white one.
Yeah.
Like, I think this is closer.
I just don't think I am going to trigger it 3 times. But I don't know the format that well.
This is worse in the deck that you've worked for it, but better in the deck where you haven't worked that hard for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Teachings of the Archaics. It's a sorcery lesson. If an opponent has more cards in hand than you, draw 2 cards. Draw 3 cards instead if an opponent has at least 4 more cards in hand than you. So, catch-up spell, I guess.
The issue with this... If your opponent has 4 more cards in hand than you, you're really fucking dead. It doesn't even catch you up. Right?
That's true.
They've got 4 cards. Like, it gets you closer, but they still are up cards on you at that point.
Yeah, well, it depends how they got those cards. Like, if they've traded 1-for-1 all game and they're up 4 cards, sure. If they've been slow at deploying than you and they're up 4 cards, this is insane. If I'm down those cards in hand because those cards are on the board...
Yeah, okay.
Sure. And this is a lesson, so it's not going in the deck. We're not going to draw it when it's dead. We're going to put it in our hand when it's good.
If this wasn't a lesson, you would never look at it. Like, you can't put a card like this in your deck. This is an absolute F in your deck. But yeah, I guess
Jethro
like
raises a good point,
out.
though, yeah.
If I go carve out like 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, something, something.
Draw 3.
This, and it like honestly, like a lesson that draws 2 is is 3 cards worth of cards.
Yeah, that's true.
And that sounds great, actually.
Yeah, lesson divination is good. I think this is up there with the mythic lesson if you're blue, which we all just gave an A. I think this is an A-.
No, I don't think.
No.
I'm close to O.
It's draw 3 cards.
I think the percentage of games where that's true is low enough that it's significantly lower than that. I'm closer to B- than A-.
I'm really excited to have this in a sideboard lesson package. I get that I'm not going to be able to get it every time, but when I do get it, I'm going to win those games.
How aggressive are the blue decks?
We don't know.
Yeah, fundamentally we don't know.
But
probably
not very. We've seen a bunch of card art.
And a bunch of cantrips. Yeah, I think I'm worried that if you're on the draw, you're just never fetching it ever. Yeah, I'm worried that the percentage of game, like on the games that you draw it is going to be like, okay, so how much better than Scry 2 draw a card is it in the game, like in this, because that's the comparison most of the time, right? Is that's a common lesson you can get a lot of the time.
Sure.
Like, obviously sometimes you get that nuts draw 3 and you've won the game, but like the comparison point to a card that we gave a C.
I actually think this is.
Yeah, I was higher on that card than everyone else, but yeah.
Like,
I was C+ on Introduction to Prophecy.
Sure. I just don't think the upgrade from Scry 2 draw a card to draw 2 cards is a full rating, and given that it's more situational, like
4 more than you, so they need. This is your last card in hand, and they're on 4 cards in hand. Yeah, okay, that's not going to happen very often. Yeah, okay, I'll go to B.
After you put it in your hand, you're not going to cast it that turn. They know you have this in their hand, and they're going to play their cards.
No, I'm going to play that, but yes.
Sure.
Like, if I end-step pop quiz. No, wait, don't draw cards.
Yeah, I'm going to give this a B-, I think. Sideboard, obviously, because that's how we rated these lessons.
That's true.
Yeah, sorry, I'll put the word sideboard there.
Oh, I've written that
yeah, like, I think I am wanting to put it in the games where it's good. It is good, and that's what you want your lessons to be, is situationally strong. I just am worried that the percentage of games where it's significantly better than a replacement level lesson is not high enough.
Yeah. All right, tempted by the Auric.
Yeah. We're probably going to stop at the end of blue, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to split this into two.
Well, we're not even halfway through.
Yeah, but we have a lot of intro
Yeah.
spiel. And figuring out what lessons were taken out.
Yeah. This is a really good activity. Like, I'm really psyched to listen to the other set reviews this week now that I've read all the cards and locked in some opinions on them. Kind of exciting.
All right.
Don't do that until we finish the review, though.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Tempted by the Auric. 1 blue, sorcery. For each opponent, gain control of up to one target creature or planeswalker that player controls with mana value 3 or less.
So this is Welcome to the Fold? It says checking what Welcome to the Fold does, but I remember it does. That was toughness 2 or less.
Yeah, or whatever the one that's on Modern Play was.
You've the shackle.
Oh, the X blue one?
No, the enchantment.
The 3 mana one.
Oh, yeah. Threads of Disloyalty.
Yeah. Still your Tarmogoyf.
It's when they cast their 3-drop and you immediately steal it, that is extremely good for you. You are way up on tempo. They are losing 3 mana worth of things and you are gaining 3 mana worth of things. Like, just
you're up on tempo and card advantage, right? Like, you trade 1 for 1 there, you got them. Like,
yeah, for sure. Obviously, sometimes it also gains any token.
That's including 10/10s.
Yeah, including the massive fractals, and I think that's pretty relevant. The only planeswalker in the set that costs 3 or less sucks. I'm gonna mention that. Not why you're playing this card or whatever, but don't. Like with most limited cards, ignore text that says planeswalkers. It's nice when it comes up when your common removal can answer the planeswalkers, but don't think about it.
Oh man, is that the same guy from Star Pupil? I've got to look up which of the Story Spotlight cards.
This one is a Story Spotlight. Auric is certainly the big bad of the set. We'll get to him in the golds.
Yeah, look at him.
Oh, there are two 3-mana planeswalkers. I apologise. They both suck. That's not true. I think Casmine is actually probably a bomb, but
she's terrible, but also a bomb.
If your opponent steals your planeswalker, you're going to feel bad enough. I think this is probably a B, maybe a B plus.
Yeah, B sounds reasonable, I think.
Yeah, I'm happy with B. It's not certainly not actual mind control, which is a solid A, right?
Yes.
It's definitely worse than that because there are bombs you can't steal. But I think the fact it gets fractal tokens is enough to push it up.
You also can't destroy it.
Yeah. They can't get it back.
It reminds me a little bit of the
Zen. Blue on turn 4 might be a little rough.
It reminds me a little bit of the Rogue one from Zendikar.
Oh, that one was way better, right? That one, you made itself cheaper and stole anything.
Yeah, but this is... it's still things that would cost X or less. So if it was the cheapest mode, if you put all the effort into it, it was 3 blue, steal a thing that costs 3.
Sure.
But that card was very good.
Remembering that right. That's why I'm bringing it up, because I think they're actually similar.
Sure.
But this is a cap, whereas the other one didn't.
I think honestly the fractal tokens push me over. I'm happy with B.
Yeah, all right.
I'm going B plus. I think even a bad mind control is always going to be a mind control, and I think being a sorcery might be an upside. I think triggering Magecraft. Keep saying it.
Okay, fair. Alright, Test of Talents, 1 in a blue. Instant. Counter target instant or sorcery spell. Search its controller's graveyard, hand, and library for any number of cards with the same name as that spell and exile them. That player shuffles, then draws a card for each card exiled from their hand this way.
It's a sideboard C-, D+.
Good against my deck that wants to have 4 Demon Bolts in it. But...
it's worse than Negate. I would rather have Negate.
It is worse than Negate. I would rather have Negate. You get to see their library. I wish it searched their sideboard, which would be funny and weird.
The issue with looking at their library is it's a sideboard card, right? It's not that relevant in the sideboard games. So it's certainly less relevant.
I think there's a chance that this format, this card ends up being main deckable. I'm not going to start there. But I think... I was about to say about Total by a week. That is so true. I was about to say about a week as well, but as it says, it's supposed to be about instants and sorceries, and I think there's a chance that what you want in your deck is instants and sorceries that also affect the board. So you want double-faced cards that can be a creature or an instant or sorcery. Sure. You want tokens that are instants or sorceries. You want mind controls that are instants or sorceries.
I'm not sure there's any double-faced cards that are spells.
There's one that's a creature. There's one that's a creature on one side and a spell on the other. The Mardu one.
Sure.
I thought the point of this set was that there were spells on one side and creatures on the other.
Yeah, you're right. There's 3 others. There's 5 others. There's 5 others.
Test of Talents, I think I'm going to give it like a sideboard.
Maybe there's a bunch of others. I don't know. There's a bunch of rares actually. So it's fine.
I'm just giving it.
I think I
minus.
I'm just going to give it a D, I think, but it could definitely be a thing that we end up playing a lot of.
I think there's a chance, like in Mirrodin, you want to main deck all your artifact removal. In this set, it turns out you want to main deck your instant sorcery removal.
I'm not there. I don't think.
Alright, so Vortex Runner, 2 in a blue. It's a human wizard 2/3. As long as you control 8 or more lands, Vortex Runner gets +1/+0 and can't be blocked. A solid C, I think.
No, C minus. It's a 3 mana 2. It's so small.
Yeah, it is really it. Yeah, fundamentally, it's too understated to be a C. I think
sure.
it is really it's very good once it's a 3/3 that can't be blocked for 3. But 8 or more lands is not a thing that naturally happens in a game unless you have elongated the game. There is a reason you can't cast 8 drops unlimited.
Unless you've started getting all the planes out of your deck with your
Yeah, I think C minus. You'll play it as a filler 3-drop, but I am looking to cut this card, and I'm never going all in on being I'll just play my Vortex Runners and then stall the game, and that'll do. Nah, sure. We're not there.
Alright, Waterfall Aerialist, 3 in a blue. Creature, Djinn Wizard, 3/1. Don't spoil it, Matt. It has flying and ward 2. I think this is the first ward. Whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, counter it unless that player pays 2. This card is good. I agree.
Yeah. It is worth noting, though it's a little niche, that they can still target the creature and let their spell be countered if they want Magecraft.
Okay.
Unless...
I think more likely the next thing you see will be their icon explode.
Sure. Yeah, I think I want my 4 mana 3/1 flyers to be hard to answer. It obviously gets blocked. It's not a good defensive creature. It's not as good as Paolo. It costs 4. It's a lot worse than Paolo. But I think
it's a common
it's a good common that I'm looking to play. That it leans aggressive, and that's worth mentioning. That both this and the Force Links flyer lean aggressive.
That's true.
You say it leans aggressive. I'd play this in a control deck. It's a hard to answer evasive threat.
Yeah, the issue is it's a 4-drop that doesn't block well.
It blocks okay. It will trade off with a 3-drop or a 4-drop. It's not a 2/2 flyer. That would block really badly.
Sure.
There's been no huge flyer in this set in blue and white. 5 mana 4/4 or 6 mana 4/5 or.
I don't think we're the right people necessarily to evaluate how actually at some point it's really worth going through a set and deciding how big are the creatures. Like, actually, how good is a 3/1 flyer? But
do you listen to the Lords of Limited podcast each season?
No.
They do that. This is
I was about to say, that's why I don't think people do that. It's not me.
It's one of the best non-LR set reviews for that reason, that they don't do a card by card. Instead, they just say, so this is all of the things in the format that deal 1 damage to stuff. How good is 1 toughness? This is the average size of a creature, the average cost of a removal spell. It's very, it's a really interesting stat.
Yeah, for sure. I think I'm planning to take this limited set quite seriously, and so I'm probably going to listen to all that stuff once we've done our set reviews. And also, I'm looking to do more podcasting. So. Audience, you should also improve your lives.
Yeah, I would highly recommend the Lords of Limited. Probably over LRs. If you've bothered to listen to ours, you don't need to listen to LRs. And I think Lords offers a really different perspective on that.
Yeah.
The other thing I would want to do if we're taking the set seriously is a limited meeting before the GP, assuming there's another arena.
Yeah, before the GP. Yeah.
Before the arena GP, like there was for the last set.
That was
actually will happen again.
Let's do the last card for this.
Alright.
For this set.
Wormhole Serpent, 4 and a blue, creature, serpent, 3/5. 3 and a blue, target creature can't be blocked this turn.
4. Oh yeah, sure. So this I think is a much better version of that 1/2 bird.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think they do the same thing, which is not be relevant until you've got 4 mana. But this one can actually be activated as much as you want, and can't be blocked is much stronger than gains flying, although you can't use it defensively. I guess the previous one could be used on block, but that is pretty rough. That's not what you're playing the card for. Yeah, I think this is a better version of that effect. A 3/5 for 5 is not the most exciting thing, but it blocks well. Like, we have, how many creatures have you seen with 5 power?
That's true.
Like it blocks the 4/4 tokens and stuff. It blocks well and eventually turns the corner and wins the game. I think this card's...
That seems decent.
I don't think it's a certainly not
C+?
a B. It's...
Or C?
Yeah, probably C. Like...
I think I'm going to go C. The only criticism I would have of what you said is that there's a cap on how many 5-drops you can have in your deck, right? Like,
yeah, for sure.
The 2 mana 1 in white, I think, gets away with a lot because it's a 2-drop.
Yeah, that's true.
And therefore it's very easy to fit into a curve, whereas a 5-drop can be quite clunky.
I'm not sure a 1/2 flyer is a 2-drop. I just don't think that card does anything. Like, I don't think it blocks. I don't think it really attacks. I think it sits there and is sad a lot of the time.
You can get in some chip damage, put a counter on it, if you like.
Sure.
I mean, it's doing a lot more than the 5-drop is on the 3 turns it's stuck in your hand.
Yeah, that's certainly true.
Or if you draw 2 5-drops the turn that you play your other better one, right?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
We're not comparing the card to nothing, we're comparing it.
So, we said briefly in part 1 that Learn was probably better than Draw a Card.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking, looking at the cards from a design standpoint, they're not costed as if that's true.
Yes.
The Elvish Visionary is a 2/1.
Yeah.
And there's an instant speed divination. They've never printed an instant speed divination. I checked.
Yeah.
They've printed some strictly better divinations, but they've never said 2 blue, instant, draw 2 cards.
Sure.
And also the fail case for Lesson, right? So you get the card out of your sideboard, or you can rummage one.
Yeah.
That fail case could have been draw a card. If they thought get a card out of your sideboard was so much better than draw a card, they could have said, you know what, as a fail case, you can always just have that card back. They could have made the fail case loot a card. And they didn't.
The fact it's rummage is definitely...
So I feel like we're probably, and I'm not going to stop doing this, I think we're probably overvaluing the Learn card.
Yeah, I think that probably is. All of the lessons are overcosted versions of their effects. You're never getting, a land if you need it. You have to, awkwardly go via environmental sciences or whatever. I think that, lessons probably, lessons are costed, so they are worse than a magic card you would put in your deck 90% of the time. Obviously, there's the mythics or whatever and stuff, but I still think it's stronger than draw a card because of the versatility. Again, if you can build a good lesson board that is actually tutor for the effect you need, that is definitely stronger than the draw a card. But I do think certainly the draft pressure that puts on you might make that kind of bad.
Yeah, because it takes effort to build that lesson board.
Oh, for
And
sure, for sure.
Almost by definition, with like 1 or 2 exceptions, one of which is mythic, the lessons are worse than a card you would put in your main deck.
Yes, and some of them are that much, like a 3-mana 3/2 sorcery. Well, you know, some of the creature ones are like pretty close to cards I would put in my deck.
The creature ones are the most important ones, I think. They feel like the best ones.
Sometimes
I get the other ones are versatile, but like having at least one of the creature ones, I think is going to be pretty important.
Yes, you definitely need to have something proactive in your wish board.
Yeah. And like some of the creature ones you could play main deck.
Yes,
Mainly the 2-1 Inkling and the Pest one.
Yeah, for sure. If you've got Magecraft or whatever, so that a 3-1 like a Windrake with 1 less toughness isn't just kind of sad to put in your deck.
Yeah. So yeah, do you want to get on with this then?
Yeah, I think so.
Who's reading this one?
I'll start, I think.
Right.
Arrogant Poet is 1 in a black for a 2/1 human warlock, and whenever it attacks, you may pay 2 life. If you do, it gains flying until the end of turn. This is a very aggressive card. You know, as paying 2 life to give something flying just so that you can hit them for 2 is pretty egregiously expensive. But it's if you're definitely the beatdown, this hits really hard. I don't think the card's strong. Like I think this is a fairly below par common unless you're a very like you can't play this in your control deck. Really. It's a Goblin Piker that can trade with a flyer or whatever. Like you can't put this in your control deck.
Yeah, it doesn't even block flyers.
Oh, it doesn't even block flyers. Oh yeah, no, this card is yeah, you have to be not so aggressive, and when you are, it's still not a card I'm like windmill slamming. Like I think the Story Seeker showed how powerful Life Gain can be in even in an aggro deck, because in any kind of race situation, this card's atrocious. So, and
this card's likely going to be in a Life Gain deck, though, right? Because it's going to be in the Pest deck.
I'm not convinced the Pest deck wants to be as aggressive as that. Like,
okay,
yeah, I don't know. I think this card is pretty below par.
What you're saying, like a D or
D plus probably. Yeah.
D plus.
Like D plus because it's still a creature that attacks and blocks. It's not a bad spell.
Yeah, I think D plus just because you will want a 2-drop, and this will be your 1 in black if you're an aggressive black deck.
And if you're an aggressive black
both
deck,
players, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like I can definitely, because it's such a low pick, I can definitely see a black aggressive deck that gets 3 of these and be like, yeah, fuck it, we're all in on Arrogant Poets. We're going to put some counters on them and we're going to kill them.
Yeah, if it gets counters on it, suddenly you're playing 2 life for more than 2 damage, and
yeah, you still again suicide aggro is still dangerous. But yeah, potentially powerful.
And if
not quite Death Shadow.
If they have a creature with flying, it's a disaster to pay 2 life and then just trade with a pest.
Yeah.
And if they don't have a creature with flying and there's like a cheap green or white trick that gives flying at instant speed, you can get blown out with this thing.
Well, there are no white tricks to do that because we've read all the white cards. So
sure. Cool.
Feels like a lifetime ago.
We have Baleful Mastery. It's 3 in a black for an instant. That exiles target creature planeswalker, so it's Vraska's Contempt after the life gain. And it also has the mode of pay 1 in a black to exile target creature and planeswalker, and then an opponent draws a card.
This card's just excellent.
Yes. Someone described it as split card, Declaration in Stone, Murder or something.
Yeah.
Or Vraska's Contempt. And it does that job really well. Like, it's not an actual bomb, because even the best removal spells don't win you the game, but it's definitely up there. Like, I think A- probably.
It's an A. It's for sure an A. A something.
I'm way low on this card than you guys.
What?
I would
it's the best removal spell in the set.
So you're compared to you're Feed the Serpent was not that exciting.
Yeah, I'm like, guys, this is Feed the Serpent. This is Murder. This is a straight B. Don't cut it from your black decks. Like, Declaration in Stone wasn't a bomb level card.
No, that's fair.
Trading 2 for 1 to kill a threat, even if it's efficient, isn't a great trade most of the time. Obviously, take it.
The second mode is for desperate situations when you need to cast it for the second mode, right? It's not.
Yeah, that just doesn't happen. Just doesn't.
Yeah, so I think if
there might be a turn where you have
this
2 mana.
Full mana removal spell.
Yeah, agreed. I think actually that's actually the fact that almost always it's Feed the Serpent. I think that's.
Well, so Feed the Serpent was the premier black removal spell of the last set, but black was bad, and this is not double black either. And this is a spell where a set where spells matter. So
Sure.
Yeah, all right. This is more splashable. All right, I'll go B+ on it. I think.
Yeah, I think actually Jethro's brought me down.
got the
I'm
potential
going to go with
efficiency.
B+. I think that's
No,
fine.
I'm A minus.
I think that's honestly like I could see it being an A minus, but it depends. Yeah, I think that's fine. Next, we have Brackish Trudge. It's a 3-mana 4/2 fungus beast, obviously. It enters tapped, and you can pay 1 black to return it to your hand. Activate only if you gained life this turn. So there was a similar card to this in Ixalan. It was a 3/3 that entered tapped and returned if you gained life, or something. Famished. No, that untapped if you gained life. Yeah,
one of the recent core sets had like a 3/1. So
Yeah.
trying to play.
The Silver Morgul or something.
Yes, Silver.
Yeah.
If you gain 3 life, it just returns though. You don't have to pay it again. It just
Sure.
appears.
And
that card sacrifices itself.
Sure. I expect this card is actually relatively strong. Like, any kind of... Especially with all the fungus guys, the pests, I think it's relatively easy to gain life when you feel like getting it. And a 4/2 trades up so well. Like, it may enter tapped, but it blocks well, it beats down well. It blocks
and the fact because it's tapped, but
sure, like it can't come back and instantly block, but I still get to block with it every single turn. Like
the threat of block is great. Like attacking a 3/3 into this feels really bad.
Yeah, it feels really bad. Like I think this is pretty consistently going to be a 2/1 as well as being an on curve good play. I think this card's pretty solid.
Yeah, pretty good. I agree.
I'm prepared to go C+ on this. I think 3 mana for a 4/2. I think that's going to play quite well.
I'm trying to. I think I might be I might be B-.
I might be minus. Yeah, I think I'll be minus.
I just think it grinds super well. Yeah, I'm going to give it B-. I might be overrating how good the.
You guys could be right. I'm not sure how big this life gain synergy is going to be.
Yeah,
There's so many pests.
Yeah,
so many.
Agreed. I think gaining 1 life when you feel like it is going to be relatively easy. Cool. Next, we have Callous Bloodmage. This is a 3-mana 2/1 Vampire Warlock. When it enters the battlefield, you either make a pest, a 1/1... I'm just going to call them pests, but this is the first time we've actually had them. It's a 1/1 black and green pest creature token with when this creature dies, you gain 1 life. Or you can draw a card and lose a life, or you can exile target player's graveyard. So this is not the best Elvish Visionary ever, if that's the mode you need it in. It's an okay... Like a 2/1 that comes with a 1/1 is the kind of card that is often a good on-rate common in a set. Like my cube has plenty of those, that kind of thing. Exile target player's graveyard is situationally powerful, but is certainly almost always worse than drawing a card, unless there is something like a Brackish Trudge that you really need to answer. So I think fundamentally this ends up in like a C+ kind of territory. It's not a bomb rare. I'm not slamming this, but it's versatile and all the modes are fine. Yeah.
Why is this a rare? Is this like I just checked the creature types, but vampire is not relevant until next autumn. And I don't understand why. Like this is just a C level of cards. Obviously, C+. It's doing some work in limited, but it's not a rare that's very exciting.
I think it's meant to be a mirror to Charming Prince, because Charming Prince is also a creature that has
way worse than Charming Prince.
It is way worse than Charming Prince, you're right.
If it's going to be Charming Prince. I will say, interesting little tidbit, Paolo was offered this card as one of the cards he could have been.
And he was like, no, can I make a card, please?
It was that, and we'll get to conspiracy theorists later, but he was offered Callous Bloodmage, Elite Spellbinder, and...
I'm not sure if you want to be associated with conspiracy theorists.
Yeah. Next, we have Confront the Past. This is Exile Black for a sorcery lesson. Return target planeswalker with mana cost X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, or remove twice X loyalty counters from target planeswalker and opponent controls. Like in your main deck, this is a straight F. Never go anywhere near this. Even if you have a planeswalker, you will draw this without drawing your planeswalker sometimes, and it will be extremely bad. And if you've already had your planeswalker resolve, you didn't need this card. The fact that the lesson ticks it up a little bit, because if my opponent plays a planeswalker, I do want to be able to kill target planeswalker relatively efficiently.
But it's not a high demand, right?
No, it stops it being an always 15th pick and takes it to I'll take this over another card I'll never play. So it gets like an F+. Like,
Yeah, I'm going like sideboard
Yeah.
D on this. I think that's what we gave some of the other like bad lessons.
Sure.
He says double checking. Yeah, it's the same as expanded anatomy. I think taking this, I guess it's slightly worse because it's black. Yeah, right. It's a sideboard D minus.
Yeah.
Expanded anatomy, you can take 14 no matter what color you're in.
Give it the F plus.
I think if you do have a planeswalker, this gets much better. Like,
Yes, actually,
your best threat. Is
actually,
great.
You
yeah.
can get your Planeswalker back.
Again, the fact that you can never draw it and have it, you know what? Yeah, that's enough to push it up to D for D.
It's a rare though, like.
Yeah, and yeah, you're never picking it as a rare.
When you got Professor Onyx, and then you also found a Confront the Past.
Well,
like,
it's not that hard to then.
I guess
You'll find the
no one's
Confront the
gonna
Past if
take
someone's
it.
opened it. Like, yeah, no one's taking it. But yeah, I'll give it a D minus because yeah, you're right. If you get a Planeswalker, and even actually,
if you're playing
a red blue Planeswalker, putting one Confront the Past in my lesson board in case I get, the one free bit of black fixing I put in my deck, lessons are surprisingly splashable, I guess.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
It's very splashable. I'll go up to D as well. Okay.
Still, don't pick it highly, but if you have the Planeswalker, pick it up, I guess.
I mean, some of the Planeswalkers in the set, one of them's green and blue and sucks, right?
No, the green blue was, I think, one of the
she's
really
still a Planeswalker.
she makes she's a 3-mana 4/4.
Okay.
At worst. She's surprisingly good in limited because you won't always be able to pressure her immediately. But anyway, we'll get to that when we get to that. Next, we have Crushing Disappointment. This is 3 and a black. For an instant, each player loses 2 life, and you draw 2 cards. When I draw cards, I want to gain life. I don't want to lose life, because I want time to cast the cards I've drawn.
This is in black though, Matthew. You have to lose a life.
Yep.
That's the rule.
You're black. Sign in blood and get on with your day. This is
Sure,
like a D minus. I think.
Yeah, I don't want to play. Yeah, but yeah, the issue is that I want my black card draw to be at black card draw rates, not at blue card draw rates. And this is definitely a blue card. Like this, compare this to Behold the Multiverse, and you're very upset.
Well, it's inspiration, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sure.
That's inspiration.
It is at least each player.
It's in a spell set, and it's an instant.
Sure. I don't.
This card's I think it's like C or something. It's not.
And there's a life gain matters theme. Like,
I think
life
it's
might
just
not be as
fine.
important as it would be in like Ixalan or something where you're being beaten to death.
Sure. I still don't think this is going to impress. I think, especially given how easy it is to get card advantage from lessons and stuff, I think I'm going to be relatively disappointed in this card. I did it, LSV. Woo!
What's the card called from like the recent sets? I think it was in Dominario and one other, where it's like 3 and a black, instant, look at the top 3, you get 2 of them, lose 2 life. This is way worse than that.
Yeah.
And that was like begrudgingly playable.
Yeah, exactly. I think this card is going to be underwhelming. Like, part of the thing, my first thought was, with this Arrogant Poet thing, let's be a really aggressive deck and play this as a burn spell. You can't do that. That doesn't, it's not a powerful enough effect to use it as a.
Oh, each player loses 2 life?
Yeah, I just noticed each player.
C minus. Yeah.
I killed players with the Eldraine one many times. You can draw 2, you take 2. That was a thing.
I think you're going to be sad when your opponent casts this on your end step.
Sure.
I mean, fair play, it's called Crushing Disappointment. So
Next, gonna keep this moving quickly. We have Essence Infusion. This is 1 of Black for a sorcery. This is basically an aura. Put 2+1/+2 counters on target creature. It gains lifelink until the end of turn. Lifelink until the end of turn is not that exciting, but as a Goblin Warpaint, like if I stick this on my Arrogant Poet, I'm feeling that's a game plan. Black actually has some good 1-drops as well, as we'll get to later.
It
does really well. For example, the next card. Obviously you need to be aggressive. Don't even think about playing this in your control deck. But it's a sorcery for Magecraft. Jethro just giving it a straight. Does Goblin Warpaint get a straight F for you?
There's a colorless lesson that does this, and we gave it a D.
It costs 3.
Yeah,
Sure.
it costs 3 and doesn't
But
give
it's a
life.
lesson. It gets to just sit in my sideboard.
Sure.
This, I have to put it in my deck and then draw it on curve. Like,
Yeah, I'm an aggro deck coming out the thing I'm doing. It's definitely a D tier card, but I don't think it's an F. I think it's better.
I think it's a D. I think you play this sometimes.
Yeah.
I think if I put this in a deck by the end of the format, I'll be very surprised. I'll go to F+.
I think you'll be wrong on that for sure. Next, we have Eye Twitch. This is black for a 1/1 eye bat. Flying, and when it dies, learn. I think this card's very good.
This card's very strong, yeah.
Like, in the bees. Like, I think
Yeah,
1/1 that dies into a learn is a good place to be anyway. And the fact it's a flyer wears the counters from the black-white counters deck that looks quite aggressive. I think this is like...
There's also a 2-dropping...
Because it's just a 1/1 flyer, but I think you're never going to be disappointed with this.
There's a 2-mana card ingredient. It's a 5/4 if you sack a creature, and like a curve of this into that is just real good,
appealing.
And what I like about this is that your opponent can sometimes have quite a lot of control over when you trigger a dice trigger. Like, shall I attack my 3/3 into an untapped Eye Twitch? And they don't know how good your learn is, especially in Best of 1 or in Game 1.
I think we should give it a B.
I think B is fine. Consistently we're one tier higher than Jethro today.
it's still a 1-mana 1/1 flyer. Like it's
not
going to be swinging the game. It's fine.
How good's Elvish Visionary? Like, I don't know. It's
Elvish Visionary is like a C. What did we give the fucking learn Elvish Visionary in white?
The 2/1.
Professor of Symbology.
C pluses. Yeah.
C+.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I'll give it a B minus. That's fine.
Yeah, maybe I should give this a C plus. I'm not sure it's better than Professor of Symbology.
I do think it's better.
It's better. It is better.
I think it's better. Yeah. I think 1/1 flyer is doing enough work.
But you don't get the value until your opponent chooses to let you get that value, or if you have a way to sacrifice it.
Of which there is.
What? So they can never attack. If it's on blocks, they can just never attack you then, because it will just block whatever creature they're attacking.
Sometimes that is how games go. Like,
okay, fine, but then you're attacking for 1, maybe more with counters.
Well, then it's not blocking. Anyway.
Yeah, I know, but
this doesn't race well or have a significant effect on. It's like a Griefer card, right? It's up to your opponent the extent to which this card is very good. I'm gonna go down to C plus.
Okay.
I think it's solid. I think it'd be good. Also, you need to have picked up these lessons to fill out your learn package to make it better than draws a card.
Sure. Next, we have Flunk. This is 1 black. Instant. Target creature gets -X/-X until end of turn, where X is 7 minus the number of cards in that creature's controller's hand. You definitely need to think pretty hard about instant speed draw effects when you go to cast this.
God.
But I think this is very consistently Grasp of Darkness, and you're going to be relatively happy with it.
I really hate this card, so I think it's really confusing.
Sure. Yeah,
I think this is going to be premium. I've just spent quite a long time reading it and thinking about different numbers of cards in people's hands. So if their hand is full, it does nothing. If their hand is empty, it's great.
Yeah.
If their hand's somewhere in between,
it's
use it as a combat trick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think fundamentally this is going to be in limit. Most ordinary games of Limited is going to play similarly enough to Grasp of Darkness, which is a very high, easily the best in black or whatever when it's in. Obviously, this is uncommon, but you do have to respect instant speed card draw. If you go to flunk something and they cast Crushing Disappointment, it can be a blowout.
It could be a crushing disappointment.
It goes well with discard. We're about to see a Minder Up or whatever, which is kind of something. Lessons might make it a little tricky to grind out people's cards, maybe. But
people are likely to have more cards in hand than normal because of lessons, I think.
It might be worth thinking about when doing things like playing lands pre-combat.
Sure.
That's true.
Sure. I think the effect's powerful though. Going to give it what you give premium removal, which is a lesser grade that I am aware of.
B.
No, B plus. I don't think
B plus.
I'm going to give it
give it an A.
Going to give it I'm going to give it a B. I think there are. I would rather have Grasp of Darkness than Flunk. I think.
Yeah, I agree, because it automatically you do less reading and less thinking.
I agree with the reading point. I don't know. It's more splashable than Grasp of Darkness. Like, I'm not a first pick Flunk.
It's definitely harder to. The issue is that, part of the issue with Grasp of Darkness is it's sometimes hard to do on turn 2. Not that that's really when Grasp of Darkness is at its best. But this isn't good on turn 2.
Matters set.
Sure. Next, we have Go Blank. This is 2 black for a sorcery. Target player discards 2 cards, then exiles all cards from their graveyard. So this is just a nice, clean Minder Up. The exile all cards from the player's graveyard is nice upside. There's some graveyard recursion. We've already seen at least one good uncommon for that. But fundamentally, you're playing this as Mind Drop when you would play Mind Drop, right?
The exile can also be a downside because there are some cards that care about cards leaving the graveyard, like Quintorius, who we're going to come on to.
No, sure, yeah.
It's a 3/2 in play when cards leave your graveyard. So if this cast is spell is cast on the person with Quintorius, they are making a 3/2.
That is,
and you can't. It's not optional; it just happens.
So it does deny them further doing that in the future, right? Presumably they were trying to exile their own stuff from their graveyard, and now that whole graveyard's gone. Yeah, I think you could treat this as Mind Drop and don't think about it too hard.
Yeah, probably. It's uncommon though, which is pretty rough for a Mind Drop. But
agreed. And it spells matter again. It's another like easy spell.
And
you can target yourself for those sweet Quintorius synergies.
If sometimes people get to discard their lessons they put in their hand, which can be bad. Like, I've got this overcosted card that was the last lesson in my lesson deck that I now get to discard, or whatever.
Yeah, alright.
That might be true of Flunk as well. People might be going around with like more chaff in their hands than
Just said that briefly. Next, we have Hunt for Specimens, another, yet more Elvish Mystics. Not Elvish Mystics. Elvish Visionaries. This is 1 on the back for a sorcery. Make a 1/1 pest and learn.
Completely fine.
It's a spell. Like if it would be like the fact it's a spell is obviously relevant, and
you get your 2 pest spell card from the learn board.
It's a curving Hunt for Specimens into that. That sounds great. This is easily a C+.
Solid C+, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing too fancy to say there, but you'll play basically any number of these as long as you've got the learn to support it, and I think you'll be relatively happy. I think, in fact, cards like this make me quite excited for this Sacrifice Life Gain deck, because this is good grease.
Yeah.
Next, we have Lash of Malice. Black instant. Target creature gets +2/-2 until end of turn.
It's Disfigure.
Yes.
Basically.
Most of the time you're using this as Disfigure. There is a chance that your opponent casts a pump spell in response and you get blown out. That's always the issue with pluses and minuses.
Mm-hmm.
On the opposite side, you can use it as a sweet combat trick. It triggers your Magecraft. If you're in this like white-black Magecraft deck, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's what we
There's a lot of white Magecraft. There's a lot.
Sure. So. If we're doing Magecrafty stuff so that my guys get +2/+2 whenever I cast a spell, this is a kind of cool one to cast on my guys. Not really. It's Disfigure. Kind of treat it as slightly worse Disfigure most of the time.
Disfigure Magecraft is so exciting. Like 2 or 3 mana.
We haven't seen any black Magecraft cards yet.
No, not yet.
But
B- or C+, or am I too low?
Hint: there's none coming except Onyx.
I go B-.
Really? How good? You think Disfigure's a B-?
It's cheap removal.
Disfigure was so good.
Yeah, it's cheap removal at instant speed that costs 1 in a Spells Matter set. Like, that seems like everything you want to be doing.
I'm going to give it a C+. I don't think... Yeah.
You can use it to pump creatures. The only thing... Yeah. I think this is going to play better than Disfigure.
Okay, sure. I find it hard to give it the same... I guess we gave Flunk a B. Yeah, no, I'm happy with C+. Like, you don't play any number of Disfigures. I don't know, maybe that's... Anyway, Leech Fanatic is a 2-mana, 2/2 human warlock. As long as it's your turn, Leech Fanatic has lifelink. So it's worse than Story Seeker. It's not just a 2/2 lifelink. We learned from the last set, can be a really effective card. This really wants to be attacking. This is the aggressive version of that effect, right? Lifelink, as long as as long as you're attacking with it most of the time. It's slightly better with fight spells or whatever, but basically lifelink attacking.
It's fine. Completely fine.
Yeah, it's a bear with some relevant upside, life gain synergies.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
I'm going to give it, I think a C. I think I'm less excited. I'd take Hunt for Specimens over this most of the time, I think.
Probably.
I'm C+ on this, I think. This is the 2-drop that I most want, if we're being aggressive. I think Arrogant Poet is the 2-drop that you'll like...
You'll fill out
okay, I guess.
Yeah.
And this is the one that you're like, I'll play as many as I get.
Yeah, sure. It wears counters really well, actually, like, really well.
That's true.
I'm still going to give it a C. I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being pretty solid, though.
Yeah.
Next, we have Anti-Magecraft. We have Mage Hunter. This is a 4-mana, 3/4, 3 and a black, 3/4. Creature horror, not a relevant creature type at all. Whenever an opponent casts a spell or copies an instant or sorcery spell, whenever an opponent casts or copies an instant or sorcery spell, they lose 1 life. A 4-mana 3/4 is a fine set of stats,
Yes,
and it's going to deal your opponent some damage. And if they're this dedicated Magecraft deck, they're just going to die somehow. It's not a bomb. It might even be worse than. I don't know. It's definitely. I think it's fundamentally it's a 4-mana 3/4 with some trinket text like that.
It's relevant text, I think.
Yeah, it's going to deal an extra 3 damage or something.
Yeah,
maybe,
right. That's
maybe more
than
that if they're going off, but I think it's just a fine filler, like slightly above filler rate. I think
because it's not synergizing with anything.
You just don't have much control over how good the ability is.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I think I'm going to give this a C.
Yeah, C is where I've got it.
You don't get the ability to make this good in your deck. It's up to your opponent.
Yeah. It is a spell set. There are some spells that this does just completely destroy your opponent when they cast. But it's not even like it's a surprise. They know it's in play. They can just kill it and deal with it. Or, not, who cares?
It is worth noting, obviously I haven't been through the set and checked the sizes of all the creatures. There's a chance that a 3/4 is just absolutely huge.
That is true.
The red-white's main token is a 3/2, and there's all these 2/2s running around, and you're like, yeah, 3/4, nothing attacks into it.
Yeah.
We don't know yet. There's a chance the size is bigger than that. Actually, it's 4/5s that are huge or whatever.
I think there's enough +1/+1 counters that a 3/4 is not going to do that often enough. I think on an average set, a 4-mana 3/4 is not exciting, and I'm willing to treat it as such. Cool. Next, we have Mage Hunter's Onslaught. This is 2 black for a sorcery. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. And whenever a creature blocks this turn, its controller loses 1 life. 4-mana sorcery, destroy target creature. It's fine. Fine. You're not complaining. That text is definitely relevant, especially if your opponent was planning to block with a bunch of pests or whatever. Mm-hmm. It definitely murders people. It encourages this theoretical black aggressive deck that we're kind of talking about. If you're beating, you go 2-drop, 3-drop Mage Hunter's Onslaught, now even your block is kind of rough. You can start really murdering people. But mostly it's 4-mana sorcery, kill a guy.
The only thing with that is that when you're casting this sort of spell at sorcery speed to attack, they're not going to have blockers left, really, because you're going to kill their best blocker, right? And then make their blocks bad?
Sometimes. Especially if they got pests, right? They got some 1/1s that were planning to block and to chomp to gain them some life.
I'm not saying this card is bad. I'm just saying I don't know how relevant the second bit is.
I think this triggers twice if they double block with some 1/1s, doesn't it? It's once for each creature they try and block with.
Yeah. So,
I'm giving all the black cards a C+, but I think this is another C+.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy with C+. I think. Look, you play your removal spells, even if they're 4-mana and a little clunky. It's fine.
How many of this would you... you're not playing a third copy of this, right?
No.
No, it's probably pushing it then.
But, that's fine. I still think, exactly. With Bounding Gold or whatever from the previous set, that ended up being fairly clunky, but you weren't cutting your first couple of copies. The third one got really awkward, but...
the same was true of Feed the Serpent in the last set. I rarely played... 3 was a bit that's a lot of 4-mana removal spells.
There's diminishing returns for 4-mana removal spells. I think it could end up being a C, and if black is bad, it could well be worse than that. Or if black's too aggressive...
If black aggro is really good, then it could be the premium common.
Oh, yeah. Next, we have Necrotic Fumes. This is 1 black for sorcery, lesson. As additional cost to cast the spell, exile a creature you control to exile target creature or planeswalker. I expect that this is excellent.
I think so.
Obviously, sometimes, because it's a lesson, you're never going to draw this and not have a creature that you can sacrifice. And when you get to spend 3 mana to exile their best threat, you're feeling pretty excited. Exiling their threat is good. You don't get the life gain if you sack a pest, because you're exiling it.
But you've still sacked a pest, so you're probably up.
Yeah, I think this card is going to be pretty great.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good.
And by being a lesson, it sort of negates its own inherent card disadvantage.
Yeah.
You'll have that.
For
sure.
Awkward bone splinters problem. I'm happy to give this a sideboard B.
Yeah, I think sideboard B
is
where I've got it. It's... Oh, no, not B-. Thanks, autocomplete. I think once you've got any learns in it, I'm happy to pick this early and get some learn cards and
For sure.
If I've got Lurn, I definitely want to pick this up. I think this card's going to be good.
For sure.
Next, we have Novice Dissector. This is 3 and a black for a 3/3 Troll Warlock. You can pay 1 and sacrifice another creature to put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Activate only as a sorcery. This is doing all the synergy stuff. It is sorcery speed, so it's not doing it in a way that your opponent can never win, which it would be if it was an instant. But turns all the counter synergies, triggers your life gain if you're sacking pests, triggers all your sacrifice stuff if you've got recursive creatures or creatures that aren't very powerful after they've done that ETB. But it's not good on rate. 4 mana 3/3 is not exciting. Paying mana to put a counter on a creature is not always great. Sacrificing creature is inherent card disadvantage. Like sacrificing my 1/1 to turn it into a +1/+1 counter is not like you need to have a reason to be doing that. Most of the time.
You got to have a flyer or a lifelinker or something,
or any of the +1/+1 counter synergy stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think this will be C-.
C-. Yeah.
Yeah, I think like you're never. If you want this, you can pick them up.
I'm going to give this a C, and my reasoning is I keep comparing it to the Mage Hunter in my mind, and they're obviously very similar, these black, common, and uncommon. Mage Hunter was an uncommon. These black, common, and uncommon 4-drops. And this one, you get to put it in your deck knowing what synergies you've got for it. Mage Hunter, you sort of have to just throw it in and assume they'll cast some spells.
Yeah. I think in a core set, I would rather have Novice Dissector, I think. But I guess Novice Dissector needs some synergies. I don't know. I think that's fine. I think giving them both Cs, they're very similar. I think that is fine.
Yeah.
Next, we have Auric Lawmage. This is 2 black for a 3/3 human warlock. You can tap to search your library for a card and put it into your graveyard, and then shuffle. If it's an instant or sorcery, put a +1/+1 counter on Auric Lawmage. So I don't know how many instants and sorceries do stuff from your graveyard. There's Red-Blue has some cheating spells out of your graveyard stuff going on, but not really in black. So I don't know how much value you're actually going to get by putting an instant sorcery into your graveyard. Obviously, you don't have to put an instant sorcery into your graveyard. Putting, tutoring for a brackish trudge and putting it in your sideboard is basically drawing a card. That sounds really cool. And a 3/3 that taps to put a counter on itself while removing spells from your deck. So it can't do it forever. You can't just sit there and wait till it's a 10/10 because you won't have 7 instants and sorceries in your deck.
You might. I think in this set, you're way more likely to have 7 or 8 than in other sets.
Yeah, but do you want to discard them all to make this?
Yeah. Do you want to put all your? Do you want to take them all out of your deck?
No, I wasn't necessarily going to draw them anyway. I think this is definitely a build around card. I think you definitely want some stuff that goes into your graveyard or some payoffs for +1/+1 counters.
Yes.
It's instant speed, right? So we can block and then make it a 4/4.
Yeah,
we can also filter out lands from our deck, assuming we care.
Yeah. I think this this is certainly better than the other 4-drops because it can be a 5. 2 turns later, it's a 5/5, and then that is the biggest thing anyone has ever seen.
I still don't think it's amazing though, even with all
no, it's not. It's not a rare I'm excited to open. I don't imagine.
Double black too,
I think if your opponent plays it, you'll be really scared, and then a turn later, all of your fear might go away, or you might double down on that fear. I'm going to give this build around B-, I think.
Yeah, I think B- is where I'm at, and I don't think I'm not going to give it a build around rating because I think you'll jam this in any deck and then maybe try and get some synergies. I don't think it's a card that I only pick if I'm doing an archetype thing.
I think I'm giving it a C.
I think if you have no synergies, then a C-.
I'm not sure that's true. How good is a 3/3 Chronomaton? It's okay still. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to give it a B-. That's the highest.
I don't think it costs you very much to make this a 4/4.
No, agreed. And I think it doesn't make it that hard for it to be a 3/3 that draw a card. So I think that makes it a B- to me. Maybe that's too high, but I'm sticking with it.
We'll find out, won't we?
Next, we have Plum the Forbidden. Delicious fruit. This card's incredible. 1 black instant. As additional cost to cast this spell, you may sacrifice 1 or more creatures. When you do, copy this spell for each creature sacrificed this way. You draw a card and lose 1 life. So this is
very good.
The 2 modes that are exciting are Altar's Reap, where compared to Alter Sweep, you're losing 2 life, but you are triggering Magecraft twice. You can also just cycle it as an instant. Just draw a card, lose a life.
I didn't notice that. That's also nice. Yeah.
It's not the most exciting thing ever, but you can cycle it. And then the busted mode of sack all my pests, so my life total stays the same. Draw 4 cards and trigger Magecraft 4 times. You're just dead.
5 times. It would be 5. You're right. Because it's the original
spell plus 4 copies. I think things that can trigger Magecraft a lot. Again, we haven't really seen black Magecraft rewards, but if you're doing anything Magecrafty, an effect like this is the way to trigger Magecraft a lot.
Yeah.
The quick mode that you didn't mention is if you pass the turn with this up and they point a removal spell at your guy.
Yeah, the Alter Sweep mode,
very easily just 2 for 2, right?
Yeah, for sure.
But this is like such a better fail case than Alter Sweep. Like Alter Sweep, you give it up, they just don't point a removal spell, they just play a dude. This, we can say, oh well, I can get to cycle my card.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think this card would be really impressive and something that I'm looking to pick up and build around potentially. Like, I'm pretty excited about it.
I'm gonna give this a B+, I think. I'm quite high on this.
How much do I want to build around this? I mean, I play this in any black deck. I think I'm just going to give this a straight B.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go B+. I think I'm just excited. Like, I think even I want to trigger Magecraft a lot potentially, and I think if you're doing that, this card's crazy. Cool. Next, we have Poet's Quill. This is 1 black for an artifact equipment. When it enters the battlefield, learn. So it's already a 2-mana learn, clue or whatever. And it gives the equipped creature +1/+1 and lifelink, which is a really quite powerful effect to give your guys. Like, there's lifelink synergy. Like, Leonin's Scimitar isn't that exciting, but lifelink is really relevant text once you're also pumping things. Put this on a flyer, your opponent's going to have a really bad time. And the fact it comes with a creature, like that's the key with this, right? Is that sometimes you top deck equipment and you don't have anything to put it on. You're really hoping this comes with a creature that you can put it on.
This equips for 1 black, by the way, as well, for anyone listening and not watching.
Yes, good point. This
card's great.
I think it's not. Is it great? It's good. Jethro, how do you feel?
I mean, I'd play it in basically all my black decks, right?
Oh yeah, I can't imagine cutting it. Like, 1 black, learn, sit and play, have a lot of text. Like, the fail case is pretty solid.
You guys
There's a lot of evasive creatures in this set. Like,
Pardon, Jethro?
You guys need to spend more time worrying about getting like 1 lesson during an entire draft.
Yeah, that could well be true.
Well, then you could discard a card, draw a card. That's fine, right?
I guess.
It's not amazing, but
yeah, I definitely want to have one of the two. One of the black lesson creatures makes a flyer. Like, I think that alone, if this ever fetches the Inkling, you're just doing super well.
I think those creature ones are going to end up being quite high picks.
Yeah,
like having your first one's such a big deal. I think this card's good. I think it's at least a C+.
Let's see what other C pluses I have. Like Hunt for Specimens. It's definitely. I would rather make this equipment than a 1/1 pest. I think.
B-.
It doesn't feel like a. I don't. Somewhere between that.
There's nowhere between.
I'll give it
B-. Okay, so go for it.
I wanted some context. I've done a quick Scryfall search to see what other equipment might have given lifelink in the past to sort of give a sense of how much I'm willing to pay for that.
Yeah.
And it's thrown up Shadow Spear, and I'm like, oh yeah, that was insane. So I'm giving it a B-.
Yeah, you're right.
It's not like the trample or the losing hexproof and indestructible
ever
mattered on Shadow Spear.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, cool. I'm happy that. I expect this to be. I'm never cutting from black decks. I'm happy. Like, it's not a rare. I'm excited to open necessarily, but I am going to take it over most uncommons, I expect. So.
This is like Shadow Spear, but when you cast it, you also get a card out of your sideboard.
Yeah.
And that seems pretty cool.
But their creatures with hexproof still have hexproof.
Well, that's true. That one trick still works.
Cool. Next, we have our first Planeswalker. This is Professor Onyx, 4 black for a legendary Planeswalker Liliana. She starts with 5 loyalty. She's got so much text. She has a passive ability. She has Magecraft. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 1 life. I don't think it's...
life.
+1, you lose 1 life. Look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand, the rest into your graveyard. -3, each opponent sacrifices a creature with the greatest power amongst creatures that player controls. And -8, each opponent discards a card, and if they don't, they lose 3 life, and then do it 6 more times. So, if you untap with this, you've just immediately won the game, and she has an immediate impact anyway. I agree with Jethro, it's got to be an A+. Like, most Planeswalkers are. It's by far the strongest Magecraft trigger imaginable. She gains you life while also ticking, A+, easy, can't imagine passing it. If you're in a blue-red deck, think about splashing it.
Also, it's in the same color as that Planeswalker spell we saw that gets Planeswalkers back.
Accurate.
It's the only Planeswalker that's in that spell.
It is worth mentioning. It is worth mentioning that, like they have done for a few sets now, most of the removal can kill Planeswalkers.
Yes, for sure. We've seen Necrotic Fumes, Mage Hunter's Onslaught, and
a bunch of the common removal spells do happen to be able to target Planeswalkers.
Yeah, Baleful.
So she might, but compared to some of the more mid-range Planeswalkers, this does end the game basically immediately.
Well, yeah, once they're not playing black, then what they got?
Yeah.
What are they going to do about it? Yeah, just excellent.
Cool.
Yeah.
Just has to actually said any words.
They have a removal spell. It's a clean 2-for-1.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah,
sure. Cool. Next, we have Professor's Warning. This is black for an instant. Nice cheap instant. Again, we've kind of been excited about those in the past. Choose one. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, or target creature gets indestructible until end of turn. Nice cheap Magecraft card. Putting a counter on creatures at instant speed triggers some synergy stuff. All your creatures with counters on get some text. Mm-hmm. And even the indestructible mode, we've had lots of single black, my creature doesn't actually die protection spells in the past. I think
we've had ones for 2 mana that I haven't seen much play, but I think for 1 mana it's significantly better.
We had the land that did that in Zendikar.
That card was pretty solid.
Dying Evil was a long time ago.
That was that was 8 years ago. Yes, that card was also good.
Boon of Erebos, maybe?
Yeah, I think the best one of these, there was one that only cost 1 mana, and the creature did get to die and then come back, but it cost you 2 life. I think that was the best.
That was Zendikar's one.
Sure.
Oh, sorry, Ammon Ket.
Yeah.
Zendikar was that, but with a land on the back?
Yeah.
They have printed this effect. Normally, you don't get to rebuy as battlefield triggers. You do, conversely, get your creature to stay in play. So if it had some counters on it, for example, you would rather it be indestructible.
That's true.
So, I think you don't play infinite copies of this. There's only, you need to have your control deck is probably not excited to put this in their deck. But I think in any aggressive deck, you'll be pretty impressed.
Yeah.
Cool. Next, we have...
We gave it a C. We gave it a C.
Yeah, we'll give it a C. It's fine. Yeah. Next, we have Promising Duskmage. This is 2 and a black for a human warlock, 2/3. When it dies, if it had a counter on it, draw a card. So this is a good example of a cut creature that I'm happy to... If I put a combat trick on it to win a combat, it then counters when it dies. That sounds great. Without any synergy, 3 mana 2/3s aren't cards we're excited about. But I don't think it's... And it isn't a creature that inherently wears counters well. If I'm investing cards into counters, I want them to go onto evasive threats or threats with lifelink or whatever. This doesn't do that, but once it has a counter on it, is a 3/4 that draws a card when it dies is a real threat. I think this is about a C. I'm not going to give it a C+, but yeah.
I'm going to give this a build around grade just because this is unplayable if you don't have a way to put a counter on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Without any way to put counters on it, it is just... it
would be a D-, an F+. We're not playing 2/3 anymore.
I think I'm going to give it a C-, I think. I'm not... The effort to put a counter on it might be more than it's worth.
Yeah.
And it's a dice trigger as well. I'm just not super convinced.
Cool. Next, we have Sedgemoor Witch. This is 3 mana for 3/2 human warlock with menace. Ward, pay 3 life. So whenever this is first ward, I believe we've had ward.
The blue one.
Cool. To target this, you got to pay 3 life. And Magecraft, whenever you cast a copy of an instant source spell, create a pest. I think this card is a bomb.
This card's really good.
The obvious combo with Plumb the Forbidden is obscene.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And
Jeez.
Sacrifice all my pests, get all my pests back.
even if you never trigger its Magecraft, a 3/2 Menace that costs with Ward 3 life is a really good on-rate threat. Like, this is threatening, cheap, aggressive if you want to be, but also good in a control deck. This is a bomb. I'm going to give this an A, I think.
Yeah, I think it's an A.
Even as a way to protect itself, I think this is a
yeah,
A.
it's really good.
Not a Planeswalker, not going to always win you the game when you cast it, but a rare that I'm happy and excited to open.
It is half the cost, though, so...
Yeah. The data will probably show us it has a higher win percentage because it costs less. Cool. Next, we have Spectre of the Fens. This is 4 mana for a 2/2 flyer, Spectre, and you can pay 6 mana to have target opponent lose 2 life, and you gain 2 life. We've had a few effects like this, where you've... it reminds me of Dread Rider, where it's just like... if you get to that hyper late game, you can't... You are just dead. Slowly, gently.
Gently into the night.
This is how a life is taken. But the fact that it's also an okay, like a 2/3 flyer for 4 is an okay body. Like I'm not excited. It's no phantom monster.
Well, it blocks Inklings, and it
does block Inklings. That's a good shout.
And it blocks the 2/2 tap flyer. Obviously, it might be tapped for a bit, but then after that, it blocks it.
That's true. It blocks all the flyers we've seen.
Not all of them. The 3/1 kills it.
Sure.
We also haven't seen a lot of mana sinks in black. Like,
that's true. That's true.
I don't know what you're doing with your mana once you get to the set. I mean, your spells will go on for a while because of Learn, hopefully. But you're going to want to be using that mana. Come to
I think this is getting a
C+. Pretty good.
I'm just going to give it a C. I don't think you're going to be like.
I guess that's fair. Yeah, you might probably not be super excited.
Yeah, I was leaning C-. I think you guys have talked me up to C.
Okay, I'll give it a C.
Based on how the body fits in with the world.
Cool. Next, we have Tenured Inkcaster. Love the art. 5 mana for a 2/2 Vampire Warlock. When it enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, including itself, if it wants. And whenever a creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it attacks, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. This has to get a build-around rating. This card is like absolute garbage on rate for all of its effects, except that it has a really...
It's real good, though.
It has if this is putting a counter on an Inkling and then that Inkling gets to attack, oh god! I think it can very quickly, or I think I can definitely see a board where this comes down and is really, really threatening.
If you attack with 3 creature counters on it, they drain 3. Like that's really good. The creature counters are also less likely to trade because they have counters on them, so you get to do it again.
I'm probably going to give this a build around
Build around B, I think.
B-. I don't think I'm...
If you think you're racing and then your opponent randomly has a creature or 2 with a counter on it, taps out for this, and puts 2 or 3 triggers on the stack that turn,
Yeah, for sure. It definitely swings a race really hard.
It also gains life for the gain life effects.
Relevant. We don't know to what extent... Again, we haven't actually seen any payoffs for that. All of these things are in gold, fundamentally. Sure. That's great. But yeah, I think fundamentally it's I don't know whether we want to gain big chunks of life or lots of life in little increments yet. But yeah, I think this is going to get a build around rating, and a B- sounds about right to me.
I'm giving it a B. I'm confident, but it could perform really well. It could be.
I'm just worried that my curve out plan ending with a 5 mana 2/2 is not going to get me there. Dice to disfigure, etc. Next,
3/3.
You can make it a 3/3 if it.
Sure. Then you're getting less value out of its ability. Anyway, next we have Umbral Duke. This is 2 black for an instant. Choose 1. Target player sacrifices a creature or planeswalker, or make an Inkling. This card seems pretty good. A 2/1 flash flyer for 3 that triggers your Magecraft at instant speed is not a card that I'm ever going to be unhappy with. Target player sacrifices a creature is situationally the best card imaginable and sometimes garbage, and so I really like it on a modal spell.
Agreed. This card's solid.
Yeah,
I think this is just a solid C+.
Yeah, I think
what we want to be doing.
Yeah, not going to run away with the game with it by any means, but a little like the Smite the Monstrous modality, having a situationally incredibly powerful effect that's sometimes blank, have an on-curve effect is solid.
I'm going to give it a B-. I think I'm a little bit higher on it than
Okay,
I think it's quite good.
Next, we have Unwilling Ingredient. This is black for a 1/1 creature frog with menace. 2 and a black, exile it from your graveyard to draw a card and lose a life. So this is another card that kind of works with the graveyard tutory man, but not in the best way ever. A 1/1 menace wears counters surprisingly well. I think Unwilling Ingredient into
the green 5/4 that sacrifices a creature.
Well, yes, but into Essence Infusion is the kind of AB combo where all the pieces are common, no one else wants them, that you can pick up and just be this loop, like 15 land aggro deck that often overperforms in limited.
I think this card's good.
Okay,
yeah,
I'll believe in that aggro deck once I've lost to it. In the meantime, I think you're going to play this, you're going to chip in some damage, and then eventually you're going to send it away to Plumber the Forbidden, and you'll be very happy with that.
Yeah,
exactly.
More normal mid-rangey control-y limited deck.
Yeah, sure. That actually might make it worse for my Suicide aggro deck because people actually want to play it. But yeah,
I think it synergizes so well with counters, which is one of Black Green's things, and being sacrificed. Like, I just think the black 1-drops in this set just seem really good.
Which suggests this aggro deck to me. Cool.
Well, the black 1-drops are also 1/1s, so
yeah. Do I want to keep it?
Black is low to the ground, looking over.
That's
true. Gold cards will be what pulls the colours together.
Yeah, I was actually thinking as we were doing the set review that we probably should have started with the gold cards, given that they really are the glue that let you know how good the enablers are.
It's our first time. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
No, it's just. I think
Yeah, if you're listening to this, just you wait for the next set review.
It's going to be hella good.
Cool.
I give it a C+. It might end up being really important.
I don't think it's ever going to get higher than a C+. I could definitely see it just being a C because it doesn't have it. Like, if a 1/1 menace isn't worth a card, you have to work fairly hard to get it to replace itself.
Sure.
But I gave it build around. I'm not playing this unless I have. I don't know exactly what those synergies are going to be yet. But unless I have some of them, it's not playable.
That is true. Cool. I'll change it to build around C+. I'm just the build around ratings is something I'm not super familiar with yet. But you're right. Next, someone else is going to read the cards.
I guess I'll jump in then because Jethro can't read, of course. So.
Yeah, sorry. No.
That's lore now. That's part of the lore of this channel.
If you give me the cards as an audio book, I can sort of trip over myself. Right? Genuinely, I'll take on the green. That's fine.
Sure. Academic Dispute, 1 red, instant. Target creature blocks this turn. If able, you may have it gain reach until end of turn. Learn.
What a weird effect.
Weird effect.
Fundamentally, 1 red instant learn that does require a creature in play is not the worst effect I've ever heard of. It gains reach until end of turn as obviously you can. So things you can do with it. You can target your own creature to give it reach, which isn't that exciting, but that is legal text. You can target their creature, like you attack with your 4/4. They have a 3/3. They weren't going to block. Now they have to block. You got to kill a creature.
Kill that dude. Yeah.
You attack with your 2/2 flyer, and you give their 1/1 must block if able and reach.
Yep.
You got it.
I guess that's the joke. But yeah, fundamentally, this is very cheap magecraft that learns. I don't think it's better than the +1/+1 counter learning card. I'm not going to give it a C. I think it's going to be like a C-.
It's worth noting that because this is really cheap and learns, you can cast Academic Dispute, go get the lesson that's 2 +1/+1 counters, then put the counters on your flyer, then attack the flyer.
Yeah. All right. That's
being able to learn plus lesson in 1 turn is so much better than giving your opponent a turn knowing what you're planning.
That's definitely true.
C for me, I think.
I'm going to give C-. I think it's an uncommon. They made it uncommon. Maybe because it's weird. I'm going to give C-. I think.
I'm going to give it a C. I think it's going to do enough. I think 1 mana learn is going to be where I want my learn to be.
Oh yeah, I mean, what did we give the single white card Guiding Voice build around C+? Stuart gave it a D. Stuart hated Guiding Voice. I love this card, so that's nonsense. But
just to have consistent opinions between now and
that was 4 days ago or something. I've forgotten.
It's worth mentioning.
Wasn't
Next,
the other one a sorcery? This is an instant. The other one was a sorcery, right?
I don't think learning do nothing as an instant is not that exciting.
Look, instants are more cool than sorceries. That's my rule.
It means
Sure.
spend your mana on a convenient turn. Right?
Sure. I guess actually,
played a 2-drop. I'll cycle this so I have a 3-drop, which is my token.
you're right. Actually, one of the things you can do with this that you can't do with Guiding Voice is if you're on the draw, turn 1, you pass with Mountain Up. They play their 2-drop. You get to cycle this. You can't do that with the white one, and that's relevant.
I mean, if you wanted to cast it on an opponent's creature with the white one, they would just get a counter forever.
It's also a sorcery, so you couldn't have done it.
Yeah.
Cool. Next, we have...
Ardent, I'm doing it. Get out of here.
Sorry.
Ardent Dust Speaker. 4 and a red. Creature, Minotaur, Shaman, 3/4. Whenever Ardent Dust Speaker attacks,
oh my God,
put an instant or sorcery card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. If you do, exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play those cards this turn. It's a lot of words.
It's so weird!
I kind of love it.
So let's talk about it all right. So 5 mana 3/4. Bad. Not good. Don't play those.
A little bit overcosted.
It has to have an instant sorcery in your graveyard in order to use its effect. That's doable. We've seen some cheap spells. We're expecting it to be a spells deck. That's going to be online by turn 6 when this is attacking. I think that's relatively easy to have online, but you're not going to have it over and over again necessarily. Well,
it fuels itself.
It does fuel itself. That's true. So you then exile the top 2 cards of your library, and you may play those this turn. So it can hit lands and stuff. It's not what is not worth. What's not worth it is paying 5 mana for your 3/4 that chump attacks to draw you 2 cards.
Yeah,
it does have that mode, but that's not good enough.
What if you gave it reach? Would that help? Do you think? That instant speed.
Bear in mind, you may not give it reach.
It's true. There is some Leaves the Graveyard synergy. Some of the Leaves the Graveyard synergy is Exile synergy, which this also works with. It's weird. The Red-White Lawhold stuff is complicated. But I think the main issue with this is that you need to put effort into pushing it through. I think a 3/4 attacking on turn 6 isn't going to have good enough attacks often enough that you're going to be...
And your opponent's going to want to leave back things to block with this, like the Discovery Firewalker, right? Sorry, Stuart.
Yeah.
So what if this is in the deck that ends up with a lot of pump tricks because it's?
I mean, that's certainly
the Magecraft deck. What if it exiles a pump trick off the top of the library?
That is definitely something. The dream is that this draws into a way to push itself through, right? You draw into a blocker or whatever. Yeah, right. Like the Firewalker stuff. The issue with Firewalker was on curve. Good aggressive card. This is a 5 mana 3/4 that again just will not have attacks on turn 6 unless you're putting that.
You also have to. I guess you have to have the spell in your graveyard.
You have to have a spell in your graveyard. Yes. Yeah. It's especially it's super awkward if you want to pre-combat cast an instant sorcery to turn this on, because you then will have less mana to play the cards off the top of your library.
No, you cast Academic Dispute, give it reach. Then you exile that. Perfect.
That's the combo. Yeah,
that's the combo. Don't give it a +1/+1 counter and learn. Don't do that. Cast Academic Dispute on it.
Do you guys want to hear something very stupid that I've only just realised?
You can put lessons in your deck.
Lessons? No, lessons go to your graveyard.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, so that's right. So you can then...
It's going to end up full.
Yeah, and then you get to put them back into your draw pile using this effect.
I think
then you get to take them out using the black rare. Oh, put it together, guys.
This card could be quite strong. There are games where it might run away with the game.
Yeah, I think I don't think it gets a build around Raptor. I'm not going to warp my deck to do anything with this. I think this card's going to be disappointing.
Okay.
No, I think I'm going to be appointed by this card.
I'm going to give it a C.
I think hitting 2 cards off the top is so much better than hitting 1. You're so much more likely to hit some gas with that.
Sure.
And I think you are going to need to have some ways to push this through, and you need to think about this card in your deck more than just, it's a good 5-drop, let's jam it.
For sure.
And I like that. I like that it's not always going to be great, but it has that high ceiling. I think I'm going to give it a C+.
Yeah, I'm giving it a C.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a C-. I agree. I could definitely be I can definitely see games where this draws your opponent. This draws 4 cards, and you're like, well, I'm extremely dead.
Okay. I'm going to move on. Blood Age General, 1 and a red. Creature, Spirit Warrior. Tap, attacking spirits get +1/+0 until end of turn, and it's a 2/2.
It's a bear with a relevant-ish ability later on. One thing I struggled with this set is to get away from the idea that spirits are 1/1 flyers. They are 3/2s. Turning your 3/2s into 4/2s is significantly less impactful than turning my 1/1 flyer into a 2/1 flyer.
Yeah. I'm not super convinced the spirits thing is a thing. There's only 2 spirit payoffs. This is one of them.
No, there's some more. This is the only common one, certainly. I don't know, like bears with upside in the late game don't have to work that hard.
This might not be upside though. You might not have any spirits.
You might buff your opponent's spirits. Yeah, don't do that.
I think this is like a pretty bad bear.
If you find a way to give this vigilance, it can pump itself.
Oh, value.
You
cast expanded anatomy on it.
Yeah, the lesson.
Oh my god, guys!
It's a
We're
4/4.
breaking this format wide open.
It's a 5/4 for 1 turn. We've done it.
I think this is gonna be a filler bear that you'll.
I'm gonna give it 2+. I think.
I think this is similar to Black's bear that can attack both players for 2. I think this is hopefully the worst of the red 2-drops. We'll see.
Conspiracy Theorist, 1 and a red creature, human shaman, 2/2. Whenever Conspiracy Theorist attacks, you may pay 1 and discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Whenever you discard 1 or more non-land cards, you may exile one of them from your graveyard. If you do, you may cast it this turn.
Card seems great. A 2/2 that draws a card when it attacks by paying 1, because you just discard the card you were going to, and then cast it. This is just a 2/2 that draws a card when it attacks. That seems like I think this card's good.
Card seems solid, yeah.
It's definitely not a bomb or anything. And if you can get some, like one of Red White's commons is discard 2 cards to draw 3.
It also has like synergy with like leaving the graveyard effects because
it exiles them. That's true. Even if you're not going to cast it, you exile the card from your graveyard even when you
so
discard
you can exile
it.
like a random hand that's in your graveyard or something. I think it's a B- C+ range.
I think it's better than.
Think it's better than that?
I think it's in the B range. I don't think it's in the A range. I think that's solid.
I'm willing to give it a B though. Like I think I just attacking with this on turn 3 even, and it has been a 2/2 that drew a card and is threatening to do it again is gonna.
Okay, sure.
It's worth noting that card is like hard to use on curve, right? If we're attacking with this on turn 3, we need to be discarding a 2-drop because we only get the 1 turn to cast it.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
So it's not just. Not just
it doesn't work with lands either. Yeah, I'm going to give this a B-.
Oh, it doesn't work with lands. Oh yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Let's bump it down to B-. I think it will do a good enough scroll thief impression with like then having some other upsides with other discard effects that I'm happy with the B-.
You can rummage lands, you just can't then cast them.
Yeah. But you can rummage that and discard something else. Exile something else.
Only if you. It has to be one of the cards you discarded that you're exiling.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Crackle with Power, XXX red, sorcery. Crackle with Power deals 5 times X damage to each of up to X targets.
This card's kind of bad.
Well, it's a 5 mana, deal 5 to a player or a creature.
Oh, it does go face, sure.
I think this card is just, you should think of it like that, as like a...
Yeah, for sure. It's a Sarkhan's Rage or whatever.
I mean, if you ever get to cast it for 8 and like get to 8 their face, 10 their face, you've probably won. But
oh shit, it does 10 their face for 8 mana.
I don't think it 10s their face, right? You can't target the same thing twice.
No, but it does 5 times X damage.
2 times 5. So
it 10 to 2 things.
So it'll do 10 damage to that, and their best creature will take 10, I think.
8 mana deal 10 is actually the kind of card that I can build a deck around. Like,
and you have a fail case of a 5 mana removal spell? That seems fine.
Yeah, that seems fine, right? Yeah.
I had missed, like, I was thinking 8 mana 5/2 things isn't good enough. I missed that it could go face.
8 mana kill them.
I think the 8 mana kill them is actually a card that I can put in my deck and be very excited about.
I mean, red blue is trying to do big spells, so there are ways to make it.
That's true. Some of those commons make expensive spells cheaper and stuff, and makes treasure. Yeah. I think this card could be actually. I came into this card really low. I was like, this is a C. This is a 5 mana sorcery deal 5, and you're gonna be okay with it.
We talked to Stuart for a bit, and now we're like, oh man, this card's way better than I thought it was.
It's like I don't. Given that it's fail case, it doesn't need a build around rating because its fail case is a fine removal spell.
Yeah. 5 damage is a
Just
lot.
B then,
I think
right?
just a B, right? B plus, maybe B
I'm
plus.
probably leaning B plus. I think the big spell synergy and the treasures and stuff is going to push it so that like I don't need to hit my 8th land drop. If I make 2 treasures on turn 6, 10 your face, your biggest threat is like just an obscene magic card. Yeah, I'm going to go B plus.
Yeah,
That's true.
okay.
I could honestly see it being even an A because 8 mana deal 10 is just
you know what?
game
I'm
ending.
gonna give it an A minus. I'm gonna give it an A minus. I'm gonna go
Do
for
we need
it.
to talk about what happens if you get 11 mana?
They take 15.
They take 15.
Yeah, but so did 2 of their best creatures.
I think 11's a bit more optimistic than 8.
Agreed.
Only a little bit.
Sure.
All right, Draconic Intervention is next. 2 red sorcery. I'm just going to read the effect, and I'm going to read the additional cost. Draconic Intervention deals X damage to each non-dragon creature, where X is the exiled cards.
What's the exiled cards? You skipped that bit. Why did you do
I'm
this?
so confused.
I
Okay.
thought it was one of the
I thought it was one.
mastery
Yeah,
spells too.
I thought it was one of
tricked.
the mastery spells. All right, I've been tricked. Okay. Add an additional cost to cast a spell. Exile an instant or sorcery card from your graveyard. Draconic Intervention deals X damage to each non-dragon creature, where X is the exile card's mana value. If a creature dealt damage this way would die this turn, exile it instead. Exile Draconic Intervention.
So,
It's a burn spell.
few things to point out. The only dragons in the set are the mythics, so you can't, have some random dragons floating around and just.
Where are my
try and get value.
changelings?
It is just the cycle of mythic dragons. The next thing to mention is that in an average set, this card would be quite bad. I think trying to get an expensive instant or sorcery into your graveyard is not a thing that you could realistically do. But this set has several instants and sorceries that have red-blue hybrid, discard this card, make a treasure. Like, there are 3 of those, including a common.
There's at least 2.
There's at least 2, including a common. I think, and they cost 7 or 8. There's 3, but one's mythic.
I mean, dealing 3 to everything is also fine. Dealing 4 to everything also will be quite good.
I don't think it's going to be that hard to make this into a big pyroclasm. And at that point, it's an okay card.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be a Wrath a high enough percentage of the time that in a normal set it would not be a Wrath that often. Certainly on turn 4 it wouldn't be a Wrath, because you just wouldn't have cast a spell that costs
for sure
a lot. But because there's a whole bunch of red-blue stuff that really turns this on. It also exiles a card from your graveyard in what many are calling, remember, text?
Yeah, but then it kills the spirit you made. So.
There's
like a creature that gets bigger, but we haven't seen the best payoffs yet.
Agreed, we haven't really seen the payoffs for it. Some of them might, who knows what they do. But yeah, I think this is going to be a Wrath effect pretty consistently.
I don't give it a
I'm
bit.
going to give it the effect you give Wraths, which is Bs.
Wraths are probably A's. I don't think this is as good as
I don't think Wraths are proactive.
I don't think it's as good as like Doomstar. Doomstar's a really good Wrath, so it's an A.
Really
but this,
good.
I think, is just a B because it's a
Wrath.
because
it's more work. Does it kill their Mythic Bomb if they've got a Mythic Bomb in play?
Sure, if they specifically have one of the 5 dragons, yeah.
Well, you're going to see them. There's 5 of them.
Stuff that might come back.
Yeah.
Cool. It's not great. It's not going to be great on turn 4 because the odds of you having a big sorcery in your graveyard are not going to be that high.
Yeah.
Dragon's Approach is next. 2 and a red sorcery. Dragon's Approach deals 3 damage to each opponent. You may exile Dragon's Approach and 4 cards named Dragon's Approach from your graveyard. If you do, search your library for a dragon creature card, put it onto the battlefield, and shuffle your library. A deck can have any number of cards named Dragon's Approach.
And this card's a 0, an F, right?
This card's a 0 and an F. Combos. This card's
as a 3 mana deal 3 to your opponent, you would never cast it. You should, even if you manage to draft a deck with 8 of them, you then need a dragon, of which there are only mythics, and
you
don't
also need
go
to
well.
cast 5 of them, or get 5 of them in your graveyard somehow.
Yeah,
and not be dead.
You will never cast this card.
At that point, if you cast it 5 times, they're on 5 life anyway. And you've died because they've attacked you with their creatures.
Nice easy F. This card's not.
Nothing.
Is this a story spotlight card?
No.
What's the point of it?
Commander. That's what it's for.
So I did see when this was spoiled. Someone else tweeted. I was trying to go off with Thromming Stone in this card, and then I realised they were just dead to the damage before I put a dragon into play.
All right.
It works.
Next is Ifrit Flame Painter, 3 and a red. Creature, Ifrit Shaman. It's a 1/4 with double strike. Whenever Ifrit Flame Painter deals combat damage to a player, you may cast target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If that spell would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead.
I expect that this card's going to be really good. It wears counters incredibly well. There's a whole bunch of expensive instants of sorceries that put themselves in your graveyard, that if you can find any way to push this through, it's then going to keep pushing itself through, because it casts a removal spell whenever it hits people. Obviously, they do
two removal spells, because it does it twice.
Yes, I mean that's
the first hit puts the counters on itself, and then the second hit does the removal spell.
Yeah, I cast a flyer and then gave that creature reach and had to block. Oh no, they just blocked this. That doesn't even work. Fuck. Must block does not force this through. But
look, if you can give it trample as well, like there's
perhaps with the next card that gives
with the next card.
That combo is obscene. I think this card is going to be a really impressive. I don't think it's a necessarily, but at least a B plus. Yeah,
I think it's a B plus. It's going to end up being just really strong all the time, I think.
I think you guys have talked me into A.
Okay.
This blocks quite well.
It does also block quite well.
1/4 double strike isn't below rate.
Yeah, the fact it isn't blocking super well is why I'm not giving it an A. Is fundamentally, and I do think there are going to be games where it doesn't flashback a thing and it is just a 1/4 double strike.
There will be games though, right, where you discard your massive spell on turn 2 to make a treasure, cast this on turn 3, and then just attack them and go.
Turn 3 with the treasure, that is actually super hot. Yeah, right.
And then go. I'm gonna give this an A minus actually.
I'm sort of buying into this format and saying, you know what, I don't think there are going to be any decks where this isn't drawing a card when it connects.
Yeah, that's fair. Fair.
For sure. All right, Enthusiastic Study, 2 and a red instant. Target creature gets +3/+1 and gains trampled every turn. Learn.
So this card's really interesting because normally I don't. It reminds me of Wild Size, which gave a creature +2/+2 trample and draw a card, which was a really good card to put in your deck. Like, you did not cut Wild Sizes in that format, but that format was from 15 years ago. Obviously, really what I want to... I don't... Compare this to Run Amok. This is much... I'm much less likely to go Run Amok, kill you. But I'm also less likely to get the clean trade. It's much... If my 2/2 can't attack into your 4/4 and me have Enthusiastic Study and be loving it. But it does push the same amount of damage, and the fact that it comes with card draw, again, especially if that creature, if the card you're fetching is more ways to push damage, either in the form of counters or creatures, this card is going to be relatively exciting.
I think this card is pulling in kind of two inverse directions.
I do think that's
push damage decks want to be learning.
Yes. Yeah, I can definitely see that being true.
What was great about Wild Size was that it was a clean 2/1. I think what made it a clean 2/1 was that it gave the creature 2 toughness, which almost always won the combat. This, it feels like your creature, maybe it's trading up, but at that point you're down on the card.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think that was, before I did the set review, when, they first spawned Enthusiastic Study, and I'd really kind of thought about Learn, I was like, I don't want my combat tricks to be expensive and awkward.
It is, however, good with both creatures that we want to get through that we've read in red, though. It's good with Every Flame Painter, and it's good with Ardent Dust Speaker.
One of those
6/5, and then
res?
Well, no, the Ardent Dust Speaker is uncommon.
Oh, sure.
It's actually quite good with Ardent Dust Speaker.
Yeah.
I think it's a C, though. I think it's just fine. I think you'll play it sometimes, and you'll be happy when you want to play it, but sometimes you won't play it. I think it's...
Your control deck can't play this.
No.
I'm going to go C-, which is one of the lowest grades we've given a Learn card.
Yes, I think
it's going to be possible to get these when you want them.
Yeah, I think Run Amok has pushed me a little too high on +3 power and trample tricks, but I think this is no Run Amok. So
cool. Explosive Welcome is next. 7 and a red. Instant. Explosive Welcome deals 5 damage to any target and 3 damage to any other target.
It's
and
so nice.
Red.
It's so nice when my 8 mana spells are instant, because it'll really get them.
There's a lot of stuff, though.
You can't... This is going to get builder handwriting. You can't jam this in a deck that isn't either cheating spells or ramping into them or doing something exciting. Like you can't just play this. You have to be cheating somehow. When you do, it's still quite hard to use red. Like it's
Cost Dragon's approach. There you go.
like it's relatively tricky because you're not gonna have like what I want to do is have like another color of I want like red blue so that I can actually cast my other spell. I'm not gonna have 8-9 mana before I cast this.
Oh, you can cast Rowan off it. There you go. The flavor text matches.
Nice.
Down the line. This card's fine.
It's gonna get like a build around C+ or something. I think. Yeah. In the deck.
I think I'm going to give this just like a D. I think if I'm trying to cheat some big nonsense spells, I want to be doing better.
Better than kill 2 creatures?
Kill 2 dudes is...
Yeah, I want to win the game.
Sorry. 5 damage to any target. You can Lava Axe them.
Sure.
That might be relevant. That might be like, I'd kill you.
Sure.
Lava Axe is a fine card, but the problem with Lava Axe is that it only targets players. When you add the flexibility of any target onto it, suddenly it's a bit more interesting.
Yeah. I'm going to give it a build around rating. I think build around C is gonna cover it, and I do think.
Please ignore the drilling.
I think this is going to get the job done in the deck that wants it.
I'll give it a C-, I think.
Yeah. Cool. Next.
Yeah, I'm not buying into that deck as hard as I am into some of the other ones in this format.
That's fair. Fervent Mastery, 3 red. This one has an alternate cost, so I'm going to read the effect first. Search your library for up to 3 cards, put them into your hand, shuffle, then discard 3 cards at random. Triple gamble, baby. But you may also pay this for 2 red rather than pay its cost, and if the 2 red cost was paid, an opponent discards any number of cards, then draws that many cards.
This card's horrendous, right?
Yeah, I don't really like this card.
Why does it exist?
Because gamble is fun.
Why did they waste our collective time writing these words on some cardboard and then making us read them out loud? I'm so confused.
Yeah. Solid F, I think.
I think I'm playing this.
Maybe we want to put some big spells in our great... I don't, I'm bored.
the alternate cost mode, giving them the ability to do that at, like... That's pretty good for them. Like, it's not like they draw a card or anything. It's like...
Yeah.
So I'm assuming we're never touching the alternate cost mode. We're going to cast this for 5, put a load of explosive welcomes in our hand, hope we discard them, hope we hit them with an Efreet Flame Painter, and then we get to cast Fervent Mastery again.
After casting at least 1 explosive welcome.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright, first day of class. Oh god, yes, sir.
We didn't discard the explosive welcomes. It's such a bad card.
First day of class, 1 and a red, instant. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield on your controller's turn, put a +1/+1 counter on it and it gains haste until end of turn. Learn.
So when you're fetching like the 5 mana 4/4 or whatever from your deck, if you're learning into a creature, you can just pay. This is a 7 mana 5/5 haste. That's kind of cool. It's a 5 mana 4/3 haste. That's not as exciting, but it's also there. You can also just cast this and then play the card you didn't learn for. Just any creature you want. Actually, one of the best. Like, how good's 5 mana for a 3/2 haste flyer?
That's pretty good. I kind of like that.
Like, I think this is. The issue with all of those cards is none of them are good. Like, I wouldn't pay.
What about 5 mana for 2 2/2s, both of which have haste?
Ooh.
And when they die, you gain a line.
In your Jund deck?
No, in your red-green deck.
In your red-green.
Red-black
deck. Red-green deck. In your red-black deck. Wait a minute.
You're not supposed to be drafting any of those, but...
I think... The issue with all of those cards that we've just mentioned is that I wouldn't play any of them in my deck. I wouldn't pay 7 mana for a 5/5 haste very often. I wouldn't pay 5 mana for a 4/3 haste very often. It is flexible, but the combination of needing to... When I'm paying 2 mana extra for a creature to give it haste, that creature doesn't usually have good attacks. even with a counter on it. I think it might be flexible enough that I am excited. But I don't think this is a hype pick.
No, I don't think so. I really want to be excited by this. I want to be like making a load of tokens this turn or whatever. And I don't think it's just not quite cheap enough.
Agreed.
To actually cast this and cast the
the fact that both this and the lessons are slightly overcosted just means the combination is you're paying too much mana for this 2-card combo to be anything. It's very good with the Efreet. I'll tell you that much. I would love to give it a counter and haste, and then
do it again.
Learn again. Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah.
But I think fundamentally this is going to be like a C minus, like maybe a D.
I don't see this putting in my deck a lot. Like
it does trigger Magecraft, and it gets you the ability to trigger Magecraft next turn.
Sure.
I'm going to give it a D+. I think it's doing worse versions of effects similar to it, I think.
Mm-hmm. All right. Fuming Effigy is next. 3 and a red. Creature Spirit is a 4/3. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, Fuming Effigy deals 1 damage to each opponent.
This is very similar to the Mage Hunter.
But better because you get to control it more.
That doesn't inherit
better than a 3/4.
Yes, I do think 4/3 is better than a 3/4.
I
think it's going to end up being roughly the same rating. I think 4/3 is better than the 3/4. I think this effect is probably on average going to deal slightly less damage, though it's really hard to, because it's only like there aren't many things which consistently exile stuff from your graveyard over and over again. I think it leaves your graveyard, so putting them on the bottom is fine.
Yes, that counts.
They're all slightly different. I love when things are slightly different. I love it. Really makes it easy to understand the set with the most words of any set ever. Yeah, it's fine. I think this is going to get the same rating as the Mage Hunter. It's a C.
C, sure.
For Spirit, vaguely relevant.
Cool.
It's true. The Mage Hunter was nothing in terms of creature type.
Yeah. Grinning English is next. It's 2 and a red. Creature Elemental. It's a 2/2. It's a reprint from Time Spiral, I think. Red, return Grinning Ingus to its owner's hand. Add colorless red. Activate only as a sorcery.
So there's no storm. Part of the joke of Grinning Ignis is it's red, add storm to you, add 1 to your storm count for. Well, certainly that was the joke in the Modern Master set it was in.
Because you can recast it, sure.
Yeah. The other thing it does is be a ritual. Like you cast this on turn 3 or whatever, and then when you go to cast your 8 mana spell, this is a ritual that hasn't cost you a card.
For sure.
That's certainly why it makes sense to put it in this set, because you're accelerating to these 8 mana spells that win you the game, and you're not even down a card to have done that.
Yeah. I think it's okay.
Yeah, I think it almost certainly gets it. You can't just play this in a deck. I do think it needs a build-around rating. I think just like randomly jamming this on 3 and then trying to cast a 6-drop the next turn is not good enough to play a 3 mana 2/2 in your deck. I do think you want to be doing this, accelerate into 8 mana, win the game spells. But I do think that deck exists, so I'm going to give it a
There's no creature fall synergies in the set, is there? There's no whenever an elemental comes into play under your control.
No.
You can give it haste and a counter a lot.
Build around C, I think. Then you don't return it. It's got a counter on it.
Okay. Red's the colour of the cards that most want to waste our time.
I think this is going to get a build around C for me. I think if you are accelerating into the big stuff, this is actually a fairly effective way of doing it. And I do think, again, from having looked at some of the big spells, there are some. They do stabilize you. The worry with effects like that is that I'm casting this big spell and it doesn't even do enough. But you know what? 7 mana make 2 4/4s. Yeah, that stabilizes a board. That'll do. I think having those explosive turns is worth some. It's fine to lose your turn 3 to make sure your turn 5 is mental. And I think this card does that.
All right, next is Hall Monitor. It's a 1/1, 1 red for a 1/1 creature lizard shaman. It has haste, 1 and a red, and tap it. Target creature can't block this turn.
Red has not seemed that aggressive so far.
No, because it's trying to cast 8 mana spells.
This is not a great aggressive card either. It's Raging Goblin with a bit of upside, and the upside's real. That you definitely get to certainly if you start racing in the air later on, you get in with some chip damage and then start racing in the air. This does push through a bit.
All right. Here's the combo rotor.
I think it's going to be unexciting though.
You cast Hall Monitor. You cast the first spell we had and make a creature have to block, give it reach, and then you make sure it can't block. And you successfully wasted everyone's time.
But you did give it reach.
We did it. We did what Red's trying to do in this set. Yeah, this is like a D.
Yeah,
maybe even a D minus. I think I'll be sad if I end up with this in one of my decks.
I'm going to give it a D because I believe in aggro decks. Because
I believe
I
in
have.
aggro. All right. Next is Heated Debate, 2 and a red, instant. This spell can't be countered. This includes by the ward ability, very helpfully in the flavor tech, in the rules text there. Heated Debate deals 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker.
This card's just gonna be.
It's the red removal spell. It's pretty good.
It's you're gonna be very happy with this. 4 is enough that it kills all the 4/4 token. It kills every token size.
Only costs 3.
Can't be counted, including by the ward ability.
Yeah, that is relevant.
It's just very funny reminder text to me.
It's good that they put it here, I think.
Text is going to be in all the sets now that Ward's evergreen.
Yeah, agreed. I agree.
It won't, but...
yeah.
It's worth noting how much worse this is than Demon Bolt.
Yes.
But Squash was actually the best red removal spell in that set, so...
That's true. I also want to point out how... the other colours have not had a card anywhere near this good. In terms of their removal spells. White's best only common removal spell was Expel. Blue's best removal spell was the 2/2 that tapped a guy or something. Like it didn't have. Pardon?
Was there something that made? Oh no, it's the sorcery that makes something into a frog. Ignore me.
All right.
1 second.
Yeah, there's some good bounce in blue, but there's nothing
they don't have the traditional tap target permanent aura. It doesn't exist in this set.
No. There is the flying frost links. Is that removal? Hang on, I'm going to do some Googling.
Hi, I'm back. Sorry.
Google, is that removal? Is Frostlink removal?
Black's removal spell isn't very good. I think fundamentally this is
only because you're down on Disfigure for some reason. And if you're like, I think this is worse than Disfigure.
You think this is worse than Disfigure? I don't think that.
I think they're probably.
It's 1 mana and it basically always trades for a 2/2. For a 2 drop.
Sure, this trades for their 5 drop.
3 mana. Yeah, but
it's a B to me.
Drop.
It's just fine. I think we should move on. I don't think there's much to discuss here.
Sure.
Good removal spell is good. Move on. Yeah. Ingenious Inspiration, 2 and a red. Sorcery. Ingenious Inspiration deals 3 damage to any target. Learn.
Card's also very good.
Card seems solid.
Killer Guy draw a card is really, really strong. This is a B+.
Yeah,
I'm willing to go up to B+ for it.
Yeah. You can go face
on B-.
Oh, you can go face? That's cool. There's more going face in this set than there has been for a while. We need to bear that in mind.
I think you can get away with that because Reds doesn't look that aggressive. You can get away with having more burned. Like, you can't... What's scary with putting a bunch of burn in a set is if your opponent goes 1 drop, 2 drop, 3 drop, deals 10 to you, and then is guaranteed to just burn you out. That feels terrible. Whereas you can have burn if that isn't a prior game plan.
Sure. Cool. B+ for that. Illuminate History, 2 red, sorcery lesson. Discard any number of cards, then draw that many cards. Then, if there are 7 or more cards in your graveyard, create a 3/2 red and white spirit creature token.
So usually the problem with Windfall effects or Wheel of Fortunes or whatever, discard your hand and draw that many is you're down a card. It's a lesson. I wasn't on down a card.
True.
It turns on a bunch of the graveyard synergy.
Sometimes makes a 3/2.
Only have because it's a very unique effect to put in your lesson board as well. Like you'll know when it's good,
for sure,
and you don't have to draw it when it's bad.
And you get to affect the board. Like a 4-mana draw spell is bad because it doesn't affect the board, but actually you've got a 3/2 to help hold the ground.
That's true. Yeah. That's true.
Yeah, I think
7 or more cards in your graveyard is hard, even with discarding a number of cards. You won't want to discard your whole hand normally because you'll have some good cards.
You can only fetch you don't have
fetch
to
it and try to get a second effect. Yeah, sure, that makes sense. B, sideboard B for.
I'm going to give it a sideboard B, assuming you're able to get those 7 or more cards.
I'm going to give it a sideboard B-, but
close enough.
Yeah, I think that the 7 or more cards requires a little bit of work.
That's true. All right.
Oh, bad news about Red's other common 2-drop.
Illustrious Historian. It's 1 and a red for a creature human shaman 2/1. 5 colorless, or 5 mana of any color, sorry. Exile Illustrious Historian from your graveyard. Create a tapped 3/2 red and white spirit creature token.
This actually isn't. This isn't a good aggressive card. Like, you can't.
No, not really.
Do that. But a bear, if you can get your bear to trade and then in the late game be a. Yeah, sure. Yeah, if you can get your Piker to trade early and then later on trigger my exile cards from the graveyard synergy, make a spirit.
Fun, right?
There was a card like this in Shadows of Innistrad. The Ghoul Caller's Apprentice. It was a 2/2 that you could pay 5 to make another 2/2. It was pretty good.
Oh yeah, that really underperformed.
Yeah.
But there's now synergies with leaving the graveyard and
yeah, but that set had a bunch of graveyard self-mill stuff and was still underperformed.
Reminding me of that card, I'm leaning now like C rather than C+.
Yeah,
I'm C, I think. It's just fun. It's a red dude that has something to do in the late game. Bears that have things to do are generally better than just bears that don't. So
sometimes, the issue is that sometimes this is going to sit and play, not get trade off at any point, and then you get to the late game and you're like, I guess I can chump attack and turn it into a 3/2.
Ooh, I did it.
It's
All right. Next is Mascot Interception, 3 and a red, and it's a sorcery. This spell costs 3 less to cast if it targets a creature token. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gets +2/+0 and haste until end of turn. Could be good.
Part of the issue with this is the sacrifice stuff doesn't overlap with red. Like this, there isn't a red-black sacrifice deck probably, and that's really what you want to be doing with Act of Treasons almost always. The upside of being able to steal their tokens for a single mana, especially when there's XX tokens in the set.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because there could be huge tokens.
Doesn't give them trample.
No, I was thinking about that as well.
I do wonder if there are. Obviously, there's not a lot of reason to go into the non-guild colors, but I could believe, like, sets like this in the past, like Guilds of Ravnica or whatever, sometimes you had off-color guilds that just had some minor synergies that made it work, and maybe it's this red-black sacrifice stuff.
Or you're playing Jund, maybe?
That sounds worse. But, like, maybe there's a slight, you only in, like, 5% of drafts will you end up in red-black, but when you do, maybe it's because you've got a Mascot Interception and you're kind of doing stuff. It's not me to see. This doesn't seem to be doing what red's doing, and I'm not that excited.
I'm gonna give it a D. I don't think it's completely unplayable. But, like, you could play it and use it like an active Treason where you just hit them with it, but
and then burn them out with your burn.
Yeah, like, there are just some big tokens wandering around. I don't know how many creatures are going to typically be on the board, or if it's just going to be a bunch of, like, big tokens.
The other thing worth mentioning is paying red to give your token +2/+0 and haste.
That's true.
I was going to say, this can be a reckless charge. It's not nearly as good, and it only works on tokens, but it does trigger Magecraft.
Giving your like 2/1 flyer +2 power and haste and killing them could be a thing.
I don't want to discard a card to do that most of the time.
Yeah, triggers Magecraft. I don't know. I'm not super. I'm giving it a D. I think it's not an F.
Active Treason is always so hard to evaluate, but
Yeah.
I think it's above a D.
Yeah, I think D is fine.
Alright, next is Pigment Storm, 3 red, sorcery. Pigment Storm deals 5 damage to target creature. Excess damage is dealt to that creature's controller instead. A completely serviceable removal spell.
I think this is gonna get what did we give the black? Just kill a guy at sorcery speed? Because it's a little worse than that.
Way worse than that.
That
one was 4 mana and helped push damage.
C+.
Sort of helps push damage.
Give that C.
C+.
Sure.
I think a C is fine for this.
Agree.
It will end up in a lot of your decks.
We were going to play all of our spells in this set, and we want to play a 5-drop out of the graveyard.
There's a lot of red removal that's like fairly serviceable.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes you aim at their 1/1 and get to
and you 4 them. Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
and there will be 1/1s around because of the pests. Or the 2/1 like flyer.
Yeah.
All right, next is Pillar Drop Warden, 3 in a red, creature, spirit, dwarf. Look at him. Look how spirit and dwarf like he is. He's a 1/5, a normal red stat line. He has reach.
A normal red ability.
A normal red. Well, no, there's actually there's normally 1 red card with reach in each set.
Yeah, recently.
Yeah.
I haven't finished reading, and this is a 4-mana 1/5 spirit dwarf with reach in red.
2, tap, sacrifice Pillar Drop Warden, return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand, activate only as a sorcery.
Activate only as a sorcery really hurts on this. Like,
yeah.
Because I can't block with it if it's using it as a sorcery. I think a 1/5 reach body.
It's dead, so.
Yeah, a 1/5 reach body is going to do a really good job of
blocking,
keeping you not dead. Like, it's incredible against the 2/1 flyers. It's good against the 4/4 tokens. That's
true.
It's a spirit, so it gets deal 1 damage sometimes or whatever. We'll get to those, but it definitely has a little bit of text there. It removes something from my graveyard for synergies. I think none of its modes of bat are like extremely exciting. That's its main problem. Like, compared to Archaeomancer, it's expensive and I can't play this and stack it in the same turn. And yeah, it's expensive and slow and doesn't leave me any value behind. But it is kind of doing the things I want to be doing.
I know, C-.
Wishcoin Crab was always close to having just enough effect on the board, right?
Yeah.
Like, X5s, they get the job done.
I guess there was that 2/5 in Theros I played actually more than I thought I would that blocked amazingly well.
Probably Wishbone Crab. Yeah.
No, it was like an enchantment horse thing.
Can we stop the show dead for like 5 to 10 minutes to work out whether this was a dwarf first that got reach, and then they really because the art is just a dwarf standing on a mountain.
The flavor text brings it together, right?
A pretty big
dwarf is still a giant statue.
Why isn't it a spirit giant dwarf? A giant spirit dwarf?
Because giant is not an adjective. When it's a creature.
It's a creature type.
Yeah, but when it's a creature type, it's not an adjective.
A spirit giant dwarf.
So this is a
giant.
This is a massive statue of a dwarf being inhabited by the spirit of that dwarf.
Maybe.
And it has reach. Don't
the spirit.
think about it.
The spirit is of a giant, maybe.
No, it's not. It's fine.
I'm moving on.
Like a bow. They could have made it a spirit dwarf archer, right? And then having reach makes perfect sense.
Are there that many red archers?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sure. All right, grades.
There was the Robin Hood in Eldraine.
Grades.
Sorry.
I'm a D+, I think.
No, I think it's better. I think it's going to be better than a D. I think it's going to be like a C-.
Okay,
especially when you've got a bunch of big spells that you're discarding early for treasure.
Okay,
when you get to that late stage of the game where you've got 7 mana, I really want to get those spells back. And
fine.
I think the fact that it's good, it's defensive but strong on curve. I think it's going to be a C-.
Sure.
If you have this in play and you play like a good spell that's like good but doesn't lock up the game, but your opponent's going to feel so bad knowing that your next turn is another Pigment Storm.
I guess it triggers leaves the graveyard effects as well.
And it's a spirit. Who knows?
Yeah. All right, Retriever Phoenix, 3 red, creature Phoenix, 2/2, flying, haste. When Retriever Phoenix enters the battlefield, if you cast it, learn. As long as Retriever Phoenix is in your graveyard, if you would learn, you may instead return Retriever Phoenix to the battlefield.
Which will
I love it.
Graveyard synergy.
It's a very small flyer for 4 mana.
Phoenixes of this size are fine, historically. Like,
sure.
2/2 flyer haste that drew me I think the card is doing what you want it to be doing. And it also turns Learn into a high tempo thing in a way that Learn is normally extremely low tempo.
Mm-hmm.
I think of this as good. You're right. It's the tempo that it's adding because it's still the card advantage. Like you trade this off and you get it back, but you get it back straight to the battlefield.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a
B.
I think you're going to be impressed by this card. I think it's going to be probably like a B-. I'm just it doesn't kill them that quickly.
It dies to a lot of these.
And I'm worried that the way you stabilize versus it's not like it's if it couldn't be blocked or something, then it would be higher than that. But I think the fact that sometimes the way they stabilize versus a 2/2 flyer is they play a 3/3 flyer and then bring it back doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
I think the fact that it draws a card as soon as it appears is going to be worth a lot. I'm sticking with
agreed.
on this.
Alright. Fair enough. Alright, start from scratch. 2 in a red. Sorcery lesson. Choose one. Start from scratch deals 1 damage to any target, or destroy target artifact.
Luckily, this is uncommon, so it doesn't just make all of the things with 1 toughness in the format dead. But I think this is... Destroy target artifact doesn't have a lot of text, like especially in a set about spells. There's not a lot of room for like obviously all sets have some artifacts, but they're mostly overcosted and kind of bad. But we've seen at least one artifact bomb, right? The Quill.
Yeah, for sure.
And as part of a lesson board, sometimes 3 mana. The issue is that 3 mana deal 120 target is still massively over. Like, I guess if you're answering an Inkling,
yeah, but you can't get when you need it, right? So. Maybe when you cast it, you really needed it.
Yeah, the issue is that you're massively overpaying.
You can kill them with this spell. They're on 1.
Fuck's sake, why can't everything go face?
All face, all the time. Yeah, I think this is just like a sideboard C+. I don't think
it's
an exciting lesson.
Okay.
I'm going to give it a sideboard C rather than C+. I think it's narrow enough that it's not
going to be useful.
Maybe I'm overestimating how many artifacts there are in the set.
Maybe.
Yeah, I have no idea how many artifacts there are.
Would have been great.
There's some treasure.
Yeah, there is some treasure. Like the treasure on Stormkiln Artist, 3 in a red for a dwarf shaman. Not a spirit, not a giant. Okay? Important.
Nothing's a giant. There's no giants in the set.
Stormkiln Artist gets +1/+0 for each artifact you control. Magecraft, whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, create a treasure token. This card's pretty good. It makes a bunch of mana.
So the only artifacts in the set really are treasure. Like this,
you need to
fundamentally enabling itself and a couple of other things that make treasure.
Yeah.
It is not a good body.
No.
It kind of has Magecraft get +1/+0. Obviously, that's definitely part of the joke, and it's also the closest thing to actual Storm. Like if what you're doing, if you're like it basically makes your spells cost 1 less, right? Like that's if your plan is to do that. I don't know.
If our plan is to cast like something that is a big 8 or 9 mana spell, then we can play this over the next couple of turns, trade 1 for 1 with some random spells, even if they're like lessons.
Yeah.
And then suddenly we're closing the game out by dealing 10 to some stuff.
Yeah, right.
It also enables you to splash.
That's true.
Oh, that's true.
If you open one of the mythic dragons or whatever, one of the things worth splashing.
Splash a green black dragon in your red white deck. That makes sense.
I think this red blue deck might be very capable of that with all the discard.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be gold bombs running up and down the set.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm skeptical. This probably gets a build around like.
I don't think you need to build around it. You just have to spells in your deck. Like
I'm not sure that. I don't think that's true. I think you need to be building around it. I think if you're not accelerating into a big spell or casting a lot of cheap spells as just a body, it's not going to get it done.
Your deck's going to do one of those 2 things, right? Though, like
I don't think that's true. I think that there's going to be red-white decks that don't want to go anywhere near this.
Yeah, I think in a core set deck, that's just not doing enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'll give it a C. I think it's about as good as Grinning Ignis, honestly.
I think it's significantly better. I think it's way much better than Grinning Ignis.
Okay, I can believe that.
I'm going to give it a C+.
Sure.
I mean, it's an uncommon where Ignis is a common, right? Like they've...
Yeah, no, Ignis is uncommon.
No, Ignis is uncommon. Okay, take it all back.
All right, cool. Next is Sudden Breakthrough, 1 and a red. Instant, target creature gets +2/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn. Create a treasure token.
This is a good combat trick. Like, +2/+0 first strike does the things you want combat tricks to do. It will win you the combat, like, almost 100% of the time.
And you get a treasure.
And you get a treasure, which, fixing, acceleration, some synergies and stuff. Doesn't learn, doesn't do anything fancy. It's a good combat trick.
Yeah, C.
I got like C-, I think.
C-.
Yeah, I think
you sort of want to trigger Magecraft with this to get it.
Yeah, there are too many other effects that are similar that provide card advantage or whatever, and I don't think the deck that's accelerating with creature tokens wants to be playing an aggressive combat trick like this necessarily. So.
All right, next
Make
is
Stormkin Artist trade with a 6/6 when you cast it.
Accurate.
Nice. Tomes it doesn't trade; it kills it, right?
Yeah. You trade the 6/6 for the sudden break.
Sure, fine. Tome Shredder, 2 red, creature, wolf, 2/2. Haste, exile target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard. Put a +1/+1 counter on Tome Shredder.
Why isn't it a dog?
Because it's a wolf!
A wolf didn't eat my homework, did it?
Card seems like a good name.
Yeah, 3 mana 2/2 hastes are kind of not great.
Well, so you can do the effect straight away, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, sure. When you cast it on turn 3, you're going to attack with it, not use its effect, and you're going to be, happy that you had an effect. Or it comes in and blocks as a 3/3 a reasonable percentage of the time. Again, we're kind of assuming that it's not that difficult to have several instants and sorceries in your graveyard. Triggers things leaving your graveyard at instant speed.
It seems like it's going to be pretty useful in lots of decks.
I'm just worried that it's not doing the right stuff. Like, it's not that aggressive for an aggressive card, and it's not that defensive, or like it's not going to take over the game for a card that's trying to do that.
It could get quite big.
I think the main issue is that it has that. Like, I guess the joke is right that it's a good aggressive threat on 3 that in the late game becomes a 5/5.
Yeah,
that sounds like a really good card.
Like, you remember the prowess gain a +1/+1 counter card from War of the Spark?
No.
Also, no.
3 mana 2/2. Whenever you play an instant sorcery spell, it gets a +1/+1 counter.
That's in this set.
That card was very good.
Yeah, okay, I can believe that.
A little bit worse because you have to tap it to get the counter, so you can't attack with it at the same turn. I like that prowess card you just said.
True.
But I think the fact that it enables it's free enabling of the exile from a graveyard effects.
Yep.
And it grows.
And it's speed, but what that's worth.
And
I think this is a flat C. I think this is going to be
a
hard card to cut from a red deck. It's just going to be a pawn of limited that you put in your deck and you attack a block with it and you're okay with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Twin Skulls Shaman, 2 in a red, creature, dwarf shaman, 1/2, double strike.
The third common ever with double strike.
Simple. Raging Redcap was a card.
There's the 1 white 1/1 with flying. What's the other one?
Oh no, they made Fencing Ace a common. I forgot about Fencing Ace.
Oh yeah, of course, Fencing Ace.
And Raging Redcap, which is this card.
This is Raging Redcap, but it's only 1 red rather than 2.
And was the Cerberus, or was the Cerberus uncommon?
Cerberus was also 1 red for a 1/2. The red cap was there's been loads of double strikers. I'm talking shit. This
card might
double strikers.
So the good thing about Raging Redcap and Eldraine was it sometimes just got insane because you could put like equipment on it, and that set had like some okay equipment to put on it. It had like the Black Red Lance and some other power buffy equipments, and there were some counters.
While the set doesn't have good equipment, it does have some very good combat tricks with this. +2/+1 trample is very, very strong.
For sure.
I've played enough double strike plus trample tricks.
Ember Cleave to understand.
Or Uncaged Fury decks, right? Like, just give a thing, double strike it. Kaya's Onslaught plus Run Amok lethals.
Kills any X1s on blocks because it's got double strike.
Sure.
Where's counters? This for a bunch of counters. This could do some sweet stuff. I think this is going to get a build around grade. I don't want to just jam this in.
Yes, I think that's fundamentally where I'm going to end up. Is that I don't know if you want to go deep on this, and you certainly don't want to just jam it in a deck which doesn't go deep on it. But I think when you do, it probably is like a C.
I'm just going to give it a flat C-, and it probably will end up in play in some of your red decks. And
I don't believe that for what it's worth. I just don't think
Red
you
Cap
are.
did, so I assume this is in a similar place. You're not happy to play it sometimes, but it's fine. I need a break.
Yeah, no, I'll take the driving wheel for green.
Mm-hmm.
So we're kicking things off with Accomplished Alchemist. This is 3 in a green. It's 4 mana for a 2/5 elf druid at rare. It's got tap, add 1 mana of any color, and tap, add X mana of any 1 color, where X is the amount of life you gained this turn. What do we think of this bad boy?
So in terms of stat, 4 mana 2/5 Wishcrunch Crab stats. We like this. Defensive, fine. Tap it from mana of any color. I kind of want to block with it, but I'm fine. Like, accelerating is fine, fixing is fine.
Mm-hmm.
The exciting mode is obviously add 7 mana to my mana pool. If I can, the kind of obvious combo is with the sack X creatures effect. If I sack 4 pests, I then get to have a bunch of extra mana to cast the spells I just drew.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, that is nice.
It works really nicely with instants, because then you get the 2/5 body and you get the mana.
Yes, for sure. It can accelerate you into some of the big red-blue spells, though obviously that doesn't really work.
You can be a teamer deck.
And you can this card definitely lets you splash, and especially since some of the big red-blue spells, most of the big red-blue spells have
Single red.
No, they have blue, discard a card, discard this card, make a treasure. Right?
Yeah,
My green-blue deck can use this to splash them very easily.
Yeah.
This set also has a bunch of X. Well, we'll see a bunch of fractals with X's in their cost.
Yeah.
There's some outlets for if I can. The main issue is that it's quite hard to gain a lot of life without spending any mana.
There are some lifelink creatures.
Yeah, there's some incidental stuff, but it's hard to gain like 5 life without spending any mana, so it's hard for this to be true acceleration to cast like a big spell, but it is very good at letting you double spell, right? Like,
yes.
Cast a thing that happens to gain me 3, cast this next card, Basic Conjuration or whatever, a 3 mana card that also gains 3 life. This card makes it basically cost 0, and that's exciting.
I think I like this card.
Yeah.
I think
I'd compare this to like Oasis Ritualist, but I remember Oasis Ritualist was a common.
It was the best common.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give this a C+. I think it's like without the stats, if it was a 1/1, it would probably be lower than that. But it's Wishbone Crab body with relevant text for a Wishbone Crab, and sometimes you're gonna have these mental turns where it taps for 5, and that's everything you dreamed of.
Yeah, or it fixes you for the spell you really need right then.
Yeah.
And doing some splashing, it could be like the fixing for a particular lesson or something.
Sure.
That's true.
Next up, we have Basic Conjuration. It's 1 green for a sorcery lesson. It's also rare. It says, you look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. You gain 3 life. It's great with Accomplished Alchemist. You gain the life, you make the mana. Go on.
Yeah.
Go on.
In terms of actual lessons, it's not... If you've got a bomb that this is digging for, it's great. Like, it's much, much better than any of the, like, scry to draw a card kind of effects.
Definitely.
That we've seen, if you've got something worth getting. The issue, as a rare, you probably can't afford to... It's awkward to pick early, because you do need to have a powerful card that you're going to find. Like, just finding your 5-drop or whatever is not worth the effort that you've jumped through to make this good, necessarily.
It's better than the common scry to draw card in a green deck as just a lesson that you have in your sideboard.
Not always, but most of the time, yes. Like, sometimes you're looking for a removal spell, right? But...
I think I would take it over that.
Yeah, I just think that is probably something. That's probably where it is, right? Like, it's a utility lesson.
The fact it gains 3 helps you get away with the fact you've overpaid for a learn card and then spent 3 mana not affecting the board. It is low tempo, but again, if you're finding, especially if you've got some mythic bomb, any of the cards we're rating A or whatever that this can find, it goes up a lot in value.
You want to find something that regains you that tempo, essentially, like the Ravenous Lindworm, which obviously isn't in this set, but something like that.
But yes, we'll get to Bookworm. You want something that you can fetch that gets you back the tempo. But yeah, I expect this is a like you. Would you play this in your main deck? Probably not, right?
Never.
No, I'm giving this a sideboard grade. Probably a sideboard C plus though.
It's just. Yeah, I think sideboard C plus makes sense to me. I'm not picking it higher than that.
I'm just sideboard C, I think. But
I think if you've got if you've actually got a mythic dragon, this might go up.
Yeah.
But
yeah, fair.
Like the Planeswalker card goes up if you've got a Planeswalker. If you've got unbelievable mythic, having a card that digs very deep for it is really nice.
Yeah.
And you do need some learn in your deck in order to bother taking these lessons.
That's also
mechanics complicated.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Bayou Groff. This is 1 and a green for a 5/4 plant dog. It's a common. And as an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature or pay 3.
I love this card.
So Either get your 5 mana 5/4 or a 2 mana 5/4 if you've got the creature to sacrifice for it.
If you sacrifice your unwilling experiment.
So, a couple of things worth pointing out here. There is no pacifism and there is no claustrophobia in this set, so you're never getting a free sacrifice. You're never having a creature in play that is already dead and is just a body that you get to sacrifice for free. That will very rarely happen. I do still think the card's incredible. I think all the modes are good.
Right, like 5 mana 5/4 is fine, and if it costs 2, it's like even if it costs 2 on turn 5, if you double spell on turn 5 and play like a relevant 3 dot and this, it's like whoa, that's a lot of power.
Yeah. You are there is some inherent card disadvantage. There's plenty of ways you can make up for that, but sacrificing a creature is most creatures are worth a card once they're in play. So again, we've seen actually there's a whole bunch of Elvish Fisheries in this set. So
pests as well,
and Elvish, and pests and stuff.
Better in black green, I think, than there's gonna be green blue, but I think still playable in green blue. Like you might end up with like 1/1 fractals sitting around.
How about a 5/4s get there often enough? I think I'm not going to cut.
Yeah, Velocipede's playable. I don't think we're going to give this a build around grade yet.
No, it's just
in order to do it. It's just a solid card.
One extra thing worth mentioning: it is a cost. If they counter it, you have still lost the creature.
Yep,
deal with it. But on the flip side, if it was an ETB trigger, they could kill your pest once it ETBs
and then have to sacrifice it to itself.
So it doesn't have that downside. But
is it as good as the blue tap flyer? Like probably, right? Obviously it's different. That was a B. I'm saying it was a B, so I think it's a B.
I think this is probably green. Like this card seems good.
Green's best
minus.
Right?
I'm not going to give it a B. I think close to B minus, just because it does need a little bit of work. A 5 and a 5/4 is certainly not getting anywhere close to a B. I think we're going to give it a B minus.
A 2 mana 5/4 though is pretty strong.
It still dies to Red's common removal spell.
That is true. I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a B minus.
All right.
I think it's going to be enough of the time that you do invest in this, but they can counter that tempo somehow. Like if blue bounces this and learns, that could be a disaster.
Yeah, exactly.
Fair enough.
Next up is Big Play. It's 1 and a green for a common instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 and gains reach until end of turn. Interesting, it's not optional to get reach. Target creature gets +2 and gains reach until end of turn. Mandatory reach. Put a +1/+1 counter on it. So it's functionally +2/+3 until end of turn, but one of those is going to stick around.
Yeah, I think this is a fairly good
combat trick.
Yeah, I think it's a combat trick you're going to be happy with. Like, +2/+2 and reach would already be like a combat trick I'm pretty interested in. And turning on counter synergies and also, having a permanent effect is the kind of thing that pushes this into, this is a really solid combat trick. It's a cheap spell for magecrafty stuff. I think you're going to be pretty... it's still a combat trick. I'm not going to give it higher than a C.
Yeah, I'm just going to give it a C,
I think you're going to be pretty happy with your big plays.
I think this is going to be a flat C. Oh, God, that's going to come up so much for it.
Yeah.
I did just read the flavor text and understand what's happening in the art, and I'm going to move on.
Cool.
Next up is Bookworm. This is 7 and a green. It's 8 mana total for a creature worm at uncommon, 7/7, with trample. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life and draw a card. And for 3 mana, you can put it from your graveyard into your library, 3rd from top.
Black Worm's back, baby.
It's
not
definitely
quite
worse than
now
Black Worm,
it can't
always. The card is obviously an extremely good win condition. It is worth mentioning 8 mana is a lot more than 7 mana. It is roughly 2 turns more in terms of how regular games play out.
It is what blue-green is trying to do, and as we get to the gold cards, we'll find out there's a lot of blue-green cards that get a land out your deck. I mean, there's a couple in green, in fact. Get a land, put it to play. So it's not impossible.
Some things.
Yeah, some treasures from the blue stuff. I think it also stops you decking. Not the most relevant, but I guess you have to discard the worm or something. But
because it draws your card when it comes into play, you will still deck.
Yeah, that's fair.
Slightly slower.
Palaka Worm is obviously the comparison. It is definitely worse than Palaka Worm because it costs 1 more. But if you need a win condition, I think there's a chance that you don't need a win condition in the blue-green deck. Like, between the X-Spell as a lesson and some of the other scaling stuff we see, you might not be excited by this, but I'm going to give it a high grade anyway. I think just like a C plus, B minus, B minus.
I'm B minus.
I'm leaning C plus. I think you're right. I think there's a chance you want your 8-drops to be coming out of your sideboard. You don't want to have to clutter up your deck.
I think that's where I'm at. Is that I think fundamentally, like, again, in a normal set where you ignore synergies completely, this isn't, even though it is a good 8-drop, it's still not really good enough. So yeah, I'm gonna
Worm costs 7, so
exactly. That's the main reason I say it's no Palaka Worm, because 7 is.
Didn't draw you a card until it died.
It gave you 7 though.
Yeah, it also gave you 7.
Palaka Worm was really good.
It cost 0 with the other
Come back to me, Palaka Worm.
One day, Stu. One day.
One day.
Next up is Charge Through. It's another sports-based card. It's 1 green for an instant common. Target creature gains trample until end of turn. Draw a card. It's interesting to see real cantrips. We've had a lot of lesson learned cantrips.
A lot of fake cantrips.
Does require a target. Can't cycle it on turn 1. That's definitely worth mentioning. Though, if you're on the draw, giving your opponent's creature trample is fine. So, on the draw, leave up green. Opponent plays their 2-drop. You do get to cycle it like that.
I think trample is relevant on a lot of creatures in green. In this set.
They've got a lot of very big. They've got some, but as we'll see, all the fractals are big vanilla creatures.
Yeah.
Trample can do a lot of work in that situation.
Mm-hmm. And you get to draw a card, sweet.
And Trample's going to be good with, Magecrafty stuff as well. I know this isn't, a green-white thing,
for sure.
but that white Magecraft for +2/+2 doesn't have Trample naturally.
Yeah.
It's a really cheap way to trigger a bunch of those.
Yes, it's a nice cheap spell that cantrips. I'm never going to be excited to pick this up. I can definitely see them ending up in my sideboard because they don't fundamentally do anything.
Mm-hmm.
If you put too many cantrip do-nothings in your deck, you do have to start cutting lands because otherwise you'll flood every game, which can be awkward. But yeah, it's...
I'm going to give it a C, I think.
I think I'm going to C minus. I don't think it does...
Enough. Okay, that's fair enough. I'm going to stick with mine, but I could be wrong.
I'm going to go all the way up to C+.
Okay.
I'm drinking the Kool-Aid on this set. I think I want to put lots of spells in my deck and be paid off for it. I think this is going to be the set where actually the 1-mana cantrips are really good.
This does help
the
you.
Real one. The other ones all need lesson learn synergy. This one you just get to pick it up, put it straight in your deck.
That's true.
That's fair. And it's in green for some reason.
Agreed. Next up is Containment Breach. This is 2 and a green for an uncommon sorcery lesson. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. If its mana value is 2 or less, create a 1/1 black and green pest creature token. When it dies, you get life. So you always get the destruction. If it's small, you get a tiny reclamation sage.
Yes.
Yeah. So you'll never... Obviously, you'll never main deck this. You're not killing removal spells with it. That's often that's part of the reason Broken Wings or similar was so good, is that it happened to kill pacifisms and dehydrations and so on, and it people are quite likely to have targets. This is not a set with a lot of artifacts and enchantments. All of what would usually be, even the things that would usually be auras, are in the form of sorceries that leave counters. I think, don't get me wrong, that we've seen some bombs that are artifacts and enchantments. I'm sure there are some very powerful ones. And especially as part of a lesson board, having access to answers to permanent types that are usually difficult to answer is appealing.
Yeah.
But there is a colourless...
It'll go late in any pack that's going on, basically.
Yeah. I just don't...
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be worth wasting a pick on.
Yeah, this is going to be a sideboard, C minus.
Can we give it a sideboard grade?
Yeah, it's a sideboard.
Yep. Sideboard
when it's good, there will be games where this is really important. You're desperately, it's going to do the thing you want to do. Answer a artifact enchantment for 3 or less, for 3 mana, and just be yeah, this was great. But overall, it's not going to do what you want.
And picking it up is going to be great for those games, because you don't need to waste time sideboarding it in. You can just pick it up when you need it.
Yes.
Man, I'm so excited for lesson learn. It just sounds so fun.
I'm scared and confused, mostly.
Matt, that's normal for you. That's just your everyday life.
I'm closer to Matt, but I agree with both of you. Next up, we have Devouring Tendrils. This is 1 and a green for another uncommon sorcery. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker you don't control. When the permanent you don't control dies this turn, you gain 2 life. So this is green's uncommon punch spell.
It's good.
I am upset with how they've chosen to word it. It makes me very unhappy. There's gotta be a more just let me gain 2 life. Cut a sentence, please. Please.
Agreed. Why does one in a green gain 2 life? What was wrong with printing that?
Yeah.
No, the thing has to die. When it dies, then you get your life, not one moment sooner.
I mean, Time to Feed also had awkward, terrible wording to this extent, but ugh. Anyway,
ignoring that though, this card's quite good.
Yes, ignoring putting too many words on the card. Yeah, it's a 2-mana punch spells are always good.
Yeah, punch spell.
Getting 2 life is minor upside, but relevant.
But upside, and it targets planeswalkers, which these don't always do. So that might be relevant sometimes as well. B, right? Green's best removal spell.
And it's the Magecraft set.
Yeah. It's very high tempo.
I'm
happy to
probably a B.
The card you're always going to put in your green decks, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't imagine ever cutting these.
Yeah.
Next up is a creature. It's Dragon's Guard Elite. It's 1 and a green for a 2/2 human druid. It's a rare. And it has Magecraft. When you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, put a +1/+1 counter on Dragon's Guard Elite. Oof. And for 4 green, you can double the number of +1/+1 counters on Dragon's Guard Elite. 2 mana 2/2. Every spell makes it bigger. And it's a mana sink for the late game.
Yeah, this card
seems amazing. Oh my god.
Korean Dryad used to be a constructed player.
But now it's uncommon and no one plays it.
Yeah, I expect that this is a really powerful effect. You don't even have to work very hard.
No.
If this isn't a build around card,
sits in play.
This is just a good on-curve threat that your opponent can never super hard to block into Magecraft. Obviously, some of the spells that copy themselves go off with this.
Sure.
I think you're going to be and when you get to that stage in the late game where usually a 2 mana 2/2 isn't good, it only needs a counter before you start
doubling it. Yeah.
Double end of your turn, double it. On my turn, double it. Yeah, this is a 20.
Now we're a 6/6, and then then we're a 10.
With a +1/+1 and trample.
Yeah, I would love to get a exactly. I think you're going to to be. This is
for sure
A-, I think.
This card's flat A. I was wondering. A+.
Every green deck, right?
No, I don't think it's an A+. We give the. Oh god! Don't scroll. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I scrolled. I shouldn't have.
It definitely wouldn't be a flat A without that last ability, because the 3 mana uncommon was very good, but it wasn't a bomb.
This card demands removing, right? You can't just let it exist.
Yeah, for sure. It's hard. The issue with it is it's hard to curve out with it. It's hard. It is still, even in a set like this, it's still hard to on turn 3 commit, put things on the board while also scaling this.
It's not going to be a swingy top deck on turn 7.
No, I'm happy with A-. I think it's worse than, for example, the black Magecrafty payoff.
So what about if we go Dragon Guard Elite into you're a black green, you play the Inkling card on 3. This is a 3/3. Then you play the Pest card on 4.
There's lessons from my sideboard. What are you doing?
I don't know. Because I've not played the set. I don't know if you might play some of those main deck. I genuinely have no idea.
I can definitely there are definitely going to be ways that you can curve out with spells, and I do think you're going to have draws where this is just completely in the same way that Bloodsky Berserker was sometimes with certain draws just completely unbeatable because it just got 2 counters a turn. If this gets 2 counters a turn, you're dead. If it gets 1 or 2 counters and on turn 4 it's a 4/4, I can still beat that. I've still got time to draw my removal spell. I'm still not dead yet. I'm giving it an A-. I don't think it card's bad at all. I don't think when my opponent
A-, Matthew.
when people slam this on turn 2, I don't think I'm dead. I think I'm behind. I think
that's pretty good for a card.
Yeah.
It's turn 2, you're behind. Go.
Also, the problem with bombs on turn 2 is that's when your opponent still has all their removal in their hand, right?
Yeah. For sure.
I think Matt's convinced me. I think this is actually an A-. Sorry, Steve.
Betrayed.
Next up is Ecological Appreciation. This is a sorcery mythic rare. It costs X, 2, and a green. Search your library and graveyard for up to 4 creature cards with different names that each have mana value X or less and reveal them. An opponent chooses 2 of those cards. Shuffle the chosen cards into your library and put the rest onto the battlefield. Exile ecological appreciation.
Hey, you like words on your cards. Well.
So what are we doing with this? We're paying like 8 mana, so X is 5. We're going into our graveyard. Okay. Yeah, sure. We're going into our graveyard. We're getting some 4 and 5 drops from the graveyard or our library. The best ones that we've got, and our opponent is going to give us our 3rd and 4th best ones, assuming they're all linearly ranked, and the others are going back into our library. So it is a 2-for-1 for 7 or 8 mana. They're going straight onto the battlefield, so we're getting 7 or 8 mana's worth of creatures, assuming we've put at least 4, 4, and 5 drops in our deck, as well as an 8 mana spell. So this is quite good. It's not like mythic value, but it's fine.
I'm trying to think about it at lower numbers.
What if it's 1?
X's 1 is not functional. There's no way your deck just won't have 4 1-drops.
Take 4 of the eye bats out. There you go.
No, they have to all have different names.
Oh,
no! So yeah, there's no way you could cast it for 4 mana. For 5 mana, you just get 2 2-drops, right? It's just going to be your bears or whatever.
You're going to get your Balegroth and your Dragon's Guard Elite. That's what you're going to get.
Like, how good... It's pretty good, Balegroth, I'll tell you that much. Luckily, it goes into your library. You're keeping your Balegroth. Yeah, fundamentally, 5 mana get 2 2-drops. Is not really a 2-for-1 because on turn 5 your 2-drops usually aren't a card.
Unless they're card
of value.
If it was 5 mana reanimate 2 2-drops, you'd think of that as quite good, right? If I've traded some cards off and then I'm putting them back.
It's better than that, obviously.
So Elvish Visionaries running around?
What? The card from Ikoria, Curse of the Death Dweller? That was 3 mana, return like 3 powers worth of creatures and put some counters on them.
CMC worth of things, yeah.
Oh, was it CMC?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was power. But anyway, at that point when you're getting 2/2s back from River, it's similar-ish to that, right? Like,
yeah, that costs 3.
And it gives you a lifelink and a menace counter.
Yeah, that was
3.
Yeah.
So,
I think that the split card of on turn 5 just get some boys into play, and turn 7 actually 7 mana 2 4-drops. It's hard for your deck to have 4 4-drops, but it can happen.
A 4-drop and a 3-drop then. Like...
Yeah, you get a 4-drop on 3. Like, if I get to spend 7 mana putting 7 mana of stuff into play, and it was a 2-for-1, that's a card. Like, the fact that it's okay-ish on 5, it's fine on 5, and then can be really quite good for more mana.
Should we think about...
It's still not a bomb.
Player, like...
No.
Because we're giving them a choice, there's a chance that...
They fuck up that. I don't think that's real.
No?
It means we can't get any kind of synergies. If we've got, like, 2 creatures that work really well together, they're always going to give us one of those 2, right?
Yeah. But that is worth mentioning, is that sometimes a lower value card, like a 2-mana card, is actually better than a 4-mana card because they can't possibly put it with your best card or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like a B on this. I think it's going to be good, but not great.
I think I'm closer to B- or C+. I just think, like, I'm going to pick it like it's a B. So I've discovered it's bad.
Play with it once.
But yeah, I think
different names is also really awkward because you might end up doubling up on a common 4-drop.
Yeah, right.
I'm going to give it a C+,
C+,
and just be like, I'm going to pick it in my green decks, I'm going to play it in my green decks most of the time, but it's not a card I'm windmill slamming and being excited about basically ever. I'm going to go.
Yeah, because of the way the X works, you can't even cheat this with like blue-red cheaty spell stuff.
Yeah, and also like, it doesn't even scale well into like casting it for X equals 8, because even when Bookworm's one of the cards I get, I'm not actually going to get it. I'm just going to get my other.
Yeah, the others are the 4 and 5 drops that you were obliged to put in your deck, so your curve wasn't awful.
Yeah,
it is only 1 green.
Sure. Don't think
Yeah,
it's worth
Bloomer
splashing.
can splash it with treasure, but they also then play a bunch of creatures.
Yeah, that's true.
That is actually another thing worth mentioning. If my 7 drops are spells, this isn't doing it.
Yeah, this card is confusing. We will see how it plays out. It's not Starnheim Unleashed. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Wish it was a lesson. Next
It
up is
would be
emergent.
so good as a lesson. Like, I was just thinking the same thing.
Next up is Emergent Sequence. It's 1 and a green for a sorcery. Search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield, tapped, then shuffle. That land, what are you shuffling? No one knows. That land becomes a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature that's still a land. Put a +1/+1 counter on it for each land you had enter the battlefield under your control this turn.
I hear you like words on your cards.
So most of the time, or best case, I guess, is turn 2, we go land drop, emergent sequence. We now have a tapped 2/2 creature with 2 counters on it that taps for whatever color we chose from the basics in our deck.
It's a mana dork.
Yeah, it's a totally fine Leaf Gilder. It's the fact that fractal is relevant for various things.
Yeah, some things make fractals bigger.
Yeah, cool. There's several things that affect your fractals, and several things that make 0/0s better as well. Blue-green's about these fractal things. They're a little better than that.
But worst case scenario, just being a mana dork for 2 is fine.
Yeah, Leaf Gilder or whatever the equivalent is almost always green's best common. This isn't uncommon, but
Sculptor of Winter from last set, and this is better than that because it's more flexible. I guess sometimes it's a 1/1. It's not always a 2/2.
Only if you didn't hit your land up that turn.
Which can happen.
Yeah, but it's possible from counter synergies, so maybe you've got a way to make it like.
Yeah, I think most of the time it's gonna be a 2/2, and that's fine.
Yeah.
And I don't know if there's like theoretically. I mean, if you cast 2 of them, the second one's a 3/3. You know.
Sure. Yeah.
It's true. And it's a sorcery. You get your Magecraft on.
Yeah.
I'm closer to B minus.
B minus, I think. Yeah.
Nah, is that true? How would Leaf Gilder be? Leaf Gilder would probably be a B minus. Yeah, I'm going to give it B minus.
It's a little bit better than Leaf Gilder though, because it had all these synergies.
Agree. That's one good B minus.
I think the mana dorks are normally a C+. They're normally like the best common. They're not normally like insane. I don't know.
Sure.
I don't know if this is relevant, but destroy target non-land thing. Is that a phrase in the set that comes up very often? Because sometimes that does get people.
Yeah, sometimes they can't kill it properly.
Yeah.
That's fair.
It looks like the black removal's destroying creatures.
Sure, fine. There might be a white card that exiles a non-land.
Yeah, there's an exile a non-land permanent to turn it into a 3/2, but they probably weren't aiming that at your mana.
Fair enough. It's worth thinking about.
Yeah.
Next up is Exponential Growth. It's sorcery for XXGG. Until end of turn, double target creature's power X times.
Hey, baby, I'm all in.
So let's quickly work out what this does. So for 4 mana on a 2/2, we're going to double its power up to 4, then double it again up to 8. So for 4 mana, we give a 2/2 plus 6 plus.
No. For 6 mana, you're turning a 2/2 into an 8.
Oh god. Okay.
And not even an 8 into an 8/2. This is not a playable magic
No,
card.
boo, dislike.
If you gave trample, it would be a win condition. Not enough things have inherent trample
or double strike.
Yeah, it's just.
It doesn't even. Does it work with +1/+1 counters?
Yeah.
Yeah, because their power is increased because of the counter.
So, yeah, but does it increase in between the doublings?
No. What do you mean?
If I've got a 0/0 with 2 counters on it, I double its power twice. Is it doubled once from 2 to 4? Then the counters are counted again, and then it gets doubled again.
No,
from 6
it would just go to 8.
They'll go to 8.
Okay. Yeah, I'm off it. I think this is a D minus.
No, I think it's an F.
I'm not playing this card.
Why have they printed it if they don't want me to play it?
Because Magic the Gathering.
It's an EDH nonsense
Yeah,
card.
it's an F. I can't figure it out. I can't figure out a time when it does anything. Next up is Field Trip.
Yeah, don't worry.
It's 2 and a green for a sorcery. Search your library for a basic forest card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle, then learn.
It's one of the best learn cards.
I don't think it's one of the best learn cards. I
think
it's
up there with the divination.
Yeah, agreed. I think it's good. It only fetches basic forest. It's not fixing. It's worth mentioning.
Right.
It doesn't affect the board, which is kind of what part of the issue with learn is that it's super low tempo. So I do kind of want to be affecting the board when I'm learning, but at least this accelerates you, right? If you turn 3 this, turn 4 my 5-drop, make my 5 mana make a 4/4. Yeah, I've made up that tempo, and it's fine. It's good.
Yeah, it's acceleration that finds you the thing to accelerate into.
Actually,
another
put it like that. Yeah, I think C++. I'm somewhere between C and C+.
I'm going to give it C+. I think this card will be pretty decent in most green decks.
Sure.
It's just the fact that this is an effect that you would be fine doing normally, plus it's got learn staple onto it. Like,
yeah,
it's not the best version of the effect, but normally you'd be happy to get a forest out of your library and put it onto the battlefield. Like,
yeah, I mean, I played the version of this that had Bolster 1 strapped onto it. I shouldn't have, but I did.
Yeah.
Next up is Fortifying Drought.
Draft. Yep.
Don't disagree.
You disagree all you want.
Next up is Fortifying Draghut. It's single green for an instant. You gain 2 life. Target creature gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the amount of life you gained this turn. So the floor is +2/+2, but obviously the dream is Matt's +10/+10 turn.
Yes. I do, like, if I have 4 pests in play, and I have 3 mana up for Fortifying Draft and sack any number of creatures or whatever, I attack with all my pests. Whichever one doesn't get blocked is killing them. That's not quite how it works, but like, I don't think you should play this as a meme. Like, I'm gonna try and +10/+10 them, because if you gain 10 life, you're fine.
You're doing all right.
Yeah, you're fine.
I think this is just a fine combat trick, and maybe one day you get a +4/+4.
Yeah, a surprise +4/+4. Like, what do we learn about like cards onslaught off the? Obviously, this isn't the same like amount of power normally, but a trick that's quite large out of Mammoth Growth did this sometimes too. A trick that's quite large for 1 mana that just surprises the opponent for like an extra 4 damage can just kill them.
Yeah, for sure. I think C probably. Like,
yeah, I think it's C for like a good combat trick that I want to play. I mean, it is uncommon, but is it 2 win more to think about playing this in multiples?
Yeah, I mean, certainly 2 of them is very strong, right? That's not even that true, though, right?
Yeah, the first is 2/2, the second is 4/4, but if you alpha and you only have 2 mana untapped, they're not going to put you on 2 tricks.
Yeah.
If you done any work at that point, then
it's fine. It's a C, and sometimes you're going to die to it. But yeah.
Next up is a Gnarled Professor. It's 2 green for a 5/4 Treefolk Druid. It's a rare. It has Trample, and when it enters the battlefield, you learn.
This card's good.
This card is good.
Obviously.
I like it.
I like how few words it has.
It's got all this reminder text.
I think. You can't. I would never ever cut this from a green deck. Obviously, like, even with no learn synergies, a 4-mana 5/4 trample that discarded and drew a card would be a fine Magic card.
Yeah.
4-mana 5/4 trample. What do you want? I think it's also worth pointing out this is another 5/4. We've seen very little 5 toughness in this set.
That's true. What about that 1/5 Dwarf Spirit Giant?
That's true. I think it's so it does die to the red common deal for.
Sure.
But yeah, I think you're never cutting this. It's a question of is like, it's not a bomb. It never.
It's a B, right? Like,
I think B is about right. I'm happy with B. I think
I was leaning A- just based on its text. Like,
it's a good efficient creature, but
yeah, I just don't think like
the one from the last set that was like had foretell, and whenever your stuff got targeted, drew a card. That was like an A-.
That month was insane though, because you could draw more than 1 card, and it was a 6/5 trample for 4.
Oh, that was a 6/5. I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm happy to give it a B. I don't think it's a.
I'm going B+. I'm still high on learn.
I can believe it to B+.
Okay.
I'm first picking it over most uncommons, probably.
Yeah.
Stick with B then.
Next up is Honor Troll.
They spelled Honor wrong. It's got a U in it.
Yeah. We'll forgive them.
Okay.
Next up is Honor Troll. 2 and a green for a 2/3 Troll Druid. It's an uncommon. It has Vigilance. If you would gain life, you gain that much life +1 instead. And Honor Troll gets +2/+1 as long as you have 25 or more life. We found a life gain payoff, guys. We did it.
I heard you like Angel Vitality that didn't fly. Here it is.
So this is actually a reward for getting life in little increments rather than in big bursts.
Mm-hmm. But does also make your little increments into big bursts.
Arguable. Yeah. Fundamentally, a 2/3 Vigilance that sometimes gains you a few life is a card that I'm okay with. I don't think this necessarily needs a build around rating.
No, it's probably just going to be a 5.
I don't think you need to build around waiting.
But when it's a 4/4 vigilance for 3, you're feeling incredible. It's nice because sometimes gaining life just doesn't do anything. That's definitely one of the issues with life gain, where you just sit here and I'm at 25 and it doesn't matter because I lost to your bomb. My life total was never relevant in this game. This card goes, no, I get some cool value for having a bunch of life. Yeah, I'm going to play it in my decks without much synergy, and when I have that synergy so that on turn 4 it's a 4/4, I'm going to feel really good. Going to give this a C+, I think.
C+. Okay, I can see C+.
3 mana 2/3. Like, Vigilance is nothing. We were so down on the black 3 mana 2/3.
Vigilance is nothing. Maybe, you know what?
But
a 4/4 Vigilance is something. Once it's a 4/4 Vigilance, it is something.
There's definitely a chance you get there as well. Like, there are some just green-black lifelink cards that in the early game might just accept, especially when they're getting that how much they're doing +1. You might just get to 25 pretty quick if you play the 2/2 lifelinker on 2 and then play the troll.
Have we seen a lesson that just gains you a bunch of life? I don't think we have.
There is one.
The one that searches out a land, it gains you 2.
Which would be 3. Nice.
Combos.
So we've all settled on like C+ for that one?
Yeah, roughly.
Next up is Karok Wrangler, to wrangle your Karoks. It's a 5 mana 4 and a green for a 3/3 elf druid. It's an uncommon. And it has Magecraft. When you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Oh, baby.
I'm not
excited by this.
I'm not making those noises. The card's good for sure. Like, one of the advantages of this compared, like, the issue with this is that compared to, I know comparing it to an A card, but compared to Dragon's Guard Elite, you're getting the same amount of power and toughness. Yes, you can put the counter on things with text, flying, lifelink, whatever, and what part of the advantage is that you get to put the counter on the thing that isn't the removal magnet. They have to kill this.
Yes.
And this isn't the thing you've put the counters on for the most part. The downside is that it's almost impossible to play this and a spell in the same turn. That's very expensive. So you do have to untap with it, and on the turn you play it, it's pretty low tempo. And really, it takes like 3 spells before I'm happy with the amount of how much I've invested in this card. 2 spells, it's pretty good for 2 spells. Like, once it's a 5/5 for 5, I'm not unhappy, especially if those counters have gone to places I like. But it takes some time.
What you're maybe forgetting is that some of the spells in this set are just 2 spells. Like, the blue card that scries 1, draw a card, triggers off druids, is just 2 spells for 1 card. The same is true of like Plum the Thing, or whatever it's called, Plum the black card, and the white card that copies for each other spell you've cast.
There are a few quite powerful uncommons that copy themselves.
Anything that learns. If I just play like Field Trip into go get a land, I've played 2 spells that turn. Neither of them were good, but I played them.
I'm not saying this card's bad. I'm saying it's not a high B. I'm probably...
Look at that crocodile, Matt. Look at it.
Yeah, look at
they use this art so much. I'm probably like B-.
Okay, so if I can talk you into where I'm at on this card, I think this is like the Mythic Uncommon. I think that if this is on the battlefield at like a point of parity, it's going to make combat a nightmare for your opponent.
That's true.
That is true.
All of your creatures are representing 1/2 +1/+1 counters at instant and sorcery speed. Like,
that is something I hadn't considered for sure. I was definitely thinking of this as a sorcery level effect, but you're right. You can never block ever.
With the mana behind this, it's going to be terrifying. I think you have that 1-turn window, like you said. They've tapped out on turn 5 for a 3/3. You've got a turn to deal with their 3/3, and if you don't, you could be in a lot of trouble.
Like, if we think of some other Mythic Uncommons, like one's in my head, like Sir Conrad from Eldraine, he needed to untap realistically to get the best out of his mill effect. Vitu-Godzi Guildmage needs to untap and was still like busted, but that could cost 2.
The Mythic Uncommon my brain always goes to his Elite Scale
card.
I didn't play that format, so
5 mana 2/3. Which, to be fair, the card that reminded me of Elite Scale Guard was the one where the +1 counters drained them for 1.
Yeah.
I think this card's at least a B, right?
When mentioning that it makes blocking just the absolute worst thing imaginable is a really good point, and it's not something I was just thinking about it in terms of raw numbers. I was definitely not thinking about it in terms of no one has. You can
I'm
never
thinking
pop
about those
again.
plus encounters as value. You're getting value by sharing them about and by threatening to share them about.
Okay.
I think a flat B. I buy your point. I think it's an A. I think
Yeah.
I buy
Oh
your
no,
point.
I don't think it's a
It's not big enough.
Sure.
Cards,
I'm happy.
Cards that enter the battlefield and don't do much are rarely A's, I think.
Next up, we have Leyline Invocation. It's 5 and a green for a sorcery. Create a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token. Put X +1/+1 counters on it, where X is the number of lands you control.
Make a massive.
So most of the time, this is a 6 mana 6/6 made up of counters.
And
sometimes you'll get a 6 mana 8/8. Sounds great.
Yeah, sounds fine.
Sounds fine. Like, I think this is. I would rather have Colossal Dreadnought or Ravenous Lindworm than this.
Oh, for sure. Those cards are great.
Like, obviously, it does have that ability to be slightly bigger. It has the ability to be slightly worse if you ramp into it with Mana Dorks or whatever. Though the Mana Dork is a creature, so maybe not. It's worth its treasures.
It's alright. It is worth its treasures.
But being a fractal is relevant. It's less relevant when your creature's already large. Like, 1/1 fractals scale better, but a big 6/6, like, becoming an 8/8 doesn't actually make that much difference once it's a 6/6.
The other thing that we need to remember is there is a blue-green lesson that makes an XX. If you pay it, I know it's smaller, but it is a lesson. So
and it's not a lot better than this.
Yeah, I think this is
the lesson is. Yeah, if you pay it for 8, you would get an 8/8 for this, but a 6/6 for that. I think
whatever. I think I'm giving
a C-. This is like playable.
Yeah, I think C- is roughly where I was at. Is that it's worse than the Colossal Dreadmore equivalents, and I don't think you're going to struggle to find win conditions or ways to win the game when Lesson and Learn exists.
Blue-green X creature exists.
Yeah.
Cool. Next up, we have Mage Duel. This is 2 and a green for a sorcery. This spell costs 2 less to cast if you've cast another instant or sorcery spell this turn. Target creature you control gets +1/+2 until end of turn. Then it fights target creature you don't control. This is an epic confrontation, except it can be almost free. What do we reckon?
That's got to be good, right? Like,
probably
3 mana fight spells that allow your 2-drop to trade with their 3-drop or whatever. Like, it's gonna, like, I would play this without sometimes it's cheap text, and it's really good for double spelling, obviously, when you do get to enable that and trigger Magecraft and stuff. It's gonna be a good common removal spell. I like it more than white or blues for removal options. I'm pretty happy with it, I think.
These.
C? How does it compare to the punch, do you reckon?
It's definitely worse than the punch.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, but the punch is uncommon, so...
This also fights is worse than punch.
Well, it can be cheaper than the punch, and the punch doesn't give a pump to power and toughness. Like, if I have a 2/2 and you have a 3/3, this will let me kill your 3/3, where the punch won't.
That is true. But
if I have a 2/2 and you have like a 5/2 or something, I can kill your 2/2 and my 2/2 is fine.
That's true. I think I'm going to give this C+. I don't think it pushes up to B-. I think if it always cost 1, it would be a B- or whatever. But I'm pretty happy with a high C+.
I think definitely this is Green's best common. They have a 5/4 for 2. Anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. It's very good with the 5/4 for 2.
For sure.
Yeah, besides the punch. And the punch is uncommon. We all settled on C+ for that,
Yeah.
Next up, we have Master Symmetrist, which is 2 green for a 4/4 Rhino Druid at uncommon. Sam will be thrilled. It has reach. And
why? Why does it have reach?
Look at it, it's enormous.
Because of the symmetry.
Yeah, because of symmetry. It has surprise reach to get people at pre-releases. And whenever a creature you control with power equal to its toughness attacks, it gains trample until end of turn. Oh, I love that text box.
This card's going to be really good.
This card is, for sure.
Not only do you have big idiots in this archetype that want to have trample, because trample's really good on 6/6s and so on, it was also a really, really good on-rate attack. Like, I like all of the stats. 4/4 for 4 with reach is excellent. I love reach on my 4/4s. No flyer has ever killed that. Yeah, this card's like at least a B-.
Yeah, I agree.
Probably not much better than that. Its ceiling isn't very high, but
Again with the non-optional reach, it's so weird.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Can you imagine this
I'm
card said
never
you may
crossing
give
it.
this card reach? Like, what would that be?
I think this is just going to be a solid C+. I'm not in the B range for it.
I can't imagine. Like, I would take it over all of the cards we've named C++. I think
Yeah,
you're gonna.
I'd take
4/4s are 4 of the best possible stats. I fucking love 4/4s before.
Yeah, they are really good. I mean, Cravenhawk taught us that.
On a dork, like, I think there's going to be decks that would rather have a synergy card than some stat. Like, nothing else in the set cares about even power and toughness, I assume.
You don't know that.
This is a synergy card, though, with fractals. This synergizes with fractals.
Yeah.
That's what it's for.
It
also has a 4/4 reach trample.
I don't think my Colossal Dreadmaw needs trample in order to win the game. I
don't think that's true.
No, with so many pests and stuff, I think having trample is going to be very important.
Yeah, I kind of agree, honestly. Yeah, I think this is doing a lot of work.
Next up, Overgrown Arch is 1 and a green for an 0/4 creature at uncommon. It's a plant wall. It has Defender. It has tap. You gain 1 life.
Got him.
And 2, sacrifice Overgrown Arch. Learn.
Got him again.
I'm very high on this card.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, me too.
I
think it's going to do some work.
Okay.
Yeah, I
never really thought about it.
I think instant speed, gain 1 life, enables a bunch of the synergy stuff. It's a really good way of making sure your black 4/2 comes back every single time. It blocks incredibly well. Like the issue with 2-mana 0/4s is that fundamentally the game stops being about them. It's a really good, the aggro deck can never beat this card. You're just dead. You have died. Unless you're it's possible that the aggro deck is doing Magecraft things and outscales this. But if your plan was beat down with my 2/2 and my 3/3, you can never you died to Overgrown Arch. And then against the control decks, when normally a 0/4 is super embarrassing, it has some synergy and sacks to learn. And honestly, sacking to learn is kind of appealing because you can wait until you know what you need, somewhat.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm at least C+ on it. I'm pretty. Obviously, the aggressive deck can't play it. That goes without saying. If you're all in aggro, don't play a 0/4 defender. But I'm not. It's not a bad top deck. It's not a bad. It's a great play on turn 2 as long as you're defensive. It has some synergy. I'm pretty high on it.
The blue-green deck probably wants some defense in the early game because it is trying to get to 8 lands.
It's ramping, yeah.
Yeah.
This into the rampant growth sounds like a great start.
Yeah. Though, however, it does not have voluntary reach, so I'm going to have to give it a negative for that.
It isn't uncommon, but the existence of this card makes me worried about those all-in aggro decks, to be honest.
Fair.
Well, it can't block the one with
you
menace.
put 2+1/+1 counters on your guy. Here's a 0/4.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I think this is going to play as a C+.
Yeah.
Cool.
Agree.
I did not think about this card at all until you just spoke about it.
That's part of the reason I was excited to talk about it, is that I realised this card does much more than it looks like it does. It's not Gleaming Barrier, you know. It's a good card.
What was the Overgrown Trellis or something? Sack a creature with Defender, draw a card from one of the Ravnicas.
That was
That
one.
one's good.
Except this is a 2-mana 0/4 instead of a 1-mana 0/3, and it has tap to gain a life.
Yeah.
And learn is, quote, better than drawing a card. Next up is Professor of Zoomancy. It's 3 and a green for a 4/3 Bear Druid at common. When Professor of Zoomancy enters the battlefield, create 1 pest. And that's it. The rest is just the text on pest. So this is 4 mana for 5/4 worth of stats at common. Spread across 2 bodies, you get a bit of life. It feels like a flat C to me. It feels just good.
Yeah. I don't. It's
5/4
never.
was slightly better than the 4 mana, right? In stat wise, a 4 mana 4/4 is normally where you.
Yeah, in terms of total power and toughness, this is really solid.
Yeah,
but it blocks a little worse. If they're attacking with what you want.
Sure.
Part of the reason a 4-mana 4/4 is so good is that there are no 3-drops in the game that attack through it.
Mm-hmm.
But there definitely are 3-drops that attack into my Professor of Zoomancy in a way that I'm not super comfortable with.
Sure.
Yeah, but then I get a 1/1 left over, so it's fine.
Yeah, it is fine, but it's not. I haven't completely bricked their 3/3 for the rest of the game. Don't get me wrong. I think a C sounds about right. It doesn't have a high ceiling. It's never it's not a synergy card. I'm probably going to play most of my Professor of Zoomancies.
Yeah, right.
It's good stats,
Like, I think it's one of Green's better commons. Like,
I can believe that. I could believe it's a C+, but
I'm going to give it a
happy
C+, I think.
We need to play plenty of 4 and 5 drops with different names to make
That's
it
true.
representation.
That's true. So we got this Master Symmetrist, and we'll get something else.
Yeah, we're not playing the garbage Master Symmetrist.
It's compulsory reach.
I'm gonna go grab my 2 mana 5/4 instead. I'm actually not that low on the Symmetry. We all gave that a flat C. No, C+.
I gave it C+.
I gave it C+.
The difference between C and C+ is that's just most cards fit in that range. It's somewhere on that scale.
I just think the Professor of Xenomancy is brilliant, if slightly overbearing.
Maybe we need a more robust scale with 100 different points.
Oh God.
Anyway, next up is Reckless. Reckless Apply.
Amplimancer. It's amplifying.
Amplimancer?
Yeah, it's amplifying.
As in amplification.
Yes.
Reckless Amplimancer, which is 1 and a green for a 2/2 elf druid at common. We found Green's common 2-drop. Is it the good one or the bad one? Let's read its text. It has 4 and a green, double this card's power and toughness until end of turn.
Wait, don't we have to pay a whole rare for that? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, so the thing this does is be a 2-drop that is okay in the late game, but it's not great in the late game. Like, it's not realistic to get to 10 mana and have this be an 8/8. That's just not how cards like this play. Like, the obvious comparison, like, we've had cards like this in the pool which can pay, like, 8 mana to give it +4/+4 or whatever. I think it's worse than that. Like, 5 mana for +2/+2 is a kind of a bad Root Waller numbers.
It holds counters, right? Like,
if the joke is if we get a counter onto this, that
then it's the doubling is getting better.
Yes, that is certainly the joke. I just don't. I think I can find more exciting things to put a counter on than this.
That's fair.
The card's fine. It's a bear that has text in the late game. I'm not going to complain, but I think it's a solid C and nothing higher.
Oh yeah, for
yeah.
sure.
I think it's a flat C. Very playable. I don't think it's going to be a disappointment.
Now the other green 2-drop.
Yeah, next up, Scurried Colony. This is 1 and a green for a 2/2 creature squirrel at common. It has mandatory reach, and Scurried Colony gets +2/+2 as long as you control 8 or more lands. So this doesn't need the mana; it just auto scales.
Yeah,
I think I would fundamentally rather have that. Like, part of the issue with Reckless Amplimancer is that even once it's online, like on turn 5, I can attack with it and go, ha! This is secretly a 4/4, you can't block it. And if they do block it, you spend your turn and you're sad. Whereas this instantly turns on, has... I love 4/4 reaches, I don't know if I mentioned that very recently. I think reach is going to do a lot of work once it's a 4/4, and the fact it trades with your opponent's Inkling or whatever is something Green is probably looking to do and is usually soft to in sets like this. When my bear trades for your Windrake, I feel great. So
I think this is much better defensively, where the Reckless guy is much better aggressively, and even then, he's not that good.
Yeah,
like there's activation, but like you said, if you call their bluff on that enough, you'll just win the game.
Yeah, I agree. I'm going to give this a C, and it is higher than Reckless Amplimancer, which is part of the problem with this scale. But I think fundamentally you're going to pick them when you need 2-drops. Neither of them are anything to write home about. They both lean in. They point me to a rampy, control-y green build. They definitely don't say attack with me. I don't think.
Okay.
No, I think instead of giving this a C+, I'm going to go back in time and give the previous one a C-. I think.
Okay, I think that's fine. I'm going to say they're both C's.
Next up, we have Spined Korok. This is 2 and a green for a 2/4 crocodile at common. And the bogs are deeper than you realise. Most of the space is just some flavor text. The creature has no rules text.
This is a C- at best. It has no synergy with anything. It wears counters okay once it's a 3/5. Yeah. That's something. But no synergy with anything. Not even like the symmetry bullshit.
It's just filler, right? Just filler green.
I think it's a D.
I think filler a D.
D is
it's not embarrassing, but I just don't think we're gonna.
Yeah, it's not. 2/4 is significantly better than the 2/3, I think, because
for sure.
Like,
it actually blocks all their 2-drops guaranteed, and most 3. It blocks all 3-drops, right? That's always the joke with 4 toughness, right? Is that there is no 3-drop that can attack through Spined Korok and feel good about it. Some can bounce off it, but none can attack into it.
I mean, 2 power means it's also hard. Like, it blocks all the 3/2 tokens, right? So
Yeah.
I mean, there is the 3 mana 4/2 in the set that comes back from your graveyard if you gain life.
That's yeah.
Creatures are so big these days. Like, I think I would take.
There's a 2 mana 5/4. Fuck.
Oh yeah, sack this to the 5/4. GG. There you go.
Nice. At last, we found the deck that works.
Found the lion.
I think I would take most colorless lessons over this.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Like other things, but that's sort of the level I'm taking those at in my head. Next up is Springmane Servant, 2 and a green for a 3/2 elk creature at common. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life.
This is the same card.
No, there are life gain synergies in the set, right? Like that's
true.
The joke.
This card's better than Spine Karok.
I'm going to go back in time and give Karok the D, and give this one the D+.
Like, I think
these 4 green commons are just... Why are they all next to each other in the action?
I think that the life gain synergy decks are not so deep that every time you... Like, it's not like every time you gain some life, draw a card. They're like, you gain 1 extra life. Ooh, like, they're pretty minor life gain synergies.
You have to make the noise when you do it. Gain
like,
1 life. Ooh.
A 3/2 attack's okay, but I would rather have... I love me a Centaur Courser, and I'd rather have a Centaur Courser.
If this allows you to on curve make on a troll into a 4/4, like it's going to be great.
No, that doesn't cut. On a troll costs 3. Yeah.
Sometimes on turn 4 I play a 3-drop.
Oh, you guys
that's not on curve.
Both of you move down on Spine Karok. Fine, I will also do that. Sure.
Next up is Tangle Trap. Sorry, do you have more about the servant?
No, nothing. There is nothing to say.
Should we talk about how they feed on the mana-rich plants around the Star Arches? Next up is Tangle Trap. It's 1 and a green for a common instant. You get to choose one. 5 damage to target creature with flying, or destroy target artifact.
It's like a
this
sideboard.
Is like a sideboard C. And it's
C-.
a disappointment in this set, because I'd rather be taking the lesson version.
Yeah.
I'm going to give it a sideboard C-, partly because it doesn't kill all the mythic dragons.
Seriously not.
Some of them are bigger.
Yeah, exactly. Like, fundamentally, it's not an answer to all of the things that I would want it to be an answer to. It is also, there aren't many artifacts. It's not like Broken Wings where there'll be some targets. It's relatively embarrassing. So yeah, I'm going to give this a sideboard C-, and hopefully, like, especially in a set like this, I think I'm not even interested in putting this in my sideboard for the most part.
Yeah. Also, best of 1 is very common in Arena. Like, so it's what
I don't remember the last time I drafted with a sideboard. That's not true. It was Cube a week ago, and I misclicked.
Oh no, it does actually kill the mythic dragons. I apologise.
Oh, sure.
I thought one of them has 6 toughness, but they all actually do cap out of 5.
Okay.
Lying to me. Boom. Sideboard C. We did it. Go. Tangle Trap. You got him.
I'm going to stick with C-.
There's a lot of creatures with reach in the set. Like, we just went through, like... It feels
There's
like
more than...
Yeah, but some of them are optional.
Yeah, that's true. Some of them are optional, that's true.
Next up is Verdant Mastery, our last green card, even though Scryfall tries to trick you, and it's one of the cards that it's a waste of time to read. So, it's 5 and a green for a sorcery at rare. You can choose to play it for 3 and a green. It's one of those. You search your library for up to 4 basic land cards, reveal them, put one of them onto the battlefield tapped under an opponent's control if the 3 and a green cost was paid. Put 2 of them onto the battlefield tapped under your control, and the rest into your hand. Then shuffle. Like words. So what this is doing is for 6 mana, we go get 4 basics, 2 of them into play, 2 of them into our hand. And for 4 mana, we go and get 4 basics, 2 of them into play, 1 of them into play under an opponent's control, and 1 of them into our hand. Should we just not play this card? Maybe it's a D. Maybe you want to ramp that badly.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it as a D rather than F. I do think, like, we've seen some big expensive spells, some mana sinks. It is all the colours in the world.
That's true.
Yeah, I think
playing for this for 3 is also not unacceptable.
You mean 4 mana?
4, sorry.
The issue with that is it's barely card advantage. I guess it is. Like, there's definitely an argument that the ramp effect you benefit more than from the ramp effect than your opponent, right? You put this in your deck. You're trying to cast Bookworm and they're not.
Yeah. That's why I think giving them the land might not be the end of the world.
And you cast this on turn 4, and then you're guaranteed to cast a 7-drop next turn.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
In terms of Lush Growth or whatever, 3 and a green, go get 2 lands, put them onto battlefield under your control, has always been a fine card in Limited.
Yeah.
But the problem is, in terms of tempo, your opponent is getting advantage from
they get the mana first. Sure.
So you've spent your turn 4 not affecting the board, and now you're going to be an extra turn a bit behind when you're putting that 7-drop on the stack.
That's not true. You put 3 lands on the board.
Have drawn your 7-drop, and have it be that impactful, which can happen, but this is a rare.
I'm going to say this is a Beldoran card. I think you definitely can't jam it in any green deck. You need to be all in on this ramp plan and be casting big things. I think it's even not that exciting in that. I'm going to give it a Beldoran C-.
Cool. All right.
I think Jethro's
Maybe
D
there's a way to sneaky cast it in blue-red. That sounds exciting.
All right, so who's reading the flip cards?
Me. It's me.
Okay.
I love reading twice as much text. I'm a fool. We're just going to treat these as... I'm going to read them, evaluate them as single-face cards, especially with these dual-coloured ones, because sometimes you are going to play them with almost no ways to cast the other colour. So we're going to evaluate them like that, and then we'll kind of talk, do they go in the same deck, do they have synergy or whatever. So, All-Bred Pugilist. This is 1 green for a 3/3 creature troll druid rare. It's got trample, and if you control 8 or more lands, it gets +5/+5. This is great. I love 1 green tramples. 3. Yeah, I love 3/3s with trample for 3. That's a good on curve card, and getting to 8 lands and becoming an 8/8 trample is obscenely threatening.
Yep.
This is a good rare.
Strong boy.
Probably like a
B+.
I was gonna say just regular B, I think.
But, yeah.
I
guess it's not doing anything fancy.
I think regular B, on
good
curve, they can still kill it for a number of turns.
But we need to rate it with.
Yes, you then need to compare the other side. So the other side, Echoing Equation. This is 3 blue for a sorcery. Choose target creature you control. Each other creature you control becomes a copy of it until the end of turn, except those creatures aren't legendary if the chosen creature is legendary. The joke with this is all my 0/0s would love to become something else.
That's true.
That is certainly part of the appeal. This is much less exciting, though. Most of the time, it's not even a combat trick. Obviously, if I've got some pests and some fractals lying around, and I have a flyer, it's overrun and you win. I don't think it's overrun often enough.
Pretty tricky overrun.
Yeah, it's a pretty so I don't think I'm playing Echoing Equation as a blue card in many of my decks.
No, I agree.
I think if I'm in a green-blue deck, I will cast the blue side of this some of the time. Because you do win there are boards where this is the opponent died, for sure. But, don't if you're a blue-red deck with no green sources, probably don't play this as Echoing Equation. If you're a green-blue deck, you will sometimes cast Echoing Equation, and it is a meaningful... It would push... That mode pushes the Pugilist up to a B+ for me. So I think my rating is going to be B, D, B+.
So the way I'm leaning on this is I'm just making it a B+, because fundamentally I'm thinking the front half is the floor, right?
Yeah, sure, which is a B.
I'm not playing it in a blue deck otherwise. I'm not even thinking if this is in your graveyard, you can't cast the wrong half of it in red.
No, it is the front side, the creature side in all zones, other than on the stack.
Cool.
Sort of, roughly.
I think that back half, if you play the format enough, you'll definitely lose a game to it.
Oh yeah. It doesn't take much to turn your fractals into flyers, and you're dead.
What if you copy this Blex Vexing Pest? And there's 4 of
them. And they're all legendary,
and
all your creatures die.
No, because it says
the copies aren't legendary. They
can
do everything.
Yeah. Never mind, that's great.
So you can make a 4/7/6s or something.
And then when they all die, you get full. It's incredible.
It's value.
Yeah, sure. I think B+ is probably about where I'm going to pick it. I don't know if I'm going to continue with this rating system of front half, back half, both. but I'm going to do it for now.
No, we probably should, right? Because
worth
they'll be in
noting
different
whether-
decks. Like, we can play the backside of this in a blue deck without green. We shouldn't, but we could.
No, we shouldn't. Don't do that.
Yeah,
So-
we can play the front half in a
that's
green
not
black
true.
deck or something. Like,
Yes. Yeah. The front half is a B. The back half is nothing unless you're green.
Yeah.
And so the back half is just a benefit for this card. The back half is a benefit to the front half that pushes it to a B plus.
Sure, I think that's fine.
It's not very good.
Cool. We'll move on to the next card. This is Black's Vexing Pest. This is 200 green for a 3/2 legendary creature pest, mythic. Other pests, bats, insects, snakes, and spiders you control get +1/+1. When Black's Vexing Pest dies, you gain 4 life. Good luck. Obviously, we're all aware of which cards this applies to in the set, right?
there are some
I
pests,
just
there
checked
is
all of
one
the green
bat.
cards, and I don't think any of them are any of them.
There are no snakes, no spiders.
Luckily, Scryfall has a search for Blexy search already implemented into it.
Because for some reason the spider in the set is a squirrel and a rhino, and I don't understand why that is, but it is. So
Apparently, this search isn't functional.
okay,
which is
then
good.
there's the bat eye, and that's the only bat. I'm fairly sure there's no insects, no snakes, no spiders. There are definitely pests.
Yes, obviously there are plenty of pests.
So we should be thinking about
oh
this
my
as a
God.
3/2 that
Yeah.
when it dies you gain 4, and some pests will get buffed maybe.
Yeah, it's a pest lord. I think is the main thing.
Yeah.
It is a pest lord.
And it's,
Yeah, so it's mostly going to go in a green black deck because that's the nature of pests.
C.
Like a B minus.
You want B minus? Why do you think B minus?
I'm just picturing a board state covered in pests.
Okay, that could definitely happen. So, like, carving the 2 mana make a pest this, and then the card that makes 2 pests. That's a lot of power and toughness.
Maybe it's only C plus. It is a
No, I think B minus is fine. Like a 3/2 that gains 4 when it dies is already better than Springmane Servant, and it's not hard for it to
Do a thing.
There's a lesson that makes 2 pests.
Yeah, that's
Well,
what.
let's look at the back. So this is 2 black. Search for blacks. This is 2 black for a sorcery, and you can look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may put any number of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. You lose 3 life for each card this way. Put into your hand this way. So this is 4 mana, 15 life, draw 5. It's a big life game payoff. Of it, 4 mana, draw 5 is actually nuts,
Yeah,
and
for sure.
you're not actually going to play 15 life. You're probably going to pay.
Like 9.
It's a lot of life. No matter what amount of life you're paying for this, it is murdering you. You need to have either a lot of life gain synergy or be all in aggro.
Or a lot of pests.
I think pests aren't going to get it done. Like this hurts. This hurts a lot.
What about just getting the best 2 cards? Or just 1 card? Is that good enough?
I for best 2 cards. So then it's a. So okay, so let's look at that. 4 mana sorcery. Look at the top 5. Choose the best 2. The rest go into your graveyard, and then you take 6. 6. There's so much life. I think this is a little like the Pugilist. I'm playing it for the front side. The back side is here for the games where my life total isn't relevant mostly. When it's a fairly powerful card draw effect.
Okay. I think this
I don't
card's
think we're
probably
going to be able to play that backside in like a black-white deck.
No.
No, probably not.
It hurt. Like 3 life for each card is so much life, and certainly Mill 5 is not a card you should be playing.
Yeah, so the
I'm
back
going to
on.
push the whole card to just a B, though, right?
Yeah.
But it's definitely worse than the Pugilist on both sides. I think.
I gave the backside a D, and then I gave the whole card a B, I think.
I think that's roughly where I am.
Black's he might end up being better than we think. It depends how many pests are in play, I guess. And if making them a 2/2 is a thing that matters. Because it might not be.
Like, 2/2s are so much bigger than 1/1.
They are, but it might not matter. I don't
Almost
know.
twice the size.
Whoa, almost? Do you mean exactly twice the size?
My search finally resolved. It is just eye twitch and then pests. In this
Making your eye twitches 2/2s. That is value.
Yeah.
If Flex doubled all the death triggers, I think that would be great.
They've printed that before. Next, we're going to move on to Extus.
Whereas bats, insects, snakes, and spiders as the benefit of being novel.
Swarmyard are also affected rats, right? Anyway, Extus overlord. This is the villain of the set. For those following the story, it's a story spotlight card.
There's a story.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, it says at the bottom.
You can go read the first article it's up. So this is 1 white, black, black for a 2/4 human warlock with double strike at Mythic. And Magecraft, when you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, return target non-legendary creature card from your graveyard to your hand. So this is pretty good.
It's pretty
good. It wears, having double strike means it wears counters super well. The Magecraft effect is straight up, it's like draw a card. This is a good card. We've had 4 mana 2/2 Magecraft draw a card, and this is very similar to that. I think this card is really quite strong.
Yeah, I agree.
On just this side.
I don't want to put counts on this unless my opponent's got some 4 damage burn spells.
Because it's already good enough. Yeah, this is already like a
1 counter makes it so much better though.
Like a B+ at least, maybe even an A-.
I think I'm gonna give it A-.
Yeah, it's gold obviously, but I agree. It's just great.
On the backside, Awaken the Blood Avatar.
Okay, I will do
This has so much text. So, as an additional cost to cast this, the backside of this is worth pointing out. It's a red-black card. You should probably not be red-black. That's pretty unlikely. You are able to splash this off the treasure nonsense.
Or
but
your
you might not want to.
white-red lands that you've taken as part of your black-white deck.
Yeah, alright, sure. So this is 8 mana for a sorcery. As an additional cost to cast this spell, you may sacrifice any number of creatures. This spell costs 2 less to cast for each creature sacrificed this way. Then each opponent sacrifices a creature. You get a 3/6 black and red avatar creature token with haste, and whenever this creature attacks, it deals 3 damage to each opponent. So the good mode on this is probably roughly... It's obviously mental if it costs 4, right? Yeah. You stack, you play the make 2 pest card on 3, and on turn 4, you win the game. They died. When it costs 6, which is like the more reasonable case, 6 mana for a 3/6. Both players sack a creature. Sure. 6 mana, 3/6 haste. Each player sacks a creature. When this attacks, deal 3 damage to each opponent. That's a good card. That's a good it's got a modality to it, but it's also a good on-curve creature. A big expensive spell means it has some big expensive spell synergies.
Yep.
This is definitely a card on the backside. It's awkward colours, but I would play this.
Yeah, for sure.
I agree this card is good. Can I bring you down a little bit if I say you can think of it as an aura? So this is a 6 mana aura that goes on one of your creatures. When it enters the battlefield, they sack a creature. Enchanted creature is a 3/6 and has, when it attacks, it deals 3 to each opponent.
That sounds fine.
3/6 is I just don't think
massive.
It's great. 3/6 is not massive. 6/6.
Well, 3/6 can attack and still deal 3 to them without, even if it is blocked. And is unlikely to die and
they're not going to be able to double block it. They just sacked a creature.
That's true. And
I think there's enough sacrifice synergy and stuff that I think I don't think it's a. I'm not sure what rating I'd give this, but maybe like a
B?
Probably a B. Yeah,
I think I've invested a lot of resources. I might give this like a B-.
I think B- would be fine.
There's definitely board states where this won't dominate the board. They'll just sack a pest. Your 3/6 won't have attacks, and you'll say go.
And I think in that case you're casting the other side, right?
Yeah, right. That's the appeal. Is that when it's not good, you definitely have this on the mode.
The colours. Sorry, I was just evaluating the backside.
Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, I think overall this card's at least an A.
I think, yeah.
I don't know if it's an A+.
I don't think it's an A+.
Probably not. I think neither mode is so backbreaking that I've just lost, like a Planeswalker does.
Yeah, and it's 2 to 3 colours. I think it's...
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And the mana cost on the 4.5 is a bit restrictive. It's double black, white.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to warp the game like a Planeswalker, because they might
just kill it. Next, we have Flame Scroll Celebrant. This is 1 and a red for a 2/1. Whenever an opponent activates an ability that isn't a mana ability, Flame Scroll Celebrant deals 1 to that player. And you can pay 1 and a red. It's a human shaman. You can pay 1 and a red to give it +2/+0 until the end of turn. This beats this isn't that exciting fundamentally. A 2/1 is just going to trade down a lot of the time. The fact it can pump its power and nothing else means it. If you can push it through somehow, it's taking it really hard, but there haven't been a lot of good ways of doing that. And the static ability is okay. There are obviously specific cards that it's quite strong against. Tap, gain 1 life becomes fairly egregious.
Well, it's just going to tap, do nothing, so...
Well, unless all your life gain comes with 1 free life.
Sure. there are going to be...
Works on stuff that like activates from the graveyard. Works against equipment too. There's not a ton of that in the set, but it does.
Yeah, I think it reminds me a lot of the Mage Hunter and some of the other like creature that you're playing as an on-curve creature with some incidental damage you don't have that much control over. This card's just fine. I'm not even sure I'd give it a C+. This might just be a C.
I think it's probably just a C, yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
On the backside, we have white. Your opponent can't cast spells or activate planeswalker abilities this turn. Exile Ruffle and Silence.
That's an F.
You can't play Silence Limited.
But if you're a red-white deck, getting the ability to silence your opponent when you have lethal over 2 turns on a 2-drop you might have played anyway is upside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they can't cast spells, so they just can't do anything.
Yeah, they can activate their, other, if their creatures have abilities. Yeah. If they have creatures have abilities, you've played the other side, you're a genius.
There weren't many mana sinks in the monocolored cards.
True. We did find very few mana sinks.
Though there might be some in the dual color cards. We haven't got that yet.
There were a couple.
Some in green, like one in black.
Yeah, generally speaking, it's definitely not Time Walk. Don't think of it as Time Walk, it's definitely not.
I'm going to give it a D+, I think.
I think I'm lower on it than that. As a white, I would never play this in a deck that couldn't cast the front side. Like D- at best.
Sure,
I'm giving the whole card a C+, but Reverend Silence is an F.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, sure.
I'm
going to give the whole card a C.
I think the whole card's a C. I just am not convinced that Revel in Silence pushes a medium card up. Like, I would still take a solid, like, red card over this, I think.
Yeah.
I think if I'm red-white, if I'm not, then the red half is just... Because it's sort of between a C and a C+. The red half is... Like all the red 2-drops. They weren't that aggressive, but they were okay.
Yeah.
Right, there was a bear that pumped the attacking spirits. And
a bear that... A 2-1 Piker that came back as a 3-2.
Graveyard. This is a lot better than those if I want to beat.
Sure. I'm still... unexcited, I think. Cool. Next, we have Jadzi, Oracle of Arcavius. Yeah, Jadzi, Oracle of Arcavius. This is 8 mana for a 5/5 legendary creature, human wizard, mythic.
Mm-hmm.
Discard a card to return it to your hand, because I really want to bounce my 8-drops. It's a full protection. 0 mana protection.
Yeah.
And Magecraft, whenever you cast a copy of an instant or sorcery spell, reveal a top card of your library. If it's a non-land card, you may cast it for 1 rather than paying its mana cost. If a land, it comes into play. Note that this triggers itself quite a lot, which is kind of mental.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can untap with this and cast any spell...
Oh, the trigger triggers itself. I was like, how does it trigger itself? It's not an instant or sorcery spell.
No, sure. Yeah, with this trigger triggers itself, yeah. When you cast an instant or sorcery, this triggers, and if you hit an instant or sorcery off the ability, it triggers again. And that's very powerful. It does cost 8. I think this is probably gets a build-around rating of you need to be ramping into this, I think.
Yeah, but the blue-green deck is doing this, right? It's trying to get to 8, and...
I don't think all your blue-green decks are.
Okay.
I think there's a more mid-range blue-green deck. I think this definitely needs you to be playing your rampant growths. Maybe you're right, maybe blue-green is just doing this. But certainly my blue-red deck... treasuring into this actually sounds great.
Unless you treasure hard.
I kind of want to treasure hard, though.
It is a 5/5. Like, it is going to have a meaningful impact on the board the turn it comes down. It's like you're paying 8 for a 1/1 with some card advantage.
Yeah. You're right.
I think I'm going to be a B this side.
I think 8 drops are lower than that. Close to B minus.
Yeah, like build around.
Yeah, build around B plus or whatever. Right? When it's worth it, you do win. I think.
I don't know though.
Sometimes you cast with 1 spell and hit a land off the top. Like you need to have an instant sorcery after this result. Yeah. All right. Sure. Let's give it a build around B. There's no way. Fuck it, we'll leave that for now. On the backside, it is 4 mana, Journey to the Oracle. This is 2 green for a sorcery. You may put any number of land cards from your hand onto the battlefield. Then, if you control 8 or more lands, you may discard a card to return this to its owner's hand. This isn't a card.
Hang on, wait. So, if I have 8 or more lands, I can just pay for
discard a card, and do nothing. Okay. This is the joke is that in EDH after you've drawn 30 or whatever, you get to put this into, you get to go off.
Yeah.
I definitely had EDH decks that would be interested in this effect, but
why did it make the wordiest set of all time and have all the words not mean anything?
This isn't. Once you've got 8 lands, even if you start top decking lands, you can just cast this as Magecraft every turn.
Oh yeah, it's great with the other half.
You've opened 2 of the same mythic. Yeah, things are going great.
I think the backside's a solid F, which just means we give the front side rating, and I think that's going to be a good round B.
The backside is so bad, I want to lower the rating for the front side. Because what if you draw it at a pre-release, you forget what the backside does, and you have to awkwardly take it out of the sleeve to find out.
Yeah.
What physical magic are you playing, Jethro? That's not allowed.
That's true. Cool. I'm going to move on. I don't think we have much more to say about this. It gets a build around rating. I think you won't need to be ramping into it. I think once you are ramping into it, it does do some stuff. But next we have. I also think because the backside is so nothing. I think I prefer this card in blue-red. I guess you're not ramping. Like you kind of are ramping in blue-red. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like.
I don't know. We'll see how it plays out, right?
Yeah.
It's a mythic. It doesn't come that often, so.
It might be way better in sealed than in draft, if that.
That's almost certainly true.
Yeah.
That's how 8 drops work. Next, we have Kian, Dean of Substance. This is 2 and a green for a 2/2 Elf Druid. You can tap to exile the top card of your library. It's a land, you put it into your hand. Otherwise, put a study counter on it, and it stays in exile. And then you can pay 4 and a green to make a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature, and put a +1/+1 counter on it for each different mana value amongst non-land cards you own in exile with study counters on them. Why? So this is fundamentally a 3-mana 2/2 that taps. It's a Dryad Greenseeker, right? It's a tap, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land, put it into your hand. We liked Dryad Greenseeker was like extremely good uncommon in its core set. It cost 2 rather than 3.
Yeah, but this is also exiling
body.
your non-land cards from your deck, though.
Oh, sure. It's the other one when you saw a spell on top, you left it there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. And this ability, 5 mana. If 5 mana make a 2/2, even if it's like sometimes it can be make a 1/1, but make a 2. Like that effect's pretty powerful, honestly. Like she doesn't have to tap to do it. It's a good mana sink.
Pashri, which made like 4/4, then 5/5, then 6/6.
Yes, certainly.
Better cards in the set.
And yeah, it's probably never making more than 3/3s unless something
crazy happens. Yeah,
strange happens. Yeah. But yeah, I think.
Well, you can't choose to leave the lands in exile. That's interesting.
No, I was just thinking that.
Also,
it says non-land cards you own in exile with study counters on them anyway.
That's because there's other ways of getting study counters on them. Just you wait. Cool.
So what's like a B minus C plus? Like I'm not super.
No, I think B minus. I think
B minus. I think drawing the lands is text.
Okay.
Yeah, Dryad Greenseeker was a B minus, and this makes big idiots
it like it's a B.
Sure.
So
on the backside,
card is now B minus.
We have 2 blue for a 3/3 flyer, legendary creature bird wizard. So 4 mana 3/3 flyer. I love me a phantom monster.
I do. Yeah.
And you can play X blue to exile the top X cards of your library and put a study counter on each of them. See, this is how you get study counters. In case you have both sides of this in play.
You must also tap this creature as well.
Yes, sorry. X blue tap. Exile the top X cards of your library and put a study counter on each of them. Then you may put a card you own in exile with a study counter on into your hand. So this is realistically, look at the top X cards and draw a card from amongst them. You're not gonna try and pull up. It's a 4 mana 3/3. Most of the time I want to attack with my 4 mana 3/3 flyer. Right. But if I leave it back on blocks and go end of your turn, look at the top 5 cards of my library, find the spell I'm looking for that wins me the game, untap or whatever. I think this side is worse, but it's definitely a playable card. I would play this I would certainly not cut this from a blue deck. I think it's probably a C plus in a blue deck.
Yeah, I think C plus. Like Augury Raven, they print Phantom Monsters all the time now. It's like a worse.
Yeah, but this is. They definitely has text over Augury Raven, even if it is blue. I think overall that makes the card a B.
Right, yeah.
Like. Okay, let's. So if you're a blue-green deck, you've got all the mana in the world. These effects are fairly it's not like this is good in one situation, this is good in the other situation. they're both.
I think the druid's better playing it on 3, whereas when you've got lots of mana,
better on 4.
Lands,
So smart.
and Imram's better if I already have those lands.
Yeah, if everything's...
Like, I think that's where I'm valuing these two.
Yeah.
Sure. And I guess Kian's also... Kian's better on turn 3 and better later. And then in the mid-game, where I've kind of got a few lands, but not all the lands.
Yeah,
because
the druid's not a mana sink unless you've used the tap ability.
She takes a few turns to get going. She's definitely... You're right, actually, that makes her not a great top deck, right? If you top deck this and slam it, she's not making creatures. No. That's a good point. Unless you have some other non-lands in exile with stunning cows on them somehow.
I mean, this is probably bullshit, but you can play one half and then bounce it and then play the other half.
That's true.
And then you're
or turn all my creatures into copies of Kian. Or whatever. I think overall this just gets a B. Cool. Next, we have Mila, Crafty Companion. This is 1 white for a 2/3 legendary creature fox, mythic. Whenever an opponent attacks one or more planeswalkers you control, put a loyalty counter on each planeswalker you control. That's not text. Whenever a opponent you control becomes the target of spell or ability on the opponent controls, you may draw a card. That is text. That's real good
it's
text.
Battle Mammoth, baby!
It's Leovold, right? Like, it's... A 3-mana 2/3 is not very good stats.
No.
But a 3-mana 2/3 with that ability is going to draw you a card pretty consistently, and multiple cards are relatively often.
Yeah. Because it's not a threat, right? They don't want to kill it because it's a threat. They want to kill it because it's drawing cards. Whereas
and even when they kill it, you do draw a card.
Battle Mammoth was a threat as well as being
the
card with the ability.
The Mammoth.
It's worse than an A+, yeah.
Okay, quite a lot worse. Because the Mammoth demanded an answer. Your opponent can ignore me.
Sure. Can it ignore all your creatures forever?
I don't need to care about your 2/3 to win the game.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll play more removal spells when you're dead and the cards don't matter anymore. Maybe
there are
I'm all-in control deck and I really need to play my removal spells, in which case you got a 2-for-1, I'll just trade one of them for Mila.
Yeah. It is worth mentioning that several cards will turn out have enters the battlefield effects non-optionally that target your stuff. For example, the Frostlinks from this set. If you play this on turn 3 and my 3-drop was this Frostlinks, I've drawn you a card and I can't do much about it other than not play my Frostlinks. That feels really bad.
Yeah, okay, that is gross. I hadn't realised that.
What if someone casts give it your creature voluntary reach on it?
That can target their own stuff, it's fine. I think this is a relatively... Even for an undersized body, this is like a C+. I don't think it gets to B- because it does fundamentally your opponent targets it with even when they target it with, they have to target it with removal, and then you draw a card. It might be a B-.
No, I think I'm on C+.
C+. Okay. We might be interested, but this is a mythic, so we're not going to see it very much.
So we'll never know. Yeah. Let's look at the backside. It's a planeswalker. This is Luca, Wayward Bonder. This is 4 red for a 5 mana, 5 loyalty legendary planeswalker Luca. +1. You may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. If a creature card was discarded this way, you may draw 2 cards. So no board impact there, but draw 2 and rummage at worst. -2. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield against haste. Exile it at the beginning of your next upkeep. That is not card advantage. It can be, but it's not removal and it's not card advantage. It's pressure on your opponent, but it doesn't protect him. It doesn't... That's not intrinsically very powerful in the way that...
It's just like Corpse Dance, right? Like that's...
Yeah. And finally, -7, you get an emblem with whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, it deals damage equal to its power to any target.
That is
so usually, obviously...
Ignis, the combo!
So obviously, usually, we would give Planeswalkers just a 1-1 slam A+. I think this is a Planeswalker that doesn't protect himself and doesn't do a good job of putting you that far ahead. I think this is probably only like an A-.
Yeah, it's still a Planeswalker though, right? So you have to give it a good grade.
Yeah, that rummage effect is still good. The emblem is definitely lethal.
Yeah, if you ever
and it
emblem,
comes quickly.
You've won. Like I wouldn't even if I got to 7 with Luca, I wouldn't try and keep him on the battlefield. But like emblem, I don't need anything. I don't need Luca. I need the emblem.
And his ability kills people. Like the minus into minus is like there are plenty of creatures where you're just dead to that, to the hasty threat attacking you, or to good ETBs killing. Like frost. If I get a frostback a Frost Trickster back or whatever. How I'm dying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is probably just an A- though.
Yeah, I agree. So the whole card would be.
I'm not sure. I want to hear what Jethro has to say about Luca.
Okay.
What do I want to say about Luca? I agree with most of what you guys have said. I think he's a Planeswalker that doesn't protect himself very well. He does ultimate really damn quickly.
Yes.
I think that's going to be 6 loyalty when it comes down. If the
It's a
board
lot.
was relatively clear, you're going to feel dead when your opponent slams a Luca.
That's true.
I was quickly checking if there's creatures that are gaining value with Magecraft. If you get to untap with him on enough loyalty to minus and live, you get a creature for 0 mana that turn, and then you get to spend your mana deploying spells, and then the Magecraft on the creature is giving you the value that Luca essentially didn't give you.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
So I think it's only ever going to be an A-.
Yeah.
He's still a 6-drop.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I think if the board's at parity or you're ahead, he's an A+. He definitely ends the game there. If you're behind, he doesn't do very much.
No.
And I think that's what the A+'s get you there. So I think overall,
B+.
it's probably an A overall. I don't think the main thing the front side does. One of the problems with the front side is I really want to cast the back side.
Well, okay, but the white Luca goes in all your red decks, right? The cat is sacrificial. If you're not playing the cat, it's not the end of the world.
But I would play the cat in some of my non-red white decks.
By the cat, you do mean the fox, right?
Oh, the fox. Sorry, it's double white.
We refuse to acknowledge the existence of foxes.
Double white is
sense. So. Yeah, I'm playing the fox in all the white decks. I'm playing Luca in all the red decks. This feels like a B to B+ level of card.
Oh, I think if one side's an A-, I think I'm going to struggle to not call the whole side an A-, a whole card an A-. But
I guess that is kind of the flaw, isn't it? Is whichever side is higher.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Then the card's an A-.
Yeah. I think that's where I
don't think Miller's going to push it up because we gave Miller a C+.
Yeah. The plan is to play this as Luca. If we pick this, planning to play it as the fox, and maybe the only way we can cast it is off 2 treasures or some crap. That's still upside, but yeah. Sure. Overall, we want to. If I first pick this, I want to be a red deck. I don't necessarily want to be a Boros deck, and I certainly don't want to be a mono white deck.
And if we're red-white, I don't know how much graveyardy stuff there is in red-white, but
he does some stuff.
As a creature and then play it as Luca. Play it early and then get your 2-for-1 value, and then later Luca's.
Luca also takes cards out of a graveyard, so
it's true. Cool. I'm going to move on. Next, we have Pestilent Cauldron, an artifact. Ooh, this is 2 and a black for an artifact at rare. 3 abilities. You can tap to discard a card and make a 1/1 green pest creature token. Most cards are better than a 0 mana 1/1 pest, but it's okay. Not my ninth land probably isn't.
Yeah, your ninth land.
1 tap. Each opponent mills cards equal to the amount of life you gain this turn. This isn't text at all.
I mean, it literally isn't.
It kind of enables the last mode, but on its own is nothing. And finally, 4 tap. Exile 4 target cards from a single graveyard. Draw a card. So the joke is that you're playing this green-black sacrifice deck. You gain 2 or 3 life on your turn. You mill your opponent for 2 or 3, and then you can exile 4 cards from their graveyard to draw a card. You can also obviously use your own graveyard. It's kind of expensive when it's drawing cards. It's not that good at making 1/1s, and the mill is kind of nothing. This seems kind of dorky and a bit wheel spinny and do nothing to me.
I love it. I genuinely, I agree it's not very powerful. I do like the idea of dorky wheel spinny do nothing though. And it is often the case, I'm thinking of Folio from Eldraine. There's 1 rare that's a mill card that can mill 4 cards a turn.
That's true, but Folio required...
there's a deck around it.
Folio required no work but mana. There's
no way this card's as good as Folio.
Yeah. I will also mention... This is a bit niche, but you can discard lessons, and specifically if you run out of on-color lessons in your sideboard,
Nice.
Getting the lesson and turning it into a 0-mana 1/1 green pest is still probably better than discard a card, draw a card. Depending on the board state. That's definitely more than nothing. Though
And
again,
it adds cards to your graveyard so that one day you can turn them into a card.
Yeah. It's probably like a C minus. Yeah.
I gave it a D.
Sure. I think it has enough flexibility, and like once you start paying for mana draw, like I played Jay and Dare Tome in decks.
Yeah, but how many times are you going to exile 4 cards from graveyards? Like,
it's graveyard hate. It's fuck 'em.
Yeah, but like, having 4 in the graveyard isn't easy normally.
You're right.
Like, it's not. Jay and Tome's good because you just can pay 4 and draw a card. Like that's There's no extra condition. Also, it's from a single graveyard, so you can't have 3 in theirs and 1 in yours. It has to be 4 in theirs.
I'm going to say a C+. I think you're going to get away with.
Sure.
It does a lot of nothings, but I think together they come together.
Okay.
I really want it to be the case that this card is quite good in this format.
I'm sure you do.
But I'm not convinced.
On the backside, we have a Restorative Burst. This is 3 green for a sorcery. Return up to 2 target land, and/or planeswalker cards from your graveyard to your hand. Each player gains 4 life, and then exile it. Regrowth, the 5 mana return 2 things from your graveyard to your hand, is pretty good.
Yeah.
That's a solid 2 for 1.
I think this is better. I think each player gains 4 life is an upside to that card.
Yeah,
Agreed. I think this is the side I like more.
Yeah.
It's still probably it's still slow. It doesn't really affect the board. It only gets back to creatures, lands, and planeswalkers, which
in the
again a lot of the things in the set are spells. Yeah. It's probably only a C-ish, C+.
C+.
It's a solid 2 for 1. But sometimes it's nothing, right? Sometimes your creatures have ended up in zones that aren't the graveyard. Maybe they got exiled by opponent's Cauldron. I think the cards are flat enough and palatable. I'm going to just give this a C overall. The front, the backs. This is the side you want. I would play this in green-blue. The Cauldron is there for when we're playing the matchup. It's good somehow. Yeah, sealed. C overall.
Got recording going. Yeah, we're off.
Cool. I'm going to start where we left off with Plague Dean of Chaos. This is double face card. This is 1 red for a 2/2 Orc Shaman with tap, discard a card, draw a card. So Rummaging Goblin, good enough card. Like I paid 3 mana for a 1/1 that did this. It wasn't great, but it was a fine card. This is cheaper and a better body. And you can also pay 4 red to tap and reveal cards on the top of the library until you reveal a non-legendary, non-land card with convert mana with mana value 3 or less. You can cast that card without paying its mana cost, and then put all the revealed cards not cast this way on the bottom of the library in random order. This seems like a really good, probably like a B- level card. It maybe even a B. Rummaging Goblin is good early. It's going to make sure you hit your land drops. It's going to make sure you're doing the things you want to do. You can discard lessons if your lessons are less efficient than the cards you actually want to put in your deck, which in general they probably are. Doing good things. And then in the late game, if you have a lot of lands and you top deck him or whatever, he's still really good because he just starts casting spells for free. And most spells are good. They're going to be great. Seems fun.
I agree generally. There's a couple of parts of this card that again feel like they're pulling in opposite directions. Like if I'm rummaging, I'm unlikely to be mana flooded because I'm going to rummage away my spare lands. I'm fundamentally paying 5 mana for a 3-drop or less.
Sure.
If you compare that to the Icy Manlith card from
Savala.
Savala. Sure. Yeah.
It's a very similar effect. I've got lots of mana, I'm going to dump it into this thing, and I'm going to get card advantage for that. But Savala enabled itself. It gave you lots of mana, and then gave you a way to spend it. This is tugging in the opposite direction.
Savala was like a mythic uncommon, right? Like she was.
That card was definitely at least a B+. Yeah, I think this side is a B- for me. I think it's a looter. A 2/2 looter is probably a C+ on its own, and this other text is definitely taxed. Like it will come up, even if you are discarding a bunch of lands. Sometimes you'll want to play. You'll have a 5-drop that you want to cast. You will keep your 5th land, and then you can discard all your lands and just spend your mana on this each turn. It's not crazy. We haven't seen many mana sinks. This is a mana sink. Cool. So B- on the front side. On the back side, we have Augusta, Dean of Order. This is 3 mana for a 1/3 human cleric. Other tapped creatures you control get +1/+0. Other untapped creatures you control get +0/+1. Whenever you attack, untap each creature you control, and then tap any number of creatures you control.
Card's weird, mate.
The card is very strange. For the most part, this is your creatures get a choice of +1/+0 or +0/+1. Obviously, you only really get +0/+1 when blocking, but that's still really quite powerful. She herself is not a good body. If you don't have other creatures, she's bad, straight up. Like, on a board where you've got nothing else, this is a 3-mana 1/3, this is terrible.
She also gives all you do is vigilance, I guess.
Does sort of give your creatures vigilance. Yeah, like, as an aura that gives my creatures vigilance and +0/+1, I would play that in the fair enough for my creature decks. It's a little better than that because you've got a little more control, and there is some untapped synergy. For example, the red-white gold card that gives your spirits tap, deal 1 damage to target player.
That's true.
Incredibly strong synergy with this card.
You only need to attack with one thing to untap every creature you control. So you've got tap effects. You can tap all your creatures, get in there with 1, and then untap all your creatures.
Yeah.
Cool.
Still probably
Seems
only
fine.
a C+ level card, like maybe even just a C. Like it's good. It's never going to take over a game. You need to have creatures that are willing to attack for it to really be doing anything exciting.
Is it more fancy than good? Is that the?
I think it's definitely fancier than it is good. I still think it gets a C, which probably boosts the whole card to
B.
Does it boost it all the way up to B? Oh, like the issue.
For the first side you gave it. So
yeah, so I guess like it's interesting that Plague is good in situations where Augusta isn't, right? Augusta's good if I've got a bunch of creatures I'm beating down, where Plague is really not very good in that situation. He's much better in a more controlling. Fine. Yeah, sure, but he's more.
Plague's a 2-mana 2/2. Like you can kill.
Yeah, that's true. He is a bear that is doing fine, but like if I top deck this and when I'm about to attack for lethal, Augusta's incredible. Or when I'm gonna be I've gone 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop, and then on 5 I'm gonna go 3-drop, 2-drop plus Augusta. That sounds great. That's the nuts.
You got there.
But she's awkward, maybe. But 1-drop, 2-drop Augusta is actually kind of sick. Like that's going to do some stuff. That's going to push a lot of damage, and it's going to make sure my creatures are attacking pretty consistently for the next few turns. So yeah, she unlike some of the other flip cards, she's good in different scenarios to Plague. So that even in a red white deck, I could see casting both halves, even though I think Plague is in general better. So that probably does boost it up to about a B overall.
I think it's fine.
Yeah,
I think B makes sense for this card. I might be a little higher on Augusta than you. Like, I think it would be really annoying if your opponent, if all of their creatures suddenly gain an extra point of toughness. It's like, well, now my attacks are much worse.
Yes, that is actually. I'm probably underestimating how good that defensive ability is. Actually, is my other creatures just have 1 extra toughness might just be quite good.
Yeah, and then you can sit there for a little bit. It's not as good in terms of card advantage as
I'm also rating this untap ability relatively lowly. We haven't seen that much untap. Like I guess you've got like Tome Shredder and stuff. There's a few bits and pieces of untap tap synergy stuff. For the most part, it's nothing.
How useful is when you attack and you untap your guys, giving them an extra point of toughness in combat? Is that going to be?
That definitely matters. Like,
yeah, it could be great. If I'm attacking my Windrake into your Windrake, I'd much rather have had 1 more toughness than 1 more power.
Yeah, right. It's a lot of flexibility there,
yeah, and especially with a bunch of pests running around, having an extra toughness can matter quite a lot versus those. Yeah, I can see that.
Terrible with the symmetry guy, Master Symmetrist. All of your symmetry.
Whoa! That's not true. What if my creature was a 3/2?
Much like the token in this, you're right. I don't know what I was thinking. This equals the symmetry guy. Indeed.
Cool. I'm happy with that. Next, we're going on to probably the weakest planeswalker in the set, Rowan. We'll talk about Will later, but Rowan is here. This is a 3-mana planeswalker that says your instants and sorceries cost 1 less to cast, which is that Archaeomancer effect is relatively not Archaeomancer. Goblin Electromancer effect, Baral effect, yeah, is usually not bad exciting limited, but it can lead to some high tempo plays. Like when it's on a 2-mana 2/2, it's a fine common. Here it's on a planeswalker. This sounds exciting. Starts with 2 loyalty, have +1, deals 1 damage to each opponent. If you draw 3 or more cards this turn, it deals 3 damage to each opponent. aren't many turns where I've drawn 3 cards and I'm trying to burn my opponent to death, but it's text. And then -4, which you can do as soon as turn 5, like turn 3, this, turn 4 plus it again, turn 5 minus, get an emblem, which says whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you may pay 2. If you do, copy that spell, you may choose new targets for the copy. It's not one of those emblems that wins the game, but it is one of those emblems that's actually gonna make winning the game, like, you need to have some spells, but if they ever draw a removal spell and get to copy it, you're extremely dead.
Yeah, that seems decent.
It's also worth pointing out that especially if you're trying to learn, like if you're going to cast a spell that then draws you another spell, and you get to have the discount on both. Like in most games of in most like limited decks, an average core set draft, you're almost never going to get to double dip on her first ability, because you can't play that many instants and sorceries. Even in a spells focused deck, you're only going to have 6 or 7. It's just nature. You need 12, 13 creatures, or you don't have a functional deck. This format, you're probably going to have more than that, especially with your 9 cards. So she's probably a little better than normal. And that ultimate is very...
Licenses are costed expensive as well. A lot of them are one more than we were wanting to pay.
Yes, and getting a discount on them definitely makes them much higher tempo.
Also, if you learn a bunch, you can get up to drawing 3 or more cards a turn more easily. Like, learn is one.
I'm not certain how relevant that is. The odds that... I just don't believe in the board where you are protecting your Rowan and drawing 3 cards and the damage to your opponent's face is relevant. Like,
okay. Here's a quick board state. Turn 2, I play a 2-drop or a piece of interaction on your 2-drop.
Hello.
Then I play Rowan on 3 against an empty board.
I disconnected.
The following turn, I play the blue common, draw a card, learn, and then I uptick Rowan and deal 3 to you, and I've got a 4 loyalty.
That's pretty awkward that I disconnected for that whole speech, but...
well, you actually came back perfectly at the time Jethro finished, so if you just kept talking, it would have seemed like...
Okay.
The blue common that's draw a card, learn.
It's a great comment,
if I cast that at sorcery speed, I've drawn 3 or more cards this turn.
Yes.
Is learning drawing a card?
Yes.
It can be if you want it to be.
To learn, you can rummage.
So I didn't hear the things you... Yeah, so I guess you're saying you can cast this sorcery spell that draws you 2 cards. And
any learn spell can potentially be a card draw spell. Is basically my point.
Doing 3 damage to an opponent is barely an effect. Right?
Yeah.
Like, you've put a lot of effort in to do 3 damage to it. It's fine, like, later in the game, but on, like, turn 3, like, I don't care about doing 3 to them. I want to interact with their creatures.
3 is a fair amount, but yeah.
Yes, but you need to do it multiple times.
Yeah, I'm worried about... I find it hard to imagine investing in drawing cards while keeping Rowan alive. Like, you have to spend most of your mana on a turn drawing 3 cards, and then your Rowan is going to be... I guess you made your spells cheaper. Maybe if you're... Like, if you, on turn 4, you go, like, learn card into... As you said, the blue common learn card into a removal spell, maybe?
Make 2 3/2 spirits.
I mean... 2?
Yeah, because they cost 2 each. Because that would be one.
No, sure. Then you haven't drawn any cards. Come on.
No, but you have kept your planeswalker alive.
Yeah.
I think the main thing about Rowan is that, unlike a lot of planeswalkers, we're not keeping her alive for very long. Right?
No.
We can cash in some resources to untap with her twice,
Yes.
and then we're going to have loads of resources going into the late game.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, I think just sitting there with that emblem is... Without her in play, it does make your spells quite expensive, but most spells are worth paying 2 more to copy, because it's inherently drawing a card, and it's pretty strong. Your learn cards might get a little worse when you're copying them. You will run out of lessons to fetch, but you get to copy the lessons too, so that's kind of good. Yeah, I think this card is probably still at least... is, you know, in that A range of will completely warp a game. It probably isn't. It can't be an A+, I don't think, because it like.
Or how do you feel about like build around A or build around A-?
Yeah, I think I'm closer to that. Like fundamentally, like this side is not a good top deck. Like on turn 5, this.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty rough.
Or turn 6, this comes into play, does nothing, and then if you untap with it. still doesn't do that much. Like it's a kind of weird mana rock that's hard to protect.
Yeah.
It's a good, like, when you get it to play it on curve and you're not being beaten, like, like 2-drop into this, your opponent's under, especially on the draw, on the play even, your opponent's under a huge amount of pressure and that ultimate's threatening. Not a good top deck later. On the backside, we have Will, Scholar of Frost. This is 4 and a blue for a legendary planeswalker Will, starting loyalty 4. Same passive ability, my spells cost 1 less. +1, after one target creature has base power 0-2 until your next turn. It's pretty good. It protects him. It doesn't work against all of the 0/0s with X counters on them. It doesn't work on counters in general. It doesn't remove any abilities. But it's an okay protection ability. It's
it can
not
buff your
something
fractals to
toughness. That is, I guess, text. But for the most part, that would be a pretty underwhelming plus on a 5-mana planeswalker in general. -3 draw 2 cards though is pretty sick. Like, as a 5-mana draw 2 that sits around and gets some value, forces your opponent to make some bad attacks or whatever. That's the mode I'm kind of excited about. Is that this comes into play on a board where I'm not getting beaten down. I draw 2 cards. I'm already up, and if I get to untap with him, those cards I've drawn are going to be cheaper. That's kind of great. You can also, play him on 5 plus him. Now your opponent doesn't have attacks, and then you get some untap with him. Then draw the cards, and then he's still around for the loyalty. That's all good. But I think both of those play patterns are pretty good. And then his ultimate, for what it's worth, -7, so it takes a long time to get there. Exile up to 5 target opponents. For each opponent exiled this way, its controller makes a 4/4. Blue and red elemental creature. This is mostly my lands are now 20 power. I'm going to kill you, I would imagine. Which is fine, but that is plussing him 3 times needs to be a very... I can see it happening. You do need to have a very stable board for that to happen, but it's a realistic thing to be threatening, for sure.
I think there's a lot of good flyers in this set. I'm not sure how easy it would be to...
They have to have multiple flyers in play, right? That plus does, shuts off one of their flyers.
Sure.
I
like this card. It's not like the best planeswalker ever, but I think it's solid.
Yeah.
I think more on Will than I was on Rowan. I think
that's interesting. Okay, I'm certainly going into this. I was higher on Will just because it felt like Rowan is all about, can I keep it alive to get that ultimate? I feel like Rowan feels like if I don't ultimate her, she's done nothing. Like, if my opponent kills the blocker I was planning to use to protect her, she died and dealt 2 damage to my opponent and maybe tapped for a mana once, and then I haven't achieved anything. Whereas Will, his fail case is much higher. I guess his actual fail case is you plus, and then they somehow push 5 damage onto him.
Well, I mean, they have one of the culinary rule spells that destroys a planeswalker, right?
That's also again, but then if he goes 5 mana, draw 2 cards, and then they use a removal spell on him, that's sick. That's a great exchange for you.
Also, we should not play cards cost removal, right? That's not a good.
Yeah, sure, but normally planeswalkers get A pluses. That doesn't work. No.
A 5-mana planeswalker investment isn't the safe investment it once was in Limited.
No, that's definitely true.
Even if it has a plus that can sort of protect itself. The comparison point I would draw for Will would be Tamiyo the Moon Sage, right?
Sure.
They're both, you've invested 5 mana of Planeswalker. They're both +1. This creature sort of can't attack my Planeswalker next turn. Obviously, Tamiyo's is better. They both have a minus. I don't know if Tamiyo's is 2 or 3. That's draw a couple of cards. This one's flat 2, where Tamiyo's is up to X.
It's between 0 and 3 or whatever, yeah.
I think Tamiyo's ultimate is better. They're close. But this is one of those Planeswalker ultimates that's super weak to Wrath. It reminds me of some of the bad Nissa and Garruk ultimates. They're just Planeswalker for a bunch of dudes.
The Nissa one. Ooh, the original Nissa one. I forgot about that one.
I'm not worried about a Wrath Unlimited. Is there even one in this set?
There's the red one.
There's the white one that can make you bounce 2 things and then just for 4 mana.
Yeah. Sure. Okay, so
deal with all the non-dragons.
Sure. It doesn't harden the game. That's fair.
Was the red one?
And you've sacked all your lands, which is pretty bad.
But I think you're getting a lot more value out of that because they have the same passive ability, right? You're getting a lot more value out of that passive ability on turn 3.
That's definitely
turn 6
That's true.
That's definitely true. I think they're both going to be game warping. I think they both sit there, like, if the board is even remote, like, if you're getting beaten down, neither of them are that good. Rowan is basically textless if you are about to get attacked for 4. Will is at least a little better because he kind of neutralizes a blocker and he kind of demands an answer. He's actually okay if you get on some boards where you're getting beaten down, for sure. Yeah, I think overall this is...
I'm gonna give it an A-. I think, like, it's a planeswalker, so it's good, but it's like just good.
Like, it's a combination of... Obviously, if I pack one pick on this, I'm gonna try and be both colors.
They're both quite splashable. They're both only one of their respective.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely play Rowan in my red-white deck. I would definitely play Will in my blue-green deck and be happy about it. They are good at different points in the game. Again, in a way, like with Custom Plug, where they all kind of augment each other. It's not like they're both good in this same situation and one of them's just better. They're both good at different times. Rowan's great on turn 3 and bad on turn 5. Will's good, terrible on turn 3. Can't cast him.
I'll play it.
So yeah, I think I'm going to give them an A-, but I'm probably going to pick them, but they're an A+ for what it's worth.
I've gone to build around A on them. I only want to put this card in my deck if I've got the spells to justify the Rowan side. Or I
Sure.
I mean, I'd put Will in just the blue X deck, obviously. But I think to get the A level of value out of this card, you want to have built around that aspect of it. And then Will's there if you don't have those spells to capitalize.
Yeah, okay, sure. I don't think I'm going to give it a build around writing though, because I'm definitely just...
Yeah, I'm jamming in all my decks, right? There's going to be so many spells in all your decks. I think
it makes me want to build synergies with it, but I'm not going to cut Rowan because I didn't get the enablers for her. I'm still going to play it, I think, most of the time.
Would I play Rowan in like a 5-spell deck? Maybe. It depends how many 2-drops I've got. Yeah, right, I'll just give it a flat A.
Cool. Next, we're going to go on to Selfless Glyph... Sorry, Planeswalker take a lot of discussion, but we're getting there. Selfless Glyph Weaver. This is 3 mana free.
All these cards are 2 cards. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. This is 3 mana free, 2/3 Human Cleric. Exile Selfless Glyph Weaver. Creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn.
completely
This is like a C minus card. Like, it as a 3 mana 2/3, it's not good on rate. Sacking it can protect your bigger guy, but having spent 3 mana to protect your other threat is not that exciting. Like,
it really does depend. There are some combats where giving all your dudes indestructible.
Oh yeah, for sure. If you're about to swing with all your creatures and you get to go selfless Cliffweaver Alpha, yeah, your opponent's extremely dead probably. But it is an onboard trick, you know.
For sure.
It's probably only like in that C range, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely not pushing up to B for me. The reason I would say C+ is because the threat of activation is so huge and annoying.
Yeah,
I'm just used to playing against Selfless Pup in Standard, and it's
yeah.
And like a 1-mana 1/1 isn't a good body on the board, but damn, it's annoying to play against.
Yeah,
Selfless Savior,
investment is much
yes,
better.
Selfless Savior.
Selfless Savior,
yeah.
Selfless Savior was really good. I really like playing with that card. This is obviously not the same because it's 3 mana. I really like Selfless Savior cost 1.
Yeah.
But this effect is strong. Like, there's also a red spell that deals 5 damage to one creature and 3 damage to another, and this is like, yeah, cool. Nothing dies.
Yeah, that's fair. This definitely plays, but I think in the C range. On the backside, we have
C+.
8 mana sorcery, which is pretty rough.
Well, we've seen a lot of those.
5 black for a sorcery. Choose a creature or planeswalker, then destroy all other creatures and planeswalkers.
That's a wrath.
It is a wrath, and it's close to a plague wind. Not quite, but it's up there. Plague winds are pretty good, just putting it out there. This doesn't go in the black. I'm really going to cost black. If it costs single black, I would be jamming this in blue-red, and I would not put it anywhere else.
That's why it costs triple black.
That's why it costs triple black. The white-black deck probably doesn't want to go near this. I think the white-black deck looks quite aggressive for what it's worth.
Yeah.
But the green black.
There's no way you don't play this in white black. It's a creature on the other side.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
I was about just the backside.
Yes,
Yeah. Just the backside you wouldn't jam into white black, but the green black deck probably would. They're playing a much grindier game plan. A Plague Wind is the kind of card they would love to sit there and wait to cast. That sounds great.
And we've seen some dumb ramp, right? There's the ramp that gives your opponent a land, and you can be like, yes, deploy your creatures.
That's another rare. But yeah, sure.
But you have to say it like that every time you play this.
Okay.
Play the card. Yes, deploy your creatures.
There's a little bit of ramp in the set. There's not a lot in green. No, that's not true. There's a couple.
There's the Rampant Growth.
There's an uncommon mana dork and a 3-mana Rampant Growth. Sure.
A fair bit of the ramp is creatures, which is a little awkward.
Agreed.
I would just be picturing 2 rares again. But I mean, you get to protect a creature. Freaking, what was the one from Karn's?
Dune Blast. Yeah.
Dune Blast was one of the best rares in that set.
Yeah,
That's
sure.
true. That's true.
8 is definitely more than 7, but agreed, Dune Blast was really good. I expect that this
Your back is
backside.
less than 3 colours. So.
Just about. Arguably, you can splash Abzan easier than you can splash this.
It also had more fixing. Yeah, I don't think it's as good as Dune Blast, but I think it is in that range. I think it's a good card.
Yeah, so I think most of the time you're going to be picking this for this backside. If I open this pack on pick 1, I'm going to go, I'm a black deck. I'd like to be a white black deck because, again, they're good in very different spots. Turn 3, I need to play my 3-drop. Glyphless Giver is good. I'm carving out, I'm doing stuff. In the late game, it's a relatively poor card to draw. Deadly Vanity is a crazy good card in that late game. I think A- is probably about right. Maybe B+.
That's a good.
It depends how slow the format is.
Both its colours.
Yeah, I think it depends on how slow this format is. I can definitely imagine in Kaldheim Limited, which wasn't the fastest format ever, but it skewed fast towards the end. An 8-mana spell is too late against the aggro decks. You're already dead. It's pretty good against the mid-range plans, but I can see it not 8 is a lot for Wrath. You need people to be on the same level as you, not killing you immediately. And I'm a little worried that both the black-white and the red-white decks are more aggressive than this card will enable. But I'm going to give it an A- anyway. I could see it underperforming there. Cool. Next, we're going on to Shale, Dean of Radiance. This is 1 and a white for a 1/1 flying vigilance. Tap, put a ++1 counter on each creature that enters the battlefield under your control this turn. This card seems sweet. It wears counters itself well. All of your guys enter with a counter, effectively. You can still attack with this guy and then tap him for combat or whatever. This is going to...
I like it.
This is a very powerful effect. Plus counters... yes, sure.
Maybe.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Also, if you give it haste, it counts itself, right? Boom.
Boom.
Sure. And if you give it optional reach. No, yeah, it's a pretty powerful effect. It's a 2-mana 1/1 flyer, which is kind of not good enough on its own, but the fact that it, on the next turn, it has paid for itself. A 1/1 that comes with a +1/+1 counter is enough to be excited about. I've played plenty of those in limited formats, and this is threatening to be so much more than that.
If this card just lives for ages, you're just going to get loads of counters off of it.
Any of these white hyper aggressive decks we talk about, these white and black 1-drops that we've seen all over the place are screaming for this card. I think this card is really quite powerful. I think it's a rare I'll be excited to open.
It can also do fun things with cards that make more than one creature, like the pest cards.
All your pests are 2/2s. That's huge. Yeah, absolutely. I think this card's going to be very impressive and one of the rares I'm looking to open.
Do you think it's A range or do you think it's B range?
I think it's A range.
You think it's A range? Okay.
Maybe A-, but I think
A- B+ is where my gut would put it. I think.
Obviously, it's not a good top deck. That's true. That maybe that pushes it down to B+, but
it blocks.
It doesn't block well.
It isn't blocked well. It's the blocks.
You need to have creatures to follow up.
We need to have this, and then we need to have
you're right.
for it.
On curve, it's like an A. just flat A, but when you draw it at the wrong time, it's pretty bad. Luckily, it has a backside.
It's got a back. It's 2 bits.
This is 2 black for a 4/4 legendary creature, human warlock, so 4 mana 4/4, good rate.
Called Embrose, the Dean of Shadow.
And you can tap, put a +1/+1 counter on another target creature. Then Embrose deals 2 damage to that creature. Whenever a creature you control dies with a +1/+1 counter on it. Whenever a creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it dies, draw a card. So this actually does like 4 different things.
Skyclave Shadowcat plus.
Which one's Skyclave Shadowcat?
That was the card from Zendikar. Whenever a creature died with a +1/+1 counter on it, you drew a card.
Okay. Other cards that are a better comparison.
How dare you? That card was from 2 limited sets ago.
Okay. There was a 4 mana 4/4 that tapped Auric Lawmage, which was a 4 mana 3/3 that tapped to put a card in your graveyard and put a counter on itself. This is a 4 mana 4/4 that can tap to put a counter on itself. Oh no, another.
Or anything.
But, never mind. I thought it could target itself. It can't. Still, you can. So it does several things. It slowly pumps your guys that are at least 2/2s to start with, which is most creatures. You can't put it on a 1/1 without it dying, but you can start growing most flyers.
You can target that 1/4 spirit.
You can target your opponent's creatures. Kills all of their X1s.
Can you?
Yep.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
Kills all your opponent's X1s. Makes combat impossible. Like trying to block with this in play is just a nightmare. Because if you see your guy, if you attack your 2/2 into their 2/2, you can go, sure, I'll put a counter on it. It was going to die anyway, but now I'm going to draw a card when it dies.
Oh yeah.
I think this card is also extremely strong. Combat's a nightmare. All your 1/1s, all your pests now draw a card if you want them to. This is.
I'm convinced.
At least an A. I think I think this card's really, really strong. I think this is. If you're in white-black, it's probably like an A+. No, it's not an A.
No.
It does draw removal and stuff. It's not going to be an A+, right?
No, it's not.
No, I think
you have to untap with it.
It's not Professor Onyx,
We've got the card on the other side for good when you're developing. We've got this for
when you're stabilized. Yeah.
The only thing you haven't mentioned is that this brawls. This is a 4
Yeah, that's true.
If you're getting beat down,
you
can stabilize behind Embrose and nothing else. Yes, they can Doomblade it or whatever. But you know what? This is going to sit on board.
Yeah, for sure.
I like it.
Yeah, I'm going to go A+. I think it's gonna do the stuff I want it to do. I think
it's one of the cards I'm most excited to first pick in the set.
Yeah, I think that's roughly where I am at as well. It's so hard. I guess it's not the A++ range. It's not the Scarab God Jite Pack Rat picks, but I think it probably is an A+ of just if your opponent plays either side of this, you're in so much trouble unless you answer it. It does die to the removal, even the common removal, but I still think it's going to be very, very strong.
I'm giving it an A. I'm a little bit.
If you put a counter on it draws a card when it dies. Yeah,
that sounds harder, but yes, you.
It's not. There's a lot of things that do that. I think this is going to be very, very powerful and will run away with a lot of games.
If you do first pick it, it doesn't have the downside of first picking a gold card. You can first pick this and play it in white-red or play it in black-green.
In fact, it's better than a monocolored card to first pick. For the most part.
Because it is 2 colours while not being 2 colours.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Let's move on.
That's true of all the Deans.
Very, very... Yeah, but this was actually good on both sides, but that definitely hasn't been true of the others.
Sure.
Next, we have Torrent Sculptor. It's a 4-mana 2/2 Merfolk Wizard, so a pretty bad body. With Ward 2, so it's hard to kill it, I guess. When it enters the battlefield, you exile an instant or sorcery from your graveyard and put a number of +1/+1 counters on Torrent Sculptor equal to half that card's mana value managed up. So it's actually a big. So the best case scenario is we've got some 8 mana spells. There's maybe 1 or 2 spells more expensive than that, but for the most part, the most expensive spell you're ever going to get is 8. Then this is a 4 mana 6/6 with Ward 2, which is an exceptionally good body. Doesn't have any evasion or anything. It's just a big that you've had to put some work into, but that's fairly good. The fail case is this is a 4 mana 2/2. Ward 2 is nothing on a 2/2 because why is my opponent bothering to target it for the most part? It probably is going to get a build around rating. You can't play this unless you're putting expensive spells in your graveyard. Even if you have a lot of spells, if they're 1 mana spells, this is a 4 mana 3/3, and that's still not good enough. you need to have expensive spells. Like it's almost impossible for this to be good on turn 4 without some of the blue-red discard this card to make a treasure cards.
Yeah.
Well,
so
then you can play on turn 3.
Yeah, no, that's the real dream, is make a treasure by discarding an 8-drop spell.
Yeah.
I actually disagree a little bit. Because the problem with putting this in a deck with a bunch of expensive spells is that you're not really getting the efficiency on this being a 4-drop if you've cast an 8-drop. So you need to put this in a deck with some looting effects, or some rummaging effects, which there are a few of.
Well,
the other option is you just play a 3-drop spell. You play Divination on 3, play this on 4,
and it's a 4/4
with Ward 2. And that's
okay. That is well above right. Three of the expensive spells in this set put themselves in the graveyard. There are 3 of those. It's not one of them's common as well. It's not actually. I agree that it's bad after it's doing nothing after you cast your 8-mana spell, but there are several cards that are trying to put themselves in the graveyard, and several rummagers as well, as you mentioned. It's definitely possible to put an expensive spell.
Anytime you learn, you can rummage.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
It's not a bad top deck either, right? Because it's going to come in as probably pretty.
It's better. It's a great. It's always certainly going to be a good top deck. It's a question of how good is it. Is it a castable 4-drop? So the answer will some of the time be no. You just you should some cards are don't hold this for value. Do hold this for value. A 4-mana 2/2 is not worth your time. Whereas when it becomes a 4/4 or a 5/5, it's worth holding on to. Wait for that.
I think this side is a B. Bit of work required.
I'm going to give it a build around B.
I would give build around B as well. I would not jam it in any deck. I need to warp myself to make this work.
The blue, red, and the blue green deck will have expensive spells. I think it's probably better in blue red, obviously, because it's got a red backside as well. But the green deck has big spells too. There was that 6-drop one that makes a fractal and stuff.
The point is that I can't. As Jethro says, I don't want to wait till after I cast my 6-mana spell to enable my 4-drop. That's just kind of nothing. I need to be doing this blue-red, and not just any blue-red deck. It needs to specifically be this blue-red expensive spells deck.
The real blue-red deck.
I don't think that's true. That's not how limited works. Not all of your blue-red deck. Sometimes your blue-red deck will fundamentally be cast things on curve. It won't be trying to cast your 8-mana spells. So yeah, a build around B. It sounds about right for that side. On the back, we have Flamethrower Sonata. This is 1 of a red sorcery. Discard a card, then draw a card. If you discard an instant sorcery in this way, this does damage equal to that card's mana value to target creature or planeswalker you don't control. So this is not the most exciting removal spell in the world. It's efficient. When it's 2 mana, kill that guy, you're okay with it. You got to discard a card and draw a card. Rummaging is kind of cool. When it works, if it always dealt 3 or whatever, this would be a great card. If this consistently drew. But the issue is you do have to discard an instant sorcery for this release to do anything. Casting it without dealing any damage is just trash. You're just down. That's just card disadvantage and terrible. You do need it. You do need to have another instant sorcery in your graveyard. And discarding a spell is pretty rough sometimes. It does work. Yeah, I think this is also going to get a build around rating, and I think it works quite well with both sides want to go in this. It's specifically this discard a big spell deck, and I think when this is online, it's a very good card.
So the things I really like about this are that one of the sides is proactive and one of them is reactive. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
One of these sides is a threat when you want to deploy a threat, and the other one is an answer if you have something you need to answer. The other thing about this backside is that all of the lessons are overcosted. So if we learned and we put a more expensive spell than we would normally play in a limited deck in our hand, we can pitch that awkward 5-mana exile something, draw a card, just do 5 for something.
And it's a little niche, but it is worth pointing out that works even with off-color lessons. You might speculatively pick some random lesson that will end up in, you second pick a white lesson because it's kind of good. You don't end up in white, but you can still get it, and then if you're planning to discard it, and that will be fine, and you're not burning through your lesson board.
And you can put the fear of God into your opponent.
Sure. Yeah, I think
Mountain white lesson. Yes, let's go.
I think it gets build around writing on both sides, and I think build around B is probably about right. I don't think either side's taking over a game, but if I'm in that blue-red spell stack, this is an exciting card for sure. Next, compare it to the previous card though, where like the white-black thing could go in any white-black or any black deck. This is very specifically, I need to be in red-blue, and I need to be doing the red-blue thing, which again, most archetypes in Limited don't get there 100% of the time. Anyway, next we have Uvilda, Dean of Perfection. This is a 3-mana 2/2 legendary creature, Djinn Wizard. Tap. You may exile an instant or sorcery card from your hand and put 3 hone counters on it. It gains at the beginning of your upkeep. If this card is exiled, remove a hone counter from it. And when this last hone counter is removed from this card, if it's exiled, you may cast it this way. It costs 4 less to cast this way. This is not very powerful.
But it is clunky.
There are a few spells that this is fairly good with. You know, the 7 mana, the 8 mana make 2 4/4s. It's only 7 mana. What good? That's a good common. 7 mana make 2 4/4s is definitely going to still be good in 3 turns, and I would like to spend less mana on it. And if I activate this on turn 4, I wasn't even necessarily going to have the mana to cast it in 3 turns' time. Problems. If you exile a reactive spell and the situation is no longer appropriate, that spell is lost forever. You put a burn spell in exile, when it happens to not have any creatures in 3 turns' time, I've just discarded a card, and that feels awful. It doesn't even make the spell free. I do have to... my opponent knows I'm committed to spending the mana on this spell I put into exile in 3 turns, and can use that to their advantage, potentially. It's not a good body. It's pretty awkward. So, yeah. It's a terrible top deck, like complete garbage top deck.
Yeah.
I hate this card.
Yeah.
You know the card showing of the Gitu?
Yeah.
That card is not a bomb in Limited.
No.
And its advantages were it doesn't need to tap, could do multiple cards a turn, the cards you didn't have to pay their cost.
Yeah.
You could do Eldrazi, creatures, you know.
In Limited.
Creatures have you not played Bond Masters? The fact that you don't get to... the things that are good to put on Suspend 3 are proactive things that are good in 3 turns. Physis is a good example of a card that was really kind of awkward to put in Suspend because sometimes you had to kill your own creature, and this is going to be somewhat... Admittedly, you don't have to cast it, but
still boo.
It's still pretty awkward. Yeah, this is maybe like a build around C- or something. I
was going to say this is almost a D.
I don't see myself playing this card basically ever.
On the backside, though, we have Nasari, Dean of Expression. This is 3 red for a 4/4 legendary creature, a free chance. This is a better body. 5 mana 4/4s is definitely closer to where I'm at. And at the beginning of your upkeep, you may exile the top card of each opponent's library. Until the end of the turn, you may cast spells from among those exiled cards, and you may spend mana as though they were mana of any color to cast those spells. Whenever you cast a spell from exile, put a +1/+1 counter on Nasari, Dean of Expression. This card's way better, a lot better.
Itself. Yeah.
It's already an Outpost Siege attached to a 5 mana 4/4. It gets your opponent's stuff, not your stuff. You can't hit lands. I'm still interested. I still want that. That's still powerful. Not great if you're behind, but it rolls as a 5 mana 4/4, and it grows. Not that many things that grow it other than its own ability. There's 1 or 2 things that might put a spell into exile.
There might be something in red-white that you can cast.
I
don't remember.
I'm not sure. But for the most part, this card is its own engine and is a card that, if left alone, is definitely going to start taking over the game.
Sure, win a game, right?
There's a couple of other red Outpost CG things, right? There's the 5 mana 3/4 that when it attacks, you get the top 2 cards.
Yes.
Yeah, all right, sure.
The card we talked about just before voluntary reach. Yeah.
What?
That's how I judge the set review in my head. It's before voluntary reach, then afterwards voluntary reach.
Where everything was ruined, sure.
Yes. My life was better beforehand, but now we're here. So.
I worked with conspiracy theorists and stuff as well. Sure.
Sure,
yeah, right.
yeah.
So there's a couple of other mostly rare enablers, but it has some synergy. So this is the card. This is the side of the card I'm interested in. So this is like a C minus slash C plus B minus, probably B minus, right?
I'd say B
Oh, I'm
minus.
getting Asari an A.
Oh, really?
This card is Blood Gift Demon without flying, but instead it gets bigger. Like, it's huge and it draws you a card every turn.
It does. No, this card is a huge step below Blood Gift Demon. It doesn't draw lands. It's drawn from your opponent's deck rather than your deck, which is worse. It doesn't. It is smaller and doesn't have flying against Blood Gift Demon. This is definitely not Blood Gift Demon.
It's bigger than Blood Gift Demon. And it mills
in a maximum of two, like in a minimum of 2 turns, like.
and it doesn't pin you. I'll go A minus, but I do think it's like a bomb level of card. Like, I'll be obviously the backside is nothing, but I think I'll be very happy to play Nasari in any red deck and to first pick it.
I'm giving it a B minus for the card as a total, but this side's a B, I think.
This can you cast them even if this dies? No, it's just until end of turn. Sure, it's not even, like it's way worse than drawing a card.
It's good. I just don't think it's
How
amazing.
good was Outpost Siege? Outpost Siege was like a.
Outpost Siege is completely different because it's doing your own deck, right? And it
It's
has
not
2
completely
modes.
different. No, you never cast the other mode of Outpost Siege, and the fact it's a front deck isn't that different. It probably is closer to a. I don't think it's an A. I'm going to give it a B plus. Yeah, and I think actually
Outpost Siege was an A level of card, what that's worth. Like, all the sieges were so good.
all the sieges were so
It's
good.
kind of weird.
I think taking it off your opponent's deck is
It's not that much worse. It is worse, but it's not that much worse.
Okay, I know that it's worse, but here's a really bad argument why it's better. You already played one of your first pickable bombs in Nassau. So they've got more first pickable bombs in their deck right now than we do.
You exile their Will of Rowan, yes, Valley. Done it.
Also, it does make them feel worse.
That's true.
Sure.
That's true. Maybe that's enough reason to play it on its own.
That's an advantage in best of 3 mostly. So, yeah, I could see it being an A minus. So I'm going to give it a B plus. I think that you should basically you should not be a deck that's not playing red shouldn't be playing this card. Like the front side is nothing, and the back side is so much better than the front side. You should almost never I don't know what situations you would ever Castle Builder. So this is just the rating of the backside, and you should treat it as such.
If you had 2 of them and you'd already played your Nasari,
I would wait until my Nasari died,
and then when your Nasari comes to play, you might be able to get another possible encounter. But your argument of playing another one is also good, maybe better.
Yeah, I think it is.
Moving on.
Yeah, good. Valentine, Dean of the Vein. This is Black Crow, 1/1 Menace to Lifelink. This would love a counter.
Ooh, it lost 4.
Yeah. And if a non-token creature an opponent controls would die, exile it instead. When you do, you may pay 2. If you do, create a 1/1 black and green pest. Yeah. So this disables all your opponent's dice triggers. There's not a huge number of those, but there's some. There's definitely some.
It doesn't work on the pests, interestingly, because it's non-token.
No, sure. Yeah. Disables. Yeah, it's definitely relevant. I searched for cards in the set with dies, and they all saw the pest cards. There's not that many of them. There's a few things that die into learning that it turns off. But it's mostly rares that you're disabling.
Having, I think, lifelink on a 1-mana card that has menace as well, I think is also important. There's a lot of cards that care about if you gain life this turn, or
there's 2 or 3 commons as well that have a dice trigger. Sure. So
there's a couple of Gravediggery type effects as well, which this can help against.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just valid. You kill your opponent.
Yeah.
It's value.
If you have 2 mana spell, you make a 1/1.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this will do the eye twitch job of being if I will play this in an aggressive black-white deck, the deck that's looking to put counters on my guys, because this is a body that wears counters very well and threatens to go wide. I don't need to be black-green by any stretch.
No.
Have to play this in black-white. Probably not. Would give eye twitch.
A plus.
Give eye twitch B minuses. I think this is probably in that kind of range on this side. I think it's a little worse than eye twitch from overall, but it's kind of in that range.
Enabling lifelink things, I think, might be strong.
Sure. On the backside, we have Lisette, Dean of the Root. This is 2 green for a 4/4. 4 mana 4/4. Love those. Talk about those loads. And whenever you gain life, you may pay 1, and if you do, you put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control, and those creatures get trampled to.
I love this card. I love it.
This side is
like a build around A+.
Yeah, this is. I agree. It's built around A+, and even if you don't enable, like, you're never cutting this from any of your green decks, which is why the build around rating is kind of sketchy. When you enable it, it's an A+, and when you don't enable it, it's a
completely serviceable full drop.
A B+, that is, like, if you trigger it once, it's a...
Yeah, you might enable it by accident, right? Like, a bunch of cards just make Pest by accident.
Yeah, absolutely.
Other cards just gain life by accident, so
yeah, the main dance, yeah.
Do you think your 4 mana vanilla 4/4 is a B+?
No, sure. If you have no ways of getting life in your deck, this is that, like, it's definitely at least a C+ for a 4. Like, 4 mana 4/4 is the best vanilla stats you're going to get at common. But yeah, like, but if you ever gain the life, and I think there's just so many incidental ways of doing that, including a bunch of lessons. Like, there's a lesson that gains you 2 life.
That one that gets land. Yeah.
And if it activates even once, it's
so strong, right? Yeah. Like 1 mana to put, like, if you put like 3 counters on your dudes and they gain trouble, like, it puts counters on itself as well. It's just great. It's really good. I love this card.
Yeah. I'm gonna give it an build around A+, but probably overall an A. The main downside of the blacks, if I pack one pick on this and I end up in black-white, I won't be super unhappy. I will play Valentin in my black-white deck, but it is probably only a C+, B- level card, and I really want to be casting this set because she's much stronger.
Yeah, she's very good.
Agreed.
All right, we're done with the
double face cards. We did the cards that were secretly 2 cards.
Oh, that took so long. Do you want to break from reading, Matt? Shall I read the...
yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
Read the gold cards?
But yeah, go for it.
All right, we're on to the gold cards. So these are all in mine, they're just in random order based on alphabetical. Is that how everyone... Cool. All right. So, first up, we have Aether Helix. It is 3 colorless, green, blue, sorcery. Return target permanent to its owner's hand. Return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. It's uncommon. Fine. Bit slow.
Yeah. So if you're ever bouncing an opponent's token, it's a straight 2 for 1 and you're feeling great.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's pretty good. It's not.
I'm struggling in exactly the same way that you are. Like, sorcery speed is not what you want on bounce.
That's true.
And it's
this is like a mana war. What's great about a mana war is that it's impacting the board.
Yeah, it's a creature
in both.
Bouncing is meant to be high tempo, and this is a low tempo card.
Yeah. This is more of a buy you time, return something from your graveyard.
I'll tell you what I want to do with this card. I want to bounce one of my own creatures for value.
Yeah, sure.
To do that in the set because there's pacifisms and that, but there's definitely ways to make that work. And then when I've turned this into a draw a bunch of cards, I'm feeling good about it.
Yeah, it's still extremely, like, that's even lower tempo. You definitely need to have got to a point where this is...
Yeah, I want to use this card to cash in my tempo. I don't want to
for sure.
gain tempo.
Yeah, this is a super low tempo card. If you're in a board state where low tempo doesn't matter and it's all about value, this is high value. Even then, it has to return permanence. It can't necessarily, like, if your bomb is a spell and this is the spell set, it's not getting that back. Especially since some of your creatures are also spells. You would love to return those. No, sorry, it doesn't work. That might be a little awkward, but you're probably going to have a permanent in your graveyard. What are you talking about? Probably C. C is about right.
Yeah, C. I think C. All right, I've accidentally chosen to read the cards that might have the most complicated names, so I'm going to make a mess of these. But this one, I believe, is Beladros Witherbloom.
You crushed it.
Yes. The other ones I'm not so confident on. 5 colorless, black-green, legendary creature, Elder Dragon. It's a mythic. It's a 4/4. It flies. At the beginning of each upkeep, create a 1/1 green-black pest token. And then you can pay 10 life to untap all lands you control. Activate only once each turn.
This is Force of Vigor, right? Like, it doesn't need much more text. It's almost...
Force of Vigor is already quite strong. And this one flies.
It's almost never worth, like... On the boards where pay 10 life untap your lands is worth doing. Like, that is such a terrifying thing to do. When you get to do it, it will absolutely win you the game. But you need to be probably above 20 for that to be a comfortable thing to do. If
It's doable in the green-black deck.
If I'm playing a grindy 7-mana card, a 7-mana dragon that will absolutely win me the game if I can just survive, I do not want to pay 10 life. That sounds awful. But if I get to then use that 10 life to kill all when he costs 0, he's obviously mental.
So here's the reason I like that ability a little more than it does nothing.
Sure.
10 life is worth this guy's survival. So
yes.
if I've got some give a
counter spell or something,
spells, like you can just slam your 7-drop fearlessly and then start winning the game with the pests. And I've gone down to 4 in order to keep him alive, which I didn't want to do, but now I'm getting some pests to regain.
Yeah, for sure. It is worth pointing out that green doesn't have any of the protection effects in this set. White is the only trick that gives hexproof in this set.
Snakeskin Bell.
Snakeskin Bell, sure.
One counter one that's the masterpiece.
Yeah, Snakeskin Bell. Yeah, absolutely. You're right. Got me. Masterpiece is pretty good. But yeah, if you're splashing this in your green-blue deck, which you probably should, then you might well have a counter spell up, or even a bounce spell to return it to your hand. Then you might be dead. It's definitely not textless that it has that ability. But Force of Vigor is the kind of card that no one has ever beaten.
Especially when it flies.
Yeah,
has the indestructible or the go to a graveyard come back trick, right?
Oh yeah. It has black. Give a creature indestructible. That's certainly true.
This is A, right? At least an A.
Yeah, it costs 7, but yeah, it's
going to be amazing when you slap
I'm gonna give
it. Plus, I have faith in my giant dragons. Verdant Force is so good.
Yeah.
There are, however, 5 giant dragons.
Oh yeah, Verdant Force is the name of the card. I can call it Force of Vigor. Sorry.
I think they might both do the same thing.
Force of Vigor exiles 2 artifacts.
Alright, next is Biomathematician. He's 1 colourless, 1 green, 1 blue. He's a 2/2 human wizard. At common, when Biomathematician enters the battlefield, create a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token. But if +1/+1 counter on each fractal you control.
2/2 that comes to the 1/1 is good on curve stats.
It's good.
And obviously, fractals is a theme. If you already have a fractal in play, then this is 4 power and toughness for only 3 mana. That's exceptional. It's relatively difficult. There aren't that many cheap fractals. There's the rampant growth.
What about
which is awkward with this.
Yeah.
What about you just play another Biomathematician?
That is a good example.
What about that? Play another Biomathematician after that. And then what about if you play a 4th Biomathematician?
No.
Believe me, doing that keep you win the game. Think of a different Simic card.
It is. They are good with each other. They are good if you flicker it or bounce it or do any of the other shenanigans that you can do with this kind of thing. It scales fairly well with that sort of effect. It obviously synergizes. The fact don't warp your deck to enable this card. Play this card and be happy with it.
Yeah, play it in your blue decks.
Play it in your blue-green decks. It's a good on-curve card. It's probably not a super high pick. It's not really doing what blue-green is doing. It's just a good on-curve card. But that, don't cut cards like this from your blue-green deck. But it's not crazy. It's solid C+ kind of card.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I've got C+.
Yeah, C+. Blade Historian is next. It is red/white, 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 red/white for a human cleric, a 2/3 human cleric. Attacking creatures you control have double strike. This card cannot be splashed.
No. 2-drop, 3-drop this. The opponent's dead.
Wait, I thought this Boros wasn't meant to be aggro in this set. I'm confused.
No, I have some things to say about that, but it's kind of more heuristic. I think there is a chance that Boros's themes are all kind of nonsense, and that Boros is, as has often been the case in many limited formats, Boros trying to get complicated is dumb. Play your good red and white cards and kill the opponent. This is a really good card for that. It's definitely not getting anywhere a particular. If you're not actively attacking with creatures the turn you play this, the card is. If you're even remotely behind, this just doesn't do anything at all. I have to be attacking with creatures. A 4-mana 2/3 isn't remotely good. On blocks, it's trash on blocks. If I'm not attacking my creatures, this just doesn't do anything. There are some really, really good tricks with double strike. I think we talked about the 3-mana 1/2 double strike. I think that's just an archetype on its own because the combat tricks are so good. Like the +3/+1 trample with double strikers is crazy.
Yeah.
If you're aggressive, if you're guaranteed beating down, if you're a deck with a lot of 1-drops that wants to then cast a Blade Historian as your 1 4-drop or whatever, this is going to do a fine Torbrand impression or whatever. But it's so bad if you're behind.
So is
It's
this
like a build around.
card,
Yeah.
or is this like a
I think this is.
plus?
I think this is a build around. Like I will not. I think this is going to get. Yeah, I think so. I'm going to cut this from some of my Boros decks. If I we're going to see some 5-mana grindy Boros cards later. You just can't play that in the same. Like there's a 5-mana 3/2 that whenever you exile a card from your graveyard, make a 3/2. Great card. Doesn't go with Blade Historian ever. Don't put them near each other. They just don't do the same thing at all. But yeah, probably a build around B. Maybe even a build around B plus.
Maybe.
Yeah.
This will definitely win some games for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Like it's on curve, it's incredible. And as I thought this board was stable. Oh wait, oh god, I'm dead. Kind of like I think.
I'm not going B plus.
Oh, it's hard to cast. Yeah, all right.
Hard to cast.
2 red white, and I could play it in white black with a splash. I'd be like, yeah, that works.
Why does it cost 4 hybrid mana?
So that you can't do
Because
that.
I don't want you to splash it.
Yeah. So you can't splash it in your Izzet deck, right? Like Izzet in particular has really good fixing. So.
Sure.
They want people to draft guilds. They don't want people to draft 5-color messes. And the quad hybrid cards really point people in that direction.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, next is Blood Researcher. 1 colorless black-green for a 2/2 Vampire Druid with Menace. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on Blood Researcher. A Johnny's Primate.
Yeah, a Johnny's Primate with Menace is...
Seems good.
Like, a Johnny's Primate is usually really solid, and Menace is a good ability. It's a really strong thing to put on a Johnny's Primate, because when it becomes an 8/8, my opponent's plan is to chump block it.
Yep.
Green Black is doing grindy, slow, life gainy things. It has lots of incremental little. This is a card that wants lots of little bits of life gain, not big chunks of life gain.
Synergizes with pests perfectly.
Yes, but keep in mind that your gain for when Black dies, this only gets 1 counter or whatever. When your 6/6 lifelink hits them, you only get 1 counter. Yeah, good card. Has all the +1/+1 counter synergies enabled on itself. Solid.
Does this get up to build around B-, or is this just a C+?
I think it's just a C+.
Yeah, it's going to be good in basically all the black green decks, I imagine.
It's not a good top deck. Yeah, C+.
No.
Happy to give it that.
But this is probably going to be the
B-. I want to put this in a deck with plenty of synergies, but I think it will get there when you put it in that deck.
I feel
you only have to gain 1 life once for this card to be above rate.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be the workhorse for the black green decks. Like this is going to do. This is cards you're going to see a lot.
It's a little aggressive if this is the workhorse. Like, I want my workhorse to be like a Gravedigger, or like a 5-mana 2/1 or something. I think Green Black wants to be slow and grindy, and maybe this isn't that.
Maybe.
But we'll see.
Blot Out the Sky is next. It is X white black for a sorcery. Create X tapped 2/1 white and black Inkling creature tokens with flying. If X is 6 or more, destroy all non-creature, non-land permanents.
That second bit of text is mostly flavor text, right?
Yeah.
There's no pacifisms, there's no claustrophobias. You're just as likely to destroy your non-creature, non-land permanents as your opponents, probably. Obviously, if you've got this card, you can maybe think about not playing that equipment you were considering splashing, I guess.
Well, certainly you wouldn't cast it if you're going to cast this for 6 in a minute, or you would choose to cast this for 5, right? If I've got a Planeswalker in play.
Yeah, oh, sure. If I've got a Planeswalker, yes. But, a powerful grindy artifact or something, yes. You don't have to kill. Though that can be awkward. I want to cast this for X = 8, but I also don't want to destroy my Planeswalker. What boredom? How did this happen? Fundamentally...
okay, enjoy your 10 power of tapped flying.
This is a good 4-mana spell, and it's a good 8-mana spell.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. The rate for the 2/1s is good. 1 mana per 2/1 is a good rate.
A 3-mana 2/1 flyer is a card I'm going to give a reasonable rating later on, and 4 mana for 2/1 flyers is really doing things, the fact just scales. This card, the secret with this card is to not get too greedy with it, probably. I think a lot of people will be able to cast it on 4, where it's going to be better on turn 8, when sometimes just making 2/1 flyers will get the opponent dead faster.
Would you splash this in black-green decks?
Oh yeah.
And
Yes. I think
yeah,
I
this is at least this is an A, right? Like at least
Yeah.
if not an A plus.
This card's awesome.
I'd probably a solid A. It fills any gap on your curve.
Yeah, that's super versatile as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, don't cost it for 2, but.
Yep.
Next is body of research is green, blue, blue. Sorcery. Create a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token. Put X +1 counters on it, where X is the number of cards in your library. Make a 20/20.
Yep. Yeah, it's bigger than that. Realistically, it's like a 30/30.
Depends on you play it.
20/20 is probably about right. Fundamentally, it's bigger than your opponent's life total.
Yes.
So it demands quite specific answers. It is a token. Any bounce spell is going to make you really quite upset that they've hard answered your spell. But it doesn't have trample.
For one, then, isn't it? It's not the end of the world.
It depends. There's a repulse in this set.
You test under it every day.
Yes, exactly. It's very trumpable. There's not. If you want the biggest vanilla creature ever, this is it. And we've seen Ravenous Lindwell, obviously it gained you 4 life, but sometimes a 6 mana just big is definitely the kind of thing that takes over games.
This would be an annoying thing to have to deal with in limited if someone went turn 6 this. I'm like, this is a lot of work.
This reminds me of Colossification, right? That's what the card's called? The +20/+20 aura that tapped a creature?
Sure. That set you up for failure even harder because it was an aura.
It's setting you up to get 2 for 1.
This one won't do that.
And this blocks as well, in a way that Colossification didn't.
Yeah.
That's true.
But yeah, it's fundamentally, here's my lethal next turn threat. Also,
There's a trick that gives trample for common, right? Yeah, draw a card. 1 green.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sure. Certainly the threat of that is terrifying.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
This was probably still...
This card's pretty good, I think.
It's definitely not anywhere near the A range. I think it's low B, probably.
I think it's a solid B.
I think it's a solid B. I think I'd be pretty happy with it in my blue-greens.
I'm going to give it a B- for the mana cost. I think on turn 6, sometimes you won't be able to cast it, and you'll cry, because...
It does have limited mana, that's true.
That's true.
It's way more awkward than Blade Historian.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think fundamentally, and especially, it does to most of the removal. That's not even true. It will be immune to some.
No, it does to the black removal, but
it does to the white removal. Exile tap creature, but it's there will be matchups where it's completely unreal. And
Red looks at it and goes, "I can't kill this."
Yeah, I'll make it block. Give it reach. Yeah. Cool.
All right, next is closing statement. 3 white-black instant. This spell costs 2 less to cast during your end step. Destroy a target creature or planeswalker you don't control. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature you control.
It's a wonderful flavor text, obviously.
The card is what I think wonderful generally, I think.
So it's actually, as a 3-mana spell, it's worse than a sorcery. Casting it during your end step is significantly worse than casting it during my main phase. If this was 1 white-black, this effect, it would be stronger than what it is here, I think. Sorcery, 1 white-black, destroy a target creature, you put a counter guy. Because then you get to kill a guy and attack. And I want to be attacking in my white-black deck.
Yes,
it's still very good. Both as a 5-mana instant that is a 2-for-1, they go for some blocks or whatever, and you get to kill one of their guys and win another combat, complete blowout. You can never beat that. And the fact it has the mode of, in my end step, be very efficient is extremely strong as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's just upside, right?
This is kind of...
you efficiently double spell on 5 or 6 mana.
Yeah.
If your board's empty because they've done something and you can go 2-drop, end step, kill your 4-drop, it's now a 3/3. That's going to stabilize some boards.
Yeah, for sure. This is at least a B.
Yeah,
I think.
Solid B, I think. B+, is it premium enough?
I'm wavering on B+.
Alright, B+ it then, fine.
I think it's B+. I thought you could just mess around with combat really hard.
Yeah, it's a good card. For sure. Alright, next is...
all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, the flavor is great.
The biggest trick is going to be that players are going to want to cast this on their end step, but it is often probably... It's actually, most of the time, probably best not to do that. It's best to remember it's an instant, and use
Just
that
do it
to your
in their turn.
advantage.
Yeah.
But it's nice to have. You're right, as you said. Crown Session, 1 colourless or a black-green hybrid mana. It's a sorcery. You gain 4 life. Learn.
So, as I've mentioned a couple of times, there have been a few things that want you to gain lots of life in little increments, not big chunks of life all at once. Haven't necessarily. I'm not. It's always difficult with life gain. There's part of the difficulty of designing life gain payoffs is that those are fundamentally pulling you in 2 different directions. Yeah, I'm not sure there's anything that rewards you for gaining a big chunk of life as opposed to just 1 life. Other than, my life total's higher. Although there was this rare that tapped on mana based on the life you'd gained. There's a couple of things, but for the most part,
There's something that wants like 25 life or more, right?
Yeah, that's
on
troll.
On a troll, yeah.
Yeah, sure. So that's a couple of things.
This straight up, in fact, just activates on a troll. If you're on 20 and you cast it after you cast on a troll.
Sure. Fundamentally, I like sticking gain 4 on my card draw cards, but this isn't actually card advantage. This is just wheel spinning. Gain 4 life is good on my wheel spinning, and synergies. But it is.
I think it's fine. I don't think it's exciting.
Yeah, I think I'm going to end up being very inconsistent on this when I go back and check other learn cards, but I'm way low on this for some reason.
Yeah, agreed.
Like, fundamentally, paying extra mana to learn is so bad because the lessons are already overcosted. Like,
life. You can't afford to be like. It's a do nothing that leads you into expensive spells. It's just 2 wheel spinning. I think C- is about right.
Yeah, I was going to give it C-.
It might even just be a D+, but
there's a chance you want to be spinning your wheels in this way because you want to cast more spells in a turn for Magecraft. You want to gain some life and go get your learn card that also gains some life.
Yeah, I think I can see it, but I think it might even. It's also as a hybrid card. It's possible the blue-green deck is interested in this as well. I think the white-black deck is almost certainly not interested in it.
Yeah.
But the blue-green deck can cast this, and it's less likely to have the synergy. But maybe it if you have a learn bomb, this is the kind of card you might just start slamming. We talked about the mythic or whatever. There aren't many learn bombs, but
the mythic one for sure is one though. That card just seems great.
Yeah, then you're just jamming any of your learn spells, and this will do.
Yeah. All right. Next up, Creative Outburst is 3 colorless, blue, red, instant speed. Creative Outburst deals 5 damage to any target. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Red, blue, hybrid banner. Discard Creative Outburst. Create a treasure token.
So instant speed deal 5 index. Not index.
It's for it's the blast,
impulse.
right?
It's Prophetic Bolt.
Yeah.
Prophetic Bolt costs 5, and this is functionally the same card.
This does 1 more damage. It looks at 1 more card.
I don't want to pay 2 more mana for that.
Well, you have to. So.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but Prophetic Bolt, you were getting 6 mana's worth of card, right? Prophetic Bolt was great.
Yes, yeah. I think this is also very good, but and probably up there. This is probably also like B+ range.
Yeah,
like
looks pretty good.
The fact that it has this other mode. Like, without this other mode, it's probably only like a B-. A 7 mana spell that isn't, is kind of awkward. The fact it's an instance basically irrelevant. You can't pass the 7 mana up and expect it to be good. That's kind of nothing. But the fact that when you draw this on turn 2, you can discard it. That enables so many things. Like, turn 2 make a treasure is a fairly good thing to do.
Yeah.
You're down the...
that's a really bad cycle.
You're playing a Lotus Petal or whatever, right? That isn't worth a card. But putting a 7 mana spell in your graveyard does a bunch of things that we've seen that can make up for that card advantage. And maybe even it's high tempo. Maybe you can just be that high tempo, and you're going to make up for it by casting 7 mana 2/1s later on. If you draw 2 of these, if you draw 2 of these, discarding 1 to enable the other is super worth it, because this definitely makes up for the fact that I had to discard a card earlier.
We've said there are some power turn 3s where you make the treasure on 2 and then play a 4-drop that interacts with the spells. I can't remember exactly what they are. We looked at that card earlier, the flip card that
the ward
was
one.
not bad with it. But there was another one that we talked about the other day that was. It'll be one video for everyone listening, but we're doing content on multiple days because it lasts forever.
I think this does get a build around rating overall.
Can I point out
B+.
This also hits face?
Nice.
Like all the other birds.
Like every other bird effect in this set.
Yeah.
I've given it build around B+, but I think it's like a C+ in
yes, I think
just
so.
a generic deck. I think it's going to be good enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfectly playable.
Next is Culling Ritual, 2 colors, green, black, or black, green even. Sorcery, destroy each non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less. Add black or green for each permanent destroyed this way.
This is a fairly awkward card, all things considered. Destroying all tokens, like when you go off, when you kill 3 of their tokens, and this was 1 mana, kill 3 guys, you're gonna feel very, very happy. But there are plenty of games like. I don't want to spend 4 mana. I don't want to spend 4 mana to answer their 1/2 drop, right? Like in a normal game, curves out, they go 2 drop, 3 drop, 4 drop, whatever. 4 mana, kill their 2 drop, add black to my mana pool isn't good. And if they just don't cast a 2 drop, it's really quite bad. And what if I have a 2 drop?
Yeah, what if you have a 2 drop? You have a token.
This is a really sweet sideboard card, but I'm worried that putting it in your main deck is gonna. It's dead a lot of the time when you draw it.
Yeah, I'm not super high on this one.
Yeah, I think this is just a sideboard card. I think it's just like a sideboard C+.
Yeah, I agree.
There's a small chance you go into pack 3, you see this, you realise you only have 1 2-drop in your deck, and you're like, yes, this is what I need to help answer other people's 2-drops.
I'm gonna lean out of playing my 2-drops. That sounds terrible.
But because I've lost the tempo of not having many 2-drops in my deck, I now have a catcher.
Sure. And like if these black, white, or red, white decks, which are very reliant on playing 1-drop, 2-drop, become very popular, this is definitely a card that this might like if the most popular deck in the format is black, white, all in, put counters on my 1-drops, this becomes a main deckable card. Yeah. But if people are this is gonna be super, and the fact it's good against blue green's 8-drop is also kind of nice. True. Because that 8-drop is a 0, is a token, but against like a red blue deck, it's just not going to do anything at all and be dead in your hand. And it kills all your pests.
There's way more tokens running around in this format than we think. Like
that's true.
If board states are 50% tokens, this card might be okay.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just worried that my board is 50% tokens.
Yeah. That's what, especially in black green, right?
You've drawn this in your hand and know it's coming, right? You don't play your 3 mana, make 2 pests. This is coming.
Yeah. But
next is Culmination of Studies. It's X, blue, red, sorcery. Exile the top X cards of your library. For each land card exiled this way, create a treasure token. For each blue card exiled this way, draw a card. For each red card exiled this way, Culmination of Studies deals 1 damage to each opponent. It's a weird card.
X card of your library is each land make a treasure. Each blue card draw a card, each red card.
The blue effect feels way stronger than the red effect. Like, right?
Yeah.
1 damage is not much.
This is bad.
Yeah,
I think this is just bad. If we put like a big value into X, we put like 5 or 6 into X, so we spent 7 or 8 mana. We've looked at 6 cards. Our deck is evenly split between those 2 things. We've paid 8 mana. We have made 2 treasure tokens, drawn 2 cards, and dealt 2 damage to our opponent.
That is not good.
That's quite bad. Yeah.
I agree. I think this isn't consistently doing the thing you want.
It's good with gold cards,
deck is
right?
Nothing but gold cards.
Yeah, right. If you exile like 3 blue red cards and like some other stuff, that's kind of interesting.
It's still not that good. Like you need to be casting this for X equals 3 on like. You can't cast it for 1 or 2 and expect it to do anything at all. You need to be casting it for 3+, and even then, it's just gonna miss some percentages. Like, if I've got 6 mana, I don't want to make treasures. What do you think I'm... Like, I know we're a blue big spells deck. This just doesn't do the thing I want to do. This was
a big spell.
Yeah.
I think this is just an F. I think if I play this, I'm
just straight up an F. Okay. Maybe I'm too high on my C-.
I'm closer to D.
I guess it's because Magecraft for the cheap.
I'm closer to D. I think
D is begrudging playable. When are you putting this in your deck? Play an 18th land.
Yeah, you're right. That's just trash.
All right, Daemon Goth Titan is next. It is black-green hybrid, black-green hybrid, black-green hybrid, black-green hybrid for a creature demon 11/10. Whenever Daemon Goth Titan attacks or blocks, sacrifice a creature. It's huge. It's so big.
Yeah, worth pointing out that its trigger is worded for maximum pain. If you have one other creature in play and attack with this, its trigger goes on the stack. If they kill your small thing, this thing has to sacrifice itself, and you will cry a little bit.
Well, they kill this, you have to sacrifice your other thing. Go on.
Curving your 3-mana make 2 pests into this is unreal, though. I don't know, like, we've had effects like this before. Usually they're on flyers, like a 6/6 flyer that whenever it attacks or like each turn sack a creature or whatever. This is a quicker clock, 2 hits is lethal, but it's risky and usually underperforming. You attack with this, you sack a creature, they go, cool, bounce it. It's easy to get 2-for-1'd. I'm worried Green Black is too slow to want to go all in on a card like this, but if you can turn it on, a build around rating is appropriate, and probably is a B-. Yeah.
I can't believe they nerfed it with Master Symmetrist. Like, that is brutal. There's no way it's got 11 power for flavor reasons.
They're like they've never printed 11/10 before. Mark Pro's what I've got to say. It's a brand new stat line,
All right, next is Demon Goth Woe Eater. 1 black-green hybrid green. Creature demon 7/6. At the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice a creature. Whenever you sacrifice Demon Goth Woe Eater, each opponent discards a card. You draw a card and you gain 2 life.
See, I like this more.
I like this card, yeah.
Compared to the other one, you do have to sack a creature every time, but you can block with it immediately in a way that you can't. Like Titan, you have to sack a creature to block, which is kind of awkward. And when you enter this fail case of
you get some stuff.
You get to sack itself, and then it's a 2-for-1. Like, it's a clean 2-for-1 when you do that. It's not great tempo or whatever, but it's a clean 2-for-1 when it sacks itself.
And sometimes you'll want it to sacrifice to itself because you'll want the discard effect / draw effect, or maybe the life effect for some reason.
Yeah, that life gain could be very relevant.
Depending on what you're up to. If you've got the 4/4, whenever you gain life, pay 1, make your creature huge and play. Maybe you want that.
Yeah, this is definitely a similar but more powerful card. I think this is like a build around B+ compared to the once I'm doing sacrifice things, this is very strong.
Yeah, I agree. I think this card's solid. I'm gonna give it a B, I think.
I will though, compared to the 11/10, one thing I really like about the 11/10 is that you have complete control over when sacrificing that creature is worth it. Like, when I'm attacking, assuming my opponent doesn't have mana up or whatever, I'm essentially saying, I'm trading this creature for you chump blocking or taking 11, right?
Yeah.
Or I can choose not to attack. The Demon Goth Woe Eater is just sat there.
Yes, for sure. On a stable board, like, Demon Goth Titan is the threat of activation is there, whereas Demon Goth Woe Eater is eating your guys every turn. That's relevant.
You can sacrifice it to yourself if that's going to be a problem, and then you get a little bit of bonus.
Yeah. I think overall, I'm high on the Woe Eater.
I think it's pretty solid. I'm loving black-green hybrid green.
Don't worry, there's a whole cycle of them.
I know. All right, next is Deadly Brew. It is black and green. To cast, it's a sorcery. Each player sacrifices a creature or planeswalker. If you sacrifice a permanent this way, you may return another permanent card from your graveyard to your hand.
So Innocent Blood is usually fairly bad in limited. Innocent Blood gets like a build around C or something, right? Like, it's
good in Two-Headed Giant.
Sure. Like, it's a relatively weak effect that sometimes you get away with because they can't, that you're on the draw and they cast their 2-drop and you get them. But it's usually fairly underwhelming. This is actually kind of good. Like, it's low tempo for mostly. If you've got a bunch of pests lying around,
it's
and
so
you get to
good
return,
pests, right?
like when it's a grave digger, it's really good.
Yeah.
Interestingly, it can't return the same permanent you sacrificed, so there's none of that.
None of those
rescue from the underworld today.
You do actually need to have another permanent in your graveyard, but I can't imagine that's too difficult. This is probably
sniping a Raised Dead to an Innocent Blood probably makes it like a B-.
Yeah, I like it. I think
really? All the way up to B? Yeah,
I'd say B something. Yeah.
I'm closer to C. I think each your opponent sacks a creature is edicts don't get good ratings. And
yeah, you're right. This is pulling in two different directions, right? Innocent Blood, we're playing it early in the game when they've only got one thing. We're guaranteeing we're getting their best thing. Whereas Brain's Dead, we're playing in the late game to get us back our best thing.
Yeah.
And so actually, the dream situations with this aren't going to come up very much. I think.
Doesn't that just make it more flexible though, that you can play it early or play it late?
No, because it's medium early and medium late. It's never good. I think C plus is probably about right. I might even be up on C range. I'm going to give it a C plus though. I think there's enough pests that you'll be happy. But if your opponent's in a pest deck, then they don't care about sacking creature at all.
Yeah, the pests are as much of a problem as they are a good thing, right?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, next we have Decisive Denial. It is green and blue for an instant. Choose one. Target creature you control fights target creature you don't control, or counter target non-creature spell unless it's a controller pays 3.
This card's sweet. I really don't like my negates because they're blank too often. This is almost never blank. You would hope never blank.
There also aren't that many negates in this set, right? Despite the fact negates would be quite good because of all the spells.
Fair.
Yeah, the only negates are like this and a different soft one, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Because it's a spells matter set.
Yeah. I think this you're going to be really happy. Passing with this up is just going to feel it's such a powerful place to be. Both modes. Instant speed fight is good. I'll pay 2 mana for instant speed fights and be okay with it. It's no ram through, it's not a punch, but given the flexibility of also counter target non-creature spell is so when you get that 7 mana make 2 4/4 spell or any of Red Blue has a whole theme of tap out, cast a big idiot spell. When you get to counter that, you feel like you're winning the game. And when they don't cast that, it's okay. You haven't wasted that mana if that's relevant. This card I'm going to be very happy with. I think it's probably B range, given that neither side.
Right. I think this brings up to the B- range. It's still multicolored. It's still only reactive.
Yeah.
I know problems. But
my guy punches your guy is fairly proactive.
I need a guy, right? It's not.
Yeah, sure.
It's not proactive as a good bounce spell or something.
No.
Next is Dina Soul Steeper. Let's go with that. Black green legendary creature Dryad Druid. It's a 1/3. Whenever you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life. 1, sacrifice another creature. Dina Soul Steeper gets +X+O until end of turn, where X is the sacrifice creature's power.
So that first mode actually
is
good. Again, wants you to gain life in little increments. If you gain 4, they only lose 1.
But pests make that nice and easy.
But pests do that. And fundamentally, she is threatening. She does the Blood Artist thing of threatening lethal really well. If you just get to this board, she alone is always a lethal attacker. It can be really she definitely demands a block. It's quite easy for her to trade up, but it's a little she's only on 1/3. It's still they have to respect that threat of activation, but they don't have to respect it that hard. For the most part, if you're sacking a guy with 4 power to let her trade up, you're down a guy with 4 power,
I think it can get awkward in large board states where they're blocking one of your 4 power creatures are going to die anyway. So it
definitely
you have to block her.
It definitely has some text that in the late game you do have to block her, and she will just kill you if left alone. She probably only gets a C-ish rating though, C plus maybe.
I'm prepared to go C plus. She's a 2-drop that comes down early and
1/3
it's going to be a bit of a headache for your opponent, I think.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, I think C plus is fine. But she's definitely nothing higher than that.
Next is Double Major, green and a blue. Instant, copy target creature spell you control, except it isn't legendary if the spell is legendary.
This card's bad.
Yeah.
It's like a D.
Yeah, agreed.
You need to have a creature, use a
creature spell.
Mana cost, awkwardly play it off curve.
Yeah.
And then...
They get 2.
And then have drawn your rare as well.
It's very awkward. There aren't that many. It is high. It's high tempo when you copy a 5 or 6 drop, but you didn't cast a 5 drop. What world are you living in? Yeah, I'm gonna give it a D-. I think I can. I look forward to being extremely dead to it one time.
Oh, I'm sure it will kill many people. Yes. When they cast their dragon, they go, "Nah, it's just 2 dragons." It's like, oh, okay, cool. that sounds fun.
Right. But yeah,
I'm going to go flat D rather than D minus.
that's fine.
Yeah, I'm on flat D. Next is Dramatic Finale. Hybrid white black, hybrid white black, hybrid white black, hybrid white black. For an enchantment, creature tokens you control get +1/+1. Whenever one or more non-token creatures you control die, create a 2/1 white and black Inkling creature token with flying. This ability only triggers once each turn. I like this.
So if any of your non-token creatures die, you get a 3/2 flyer.
Good.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't. If you make a single 3/2 flyer for 4, that's okay. Like it's popped by the creature tokens. It's great with my pests being 2/2s is a huge buff. And if I ever make multiple tokens, this card's been obscene. Like it's no ethereal absolution. It's certainly not.
Oh no.
But it's definitely one of those grindy. My main concern with it is that I think that white black might be
too fast for it.
Like not necessarily doing this sort of thing.
Okay.
But actually, that's not true. If I curve out and my plan is to alpha, if I've cast this beforehand, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, right.
You can't trade with my guys.
Each turn, right?
Yeah, no, you make
if they trade with your guys, you're only going to get 1.
That's true.
If they do it with all your guys, sure.
This card is weirdly grindy.
Yes, I agree. Actually, you're right. The fact it's only once per turn is what is stopping it from being this like 1.2.3. alpha. Because sacking all my guys and turn them into a single 3/2 flyer is not. It's not.
If this card was playable in a black-green deck, I'd be so much more excited about it.
Agreed.
I think it is playable in a black-green deck.
I don't. But you black. Like, have you cast? Like, don't try and cast Fractal Obliterator Unlimited. Like, it is.
No one's ever given me the chance, Matthew. Yeah.
Like you're gonna be what, like a 10/7 mana base at best, maybe like 11/8 or something with some good lands. Like you just don't have enough black sources. It won't happen consistently. Like at that point, it's a 7-drop, and this card isn't good as a 7-drop.
The green mana dorks don't tend to add a mana of any color, right? The rare one does, but whatever.
Yeah, it's just a rare one, I think.
The other ones go get a basic of your choice. Yeah.
And the common fetch is just a basic forest. So. So this probably gets like a bit. It's going to get. I think it has to get a build around rating because I'm definitely not slamming it in all my white black decks. Am I?
It will make if it just. It depends how aggressive you are. I think if you're more of a slightly slower black white deck, whenever a creature of your dive it becomes a 3/2 flyer, like that seems pretty good.
I have to make one. Making one 3/2 flyer is such a good. Like, obviously the actual worst fail case is worse than that.
Well, just do nothing.
But, yeah, sometimes it is just do nothing. But I don't think that's going to happen that often.
Creatures die. It's limited. Like,
it's true.
I think it's going to be very playable. I'm going to give this, like, a C+, I think. I don't think it's going to be dramatically good.
Yeah,
Did you say dramatically good, Jethro?
Yep.
That's how I've caught you, get out.
I think it's extremely high variance C+. C+ is the rating usually for like consistent, okay, like good commons, and this is definitely not that. It's either it's going to be you win the game a lot of the time, like your opponent can just never beat the 3/2 flyers you're making, or it's going to do very little because their removal spell is bounce or whatever, or exile. The white common removal spell is exile, which is pretty awkward.
With sacrifice
this is going to be swingy. I think it's going to be swingy and almost like there'll be board states where this is a D.
Yeah, I think for sure. And there'll be board states where it's a D. Yeah.
I can't remember what the sacrifice effects are, if there are any.
There's not that many. There's a few.
Plumb the Forbidden. It's not the root. Oh, there's the Novice Dissector. It's just having some control to be able to do it on their turn and your turn.
Yeah, you're right. Once you have an instant speed sack effect available, the Novice Dissector is a sorcerer only. Once you have an instant speed sack effect, it goes up a lot in value for sure. I'm worried that a lot of those effects are going to push me into green black and not into white black, which is part of the problem.
That's fair. I think this card could be quite strong. I'm interested to draft with it and see what it's like. It's definitely one of my favorite cards in the set. I just think it's cool.
It's one of the cards I'm least confident about our grade for.
I'm going to give it a B-, I think. I'm going to go a little bit higher, so that means one of us can be wrong. Next is Elemental Expressionist. It is 4 blue and red hybrid mana. There you go. I said it more efficiently.
Nice.
Orc Wizard 4/4. Magecraft. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, choose target creature you control. Until the end of turn, it gains if this creature would leave the battlefield, exile it instead of putting it anywhere else. And when you exile this creature, create a 4/4 blue and red elemental creature token. What?
So whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, a creature you control gains. When this dies, make a 4.
Make a 4/4. Okay.
Yes.
Seems fine.
4 mana 4/4 is good on curve. Like, it's a good body, unlike the other stupid 4 mana 2/2s or whatever. And that threat, it can target itself.
I think you'll manage to get 2 4/4s out of this fairly often, by the way.
Agreed. I don't think it'll be that hard to, like, the fail cases it's a 4 mana 4/4, and the dream cases it's 2 4 mana 4/4s, and that's terrifying. I think this card's going to be really good.
All right.
I think it's just a B.
Just a B?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's where I'm going to put it.
It's a little awkward. We have to be playing 2 particular colours.
Yeah.
Okay.
Be assuming we're red blue, obviously.
Yeah. I think Magecraft will be turned on enough of the time.
In terms of pack 1, pick 1, it's probably lower than that. But...
Next is Elemental Masterpiece. 5 colorless blue, red, sorcery. Create 2 4/4 blue and red elemental creature tokens. 2 hybrid red and blue mana. Discard Elemental Masterpiece. Create a treasure token.
And this is common.
It is common.
7 mana make 2 4/4s is very powerful. Like, it's good against removal. It's the size of body that just eats all of the early game, and mostly, like, double blocking, it's going to trade with everything in the set. It has this...
Apart from your 2020 library size.
Yeah. I just chomp it for 2 turns. It's got this discard synergy to enable... Like, I think this card is power... Like,
would you splash this in your blue-green decks?
Maybe. Like, I don't know how the fixing looks, but...
Well, there's common dual lands, so... And there's red dual lands, I guess.
This is powerful. This is definitely powerful.
Yeah, for sure.
The fact it has the fail case of if you never draw a red source, you have blue discard to make a treasure.
Yeah.
Is kind of okay. Card's really strong. This is, again, we're going to see some other big... It's very synergistic with the stuff that's the synergy with it, but it's also really, like, excellent 4-drop. The Horncaller's Chant or something was a bad card from Ravnica.
For make a 4/4 trample populate,
which was fundamentally 2 4/4s. And 8 was a lot more than 7. That card wasn't good. That's worth mentioning. That did you really?
I've played way too much Thursday in that format.
Okay.
You should be playing more Backcrack, Jethro.
Was, I'm going to claim, playable is because any way to make a 4/4 turned on all of your other players.
Yeah, sure. Fine.
There's none of that in this set. The 4/4s are just 4/4s.
There are ways of making this cheaper, flashing this back, doing things when you value in your graveyard. This does a lot of stuff. I think this is a really solid. One of the better commons, at least C+, probably just a C+, though.
Yeah, there's no way it gets into the B range, right?
No.
All right.
Call this a C+. I think
a high C+.
For big spells, this might be the fail case. Like, I think there's other good ones running around. If I want 7 and 8 mana spells, I'm going to go down to C. I think.
No, I think it's better than that.
In a normal set, this would be the 7 mana spell. In this set, it's one of the 7 mana spells.
Sure.
It might even be the best.
Yeah, I guess the issue is that you can't put lots of 7 mana spells into your deck, because even if you're building around it, you only want so many, because that's how curves work. But honestly, like, this is the only this is going to be one of the only like, this threatens to kill them in a way that most of the 7 mana spells are, draw some cards and deal some damage, reactive things, for the most part. That's kind of long.
All right. Next, we have Elemental Summoning. It is 3 and 2 hybrid red-blue mana. It's a sorcery lesson. Create a 4/4 blue and red elemental creature token.
It's a spell that costs 5 or more, which means it works with the blue-red common that makes those cost 1 less, which is kind of nice.
That's kind of nice.
It is a big spell for various other big spell. There's several cards that care about spells that have cost 5 or more. We'll see them later. This is that. It's a good lesson. 5 mana 4/4 is okay. A-, that's very high.
Yeah, so I believe this is the best lesson that isn't the mythic, right? This is so efficient. And it's common. Like,
Is it okay?
It's hybrid.
Ignore mana costs. We just talk about. Let's talk about vanilla stats of creatures. 3 mana 3/2, 3 mana 2/1 flyer, 5 mana 4/4. I pick 5 mana 4/4 in a regular limited deck the least often of those cards.
That's true. I did love me some 2/1 flyer.
I would rather a 3 mana 2/1 flyer is pretty bad. A 3 mana 3/2 is filling out my curve in a relevant way, and a 5 mana 4/4 is not a card I'm looking to put in my deck that often because I can only have so many 5-drops, and a 4/4 isn't that exciting.
I think you're right, but I think the one that gets the biggest upside from being in your sideboard and tutorable is the 5 mana 4/4. Because it has the biggest impact of those. And the reason I don't put it in my deck is because I can't afford 5 drops in my deck.
Yeah.
But 5 drops when you want them in your hand are great.
Yes,
right?
I think that's true.
So you think this card is a bomb in your sideboard, Jethro?
I think that's...
Pardon?
You think that this card is a bomb in your sideboard? That's what you're saying with your 8- sideboard rating.
I think that's the rate at which I'll pick it. Because I think this is the thing you're scared of your opponent putting in their hand when they learn. Is this or the blue-green one that's even bigger, right?
Yeah, I think...
Blue-green one's not bigger until it gets to 7.
I don't want to... Unless you're really curving out with lesson learned, which you can do, but which is niche, right? Because you don't always have your 2-drops on turn.
There's quite a lot of 1 and 2 mana lessons, but you're right. It is...
That's when the 3-drop ones are at their best. But when I'm learning into the late game and using learn as my card advantage engine, I want the ones
high
with
impact
the biggest
cards.
board impact.
Yeah.
And there'll be times when the flyer has a similar impact to this, and obviously the blue-green one will be big too. I think you've talked me down to B+. I bought B+. But I do think this is one of the best lessons in the set.
Okay.
I think all the creature lessons are really high picks.
They're all pretty good.
I think I'm gonna give this just a B because I don't know, picking up the first copy of your creature lessons is just the first copy is definitely is probably a B+. I think the second copy does go down a lot.
Yes, the diminishing returns on these, as with almost all the lessons, is huge.
Yes.
For sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a cyber B.
Man, lessons are hard. Lessons are hard work.
I think Jethro's right in that I'm gonna pick this very highly and it's gonna be good.
Yeah. I'm not sure how good it will be in red-white.
That does help drag it down, right? Is that... But what we don't know what we're so confused about red white.
It's quite slow.
We don't know what red white's doing. I think I'm worried. Like, this is a little bit from Twitter discourse that I was trying to avoid going to the set review, but I'm a little... Arilax described Boros in this set as the Golgari of Ravnica Allegiance, where it doesn't know if it's aggro or control, and it's stuck between a very aggressive guild in white-black and a very controlling guild in blue-red, and so it's going to be pulling in different directions, and we'll struggle to find an identity. But we'll see.
All right. Okay, next is Eureka Moment. It's 2 green and a blue. It's an instant. Draw 2 cards. You may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. Big growth spiral.
It's just inspiration, right? You should basically treat it as inspiration.
Oh, yes, it's also inspiration.
Putting a land onto your hand is...
Putting a land from
your hand is good. I do want to do that once I've drawn some cards. It's definitely relevant. It's definitely not just inspiration. But
if I say the words Urban Evolution, will it be thrown out?
I know that card.
I've heard of that card.
That card was okay. Right?
It was in Gatecrash, which was an incredibly aggressive format, because Boros was just crushing everything.
It's way worse than Escape the Worlds.
It wasn't for the fact that it was in the all 2-drops format.
Yes, it was all 2-drops or you were dead.
In Chaos Draft, Urban Evolution is like a
bomb.
first pickable bomb.
Absolutely. Escape the Worlds probably is still a first pickable bomb. Although you've opened
drawing cards, that's when you have the lands to put into play. So it makes it similar to a Rampant Growth, where Explore can't always be a Rampant Growth because you won't always have the land.
Yeah.
And it's giving you the mana to deploy the extra cards that you have. Like, this synergizes really well.
Yeah, I think it's solid. Like, really solid.
Being an instant weird.
I think it only.
C plus.
Probably still just a C plus.
Yeah, I agree.
Yay, Magecraft!
Yeah, I don't think you can give it a B rating, but yeah, C plus is fine.
Cool. Next is accelerating.
It's kind of a problem with our rating system is that C plus is most cards, but
yeah,
that's fine. That's allowed. It's first time. It's fine.
I'm on C plus a lot.
Yeah,
Let's get better.
Yeah, exactly. Accelerating Elocution is next. It's 2 white-black sorcery. Put 2+1/+1 counters on target creature you control. Other creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. This is very expensive.
Sorcery?
This is Overrun, right? Like, or at least it's trying to be.
Overrun was very strong. But
it's
again, trample.
Blessing for 4 mana. What target creature gets +2/+3, all your other creatures get +1/+1.
Sigil Blessing costs 4, right? What does Sigil Blessing cost?
I might be thinking of a different card. Sigil Blessing.
That's white-green instant for that? Yeah, okay.
This one involves counters, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
It triggers Magecraft. It's probably a C minus.
Yeah, it probably is, right? It might even be a build around card or whatever, right? But I wouldn't be surprised. Like in my head, this is the card that the white black. I'm picturing white black as a very all-in aggressive deck where this card will do the thing I wanted to do. But
I think I'd much rather end with like the white uncommon that's Storm, put a +1/+1 counter on.
Oh yeah, that's the reason to play this deck. Whereas this is. Yeah, maybe it's not good because it's kind of redundant that way. But I think this card. I think this is gonna end up. I'm gonna want this in my white black deck. I think this is gonna get like a C minus.
Yeah. Yeah, C minus seems reasonable.
I'm gonna go D plus. I'm not playing this deck as all in as you are in my head. And maybe I'm super wrong. Exactly.
The fact that it leaves 2 counters behind, I think, is interesting.
That's true, and there are synergies for that.
Yeah, for sure. All right, next is Expressive Iteration. It is blue and a red for a sorcery. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand. Put one of them on the bottom of your library and exile one of them. You may play the exiled card this turn. The card is good. This
card's excellent, right? Like, the fact that it's just a 2-mana divination on every turn except turn 2. Like, just find your land drop for the turn and play it.
Exile it and then play it.
Yeah.
In the late game, it's even better. You just find 2 spells and you get to cast both the spells. Like, this card is very, very strong.
Very strong.
And you're going to be very happy with it. This is like a B, I think.
It's a B, right? Yeah,
yeah, I think this is a flat B.
Solid card is solid. Don't need to say much more, really, do you? All right, next, Fractal Summoning. 2 hybrid blue and green mana. Sorcery Lesson. Create a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token. Put X +1 counters on it.
Yeah, I think I'm going to give this. I think this is a little better than the 4/4 in that it's 1 more mana more expensive than the 4/4, and you're not casting it for smaller than that most of the time. Like 5 mana 3/3 is really quite sketchy, right? But the fact that it gets to be your 8-drop, your 9-drop, your actual, this is a 6/6. This wins the game card, and you get to put that in your sideboard is really, really appealing. I'm going to get a B+, which is 1 higher rating than Elemental Summoning. I understand A-. I'm not gonna. When I was the previous Elemental Summoning, I wanted to fight with the A-. Here I'm okay with it.
I saved my A- from Elemental Summoning for this because I realised I wanted to have somewhere to go. I will defend it as a 5 mana 3/3 though. I think your lessons you don't have a ton of control over when in your curve you're casting them. Having that as an option is upside.
Sure.
There are some fractal synergies.
Also true. But we'll see several zero. That's actually true. But I guess the spirits have a little bit of synergy as well. But there are several cards that reward you for having fractals.
Yeah. When you said spirit, I imagined the 2/1 flyer, and it's not the 2/1 flyer. It's a 3/2 on the ground. It's so
very confusing.
Yeah. All right.
If you look at the design file for this set, they made an article and they changed the size of the spirit tokens like 5 times. They had no idea how big spirits were going to be.
All right. Next is Fracture for 1 white and 1 black. Instant speed. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or players will occur. Cool art. Sideboard cards.
C.
Yeah. When you want it, you want it. But when you don't want it, you do not want this.
Yeah. And even then, it costs both your colours.
Can we actually talk about this in comparison to Broken Wings briefly? Because Broken Wings... Yes, fine. But Broken Wings is doing the similar-esque thing, right? It's destroying an artifact or enchantment and something else. But I think whereas Broken Wings got there in Carol time, I just don't think... there's just not enough artifact or enchantments to like
No,
care about in this set.
everything's an instant or sorcery. Like
Yeah.
you can't afford to play artifacts and enchantments because you're playing a bunch of spells.
Oh, I agree.
And you need the rest of your deck to be creatures. This card's gonna be bad.
Yeah, I just thought it would be important to say.
Yeah, no, it's worth mentioning.
Sorry, let me just write this down. All right, next, Dragon Boy. Galazeth Prismari. I'm going with that.
Please refer to him by his real title of Dragon Boy going forward.
All right, Dragon Boy. This Dragon Boy is 2 red and a blue. He's a legendary creature, Elder Dragon. He's a 3/4 flyer. When he enters the battlefield, create a treasure token. I say he, it might be a she, I don't know.
I was going to say, if Prismari turns out to be feminine.
Yes, they. Artifacts you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color, spend this mana to cast instant or sorcery spells.
This is like a B-, right? This isn't a bomb.
This card's pretty castable. It's cheap.
Yeah, it's not a bomb. It doesn't do anything. It's a 4 mana 3/4 flyer that makes a treasure. Like that could be an uncommon, and I wouldn't care.
Sure.
It's better. It's going to be better than all the commons because a 4 mana 3/4 flyer is way above rate. But
I also think 3/4 might be a good body for a flyer based on the flyers we've seen already.
this isn't a mythic I'm excited about. For a mythic, I'm disappointed.
Okay.
I think this is like a B-.
Well, this lets your treasures.
It's at least a B+.
This lets your treasures tap for mana, and then when this is dead, then they can sacrifice mana. Right? That's a joke.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess
Yeah.
like a 3/4. We've had so there was a 5 mana 3/3 flyer that made 2 treasures a couple of sets ago.
Yeah, Rapacious Dragon or something.
This is a similar. I guess that was like a B-, and this is definitely better because it is larger and costs 1 less. Yeah, I guess
it makes you a mana rock rather than making you 2 treasures.
You can only tap instants and sorceries. Like,
oh sure.
Oh, that's true. I missed that.
Yeah, I like the fact that
I'm going to give it a B.
I like
that. I think I've spoken myself up from B-, but it's not a mythic I'm excited about. It's just a B.
I like that this is pushing you towards the 2-color big spells theme. I think that's cool. Sure. I like that for design styles.
I'd rather have it Expressive Iteration than that card. I would pick Expressive Iteration over it. I probably wouldn't. But,
okay. All right. Next is Golden Ratio. 1 green blue sorcery. Draw a card for each creature. Draw a card for each different power among creatures you control.
This card sucks, right?
It's not great. Super hard to use.
Like
that's cool.
In order for this to be like this needs to be better than like if you're casting it as divination that you've had to work for.
Pretty rough.
It's pretty rough. So you need to be drawing 3 cards before it's exciting, and the odds that happens are just, like, you have so little control. I guess some of the X spells you have a little bit of control, but I don't want to cast my X spell for less in order to enable this.
Maybe draw a card.
I think this is going to be pretty disappointing.
This card's removal. It's also vulnerable to creature removal because if they kill your creature in response, you'll just draw 1 less card.
Sure. Like
if you cast this as divination, you've got a divination, which is a playable card. And you had the upside that it might have been better in your deck.
No, you had the huge downside. It wasn't a divination on turn 3, which is when divination's good.
Yeah, that's true.
Like,
divination's good on every turn.
Divination.
Always be divine.
Part of the reason blue divinations are so much worse than regular divinations is it's genuinely a really important mode of divination of find my colours, find my lands, sort out how bad my early curve was, and this doesn't do that at all. I think this card's quite bad.
Yeah, I agree. I'm pretty low on it.
I'll go like D+. I think I'll play this card before the format's over, and I think I'll definitely lose to someone drawing 6 cards off of it. Like,
probably.
Yeah. I think D+ is fine. I think it's the upside. Like the upside is definitely there, but I think it is a big downside on a divination in my opinion.
All right. Next is Harness Infinity. 1 colorless, 3 black, 3 green, instant. Exchange your hand and graveyard. Exile Harness Infinity. Simplicity.
I also think this is like a D.
No, it's clearly an A+. This card's going to win all your games.
It's
draw 20, you know?
It's never draw 20.
No, it's turn 37, draw 20. Job done.
Like, when it's really hard for the... Like, so how 7 mana draw 4, like, it needs to be drawing if 7 mana draw 4 instant would be okay. Like it's no opportunity, but opportunity was a bomb. 7 mana draw 4 is fine. This is on average probably worse than that. Like there are like thresholds doesn't just happen. It's not. This isn't necessarily a graveyardy set. Like even the green-black deck isn't really doing graveyardy things in this.
Okay, so there's elements that are worse than opportunity. You have to discard the rest of your hand. There's elements that are better than opportunity. Everything you're drawing is a spell, right? If you draw 4 off the top of your library, 50% of them are lands. If you draw your graveyard, these are the cards I've traded with your cards all game. Good luck, right?
Sure. I think this is going to play much worse than opportunity. I think this card is not good.
I think it will play much better than opportunity.
You think much better than opportunity? That is such a high bar. That's like an A minus. Like, because opportunity was definitely at least a B plus. Like, opportunity is obscenely strong.
I see where Jethro's coming from.
As much as opportunity, it's gold and mythic.
Yeah,
right? Like,
I've got 4 in my deck actually.
We remember opportunity a lot because it was uncommon and it came up all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm leaning towards Jethro, but I'm not. I don't think I'm as high as like an A. I think this is
I don't think it's an A. I think it's a B minus. Like it's clunky. It's not going to be easy to use. But it will win the game.
I think this is a D. I don't think this card's good.
I'm gonna give it a C. We'll give it a C, and we can come back to it at the end of the set, and we'll see who was right.
I don't think this was what you wanted.
Right. What do you think? What do you think it's like in sealed?
Oh, it's much higher in sealed. Like, even it's like, it's definitely better. It's definitely quite a lot better in sealed, right? Like sealed, the games last like 3 turns longer in sealed, and so this goes from being goes up a lot. Like.
Yeah, so really there's the question of how fast the format is.
Yes.
And I'm thinking it's going to be possible to build a grindy black-green deck, and you're thinking, no, I'm going to beat you to death.
I think, I think that's definitely possible. I think even in a grindy green-black deck, this still isn't good on turn 7. That's, like, on turn 7 it's a draw 2 in most games, unless you've been, I guess you've seen this in your hand and you've been actively trading things off.
But, I've definitely had those games, right, where I have an Urborg Uprising in my hand, and so I'm like, I'll trade my 3-drop for your 2-drop, get you.
I would much rather have Urborg Uprising than this card.
The question isn't, do you want Urborg Uprising?
So if I learn and lesson, that's 2 more cards in the graveyard, and all of my spells go to the graveyard.
That's kind of interesting.
Spell set.
I'm going to stick with my rating.
Okay. Well, let's come back at the end of the format, guys. We'll find out who's right.
Yeah.
All right.
This is our first big disagreement, for what it's worth.
Yeah. Next is Hoffrey Ghostforge.
Either of us will cast this before the end of the format.
I never cast Steinheim Unleashed. I did like 40 drafts. So Hoffrey Ghostforge is next. It is 3 colours, a red and a white. It's a legendary creature, Dwarf Cleric. It's a 4/5. Spirits you control get +1/+1 and have trample and haste. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, exile it. If you do, create a token that's a copy of that creature, except it's a spirit in addition to its other types. And it has, when this creature leaves the battlefield, return the exile card to your graveyard. Hello, I've got texts.
This card seems extremely good. Cut the last 2 lines of text, it's the same card. But this card's still extremely good. Like,
I have my dudes that die are back.
Like, how do you ever block? I play this and attack with all my creatures. Are you dead? I think you're dead. Like, all of my tokens were spirits anyway, and now they have +1/+trample. Like, Nightmare Shepherd was extremely good, and this is Nightmare Shepherd. And
this is Nightmare Shepherd made 1/1s. This makes the same stats and gives them
+1/+1 trample
and haste. Like that's whoa, that's way better.
And it has all of its abilities.
Yeah.
The card.
And
the card goes back to the graveyard. It goes back to the graveyard, so you can cast your Harness Infinity and get it back later.
So this gives you. There's no situation where this isn't good. Like, it gives you insanely good blocks. It gives you insanely good attacks. This is just like an A.
Yeah, it's an A. It's a bomb. It's a bomb.
I think it's an A+. I think.
Yeah.
The only thing that might make it worse is, it's 2 colours, and if you take it early, you might not get to play it. But that's fine.
It also beats. Next is I can't say the word humiliate. Apparently, humiliate. White-black, sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. That player discards that card. Play a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control. Make someone sad.
So this is a targeted Ravenous Rats that needs you to have a creature on the battlefield?
No, well...
The creature.
You get to see their hand, which is definitely better than a Ravenous Rats, right?
Yeah, it's targeted. You get to choose what you're taking from their hand.
I thought you meant the counter was targeted. Right.
I mean, the counter is targeted too, but...
Yeah. No, the counter's not targeted.
Oh, fine, sure. Put it on your illusion tokens, I get it.
Yeah, the fact the counter
is on resolution. You get to see their hand before you get decide where the counter has to go.
which is sweet, and it means that you can't get blown up by removal or whatever. Like, I think this card's...
It's relatively hard to curve into. Like, you need a 1-drop to get advantage from it.
You're also a little less likely to... You're less likely... The nature of lessons means you're more likely to... Your opponent's less likely to be empty-handed when you cast this.
Yeah, for sure.
That's true.
It's also a cheap spell and has some tempo with a counter. I think this card's going to be pretty alright.
Yeah, I think it's another standard C+. I think there's enough expensive stuff running around in this format that you're going to be able to take some good stuff off of your opponent with this. And you get to trade 1-for-1 and enable counter synergies.
I'm going to give it a C+. I think it's a low C+. C+ is such a broad range. It's clearly worse than some of the other C+s you've given it.
I'm giving it a C.
Giving cards, but I think that's fine.
Is it? I don't play this kind of effect very often in the Magic that I play. Is this good in aggressive decks, like the reveal discard bit? You just pick up their best removal spell? Or...
Like, Typhon Sculler is quite good if you're aggressive.
Yeah, certainly...
But that's
in like cube formats or whatever, like this is like a creature.
Like
a little awkward. Yeah. Like in higher power formats like cubes, discard effects are very, very strong. You know, I like Titanic Scholars, I like Mesmeric Fiends, I like Thoughtseizes. I pick Thoughtseizes insanely highly. This is twice as expensive, but you know, you get to disrupt. You either disrupting their curve or taking their bomb preemptively feels really good.
Okay, fair enough. Next is Infused with Vitality. It's black and a green. It's an instant. Until end of turn, target creature gains Death Touch, and when this creature dies, returns to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. You gain 2 life.
This is like a C-, right? It's
fine.
Like, it's just a boon of Erebos, but you with a little bit of upside, but it's harder to cast.
Yeah, good with a dragon that we talked about earlier.
Sure.
I was thinking about the put a +1/+1 counter on something, deal 2 damage to it, so we can have a Death Touch pinger.
Sure. It's like a C-, right? It's fundamentally it's a combat trick. It lets your anything trade with their anything, but if you use it on a token to trade it up, then you don't even get the value.
Yeah.
That's true. It's less good with tokens, but it does have like incidental life gain just tacked onto it.
That's true.
And a lot of the life gain we've seen wants little bits of life gain going on.
Yeah,
sure. That's true.
It's
bad with. I'm just thinking about the black-green common that is the Pride Mate. It's pretty.
There's a couple of dice triggers for what that's worth, but not many.
All right. Next is
you get ETB triggers as well.
Yeah, it could be fine. We could end up higher on this. Who knows? Next is Inkling Summoning. 1 and 2 hybrid white and black mana. It's a sorcery lesson. Create a 2/1 white and black Inkling creature token with flying.
It's a creature in the sideboard. It does the things you want it to do. Like, there are games where getting a flyer is by far the most important thing, either to trade with their flyer or to just kill them because the ground's stable. Like, I can definitely see my green-black deck really wanting this.
Yeah.
Because green-black has very few flying options, and it's probably pretty good at stalling the ground.
All those pests everywhere.
Yeah. I think this
is good. Solid.
Good sideboard. If you get to curve into it, you're feeling good. If you draw it late game, it's always you have control over that, but it's still relevant. Wears counters really, really well. I can see main decking it in the black-white deck.
Me too.
But it's better in the sideboard.
This is one of the ones almost unlike the blue-red one, where I'm happier to put it in the main deck.
Yes. Because of a 3-mana 2/1 flyer. Yeah, like I haven't been. It's been a while since I've been happy to play vanilla Windrakes in limited.
It's not even a win.
And this is obviously worse than that. But
triggers Magecraft.
But yeah, triggers Magecraft and wears counter, and there's some. Yeah, it's doing some stuff.
Yeah,
okay.
For sure. All right, next is Kasmina Enigma Sage. 1, I think that's a 1, green, blue. Legendary creature Kasmina. Starts with 2 loyalty. It has a passive. Each other planeswalker you control has the loyalty abilities of Kasmina Enigma Sage.
It's really interesting they put the flavor text at the top of the card.
How long were you thinking of that joke? Several days. +2, scry 1. -X, create a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token. Put X +1/+1 counters on it. Do you want to talk about those before we do the -8, or do you want to read the -8 now?
No, read the -8.
So -8, search your library for an instant or sorcery card that shares a color with this planeswalker. Exile that card, then shuffle. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost.
Oh, lucky they put the flavor text at the bottom too. I think the most usual play pattern, the play pattern on this is actually fairly good. Like, it's a 3-mana. If you play this on curve on 3, it's a 3-mana 4/4. Even if they're threatening it, like it's 2-drop into this. You plus, and next turn you're going to make a 4/4, and you spent 3 mana on your 4/4, and that's pretty good. And if they can't threaten it, it's a 3-mana 6/6 2 turns later, and they're dead.
Would it not be better to make it 1 less X and just keep the Kasmina in play, so she could do it again?
Sure, that could also well be true, actually. Sure. Like, just make it make a 3/3 that's threatening to do it again in 2 turns. Yeah,
the 3/3 blocks for her as well. So
yeah, sure. She can even make it
a lot more exciting to me.
You're right. That is way better.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I think this card's really good.
That's really good. Yeah.
She doesn't do anything the turn she comes into play. If you're getting beaten down,
she's cry once, Matthew.
That's kind of like.
She could make
if she has to like minus to make a what? Yeah. When she's a 3-mana 2/2 that's pretty bad. Yeah. And if she's a 3-mana scry 1 that gained you 4 life, that's pretty bad. But if the board's remotely stable, certainly if you're ahead, she is very strong. If left alone, she definitely will take over a game.
For sure.
By just making a 3/3 every
just a bunch
2 turns.
Yeah.
Like 3/3 every 3 turns. A 4/4 every 3 turns. That rate isn't great, but it's potentially a lot of guys. Just keep making 0/0s. Don't think about it. Triggers my dice triggers. Yeah, I think
they're fractals for the synergies, right? You can make a 1/1 fractal and then start loading up some counters.
Yeah. Like I think when you play this on turn 3 on the play, it's an A+. The whole game's about her, and she's gonna take over the game. When in the other scenarios, she's more like a B. But I think the fact that when you play her on curve on 3 on the play, you probably won the game.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
I'll give it an A. Planeswalkers A.
I think she's
more like Kasmina. I think she's harder to cast than Rowan, the other 3-mana planeswalker.
Sure.
But she is slightly better at protecting herself. It takes her a turn to get there, and Rowan just threatens to go ultimate and put you ahead for the rest of the game within 2 turns.
So Rowan has to plus twice and then minus. If this plus is twice and then minus is it, her ultimate is make a 6/6, as opposed to my emblem will slowly gain me value over time.
Yes.
Make a 6/6 is a fairly good emblem. Like if she goes, if she like Rowan, if she gets to plus for 2 turns unmolested, make a 5/5, and then she's actually fairly similar to Rowan Emblem going forward there, right? She's made a 5/5, and she's saying in the future I'm still going to make more things that are roughly a card in value. You know what? I think she's better than Rowan. I'm still going to give an A. I think she's better than Rowan.
All right, next is Killian Ink Duelist, white and a black. It's a legendary creature, human warlock. It's a 2/2. It's got lifelink. It's got menace. Spells you cast that target a creature cost 2 less to cast.
Card seems sweet. Seems like this is the kind of card I want to be playing in my white black deck. It's aggressive, it wears counters, it makes all the things that I'm targeting my creatures with cheaper, which is all I want to do in my white-black deck. I want to do this all the time. It even works with the 4-mana gold card, make it 2 less. It's pretty good once it's 2 mana. And awkwardly, it doesn't work with the best thing that targets my guys, the single white guiding voice. White to put a counter on my guy learn.
It's because it's already cost 1. But I think you're alright.
I mean, it works with 1 and a white put counters on everything store, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Really good with that. You can play.
It's certainly if you're going off with the heavy magecraft, which I think the white-black deck will be wanting. This is still what I want to be doing in white-black. I think it's a really solid, probably B-. It's not going to get higher than that. It might just be a high C+. It's doing what I want to be doing, but it's not winning me the game on its own. Though lifelink is relevant for some stuff as well. If you put a counter, once this has a counter on it, it's really good. I'm going to give this a B-. I don't think it's going to get better than that. It does what I want to be doing, though.
The other thing I was going to note is that this makes cheaper the B-level lesson that's put 2+1 counters on a creature.
That's true.
That's into a legit
into a very good card.
That's also very good with this card.
Yeah. That's actually super sick.
And
I'm expecting the white-black deck to be doing quite a lot of learning. You know what? I'm into that.
Yeah. Good shout, Jethro. All right, next is Lorehold Apprentice, red and a white for a 2/2 human cleric. It has Magecraft. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell until end of turn, spirit creatures you control gain tap. This creature deals 1 damage to each opponent.
This is like a C, right? This is...
Yeah, this is...
I'm not convinced about this spirit deck, if I'm honest.
No, me neither. And, when they were... When we didn't know how big spirits were, this was spoiled before we saw how big the tokens were in the set. When they were 1/1 flyers,
then
I thought this had no text at all. Well, they had no text. 1/1 flyers attack them for 1. Tapping to deal 1 is not even text. By 3/2, at least, if they don't have attacks this turn, they get to ping for a little bit. But I just don't see it. I think this is a bear. A hard to cast bear, and you're going to be disappointed. It might even be a C-.
You also have to activate. You have to Magecraft to get the effect.
Yeah.
Then you can't attack with the spirits that are bigger than a 3/2 for some reason. A counter or Ghost Forge, whatever.
One of Red's common bears is a spirit that cares about spirits for what that's worth.
There are some spirits, right? They're around, but often you probably want to be attacking with them.
Agreed. Yeah, I think
it's C-. What if this is just a bear that's hard to cast and in the worst guild?
I think
it will probably kill some people. There's definitely some games where you get to 3, and it's I cast.
It's obviously crazy with the white rare that untaps all my guys when they attack. But what are you doing? I think this is a hard to cast bear, and you'll be disappointed.
Yeah. All right.
It doesn't even work in multiples.
No, exactly right.
Yeah.
Give your creatures all the tap abilities. What am I doing?
Right. But then in Modo, you have to choose from one of the list of 4.
Next is Lorehold Command. 3 red white for an instant. Choose 2. Create a 3/2 red and white spirit creature token. Creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain indestructible and haste until end of turn. Lorehold Command deals 3 damage to any target. Target player gains 3 life. Or sacrifice a permanent, then draw 2 cards.
This card's really good. It has so many really powerful modes.
It's got Boros Charm, and then it's got Lightning Helix, and then it's got...
So, okay, let's talk about a few...
Flame Tongue Kavu.
Yeah, let's talk about a few of the common scenarios, right? Yeah, Flame Tongue instant flash Flame Tongue Kavu. Really, really strong. 4/2 haste indestructible that pumped my team. Really strong.
Yep.
In response to your remove,
your team's also indestructible.
5 mana, draw 2. It's there.
Well, it's Altar's Reap, Lightning Helix, right? That sounds good.
Yeah.
It does have 5 mana draw 2. This is my favourite mode. But yeah, no, it has a bunch of really flexible, very, very powerful modes. I think this card is really strong. I want to splash it in my blue-red deck. The fact it's an instant is going to trap a lot of people, because I think make a 4/2 haste indestructible is a pretty good mode that you should think about doing. I think A makes sense.
By the way, make a 4/2, give your blockers.
Yeah, no, this is
indestructible.
This is an A+. A flash Flame Tongue Kavu is an A+, right? Is that not?
Are you saying a Flame Tongue Kavu because you make a 3/2
you're behind? You're right.
3/2 kill your guy, gain 3 life at instant speed is how the fuck do you beat that?
It gives all your creatures indestructible, right? Yes, it gives all your creatures indestructible and all of them haste.
Yeah.
Yeah.
all of the modes on it's so flexible, and I think the most common scenario I think will be make a guy and be a removal spell, and that's really you play those a lot. Shrink more. It's a fucking shrink more, right?
Yeah.
That's a good effect. And then
The reason Shriek More is an A+ though is because you can evoke it for 2.
Agreed. But this has 4 other modes.
7 other things.
Yeah.
All right, next.
I think
Yeah. Well, we're pretty happy with Lorehold Command. Lorehold Excavation, however...
We didn't even mention the Gatling gun.
Lorehold Excavation is red and white for an enchantment. I think it's like the first enchantment I've read so far. At the beginning of your end step, mill a card. If a land was milled this way, you gain 1 life. Yes. Otherwise, Lorehold Excavation deals 1 damage to each opponent. Yes. 5. Exile a creature card from your graveyard. Create a tapped 3/2 red and white spirit creature token.
This is so slow. It just doesn't
do. If you wait
no.
too long.
Because you deck.
Yeah.
It mills 1 card a turn. That doesn't. I'm not worried about that. This is extremely slow and do nothing. It is fair. When it's 5 mana, make a 3/2 once a turn ish.
It is ish.
I think you need some other graveyard synergies. I think this is going to get a build around C. Because if that exiling a creature card is doing some other work as well, or you really want your graveyard to be full of stuff, I think this is fine. It's going to deal 2 to 3 damage to your opponent and gain you 2 to 3 life over the course of a game. It's...
okay.
If that deck is real, I think this card is a part of it. I'm not sure the deck's real yet. It's definitely getting a build around grade.
Oops.
Put this in a random red-white deck.
I think you'll be disappointed by this card, even in the deck that's purporting to do the thing.
I agree. I'm not convinced that this is going to be a thing.
It's not a bomb in that deck, it's a playable in that deck.
Yeah, sure.
Alright, Lorehold Pledge Mage is next. 1 and 2 red and white hybrid mana. It's a core shaman, 2/2, with first strike. Magecraft, whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, Lorehold Pledge Mage gets +1/+0 until end of turn.
This beats 3 mana 2/2 first strikes are perfectly serviceable aggressive creatures. They work really, really well with combat tricks. This works doubly well with combat tricks because I get to cast it on a different creature and still make a blocks impossible. Blocking this is always going to feel incredibly difficult. You can't block this with a 3/3. The smallest creature you can feel comfortable blocking with is a 4/4, and even then you're not going to feel good because they put this in their deck. This is extremely hard to block. It blocks its set. Even on the turn you cast it, it blocks pretty well. There's no 2-drop that can attack into this.
I was going to say, not only does this beat, it blocks. Right? This is first strike all the time. If they've got their mana up and you're staring at one of these, you're going to attack with your 3/3? I'm not.
This just gets a solid C+. I don't think it's pushing to B. It's certainly not pushing to B range, but I think very solid. I'm going to play it in my decks. I like it. I like it. Good.
I like the 2 hybrid color costs as well. That's
sure.
It might end up being good in the white-black deck, right? Put some cows on it.
For sure. I think this is a very good black-white card.
Exactly. Cool. Next is Maelstrom Muse. It is 1 blue, a blue-red hybrid, and a red for a creature Djinn Wizard. 2/4 flyer. Whenever Maelstrom Muse attacks, the next instant or sorcery spell you cast this turn costs X less to cast, where X is Maelstrom Muse's power as this ability resolves. It's alright.
So I learned a few years ago how 4 mana 2/4 flyers are ridiculous.
They just block forever.
Azure Drake is just an obscene magic card. It's a really good vanilla stat line, even without too much extra text. It blocks all the 3-drops. What? It doesn't fly. When my 4-drop comes down, blocks all 100% of 3-drops, maybe 90% of 3-drops, almost all 3-drops comes down, and then it gets to start taking over the game in the air. No, what flyers have 4 power? No flyer has ever had 4 power. That's ridiculous. 4 mana 2/4 flyers is a really good stat line, and this has a lot of text.
Yeah.
Attack, make 2 mana is
that's real,
it's going to have safe attacks because not what blocks a 2/4 flyer and trades with it.
It doesn't even
nothing.
Hit them. It just needs to attack.
And and the play pattern of this on 4 turn 5 attack 7 mana spell is the end of the game.
That seems amazing.
You have won the game.
Make the 2 4/4s on turn 5.
Yeah. yeah, I think this is going to do the fail case of 4 mana 2/4 flyer is good, and the dream case is reliable and exceptional. You can even even if it doesn't have good attacks without an instant or sorcery to back it up, attack, trigger resolves, then kill the blocker that was planning to block it.
Yeah, seems great.
I think this is going to do the stuff. It's going to be a solid
B,
B minus.
Yeah.
I don't think a B.
Maybe a B.
Doesn't take over the game in the way that. Yeah.
All right. Next. You okay, Jethro?
Okay, sure. Man, I spoke up so highly, and then you guys went higher. Fair enough.
Maybe you convinced us with your glowing praise.
Yeah, no, you convinced me you were going to go way higher than that. I was getting ready to have a go at you for giving Galazeth a B. You might not know how good a 2/4 flyer is after slagging off a 3/4 flyer. I'm so confused right now. But your grades make such internal sense.
Next is Magma Opus, 6 blue red instant. Magma Opus deals 4 damage.
Sorry. Galazeth is actually a great comparison. This is the same card as Galazeth. It does have 1 less power, but they both make a mana for an instant or sorcery, and one's an uncommon, one's a mythic. It's slightly worse, but
this one could make loads.
Very similar.
Yes, I agree. It's very similar to Galazeth. This one's slightly harder to cast.
Sure.
All right.
I want my mythics to be better than a slight bump on an uncommon. Anyway,
that's fair.
Sorry.
Magma Opus, 6 blue red instant. Magma Opus deals 4 damage divided as you choose among any number of targets. Tap 2 target permanents. Create a 4/4 blue and red elemental creature token. Draw 2 cards. You can also discard Magma Opus to create a treasure token for 2 hybrid red and blue mana.
You'll feel really bad when you do that.
Yes.
You should still do that sometimes.
There, Stu, because tap 2 target permanents has no relation to the text above or below.
Yes, it did stumble me a little bit.
Well, no, it does, because you do this on that end step, and then they're dead, in case they weren't dead anyway. But, for their face, tap your blockers, make a 4/4 is lethal a lot, to be clear. But also, this is 8 mana win the game. Just almost, it's hard to imagine a board state where that's not true. Even if they're
A minus, just because 8 mana is so much.
8 mana is a lot
to get to it.
But when you draw it and you don't have any lands, it does have a backup mode. No, it's not a great backup mode, but we've talked about that. It's there. I think A minus is fine.
Cool.
Yeah, maybe it's an A. I'm going to pick it like it's an A. I'm going to give it an A.
It might be like a build, yeah. Okay.
Right, I'm going to stick with A minus. Make Your Mark is next. It's 1 hybrid red or white. Instant. Target creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. When that creature dies this turn, create a 3/2 red and white spirit creature token.
In most sets, this would not be very exciting. I am actually relatively excited about this. I think for this white-black deck, it's not a red card. Certainly my blue, as a hybrid card, my blue-red deck is going nowhere near this, I really, really hope. But cheap spells for Magecraft, for my Tome Shredders, for my other stuff, to allow my 1/1 to trade up and then make a 3/2 is quite a high-tempo thing to do. This is still a C minus because it's kind of a dorky combat trick, but it might be a build around C, because when I'm going deep on this aggressive deck that wants to trigger Magecraft multiple times a turn, this is the card I want. I'm gonna leave a C minus. It might even be a build around C minus or something. I'm cutting this from most of my decks.
Yeah.
But I think
flat C minus on it.
Me too. But it's a fair when my guy trades up.
There's a chance that 1 mana trigger Magecraft is really good.
It is also, if your opponent casts a removal spell at my creature, it's a 1 mana 3/2 flash.
Yeah.
That's a card.
Yeah, for sure.
They've definitely printed cards like that before that weren't great.
Yeah, but this one triggers Magecraft too.
I can also target my opponent's stuff. If I know
I really but I can't. Yeah. I can't. You've got this plus a removal spells. You've got this. Plus lightning.
They were chomping my 3/3 with a 1/1. I don't know. It can happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, when it's a 1 mana 3/2, it's pretty good. When it's win a combat, upgrade my guy from a 2. When my bear attacks into your bear, and I go to kill 1 mana, make my guy into a 3/2, and I'm feeling pretty good. That's separate.
Okay, all right.
When my bear trades for your 3-drop and then upgrade it to a 3-drop, that I like.
Right,
There we go. When I get to trade up and get value.
All right.
Sorry.
We're moving on from the combat trick.
Yeah.
Manifestation Sage. It's 4 green and blue hybrid mana. It's a creature, human wizard. It's a 2/2. When Manifestation Sage enters the battlefield, create a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token. Put X plus 1 counters on it, where X is the number of cards in your hand. So this is going to be
It's a weird card, right?
Yeah.
Like when you just cast it on curve, it makes like a 4/4.
Yeah.
And then a 4-mana 2/2 plus a 4/4 is really exciting.
Yeah.
If you spent turn 3 playing a draw spell and it makes a 7/7, oh god, what if you killed me?
You top deck it
Good
later
job.
in the game, and you haven't got.
If you top deck it, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad.
And
But that's okay. It's always going to make at least a 1/1.
Green that want you to play out all your lands, right? Like the X mana fractal.
Yeah, for sure.
Doesn't
for
want
sure.
you to have sandbagged some cards to go with this.
It's quite like in the late game. It's not that hard for it to make a 1/1, but if that's super unexciting, like it is a very bad top deck for sure. I think the threat of when you curve out into this, it's just murdered you. It's kind of exciting. I think blue-green has some serious card advantage and stuff. I can definitely see it being a kind of effect. Like when you go, if I'm casting 2 spells in a turn, one's a draw spell, one's this card's great. It's still probably like a
C plus.
It's a high variance C. Like it's somewhere between a B and a D. Like I'm gonna give it a C.
Give it a C. Give it a C and not worry about it.
C. Yeah, it's.
I think
I'm
it's
gonna
actually
give it a C+.
going to play as a C plus. I think.
Yeah. Look, when it's a 2/2 and a 3/3, that's a C plus. And I think that is the average case often enough.
Sure.
I just don't top deck. Just don't top
Never
deck
top
cards.
deck it. There you go. Done. Fixed it. Next is.
There's plenty of card draw in your deck. Have some fractal synergies.
Next is Modern Karok. It's 2 black green for a creature zombie crocodile. It has trample lifelink and is a 3/3. Pretty simple.
It's like a C, right?
Yeah, like a C.
Okay.
It's got lifelink, relevant for black green decks.
Yeah, there's life gain synergy stuff,
Yeah.
but I'm not excited about the card.
Trample's not good on a 3/3, really. And,
Yeah.
What if they block you with a
With
X2?
nothing.
There you go, got them.
Lifelink might be more relevant if the format's very aggressive. This might be quite important. But
We'll see, won't we?
Yeah, this might be just a huge roadblock.
Yeah. All right. Next is Mortality Spear. 2 black green instant. It says destroy target non-land permanent. And if you've gained life this turn, the spell costs 2 less to cast.
I love it.
This is great.
4 mana destroy target non-land permanent is a good rate.
2 mana it is even better.
Sometimes it's cheaper. Yeah, this is
Seems-
Yeah.
solid B- territory rate.
B minus.
Do you think it's a B?
Do you not think it's one of the better removal spells in the set? Like
4 mana destroy target non-land permanent would be like C plus range. Maybe that would be B- range.
it's removal.
I'm prepared to give this a B. You're struggling with an artifact or an enchantment or a plane.
Yeah,
it's going to
sure.
help.
Because anything.
You're right. I'll give it a B.
Right.
It's instant speed.
You know what? I'm
It's
gonna
gonna.
give it a B plus.
If you chop block
I mean-
with a pest, and then you can end a turn do this for cheap.
I hate the idea of passing with 2 mana up, hoping that one of my pests dies, so this is on. That sounds pretty sketch. But
I only had 2 mana to leave up because I was busy
Yeah,
with other
yeah.
things.
Yeah.
it
Like,
does happen sometimes.
2
but
left.
Yeah.
All right. Needlethorn Drake is next. It's a green and a blue for a creature Drake. Flying, Death Touch 1/1.
Card's weird.
It is.
It's not that much better than Typhoid Rats. It is better than Typhoid Rats.
Flies.
But I paid 2 for it. Like, it wears counters, but Green Blue's not really doing that.
Not really.
And you're playing it as a roadblock. You're playing it as a defensive. Just going to trade for your best for your thing when I feel like trading for it. You can't fly over it. It's going to be fine, but it's like a C.
C minus, C.
Yeah, I think
No,
it's
it's
a
not C
flat
minus.
C. I mean the upside on Typhoid Rats. I can't remember the name of the green version. Upside on Send Scorpion is that you can always get in the chip damage with this, right?
Yeah.
With Send
true.
Scorpion, sometimes
chip
like, if I
damage,
tap with it here, they just trade it for their bear. I don't want that. I'll
Yeah,
sit
sure.
here. This,
Good
you're
chip.
not forced to make that trade. You can chip it down.
This block with
Yeah.
2/1 flyers are going to trade with us, I think. Like, they don't care.
Yeah, there are those guys
And there's a
running
bunch
around.
of those.
Whatever.
Yeah. All right. Next is Ogre, Battle Seer. 3 blue-red, creature ogre shaman, 3/4. Haste, tap, square 1.
That's right, I love my beaters come down, hasty 3/4,
Look,
tap it.
Matt, it's giving you 2 options. You can either attack.
I think the card's fine.
Scry.
The card's also really like a C++.
Yeah,
like
C.
I think when I'm the beat down, it's gonna beat. When I'm not, it's gonna stabilize the board fairly well and start gaining me incremental value. The card's not strong particularly. 5 mana 3/4 doesn't. Pardon?
I'm not playing a 5 mana 3/4.
Oh, I am. I don't think this is. I think you're too low on that.
The 5 mana 3/4 that I was thinking of playing was a 5 mana 3/4 that when it attacks, you exiled some cards from your graveyard and you drew 2 cards off the top of your library.
That is an uncommon.
Yeah, but I think this is way worse.
It's a common.
And we were down on that for being a 5 mana 3/4.
Haste is significant upside on that, and it does accrue increment. Like, yes, it's not as good as drawing 2 cards, but the issue with the 3/4 is on boards where it couldn't attack, it didn't do anything. On boards this can't attack, it gets to sit there and make sure my top decks are better than the opponent. On a stabilized board, this is an effect I want.
I like the fact it has 2 modes. I think it's a flexible card that's probably going to be fine.
After I read this card, I was like a D on it. Oh, you've talked me up to like a C-, I think.
Okay.
Sure.
Next is Owlin Shield Mage. It's 3 white-black. It's a creature bird warlock. It's a 3/3, flies, and it has ward, but this time ward says pay 3 life.
This is bigger than like all the flyers.
There's a 3/1 blue flyer, but yes,
sure.
largely.
So I think this card's also like a C. Like,
yeah, it's just fine, right? So
5 out of 3/3 flyers aren't
not amazing.
Ever high picks. They're just fine. Ward pay 3 life definitely means that it's much harder. Like, if this is the thing that's killing you, and sometimes it will be, it's way harder to not just be dead to it.
Yeah.
Because that's going to hurt. But it's not exciting.
Yeah, I think this is going to kill me a lot. I think this is like C+.
Okay, fair enough. Next is Pest Summoning. It's 1 and 2 green and black hybrid mana. It's a sorcery lesson. I thought this card cost 4 mana for this whole set review, so that's pretty cool. Create 2 1/1 black and green pest tokens with when this creature dies, you gain 1 life. Cool.
Yeah.
It's better when it costs 3.
Yes. I think it's the same sort of
thing as the others.
Sideboard B that we're giving the maybe B minus. Like it. Yeah.
It's definitely worse than the white-black one, right?
Yeah. It attacks way worse. Like, it attacks actively badly.
It's an important synergy piece, though, right? Like.
Yeah, but that's less exciting than proactive game plans. For the most part.
There's a chance this is more important to your game plan, but we've got to assume like a generic game plan.
Like,
yeah, maybe it's build around sideboard.
I think having a lot of these in like early on in a draft will lead you towards like some sort of sacrifice deck, and that could be kind of cool.
Yeah, it's super. Like, lessons are not great in multiples, and like we'll see.
This one gives you lots of fodder. I think this one could have been quite good.
Okay.
I just think the other ones don't like actively synergize with what they do, apart from the blue-green one maybe. But
she's overrated. Like. Yeah. You're jumping through a lot of hoops to get this synergy. You need to have played a learn card, put this into your hand, cast it, and then figured out a way to have them die before you're getting that life gain synergy.
Is this one fine in your deck?
No.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm not so sure.
Krenko's Command isn't a very good card.
How dare you insult Krenko this way? What would he say?
If I really want pests, there's a pest lord, right?
Yeah, it's a mythic.
Yeah, then I'll play as many of these as I can.
Okay.
And I'll put one of them in my sideboard for my learn synergies, and I'll play them.
Yeah.
Sure. Next is Practical Research, 3 blue-red, instant, draw 4 cards, and then discard 2 cards unless you discard an instant or a sorcery card.
This card's
It's Thought Flare, sort of.
You're going to be really happy with this.
Thought Flare.
I think this is the big... It's a 5-mana spell for all the 5-mana spell synergies. It's going to make up for the card disadvantage that you made by making treasures or whatever. I think you're going to be pretty happy with this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it lets you discard big spells if you want to.
Yep. For other effects.
Yeah, the odds that you don't have an instant sorcery after you've drawn 4 are very low.
Super low.
So it is a straight 3-for-1 a lot of the time.
I know there was a fair bit of wheel spinning in this format with lesson and learn and stuff, and spells mattering, but this is the way I want to spin my wheels, is as efficiently as this. So that's a mark down on the other wheel spinning, not on this guy.
So
we're on it like B.
Yeah, I think B. It's doing well. Like, it's hard for a 3-for-1, a consistent 3-for-1, but only 5 mana to be less than a B.
All right. Next we have Prismati.
Even if it doesn't affect the board.
Prismati Apprentice. It's a red and a blue for a 2/2 human shaman. Magecraft. Whenever you cast a copy of an instant or sorcery spell, Prismari Apprentice can't be blocked this turn. If that spell has a mana value of 5 or greater, put a +1/+1 counter on Prismati Apprentice.
Flawed is a bear. It's going to be a Phantom Warrior a decent percentage of the time.
Yeah.
It's a little aggressive for what blue-red looks like it's doing, but it blocks fine.
That's true.
Like, it's a bear, and once it's got a counter, it's blocking pretty good. And it definitely...
It's not getting a counter for a long time, to be clear. Right? Like, this isn't blocking as a 3/3 on turn 4. It is blocking as a 3/3 on turn 5 if you have a 5-drop spell.
Yeah, and that's kind of nothing. Like,
could also
there are a couple of ways to cast spells for cheap. They're not good, though.
It is aggressive for what Prismari looks like it's doing, but I still think
maybe there's a
red floor of a bear that's good in the late game. You know, those we can talk about those. We like them.
There's a lot of red removal, like burn. Maybe there is a red blue aggressive deck that exists.
Maybe I'm concerned. Yeah, I think this is like a C+.
Sure.
I'm not gonna give it. It's not higher than that.
Yeah, seems fine.
I was gonna go flat C.
Okay.
It's a bear that's hard to cast.
It is a bear that's hard to cast. Yeah, alright.
That seems reasonable. Alright. Next is Prismari.
Yeah.
You got something?
No, I'm just agreeing.
Cool.
No.
Prismari Commander's next. 1 colorless, 1 blue, 1 red. Instant, choose 2. Prismari Command deals 2 damage to any target, or target player draws 2 cards and discards 2 cards, or target player creates a treasure token, or destroy target artifact.
Too many of these modes don't do anything. It's still fine.
If I want to deal 2 and then draw 2, discard 2, right? That's the...
Yeah, agreed. But...
Yeah. And it
doesn't actually get to
destroy it.
Yeah, if you get to destroy an artifact, it's a sweet 2-for-1 and you feel great. Yeah. There aren't very many of those. Creating a treasure is kind of something. Like, again, if you're accelerating out these big spells that make up for... Like, if you're doing a big spell thing, you can make up for the fact you kind of not... You've wasted some value by creating a treasure because the 7-mana spells take over the game.
Yeah.
But for the most part, this is deal 2, then draw 2, then discard 2, which is a fine card.
Yeah, fine.
It's not that... The flexibility, it's so much less flexible than...
Warhol Command.
Yes. Warhol has so many turned-on modes. This one, you're always getting a shock, and then you're wondering what to add to your shock.
Yeah, and sometimes shock isn't even... Like, shock's always... It's rare that shock's nothing, but... Yeah, I think C+ seems about right.
I'm giving it a B- because of flexibility, I think.
I just don't think it's that flexible. Yeah, I'm gonna give it C+. I'm gonna give it C+.
I hate to go backwards, but I've remembered a magic card, Matt. So you know Harness Infinity? Do you remember the Sultai Ultimatum from Ikoria? Because that card was way harder to cast, didn't do nearly as much, and was a massive bomb.
You didn't have to enable it. Like, if you got the mana and cast it, it did the thing. You didn't have to also have figured out a way to fill your graveyard.
Oh, sorry, I'm picturing the Abzan Ultimatum. I'm sorry, I said that. The Abzan Ultimatum just brings back a load of stuff from your graveyard.
All your permanents from your graveyard. One of each name, I think.
That's high tempo. Like, that is, now I have a board full of things.
You're up on mana there, that's true.
This card is, I would much rather have Eerie Ultimatum for sure. It puts things into play. It's not 7 mana, don't affect the board. But once I've put the effort in, they're functionally the same card. This card is much, much stronger. Yeah. Right. I stand by it, it's fine.
Next we're on Prismari Pledge Mage. It's a 2 hybrid red-blue mana for a Orc Wizard 3/3 Defender. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, Prismari Pledge Mage can attack this turn as though it didn't have Defender. The best trigger to activate multiple times.
This does several things that are kind of interesting. It blocks really well. If you're this blue-red deck that's planning to cast 7 mana spells, this is going to be a roadblock that makes it very difficult for your opponent to attack. And it's not like it's actually a 3-mana Defender, because it can attack a reasonable percentage of the time. I'm fairly interested to see if a red-white aggressive deck wants this.
Oh, that's interesting.
it's
Probably good in the blue-green deck as well, because that deck wants to block. Like,
yeah, I'm less excited there. I think this is going to be this is like the definition of a C. Like, it's going to be a role player. It's going to do the thing you want to do. It's going to be fine. Maybe it's a C minus, but it sounds like a C.
There's a chance this is both the best red 2-drop and the best blue 2-drop.
Okay.
That's interesting. Red 2-drops are garbage.
Yeah, they haven't seemed great.
Like when we were going through the commons, we were like, oh, this is one of the 2 blue 2-drops. Let's compare them to each other. And actually, now that we've gotten here, I'm like, are they just all worse than this hybrid one?
That is interesting.
I think our spirits...
The red ones were very bad. There was a 2-1 and a Pom-Pom Spirits. Those were both actively bad. I think that definitely is part of the reason I'm hesitant about the red-white deck being anything.
One's a shame.
A 1-3 that loots in the late game, and the rest... And the really bad 2-1 Flash?
Yeah, it's not really bad. Is harsh. A Flash Pike is okay. It's not. It's bad.
So down on it, yeah. I think this is going to be a C+ for that. Like, I'm not going super high on it or anything. I just think
sure. I can believe that. I'm still going to give it a C, but I definitely believe that if this is just if 2-drops are so hard to come by and you desperately need this to do that, I can see it being a C+.
Okay. I'm going to move on to Quandrix Apprentice now. It's 1 green and 1 blue. It's a creature human wizard. It's a 2/2. It has Magecraft. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may reveal a land card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest onto the bottom of your library in any order. Can I start with this one? Because Nessian Wanderer in what's that? Was that? Theros was really good, and this is Nessian Wanderer on a more relevant card type. Seems
I also think this
amazing.
will be really good.
Yeah, like I want this in all my blue-green decks. Like, it just seems great. Because Nessian Wanderer, the strength was it got all the lands out your deck basically. Because looking at top 3, taking a land is quite quick. Really.
Yeah, you'd go through your whole deck fairly quickly.
It also lets you like stack your deck in a weird way because you can note down what cards are where and then where they are in the deck if you're going through it.
This is in any order, so it's harder. But yeah,
you still know which they are in like the little blocks. If that matters to you, I wouldn't bother checking, but you can. And it gives you the land to cast your spells and get to 8 lands. That just seems great. Like,
I think I agree.
Well, because this is a known order, Arena will tell you, right?
No, because it's one of 2 things. So
yeah, it didn't tell you for Nessian Wanderer.
Right? Yeah, you're putting 2 cards in a random order on the bottom. The game,
but they're not. You're not putting them in a random order. You're putting them in any order.
I mean, any. Oh, it is in any order. I genuinely thought that.
Yeah. If it was a random order, Arena wouldn't tell you. Any order, Arena will tell you when you know your deck.
I read that as in any order, as in a random order. You're right. Sure, that'll go up. Yeah.
When you cast or copy, that could happen so many times depending on what's going on. Like someone's copying.
Yeah, for sure. It's certainly like turning all of your cheap cantripy wheel spinny cards into 2-for-1s. Like, I think it doesn't take much for a bear to have drawn multiple. Like, once a bear has drawn a card, it's great.
Yeah.
And it doesn't take much for this to be draw 3 or 4. And
agreed. I just think it's really strong.
This is going to be a really solid B.
Yeah, it's a B. At least a B, I think.
I think B minus. I think,
yeah.
Okay. I think enough of the time this is just going to play out as a bear. It's not going to dominate a game.
Nessian Wanderer never dominated the game. It just gave you value secretly.
I think it's going to be good. I do think it's going to be good.
All right. Next is Quandrix Command. 1 green blue instant. Choose 2. Return target creature or planeswalker to its owner's hand. Or counter target artifact or enchantment spell. Or put 2+1/+1 counters on target creature. Or target player shuffles up to 3 cards from their graveyard into their library.
So, like Prismari commands, the default mode on this is bounce creature, put 2 counters. Which does just whatever combat was happening, you've won it. Like the top mode being destroy target token, a large percentage of the top, there's a lot of tokens. There's a whole cycle of cards we're putting at very high ratings that make tokens. Like if you get to bounce their 5 mana token and put 2, like they're dead. Like I think this is going to do a lot with those modes. Counter artifact enchantment spell. There's a couple of enchantment bombs.
Yeah.
Like occasionally you're going to do that. The timing on it is the most awkward part of that because like 2 counters and bounce are both good in the middle of combat, and counter artifact enchantment spell the 2 counters and the bounce are both less good with the timing on countering a spell.
Yeah, you get like an essence extraction or whatever, where you counter a spell and get a couple of random counters.
The shuffling cards in Fair Library, there's 1 or 2 things. Like, there's a black 4/2 that comes back, and you're basically killing that. But that's about it. Sometimes that'll have text. It's definitely, utility on that. But the what I'm expecting is bounce a creature, 2 counters on my guy, just destroy combat. Feel quite happy about it.
It's worth noting, this is kind of a meta point, I guess, that there's so much like Magecraft and tricksy instants and sorceries in this set. I think getting into combat while your opponent has mana up,
I'm going to be
scared to do that.
Yeah.
I think all of the combat tricks worse for that reason.
That is interesting.
Like, there's so many of them out there, and some of it's on board, right? If you've got one Magecraft thing on board, it's like a prowess creature, right?
I wonder if I wonder to some extent if that'll make it.
We might have been too high on all of them.
I worry that it's going to make it Zendikar-esque, where actually combat blocking is a nightmare and attacking is great. Like, the idea of blocking with no mana up sounds so bad. In a way that is kind of terrifying to me.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that is worrying. I think it's like a C, though, right?
I'd probably C+. I think the tempo of
Bounce a thing count.
of the default mode is a really good
And then it's
trick.
got like some extra stuff to jump.
It's close enough to being a removal spell as well. That I'm going to give it a C+. Like I do.
Right. And you can get some value by bouncing your own guys as well, potentially, if it's win the one combat that's happening, rebuy something.
Yeah, I think this is gonna play like a C+. Cool. Jethro, I know it's getting late for you. Are you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm chill. Tomorrow's not very busy.
Okay, just let us know, Jethro, and then we'll.
Yeah. You're the one that's...
No, I want to power through. I want to finish this goddamn
we can
set.
get there today because
Let's go.
after 275 don't exist. Cool. Next is Quandrix Cultivator. 1 green hybrid, blue hybrid, blue creature, turtle druid, relevant creature type. 3/4. When Quandrix Cultivator enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic forest or island card. Put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. God's good.
At last, we have the payoff for the turtle effects in this.
A 3/4 that immediately does a lot better. Like
your 6-drop
ramps you 5. Like even if they answer it, you've got your value. 4-mana 3/4 is not a body that we were super excited about. We talked about previously.
No, but it's completely
it's fine.
Yeah,
but it's not crazy. I think overall this is going to play like a C, maybe a C+. Like it's definitely fine, just fine.
It's doing what the blue-green deck wants to do. Fundamentally.
Do you guys remember Ondu Giant?
Yes, love that card. This is Ondu Giant.
This is better than Ondu Giant.
Well, it doesn't get all the
fits
colours.
you quite as well.
Yeah.
It's way more of a turtle druid than Ondu Giant.
Yeah, I think this card's just fine. I'm probably going to give it a C.
Give it a C+, same as every other card.
Sure.
Nah!
Yeah, you know what? It is a 2/1. Sure. It's something to think about for the next set review. Maybe we want to. We don't need A to be as broad as it is. The difference between an A- and an A+ is tiny. The difference between every card's a C+ suggests maybe we need to move some numbers around.
All right, we're too high on all the cards. Quandrix Pledge Mage is next. 2 green blue hybrid. It's a 2/2 Merfolk Druid. It has Magecraft. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, put a +1/+1 counter on Quandrix Pledge Mage. This card also seems not bad.
Hot beats. The main issue with it is it like
not in a counter's colour, really.
Yeah, it's in weird colours for what it's doing. If this was a white-black card in this set, weirdly.
The green black deck is doing some counter stuff.
No, it's not. Vaguely.
It's a 4 for the counter on your dudes.
Sure, it has some of the black counter cards. The cards. Yeah, I agree with Jeff. I think it ends up being a C because it. If it was a white-black card, I'd give it a C+. Weirdly, but I'm going to give it a solid C here. And don't. Once it has, the issue is it does as a 3-mana 2/2, it's bad. It doesn't block well. Doesn't attack well.
No.
As a 3-mana 3/3. As much as I love Centaur Courser, you need to do better. So you do need to get 2 triggers. Once you've got 2 triggers, your 3-mana 4/4 is well worth putting a little bit of effort
And it will keep going. Like you keep casting
for
spells,
sure.
Keep
And
growing.
blocking this is always going to be hellish, but we've kind of talked about that as an issue.
Doesn't exist.
And Green has the best cantrip in the format. Single green, gain trample, draw a card.
That's true.
If that's put a bottomless counter on my guy, draw a card.
What if we put 2 counters on it and gave it vigilance off the lesson? Then it has 3 counters on it and there's vigilance.
Yeah, right, sure. I played an aura at that point, but yeah, sure.
What if we play white, put a counter on it, learn, and then go get that, put 2 more counters on it?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to be.
We've done it, boys.
That's why I wanted it to be a white-black card. White-black auras is like the removal's bad. I think white-black auras is going to be good. Anyway,
all right. Quintorius Fielderstorin is next. He's 3 colorless, red-white. He's a legendary creature, Elephant Cleric. He's a 2/4. Matt's favorite creature size. Spirits you control get +1/+0. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, create a 3/2 red and white spirit creature token. Now this is a build around. This is something you can play off.
This is the only reason I have seen that makes me want to do this leave a graveyard thing. I think if you get this, it's like a build around B+. Like when this goes off, it goes off so hard.
Right, yeah.
I guess it's only one or more.
Yeah, the issue is that this card is it's only ever making 1 card a turn.
No, because if you have 2 Tome Shredders out, you tap 1, exile a card, then tap the other one. Exile a card. You get 2.
It's a 5-mana 2/4. This card
is
so
people. I'm gonna give it. It has to get build around rating. You can't just play this in any deck. I think it's going to be pretty bad in that rating. But I think build around B is right. I think this is the kind of engine that does take over. Like when you get to do this, and there are definitely some 0-mana exile things to your graveyard effects. When you get to play this and immediately make a 4/2, that's kind of cool.
Sure.
But I'm worried that deck doesn't exist without this card. And
that would be a shame, but it does feel kind of like it might be the case.
Yeah.
I had a quick cheaty scroll, and I'm going to take a break after this card instead of at the end of multicolored.
This card, Quintorius or Radiant?
Do Scroll Wielder. Okay.
Oh yeah, do Scroll Wielder.
Okay.
If you start reading.
Radiant Scroll Wielder, 2 colorless, red, white. It's a creature dwarf cleric. It's a 2/4. Matt's favorite creature size. Instant sorcery.
I don't know how flyers.
Instant sorcery spells you control have lifelink. Beginning of your upkeep, exile an instant sorcery card at random from your graveyard. You may cast it this turn. If a spell cast this way would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead.
That's good.
Yeah,
I don't think it's that
like
hard.
Charmbreaker Daredevils or something.
Yeah. Sometimes it's going to hit lessons. That's fine. Yeah, this is good. Like a 4-mana 2/4 is a fine body. Instant sorcery you control have lifelink is definitely text. It's not the most exciting text ever, but it's text. I think this is probably just a C+.
Giving away instant sorcery spells
Maybe
with
just
lifelink could be interesting as well. It's a lot of burn. It's like a lot of burn.
That's kind of nothing.
Yeah, the good thing about Charmbreaker Devils was that you could lock the game so that you were always getting back something every single turn. This can never do that because you're
and
also Charmbreaker Devils.
You always exile the spell, which might be relevant.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, I can see this. I think.
I see.
Yeah, it probably is.
C+.
Yeah, I think it's going to be lower than some of the other C+. It's a huge range of C+.
Wait. Reconstruct History is next. It's 2 colors, a red and a white. It's a sorcery. Return up to 1 target artifact card, up to 1 target enchantment card, up to 1 target instant card, up to 1 target sorcery card, up to 1 target planeswalker card from your graveyard to your hand. Exile Reconstruct History.
I don't think this card's going to be that good. Like, it's going to get an instant sorcery back pretty consistently, but it can't do that on turn 4 very often. And there aren't very many artifacts that, when you get a planeswalker back, great.
It's funny how it can't get Luca back.
Yeah. Like, there aren't many artifacts you're going to be playing, and even if you do, why they're in the graveyard, there aren't. Same with enchantments. I guess there's some discard, but barely. It's kind of cool that you can get your instants and sorceries back, especially with the ones that discard for make treasure, get them back, and use the treasure to cast them or whatever. I guess. I think this card's going to be kind of clunky, like C- territory.
Yeah,
I think this is the D that you gave Harness Infinity. This is like so much more work for so much less card advantage that doesn't affect the
Yeah.
board. That clunkily requires stuff in the graveyard.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna play
I'll
this.
give it a D. That seems reasonable. All right,
I'm gonna D plus.
Matt, the Maverick.
Is that actually the same rating you gave Harness Infinity?
I think this card's better than Harness Infinity.
Roasted. All right, the duel continues. Relic Soth, 3 colors, red, white.
It is the same rating I gave for Harness Infinity. Sure.
Creature Beast. It's a 4/4. Has Vigilance and Menace. Cool.
Sure.
Yeah.
Vigilance
Isn't doing
it's all,
any
it's,
of the
it's
red
really
white stuff.
everything here is weird, but it's got some stats. It's
Yeah, I'm
fine.
going to give it a...
Probably like
Like
a
a
C. I just
C
don't want to play that many 5-drops in
Yeah,
my
I don't
deck.
want this in
Like,
my
Yeah, I
deck.
need a C minus. I think. Yeah.
It's fine. But, like,
Yeah.
unexciting in every way. And doesn't synergize with any of the red white stuff at all. Like,
No, it's just here.
it just exists.
It-
Yeah.
It's a sloth at least.
That was a beast,
Um,
actually. So, Sloth's not a creature type yet.
one day when they make Sloth a supported creature type in 5 years.
Should be a turtle. Returned Pass Caller, 3 colors, red. Red white hybrid, white. 4/2 Spirit Cleric, flies. When returned Pass Caller enters the battlefield, return target spirit, instant, or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand.
It's just
Oh,
the
this is
weirdest.
great.
What weird stats to put on your grave digger? Like
It's a flyer, 4/2 there. Gets through 2/4s, very important.
worth mentioning, if you have 2 of them, it's a lock.
That's
nice.
Opponent's just dead.
It's decent,
Yeah.
It's flexible, gets 3 different things back. You'll have some spirits probably in your graveyard if you're red-white.
Yeah, it is weird that when you play this, you almost certainly have to block with it the next turn. Like, you're okay with that because it was a sick 2/4.
Yeah.
But like, I guess maybe the board statement. Yeah, maybe maybe you don't have to. Maybe it's fine. Like,
That was like Warden of the Eye and Jeskai. That was like 2 Jeskais of 5 mana for a 3/3 without flying that got like a non-creature. That was
Yes.
pretty strong.
That was
yeah,
pretty strong.
yeah. I mean, great. Like, Archaeomancer's. I can't let me cut. Archaeomancer's ridiculous, but Warden of the Eye
But
wasn't.
this is-
Yeah.
A play at a B level of cards.
Yeah,
I don't even B minus. I don't think it's gonna be that good. But yeah, I think it's.
Team Jethro.
I think if it had, if it was a 2/4 flyer,
A plus.
I would rather if it had defensive stats. Like,
It's red
Yeah,
white,
that It's funny, but it is also correct.
Red white. Only other red white cards have 2/4, like Quintorius and Radiant Scroll Wielder. Next is Rip Apart. It's 1 red, 1 white for a sorcery. Choose one. Rip Apart deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker, or destroy target art for enchantment.
this card's good.
Yeah,
Like,
this card's good.
just gonna play like a solid C+ card, right? Like, it's efficient removal that doesn't scale super well, doesn't do anything fancy. It's a sorcery, but it does the
2
stuff.
mana to deal 3 or
Sometimes
something is it's cheap for in this set. Like, that's the cheapest.
it's fun. It's gonna do the things it do.
Yeah.
Very rarely you'll kill an artifact enchantment, given that there's no pacifism running around. If there were pacifisms running around, it would be like really exciting.
Sometimes when
but-
you do kill that
Yeah.
artifact, though, it might be just destroying you. So you'll feel super
Yeah, sure,
good
look,
because you've got a in your deck.
I can see that. Like, there's a 6 mana 4/5 artifact later. When you get that, you'll feel great.
Yeah. Cool.
Um,
Next is Rise of Extus. It's 4 and 2 white black hybrid mana. It's a sorcery. Exile target creature. Exile up to 1 target instant or sorcery card from a graveyard. Learn.
This card's pretty bad. You're paying a huge amount of mana for exile target creature.
So there was a card.
Exile target instant or sorcery from graveyard isn't enough
Well,
upside.
it
Learn's
might
cool,
be upside
but-
for you depending on what your deck is. I'm just going to compare it to Tristani's Punishment, which was a 6 mana exile target creature populate. It's obviously not that, but would you play that? I guess that was an instant speed. This is not an instant speed.
How much are we paying for destroy target creature, draw a card these days? What was the last card that did that?
Prismari Command?
I think it was better than 6 mana sorcery. I think you could do 6 mana instant, and that would be okay. Maybe.
Yeah, but we think Learn is slightly better than draw a card, and grab something out of a graveyard is.
This could
so
be
nothing.
like Rise of the Serpent.
Oh, it triggers my Quintorius. You're right. Genius.
This could be like Rise of the Serpent, right? Where you want 1, but you don't want to take it super high.
This is way better than Eye of the Serpent.
Yeah.
I agree. I think one copy of this is totally playable.
Yeah.
But I don't think that brings it even to a C. I think it's a C-.
Yeah, a C- is where I'm
It
landing.
probably doesn't want to go in the black-white deck, but
No, it's not really a black-white card. It's part of its problem.
Yeah.
it probably the black-green deck probably
It's
doesn't
so
mind.
high on Learn, though.
Yeah.
I want my Learn to be
Lessons
cheap.
in my hand for 6 mana.
Yeah, I don't want this. I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up lower than that, and I just never play it. But...
Cool. Next is Ruther, Mercurial Artist. 1 blue-red for a legendary Orc Shaman. It's a 1/4. Almost Matt's favourite stats, close. 2 colourless. Return Ruther, Mercurial Artist to its owner's hand. Copy target instant or sorcery spell you control. You may choose new targets for the copy.
So this is interesting. It's a body that blocks quite well.
Well, it's not too far. Don't get crazy here.
It's a Horn Turtle, yeah.
It blocks well, and the main problem is that it's 5 mana to copy an instant or sorcery.
Yes. Over 2 turns.
Obviously, you get to pay it in installments. Great. And when that spell costs a lot of mana, like the spells I want to be copying cost a lot of mana, and I don't have 9 mana. What world do you think I'm living in? Even with all these treasures, when you get to copy Rip Apart or some of or even a 3 mana Deal 4, right? That's kind of exciting. I am willing to pay to have my 3 mana Deal 4 copied. I'm really willing to pay to have my Lava Axe copied, of which we've seen several, I guess. On my 7 mana Deal 10s. Wait, shit. I think if she was a 1/1, I don't think I would be interested in this card. I think it has to get a build around rating.
Yeah, this card might end up being more fancy than good. I think
this will do some work. I think the threat of activation here is real. I think you'll be scared of this on the other side of the battlefield.
What about 5 mana just copy your 3 mana burn spell, kill 2 of their dudes?
Yeah, if you copy something that's positive tempo, like a cheap removal spell or a bounce spell, then you're going to regain the tempo necessary to recast this, and then they get to be scared of the next thing, right?
Yeah. I think this is going to get...
I agree, it's a bit of a pipe dream to copy a 7 mana spell or whatever, but
it's in the late game, right?
It's definitely realistic to copy your mid-game spells in the late game and your early game spells in the mid-game, and this will help you get there by being on a body.
Question: if you don't have a target for the copy, can you just return her to your hand?
No,
you have to have
a target for that ability.
All right.
You have to have an instant or sorcery spell you control on the stack.
Okay. That would have been an upside.
I think it's built around C. I don't even think it's a... I can see being a build around C+, whatever. I definitely think it needs a build around IT. You can't just jam this.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I think about 1/4.
Objects aren't playing enough instants and sorceries to get away with this.
The ones that I just don't think you can copy your 7 mana spells and be okay with it. We'll see. But
most limited decks don't play 7 mana spells.
No, I suppose not. I think there are enough spells.
This is just a C+. I think this will.
Copying your draw spells is pretty heinous. You'll just have to discard. And I don't know. I'm happy with the rating I gave it.
Right. Next is Rushed Rebirth. It's 1 black and 1 green for an instant. Choose target creature. When that creature dies its turn, search your library for a creature card with lesser mana value, put it onto the battlefield, tapped, and then shuffle. What are you shuffling?
This is kind of nothing, right?
It's a rare as well.
It's like a D+, D. Like, there are times when you're gonna if you have a 2 mana bomb, you're gonna feel it. Your 3-drops will die, and that's still nothing. It's still nothing.
Question:
yeah,
if you have one of the flip cards that's a creature on both sides, and one...
The mana value of the card in your library is the combined mana value, right?
Okay.
So it's really bad with those.
So,
I assumed it was the front side, but clearly I was wrong.
I think the mana value of cards in zones is their combined mana value, right? That's definitely...
That's some split cards. Modal double-faced cards are their own thing.
You're right. You're right. Yeah, you're right. Modal double-faced cards are just that have all the characteristics of the front side in all zones. Yeah, you're right. So it's just the front side.
Does that mean you couldn't...
Of note, this can target your opponent's creatures. I don't know if it should. But
Such your library for a you know what? That's fine. Yeah, you're right.
You've attacked your 5-drop into my Death Toucher. I get to go get a 4-drop. What has happened?
Yeah, I think this is like a D. It's
let's not think about this card anymore. I think
we're scared and confused and not play it ever.
All right, we've got Shadewing Laureate. Thank you, Jethro.
Like the poet, I think. Is that how you spell Laureate?
Poet, so that makes sense.
Yeah, that's spell Laureate.
1 white, 1 black-white hybrid mana, and 1 black for a 2/2 human warlock with flying. Whenever another creature you control with flying dies, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control.
It's a Windrake with reasonable upside. It's not crazy upside. It's really good with them. The 1/1 flyers that are good.
The bats.
Yes, the little eye things. It's good with Inklings. It's a Windrake. It's gonna play like a Windrake. It's gonna be like a C.
Yeah,
maybe.
I think
Windrake without upside is like a C- these days.
Yeah, Windrake is so bad these days that and it is slightly harder to cast than a Windrake. Like you do need to be black and white to get away with this card.
If you're white, if you're just black white, it's trivial to cast on turn 3, right?
Yes,
most of the time. You need both colors.
Yeah, if I first picked a Windrake and cried, I could put it in lots of different color combinations.
All right, next is Shadrick's Silver Quill. It's 3 white-black for a legendary creature, Elder Dragon. 2/5, close to Matt's favorite creature stats. Does fly. Right, next.
So bored of that joke.
It's got double strike.
I still love that joke, Stu. Don't never stop.
At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may choose 2. Each mode must target a different player. Target player creates a 2/1 black-white Inkling creature token with flying. Target player draws a card and loses 1 life. Target player puts a +1/+1 counter on each creature they control.
This card's at least an A.
Yeah, this card's confusing and strange, though.
Interestingly, it is still a May. Like, if all those modes are just actively good for your opponent, you can just have your 5-mana 2/5 double strike flyer and be okay with it.
Yeah.
But if you're ahead on board, you get to put a counter on all your guys, and they get a 2/1 to chomp with because they need to chomp this thing because it's a 3/6 double striker. Oh god, stop! Ow! It is awkward. Yeah, if they have no creatures, it's mental.
Yeah,
you just go
and then you do whatever.
You give them all a counter on each creatures, and you give yourself a 2/1 and be like, yeah, I'm way ahead. If they're just dying, then drawing a card and losing a life isn't going to do anything.
Losing a life might kill them.
It's a scary card. It's really like all the modes can fuck up pretty badly. Like if you choose the wrong modes and they answer this at the wrong time, you might have put yourself behind. But I think almost always this is going to run away with the game.
This reminds me quite a lot of Rankle, which was a huge bomb.
Rankle was excellent.
Yeah. It's a 5-mana 3/6 double. I think this is.
Let's just give this an A+. This is just a huge dragon. It's going to come down and win you the game.
Yeah.
Even if you answer it immediately, if you didn't have a stop at the end of their main phase,
like a Goblin Battle Master, or give them a 2/1 and draw yourself a card. Like
5 is also like a pretty reasonable mana cost. So
put a main phase stop, guys.
Silver Quill Apprentice, black, white, human warlock, 2/2, magecraft. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, target creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. I feel like we've seen basically this before.
You're never gonna. It doesn't. It's the kind of card. I miss New World Order. Good luck. It makes blocking really hard, but actually, the fact it only pumps power doesn't make blocking that hard, and it is. I think this card's just fine. It's like a C.
Yeah, I agree.
I think this is going to play as a C+, and the main reason is that it's a 2-drop in the most aggressive color combination. I think this is going to...
Oh, I could see that being true. Actually, like, the white-black deck is... It's going to be good in the white-black deck. I'm just going to give it a C. I think I can believe C+, though.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a C. Partly because I'm giving everything a C+, so... Let's spice it up a little bit.
I think it's going to be a higher pick than the other Cs.
I agree with that.
It's
definitely better than Shading Laureate. Yeah, sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Next is Silver Quill Command. It's 2 white, black for a sorcery. Choose 2. Target creature gets +3/+3 against flying until end of turn. or return that creature with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, or target player draws a card and loses 1 life, or target opponent sacrifices a creature.
So this one, all 4 of those are actually modes, which hasn't been true for the last 2.
Get wrecked.
But they're pulling in very different directions, which might be a good thing. That's kind of what I want in a command, right? If +2/+2 flying and them sacking a creature is just lethal, great. Like, when on the beatdown, you get to go, jump my guy, kill one of your dudes, just kill you. If it's a grindy value game, I'm going to get back one of my 2-drops, I'm going to draw a card, and I'm going to enjoy my sweet, totally fine 2-for-1. Similarly, target opponent sacks a creature, and then I draw a card and lose life. When it's a sweet 2-for-1, it's a sweet 2-for-1. I do think you probably want to lean aggressive, both so that you have enough 2-drops to return, and that +3/+3 and flying has text. But I think white-black's the most aggressive of these colour combinations. I think this is going to do stuff you want to be doing. I think this is going to be a good, flexible
card.
Okay, C+ kind of card. I don't think
it's a B.
The fact that the target opponent sacks a creature isn't actually that good removal. It's okay.
Just forced things though.
I think this is above a C+.
I can believe it's a B-.
Yeah, I think it's in the B range.
Higher than that.
I'm going to go into just flat B on this. Like the Lorehold one, yeah, this is worse in multiple ways, but
it's a sorcery.
It's cheaper though.
But you get so much versatility by being able to pick and choose between 3 good modes and 1 playable mode.
For sure.
I get a bear that makes them sack a creature is probably a fine card. Like, that's the Shriekmaw version, and that's okay.
Yeah.
Guess that.
Okay.
That is Nightwing Predator, right? Nightwing Predator is a 5-mana 3/2 that makes them sacrifice a creature.
Yeah, that card's pretty bad. It's just in my queue.
First time anyone's talked about Nightwing Predator for a very long time.
Look, leave him alone.
I'm
gonna give it a B-.
or something.
No,
I'm going to go flat B. I think the versatility is going to push up how it plays compared to any of its combinations.
I can believe that. I think it's definitely better than C+. I don't know who I'm kidding.
It's better than good limited card. It's
Just wants to give every card a C+.
Oh, I cut that card from my cube. Oh, that's so sad.
Oh, no.
I guess Black has gained 2 Shriekmaws recently.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Silver Quill Pledge Mage is next. It's 1 and 2 hybrid white-black mana. It's a 3/1 vampire cleric. It has Magecraft. Whenever you cast or copy an instant sorcery spell, Silver Quill Pledge Mage gains your choice of flying or lifelink until end of turn.
This is another one of the cards that is really making me think this white-black deck's going to do the work. I love 3-mana 3/1 flyers, and that's what this card is. And sometimes it's both flying and lifelink.
That's
it's got like
good with counters.
It's not. It's probably only a C, but I think it's doing what I want to be doing in this black white aggressive deck. I think this is going to be an important role player. It's going to do this stuff.
Yeah, seems decent.
Magecraft has a weird set of cards, some of which want it to be triggered once a turn, some want it to be triggered as many times as you like a turn. This one wants it to be triggered exactly twice.
Yeah.
You don't want double lifelink.
That's all their creatures have flying.
Learn to dream.
Yeah.
Get double lifelink. Live the dream. Silver Quest
I'm
Silencer.
giving this a C. Is there a chance this is a C+? Sorry. Language. It's really easy to cast. There's life gain synergies.
It does all the 2/1 flyers.
It's a flat C. Yeah.
It's a red lesson that deals 1 damage or something.
Yeah.
Sorry, Stu.
Silver Quest Silencer is a white-black 3/2 human cleric. So it costs white-black. As Silver Quest Silencer enters the battlefield, choose a non-land card name. Whenever an opponent casts a spell with a chosen name, they lose 3 life and you draw a card.
This card's better in best of 3.
Agreed.
I'm going to start with that.
It's a 2-mana 3/2 though.
And lessons are public. If they do some learning,
it's actually that is a really good shout. Like, if it ever triggers, it's insane.
For sure.
Yes.
Like, the fact lessons are public are actually probably enough that you don't just jam this on. Sometimes you'll jam this on too, but sometimes you'll
3/2 jam it. But
but if you ever get to cast it after they've put a lesson in their hand, you've removed it until they kill this, and they don't want to kill this. I think this is gonna play as just like
C. plus C-ish.
C+.5.
Okay, here we go. Spicy.
Probably
I'd
just
say it's a B- in best of 3, but I think it's just a C+.
C+. Yeah, it definitely gets better.
All right, next is Spectacle Mage. It's a 1 colorless, 1 blue, 1 red. It's a 2/2 bird shaming with flying. Instant sorcery spells you cast with mana value 5 or greater cost 1 less to cast.
This is fun. Windrakes. I like this more than the white-black Windrake, right?
Yeah.
Like this is actually supporting the themes in a way that is pretty relevant. Like I would love for my Windrake to tap for mana sometimes.
Doesn't even tap
It
for mana.
also
Just makes
I know.
3 mana.
It does.
Once you get to 8, you can cast 2 CMC5 spells in the same turn.
Value.
It lets you on turn. It lets you on turn 4 cast. Like it curves really well into on turn 4. Cast that 5 mana high impact spell, whatever that is. That's like. I guess you learned on 2. Yeah, sure. Like this, it does some stuff. It supports the themes. You know, we've looked at some 8 mana spells and cried about them, making them cost 1 less makes them much more reasonable. This is fine. I think it's just going to be a C. I don't think it's more exciting than that, but it's fine. Good.
Yeah, agree.
You say it's better than the black-white one. You give it the same grade as the black-white one. I'm prepared to give this a C+. I think this does what the blue are doing. And I don't care how many cards I go C+ to.
That's true. I'm going with Jethro. I think this card might end up being really important in the blue-red deck.
I don't want to give it a build-around grade because it is fine anywhere, but it's definitely only like a C- or whatever if you have 1 or 2 spells.
Yeah.
Like, you need to be doing its thing.
Yeah. All right, next is Spirit Summoning. It's 1 and 2 hybrid red and white mana. It's a sorcery lesson.
Oh.
Create
This is a good color train.
a 3 and 2 red and white spirit creature token.
B.
It's getting the same sideboard grade that all the lessons do.
B minus. I think.
This is my least favorite. I think.
What did I give to the 2/1 ones?
B minus.
Yeah, then this is the same. This is fine. I think this. When you curve, like, it's the most on curvy one, but it's still not exciting enough on curve. Like, it's fine.
Yeah.
Pick it highly. Like, because it's one of the better lessons. You want some creature lessons. If you don't have any creature lessons, go get some.
Yeah, this is like the generic creature lesson. You're
Yeah.
right. I was giving it the lowest grade because I was like, this is the one that you really want on curve. I'm not buying into the spirit synergies.
The spirit is nothing. Yeah.
Right at all. But you're right. You just want lessons that are creatures. That's what you need. So you need to pick this as if it's a B.
All right. Next is Spiteful Squad. It's 2 colors, white, black, creature, human, warlock. It's a 0/0. It's got Death Touch. Spiteful Squad enters the battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters on it. And when it dies, you may put the counters on target creature you control.
I think it's card pretty underwhelming.
Well,
4 mana 2/2 Death Touch doesn't attack. Like it attacks okay, not good. I think it's not aggressive enough to support what white black is doing. I think we're disappointed by this card. Even though the counter synergy is there, I just don't think
it's very likely to trade off because it's got Death.
Yeah, but it trades.
And then it gives the counter to something.
It trades with their 2-drop, and then you get to put the when you get to put when that all works out, right? When it trades down on that, I guess it blocks
Is
well.
giving counters to it really good? Like if it's a 4/4 Death Touch, how do we feel about it then?
The same.
Yeah,
puts its counters somewhere.
I
think this card's gonna. I'm tempted to give it like a D+.
Okay.
I think you're gonna see this going super late in packs.
Yeah, I don't want this card. My white black deck wants to be leaner, more aggressive than this. This is not going to do the thing.
D. I think it's a little low, but fair enough. Next is.
I think when your opponents play this, you'll be happy.
Okay.
When they tap out 4 mana and their impact on the board was a 2/2 with Death Touch, you'll be so thrilled.
Yeah.
Next is Square Up. It's 1 and a hybrid blue-green. It's an instant. Target creature has base power and toughness 4/4 until end turn.
This is what you expect from our Simic commons.
The joke is it pumps fractals by 4. That's the end of the joke.
It's funny.
For 2 mana, I deserve to pump any creature by 4.
Yeah, fundamentally, 4/4 is awkward enough stats that you aren't always winning the combat you're involved in. There's enough counters running around that this is going to not do what you want it to. Quite like you can't use this on your opponent's creature to win a combat. That's not going to happen. You're using it, so it's a defense. It's weird and it doesn't do what you want it to do. This is a solid D.
Yeah, I don't want to
minus.
Flat D.
Yeah, flat D. I don't want to play this card, but I mean, maybe I've ended up with like just an obscene fractal deck and it's good, but that feels pretty rare.
Sure.
Next is Stonebound Mentor. It's 1 red white for a 3/3 Spirit Advisor. It's a pretty good body for the 3 mana. I guess it's coarser, but it's red white. So whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, scry 1.
It does have a good body because it certainly has flavor text. I think this is going to play out as
A Centaur Courser.
like a Centaur Courser with little scry once ever and maybe once or twice. This card's probably like it's just a C.
Yeah,
There's no way it's higher than a C.
limited card.
Agreed, but I think it does get all the way to C. Even though it's a hard to cast Centaur Courser, I think it is going to trigger once or twice every game. In any red-white deck, because there's so many cards that just incidentally do that.
Yeah, agreed.
For some reason.
That's the theme, Jethro, for this set. Next is Tarnazir Condrix. 3 green-blue for a Dragon Boy, or an Elder Dragon, as some call it. The 4/4 Flying Trampler. It's got Flample. Whenever Centaur Condrix enters the battlefield, double the number of +1/+1 counters on target creature you control. Whenever Centaur Condrix attacks, you may have the base power and toughness of other creatures you control become equal to his power and toughness until end of turn.
It's such a shame that it's a May. Because otherwise, with the trigger on the stack, I could shrink him. Make him a 0/0. Get him. It's a giant flying. It's a dragon that overruns.
And then
and if you have a fractal, it super overruns.
This is probably not an A+ because it's at least an A. I think it's probably getting an A for me. Yeah. I think it's much less powerful defensively than the white-black one, for example. Like if it wants to be attacking in a way that green-blue might not necessarily want to be doing, but it is also a giant. It's good. It's obviously good.
I think flat A is where I'm going to land on this.
That seems reasonable. Next is Teach by Example. It's 2 hybrid blue and red mana. It's an instant. Whenever you cast your next instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. Half of Expansion Explosion.
I didn't like it that much when it was on a good body. It wasn't card disadvantage.
Much worse than the Mercurial Artist, right? Like, this is why I think Mercurial Artist is good, is because spells like this are so bad.
The joke is that Magecraft exists. That's the end of the joke.
Well,
if I cast this and then a spell, that's 3 spells, right? I did it. I cast 3 spells. This sucks. I think. I don't.
This works on your opponents. Nope.
Whenever you cast.
And you have to cast it, you can't even
cast
use
this,
it.
then cast that.
And you can't. One of the things copy instants and sorceries sometimes do is let you beat a counter spell, but you have to cast this preemptively, so it doesn't even they can't counter your spell and you go, I'll copy it. It's nothing.
I'm gonna give it a D-. This is the spell set.
I'm gonna go flat D. It's the spell set. Maybe
somehow. Maybe
Nope.
Maybe it's Red's best 2-drop.
Stop it.
I really want to cast it.
I'm going to kill him with my white black creature.
I understand how much I want to cast.
I attack it too.
Alright, next is Tender Pest. It's 1 black, 1 green. There's a lot of just 1 black, 1 green cards in this set. Instant. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice creature. Create X 1/1 black and green pest tokens, where X is the sacrifice creature's power.
They've made cards like this before.
They've not really been amazing, have they?
No.
And that was in sets with pacifism effect.
Yeah.
This is an instant, so if you leave it up, maybe you get to do something.
Yeah. Too
I think it's going to be like a D+.
Yeah, I agree. I think you're going to be unexcited by this.
Oh, it is amazing with the 11/10.
Yes, for sure.
That is...
Or what about the 7/6? Because then you...
No, it's uncommon. It's uncommon, right?
No, the 7/6 is uncommon. The 11/10 is rare.
The 11/10s are rare?
Yeah, it's rare.
Ugh, okay. Yeah, right.
With the 7/6, you make 7/1/1s and you get the trigger on the 7/6. That's kind of spicy.
Accurate. Give it a build around if you want, but I'm going to give it a D+.
I'll give it a D+. Maybe come up. Maybe? I don't know. Next, we're just moving on, yeah? We're done with...
Yeah.
We don't need discoveries next. It's 1 white, 1 red for a sorcery. You gain 2 life. Then you may discard 2 cards. If you do, draw 3 cards.
It's just Cathartic Union, but when they counter it, you don't lose the game, which is nice.
Again, there are a few ways to actually counter spells.
Yeah, but I've played Cathartic Reunion in Limited, and that was in Limited formats without as much graveyard synergy as this, or spells synergy as this.
Yeah.
It's probably going to end up as a C or C-.
Did you ever get it countered? Did you lose the game?
Sometimes that happens.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a C-. I think
C- sounds like a fair grade for it.
I just don't, like... There's a chance this is really important for what Red-White is doing.
Yeah, maybe.
But
you've got to draw your 1 payoff.
Part of the issue is that it's hard, like... One of the things you can do with Crafted Community is on turn 2, go find some lands. And the fact it needs red-white means it's less good at doing that. I'm going to give it a C-, and that's okay.
And the 2 life, these aren't the colours that want to gain life.
Yeah, who cares? They made a gold card, they had to make it better than Cathartic Union. That's all it is.
Next is Vanishing Verse. It's white-black for an instant. It's exile target monocolored permanent.
Card's just very good. Very efficient removal. Doesn't kill fractals. That's about it. Doesn't alter any of the... There are certainly some bombs to get around this. There are a lot of gold cards. But you're going to be relatively... It doesn't kill any of the tokens, in fact.
Yeah, it doesn't kill any tokens, any of the dragons. And
any of the
mages.
There's a lot of... there's a lot of gold cards. This might be more awkward than I'm going to be credible, but you're always going to find a target.
It's permanence as well, if that's relevant. Kills Willow Rowan.
In case you make their lands a colour, yeah.
No, you kill their planeswalkers with it, you know?
Sure.
Apart from Kasmina.
I think B- is where I'm ending up.
There's a chance it's only actually a C+ because of the way the set worked out.
Yeah, in a core set, this is like an A- or something, or like a B+ at least. But in a multicoloured set, I think it's going to be disappointing.
Yes.
Somewhat.
Alright, next is Velomachus. Is that how you say that? I hope so. Lawhold. 5 colours, red, white. It's a Dragon Boy. It's a 5/5. It has flying, vigilance, and haste. Whenever Velomachus Lawhold attacks, look at the top 7 cards of your library. You may cast an instant or sorcery spell with mana value less than or equal to Velomachus Lawhold power from among them without paying its mana cost. Put the rest of the bottom of your library in a random order. Seems good and limited.
I like it.
I'm going to get Snake Plus. I think, the fact it has vigilance means that it...
and so vigilance.
That means that you get to attack with it almost 100% of the time when you cast it. Looking at the top 7 is so many you really like to hit. It's awkward that you can't hit your 7 mana spells off it unless you pumped him somehow. But you'll find something, or very likely. If you do miss, he's still good.
It confused me because
the haste means you get paid off immediately.
Yeah. Even if they have
it's good aggressively.
Yeah, does what I want.
Yeah.
It's pretty awkward if they got a 1/1 Death Touch flyer, but I'll attack and hope I hit my removal spell.
I have faith in this one for my library.
Yeah.
I have faith.
Not in top of your library. Venerable Warsinger is next. It's 1 red white for a 3/3 spirit cleric. It has vigilance and trample. Whenever Venerable Warsinger deals combat damage to a player, you may return to a creature card with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, where X is the amount of damage Venerable Warsinger dealt to that player.
It's a good body to start with.
Good.
And when it triggers and ever has text, your opponent has died.
Yeah.
I don't think it's... the game... It's hard for it to run away with the game, because it is...
limited.
Trample doesn't do very much for the 3/3, though obviously it's good with this ability. Sometimes you don't have any creatures in your graveyard, but it's such a good body. It's like a B.
Yeah, and
bringing back a 2/2, the 2/2 is never going to have that big of an impact on the board.
It's a spirit. My common taps to give it extra power.
Victorious just gives it power by existing. There's a 3/1 combat trick. I could see some combat tricks pumping this and just getting back something massive in your bit. Oh god!
All the white things that give counters.
Yeah,
we can do stuff with
you can do stuff with this. This card seems like a pretty good rare. Would you guys give it a B?
Yeah.
Next, it's not. Cards also leave the graveyard technically.
Yeah. Cool.
With the Bloom Apprentices next, it's black and a green for a 2/2 human druid. Whenever you cast or copy an instant sorcery spell, each component loses 1 life and you gain 1 life.
Oh, we did it! We're gaining life in tiny increments.
It's a pretty minor effect.
Yeah, this feels like a. I mean, it's a bear, but I think it, like, I think this is just going to get a C. But like, I think it in the deck where you built around it, this is going to do the work you want to do. Like, this is one of the better ways of consistently. Well, the best way is the 0/4 that taps to gain life. That card's mental. But this is one of the better ways of consistently gaining life in small increments. This is fine. I'm still just going to give it a C. I don't think it's fine.
I'm going to go C+, which I'm going to defend briefly. I think, actually, that effect, even if you haven't got the synergies, is going to add up surprisingly well against an aggressive deck. I think if you're playing some medium removal spells, or just some spells doing some learning, and you're getting that little bit of life back, you're going to get to the grindy late game, which is where your black-green deck wants to be, that much more consistently than without it.
Yeah, sure, I can believe that.
Okay.
I'm still going to stick with C, I think, but I can believe C+.
Next is With a Bloom command for a black and a green. It's a sorcery. Choose 2. Target player mills 3 cards, then you return a land card from your graveyard to your hand, or destroy target non-creature, non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less. Or target creature gets -3/-1 until end of turn. Or target player loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him with this.
So this is a removal spell stapled to a combat trick, right?
It's a sorcery.
It's a sorcery? Who wrote this?
I don't know what the default mode on this card is. I don't think this card is...
The mode is non-creature as well? Who read this?
I don't think this card's very good. Like, the top mode is what, YOLO, hope I hit a land? There's no evolving wilds in this set. Like, how did a land get in my graveyard? There's no self-mill. Like, that top mode is nothing. You can mill your opponent and then just get a land back. It's nothing. The second mode is also nothing. There aren't any non-creature, non-land permanents in this set. That's a lie. There's just none. Who are you kidding? Target gets -3/-1 is a combat trick. This is a sorcery. And target opponent loses 2 life and gains 2 life is nothing. This is not a very good card. This is like a D+.
Yeah.
It might not even be a D+.
I think it's a D-.
Yeah.
There's a chance it plays like an F. I don't want to give an F to something this versatile.
I just got, like, when I look at like this going on, I was like, oh, it's a bit like a Gory Charm. I was like, oh, wait, this is nothing like a Gory Charm.
Yeah, this card is for legacy lands or something, like, because it kills Delve. I don't know. Like, this is nothing.
All right, next is With a Bloom Pledge Mage. It's 3 and 2 hybrid black and green mana. It's a tree warlock. It's a 5/5 mage craft. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, you gain 1 life.
Yes, Carl.
This is the C version of the With a Bloom Apprentice, right?
Yeah, sure. I can believe that. Yeah, this is it's probably a C-, honestly. I don't know. Clothspeed varies. In, like, the Clothspeed in the last set happened to be incredible. But only because Clothspeed is, on average, pretty unexciting.
Clothspeed, you mean like Lindworm, right?
5 and a 5/5. I mean, 5 and a 5/5.
Sure, fine.
Vanilla.
Yeah, the elf.
There was a 5 and a 5/5 in the last set with no text at all that just turned out had the secret text big. This also has that text, to be clear. Especially with this bunch of 4/4s around.
4/4s, yeah.
I'm gonna give it a C. It's fine.
I think it's just a flat C. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Nothing.
Next is Zamone Quandrix Prodigy for a green and blue. She's a legendary creature, a human wizard. She's a 1/2. And she can pay 1 and tap to put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. Or she can pay 4 and tap to draw a card. If you control 8 or more lands, draw 2 cards instead.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I was worried she was going to draw a card only if I had 8 or more lands.
Yeah, me too. She just didn't do that.
She's good early-ish.
Yeah, she's okay.
She pays, the land enters tapped and you paid 1 for it.
It came from your hand. She's bad early. She's vulnerable to removal. I don't want my JMD turn getting shocked on turn 3.
Yeah. She is... she's a good gender tome-ish in the late game. And she definitely has taste. Like, on turn 3, if you activate that ability, then on turn 4, you're playing a 5-drop, and that's kind of good.
Yeah, she does an Arboreal Grazer impression, except you've paid 3 mana instead of 1, and you've got a 1/2 instead of an 0/3 reach.
Grazer overperformed. Grazer, imagine if Grazer had giant tome tax. Yeah, this card's fine. It's probably just like a C. I don't know. Maybe it's
I think it's a C. I don't think you need to build around it, but you do need a deck that can go to the late game.
Yeah.
All right, that's the end of the
Thank you.
gold cards.
Thank you, Stu. I'll take over for the artifacts. Then we get to fall asleep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Opening on Biblioplex Assistant. It's 4 mana for an artifact creature gargoyle at common. It's a 2/1. It has flying, and when it enters the battlefield, you put up to 1 target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard on top of your library. This is a D.
Yeah, it's basically the definition. Like,
we've got a creature that barely affects the board. Technically, something's left our graveyard, but it's not card advantage because we have to spend a draw.
Yeah,
but you're missing the obvious gargoyle synergies in this set.
It's going to be your 23rd playable like 40% of the time or something. Like, maybe that makes it a D-. I'm happy with D though. It's fine.
Yeah, I would note that his face is really ugly.
His face is terrifying. Yes.
Next up is Campus Guide. This is 2 mana for an artifact creature golem at common. It's a 2/1. When Campus Guide enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, then shuffle, and put that card on top. What are you shuffling? What are you putting it on top of? We made room for flavor text.
I think the shuffle update's good. This card's also a D, right?
Yeah, I was so excited when I thought it might go to your hand. Yeah. It is a 2-drop, which is kind of nice. Like,
when I read the last line of text, I was like, ouch, that makes it way worse. It fixes... That might end up being important.
Did you think this was going to put, like... It would not cost 2 if it put you in your hand, it would be a like, Borderland Ranger is a premium common.
I was about to say, well, this is the best common in every colour. I was
yeah. It's a multicolored set. Maybe you need the fixing.
Yeah.
Maybe you're splashing.
Oh no!
I think you could do that with your left.
No, I've worked out. You play Campus Guy, put land on top, then you mill it with Witherbloom command. Done. There you go.
Okay.
Off we did it, guys. We went off.
We're moving on.
Sorcery speed. We spent 4 mana. Next up is Cody. Oh fuck.
Vociferous.
Cody. Vociferous Codex. It's 3 mana for a legendary artifact creature construct at rare, and it's a 1/4.
Nice.
And it opens with, you can't cast permanent spells. Yay. Do I have to read it?
Yes.
It has 4 and tap. Add Wooburg. When you cast your next spell this turn, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile an instant or sorcery card with lesser mana value. Until the end of your turn, you may cast that card without paying its mana cost. Put each other card exiled this way on the bottom of your library in a random order.
What's the point of making the mana if you're then gonna get a spell for free?
It's going to get the rare F-, where not many spells lose you the game when you cast them. But that is what this does.
I'm tempted to give this a build around A+. Okay, it's a 3 mana 1/4 that taps for 1 mana of any colour and gives all of your spells Cascade.
Gives you 1 spell a turn Cascade.
Yeah, but that's 2 spells a turn.
If you have a spell in your hand.
But you do, because you can't cast permanents, so you didn't put any in your deck.
So you just
You're fine, this card is garbage, but...
Cody, you didn't put any permanents in your deck.
It's exciting.
It's definitely exciting.
It is... If it was a companion, I would give it a companion A, maybe. Like...
Jethro's build around A, oh god. Jethro, please.
It's the Spells Matters set. This card is telling me, fill your deck with nothing but spells.
Right.
And I am buying in to this set's Kool-Aid.
Turns out it's the coma of the set, and we're all just horribly wrong. Me and Matt are just like crying how bad we are at assessing cards.
Next up is Cogwork Archivist. This is 6 mana for an artifact creature construct at common. It's a 4/5 with non-optional reach. It has 2 and tap. Put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. This is really expensive, but it is going to block absolutely everything except Colossopeds. So maybe Colossopeds are where it's at.
I'm gonna give this like a D+. Like, it's pretty rare that you end up in a situation where you just need a big idiot, but this does do that. Like, unlike the small idiots, like compare this to a 4 mana 2/1 flyer. A 4 mana 2/1 flyer is like, it doesn't block at all. It beats pretty anemically. It's kind of nothing. This is big enough that it brick walls their 4/4s. It has reach. No flyer in the set can attack through it, except the stupid dragons or whatever.
Not even all of them.
You can pretend that it has text against their graveyard shenanigans or something.
Well, I think this is for activating your Boros remove cards from graveyard.
Right? Please don't make me do that.
Epitaph Golem.
I think I would rather have the 4 mana 2/1 flyer. I've given them both Ds. Okay. Assuming I can get back an instant or sorcery. Like...
Sure.
That's so bad, yeah.
Epitaph Golem
it was terrible.
It was bad, was it? Okay.
Yes.
I didn't play the set, I don't know.
The only thing that was good about Epitaph Golem was that if you successfully decked yourself, you could use it to win the game by drawing the same spell every turn.
Okay.
That is always the joke with these cards, and maybe you can do that here.
Next up is Excavated Wall. It's 1 mana for an artifact creature wall at common. It's an 0/4 with Defender, and it has 1 tap Miller card. This is a D+.
Really?
It costs 1. It's a 1 mana 0/4.
If you need cards in your graveyard and you need an early game blocker, maybe it's a sideboard.
Who needs cards? Why do I need cards in my graveyard?
Use them later for effects.
Oh, for my greenback, for my mythic. Oh yeah, all right.
Look, maybe that deck exists, and if it does, maybe it wants a blocker.
Okay, maybe it do.
Like Steel Wall, and you can't have stopped me.
I also played Steel Wall. It was in a Planeswalker deck. Or whatever they were called, dual decks.
Yeah, it was Tezzeret versus Elspeth.
Yeah, absolutely.
Letter of Acceptance is 3 mana for an artifact with tap. Add 1 mana of any colour. And 2 and tap, sacrifice Letter of Acceptance, draw a card. This is what we get in Clue Stones, right? Like, this is 1 Clue Stone for every guild. And I think it's probably like a C, maybe a C-, depending on how fast the set is.
Yeah, I'm probably going to get a C- because it's a little slow, but it's fixing, it's ramp. I think the blue-red deck is going to want it.
Yeah, I think so too.
I'm still going to give it a C-. I think you'll be disappointed.
Next.
It comes untapped. No, still C-.
You can pull that 1 mana spell that makes a 3/2 if a creature dies.
Next.
Next up is Reflective Golem. 3 mana for an artifact creature golem at uncommon. It's a 2/3. And it has the text, whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets only Reflective Golem, you may pay 2. If you do copy that spell, you may choose new targets for the copy. There's a few cards in the set that really want you to target your own creatures with some spells. And this works well if that's a thing. It's a eyes, but it's colourless.
It's probably like a build around C-, or a build around D+ or some shit. Let's go build around D-, C-. I think I can believe that this is powerful enough. If I'm casting my white, put a counter on a guy, learn. I want to 3 mana, put 2 common bond, draw 2 cards. That's actually kind of mental. That's sick. I want to do that.
I think that's build aroundable. There's a chance we can make that work, and it's going to trigger Magecraft twice. You're copying a spell.
Yeah.
Next is Spell Satchel, a 2 mana artifact with Magecraft. It's just an artifact. Whenever you cast or copy an instant sorcery spell, put a book counter on Spell Satchel. Tap, remove a book counter from spell satchel, add colorless. 3 tap, remove 3 book counters from spell satchel, draw a card. Now I'm sad I read it. This is like a D-. Might be an F.
I'm sad it's not an equipment. It should be an equipment.
I can't believe you have to pay mana to draw the card. It was already so bad.
It's one
It's
card.
not common. Why is it uncommon?
What do we...
That's terrible.
Why is it uncommon? I'll give it an F. I don't want to have to think about it again. Next up is Strixhaven Stadium. 3 mana for an artifact. I think I remember reading this during previous season. Tap, add colorless, put a point counter on Strixhaven Stadium. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to you, remove a point counter from Strixhaven Stadium. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to an opponent, put a point counter on Strixhaven Stadium. Then, if it has 10 or more point counters on it, remove them all, and that player loses the game.
I would like to say that if the last bit triggered whenever you put a counter on it, this might be an actually okay win condition. The fact that you actually have to connect with a creature ever
to activate the last bit.
to win the game is actually a serious negative here. Because actually, a mana rock that could just sit there and say, if you can't hit me for 10 turns, I win, is text. Like, that would be something.
Like Azor's Elocutors or something? But
yeah, exactly.
3/5?
Like, but the fact that I still have to connect with a creature once is just really disappointing.
You're already playing the game of Magic.
Yeah, exactly.
Now you're down a card.
Yeah, it's still a mana rock. It's still, like, it's certainly not always going to end up in my sideboard or whatever, but it's certainly not a rare I want to open. Probably like a D+.
I'm going to go D- just because I don't like it.
It's a lot of words for much effect.
Maybe it's better out of the sideboard, because if they've gained a lot of life, then you can connect with creatures and kill them either way. Next up is Team Pennant. 1 mana for an artifact equipment, one of just 2 equipment in the set. 3 if you count the black one.
I do, because it's an equipment.
Equipped. I was going to say, and you should. Because that's how counting things that are in sets works. Anyway, it costs 1 mana and 3 to equip, but only 1 to equip to a creature token. And the equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has vigilance and trample. That's cool. I like.
So there's 1 creature token looking for trample. It's a big one.
Yeah, this is a Cynic gold card, right? Like, not quite, but if you paying 3 to equip a Leonin Scimitar is like not okay.
It's not just them.
Like, really.
It's got vigilance trample. The Scimitar just gave +1/+1.
I agree it's not okay, but what helps offset that is probably the vigilance, right? Like, you've paid 3 mana, but now you've got the ability to attack and block this turn, so it's as if you'd played a blocker.
Sure.
I agree I don't want to do that, but a Leonin Scimitar that gives vigilance and trample is real.
Sticking this on my Inklings is fine. Not great, because trample's kind of nothing. It doesn't even let your Inklings trade for their beat their Inklings in combat. And there's enough counter stuff that I'd rather be doing. Putting it on my 4/4s is not that exciting. Putting it on my 3/2s...
are the second most exciting one, right?
Yeah, no problem. It's okay on, like, letting my pests trade up is kind of a grindy game plan. I think this card's going to end... Like, I think there's enough auras in the set that this isn't going to do what you want it to do, except maybe in the green-blue decks. I think C- probably is right. I think it's going to play in that space. I could even believe the
It might only be C- if you've got fractals, but it's good enough with fractals.
I've given it a bit around C-, I think.
I'm falling off the edge of my cliff. Cool.
Yeah, I think adding build around to that makes a lot of sense. Next up, Zephyr Boots. It's 1 mana for an artifact equipment. It equips for 2. The equipped creature has flying, and whenever a equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, then discard a card. We had to actually loot instead of just rummaging.
As Ravenwings proved in the last set, sometimes jumping guys is completely insane and does the thing you need to do.
Also, big fractals want evasion.
Yeah.
This turns everything into a Looterville core.
Yeah, I think this is probably gonna be like a C. You're never getting a C+ out of me, but it's.
That's sworn off C pluses now.
A fight to the death. Yeah. I think the main negative this gets, and the reason it might be significantly worse than Ravenwing's was, is that I have less room for this garbage in a set full of bat spells.
That's true.
That's a really good point.
The number of non-creature spells I have is extremely limited, and ones that aren't instants and sorceries might prove to be super awkward. I think green-blue is a good example of a color combination that doesn't care about Magecraft that much and can get away with this a bit more, but this might end up just being a lot worse than it looks.
For sure.
It's a looter that requires kind of you to invest 2 cards in it, which is so much for a loot effect.
It's a good point.
Next, now we're into the lands. I'm going to keep reading so we can power through. Access Tunnel. It's a land. It taps for colorless, and for 3 and tap, target creature with power 3 or less can't be blocked this turn. It's like a terrible Rogue's Passage.
Yes.
Yep, the Rogue's Passage was already sketchy in a 2-color set. This doesn't even kill them that well. Solid.
Parade of D's continues. Next up is Archway Commons. It's Transguild Promenade. It's Rupture Spire. It enters the battlefield tapped, and you have to pay 1 for it, even though it's a land, and then it makes 1 mana of any color.
Another combo with a Bloom command.
It's like a D+ though, right? Like you never want to play this, but it makes the cut color sometimes. But you just can't.
Yeah,
it sucks so much.
Yeah, I agree.
I play it as soon as I'm 2 colors and a splash. Like, mana is so bad in limited. You can take your medicine.
It might help enable some of these 3-color decks, and that might be important.
It makes me upset and I hate it.
Next up is the Biblioplex. This is a rare land. It taps for colorless, and for 2 and tap, look at the top card of your library. If it's an instant or sorcery card, you may reveal it, put it into your hand. If you don't put the card into your hand, you may put it into your graveyard. Activate only if you have exactly 0 or 7 cards in hand.
I think this card's pretty okay. Even if you miss on the drawing a card, you do get to scry one. It's obviously fairly narrow when you can use it. You can use it on turn... It's not till turn 3. You can't do nothing until turn 3.
It's not quite like Prevent.
I think it's an EDH staple, if that means anything. It's probably not. God, if it was 1 tap, I'd be excited. I'd be really excited.
Yeah.
But you can't do nothing till turn 3, and then having 0 cards in hand doesn't happen enough. It's probably like
I don't think this is going to be a set for emptying your hand. If I'm a deck that plays this and enough spells for it, am I really going to be emptying my hand? What have I done? What's happened? I think this is an F.
Yeah, I think this is unplayable.
I think it's
too complicated to operate in limited, right?
I think there's a chance that these blue, red, and green blue decks can get to the point where they have 7 cards and they're using this and it takes over the game.
Okay, sure.
It doesn't sound like the truth, but
build around
I think it's more likely to be an all-in aggro deck, or you mulliganed or whatever, but then the mana's really bad, and you empty your hand very quickly, and then it's good.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold out some faith for you, Biblioplex. You're gonna be very expensive as a Magic card.
There's a cycle of rare lands called Snarls, and they're C+.
Yes.
They're in the enemy color combinations, and when they enter the battlefield, you can reveal an island or mountain, or whichever basic of the 2 colors they are, to make them enter untapped, and then they tap for both colors.
Yeah, they're just C+.
What did I say? C+. We'll find the others later in our spreadsheet. Hall of Obstacles is a rare land. It taps for colorless. It's an unknown shores. It has 1 tap, add 1 mana of any color. And it has tap, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, activate only as a sorcery, and only if you've cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn. This is pretty good.
Yeah, I like this.
Yeah, this is Unknown Shores is better than Rupture Spire in my experience. And though they're very rarely in the same set. And this effect is great.
Yeah, right.
I think this might be just like a flat A. Yes, it adds 1 to the cost of your spell. It's a land, and it's...
I'm probably going to give it Oh, you know what? It isn't. It's not a colourless land. It's a good. It's an okay fixing land.
Interact with as well.
Yeah.
Because it's a land.
I'm giving it A- because it's only a sorcery, which is pretty awkward if I'm casting instants. But it's in that range. I think this card's a card I'm happy to open.
Pretty good.
Go in on. I think it is also better in an aggressive deck. Yeah, is that true? I don't know.
Probably.
I don't know.
Let's find out.
Okay.
Let's play the set and work it out.
Yeah, this is one of the cards I'm most excited to play with. And finally, there's a cycle of campuses. There's one in every enemy color combination. So the first one is Lorehold Campus. It enters the battlefield tapped. It adds red or white. And for 4 and tap, you can scry 1. And the existence of these is part of what makes me think it might be a slow, grindy set. Like, they chose to put these in instead of
yeah, they decided to get a land to help out. Well, there's never been common untapped lands. Like, there's no faster common lands. That doesn't exist. Like, these are better for the aggro decks than the gain life lands. The aggro deck is the kind of deck that can get to the point where it can use this while the control deck is still. I don't know. I think
scrying 1 is
I'm not sure it indicates those things about the format. The card's good. I don't know how.
C pluses. I don't think they're.
Yeah, I think they're as good
worse than the
at least.
versions.
Yeah.
Sure.
Control C, Control V. These ones. No. There we go.
Yeah, I'm just gonna give it a C plus so I can give them all C pluses and save time on the spreadsheet. There you go. Fixed it.
So next up we have Basic Planes.
A pretty bad card, I think, actually. I'd probably give that an F.
The only art of these lands I like the mountains a fair amount.
Okay. That's fair.
Yeah.
Right, so what do we think about...
Oh, that forest is kind of cool with the big vine. I don't mind that.
Sure.
Actually, I like both the forests. I think the forests really work.
Do you want to do a quick overview of the stupid cards? Most of these...
I meant, like, how we're feeling about what's going on.
Oh, that's too hard.
Okay.
I want to quickly talk about the Mystical Archives. I know we talked about them a little bit at the beginning.
Can you send me them
you've got...
so I can record them?
Yes.
It might be
I can. By clicking on this button and then linking that to you in this chat that we're not really in. There's 126 of them, so you should play around these at all times. There's half as many because it includes the Japanese ones. There's 63 of them.
Beware Day of Judgment.
You're going to lose to these a lot. Most of them shouldn't be treated as bombs, but you need to respect them a bit. You're just going to lose to them. I don't know how, especially given that most of them are instants. Always
play around
like, at least when an opponent tapped out for an artifact that won them the game, at least I knew what was happening.
You lose to Teferi's Protection. That's how that card works.
Oh man, I've lost so many games to Ops. I can't tell you.
This is going to make Limited even harder.
None of these are, other than like Grape Shot. Don't build around any of these for the way shot. Maybe Grape Shot, definitely maybe Invisics Mastery. That sounds like fun.
That's great.
Urza's Rage isn't the only 11 mana deal 10, so that's fun.
I'm so annoyed I have to look at this Faithless Looting art more.
Yeah, some of these are really good. Good luck playing around the ones that are combat tricks.
Do you want to explain how they work? In case people don't know.
Every pack has one. There's like a 66% chance it's one of the uncommons or something. I have no idea. The math is complicated. Maybe that's just in the 8 card boosters in Arena. No one knows how they work. There's a slot that contains them. Every pack has one. So you're going to have an average of 3 of these in your draft pool. It's going to be mental.
Every pack has one.
Most of them
have an average of 3 in the packs you open, but there'll be 24 in your pool, right?
24 in your pod, yeah, sure. Which means your average of the 42 cards, of the 45 cards you've drafted, 3 will be these on average.
On a quick skim through, there's multiple Wraths in here. There's one white one and one black one. There's multiple kind of iconic cheap removal spells in each colour. So you've got your Doomblade, your Lightning Bolt, your Swords to Plowshares. And then there's some really annoying counter magic.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see what the worst one that isn't rare or mythic is, because you're going to see the uncommons a lot more than the rares and mythics, right?
Negate, probably.
Yes.
That's how it's sorted.
No, just you can't main deck negate most of the
Spell
time. In this set, you almost certainly can, but
Oh, that's just counterspell then, right? That was a rare, okay.
Yeah, it's possible the gate is the most annoying one.
Is Dark Ritual going to kill me sometimes?
yes.
Is Stone.
Snakeskin Veil might genuinely be the most annoying because you are just stone cold dead to it when it triggers. Like you feel so dead. Stone Red's a rare. Everything's a rare. Yeah, most of the uncommons are fine.
Take their token. Nice.
That's not good. Maybe it's good against fractals. It's not good.
Cultivate's going to annoy me the most because I'll be like, but your mana base is so bad.
It's too bad I got Cultivate.
Yeah, most of these are fine. Like, Ephemerate is a rare. Yeah, you know what? It's all fine. Ephemerate's a rare. You have to spend a rare wild card on Ephemerate, the common? Ugh.
Yeah, it's not great. So thank you for anyone that stuck around for this whole set review. Comments and feedback are always welcome in the comments below. We might do another one for the next set. Who knows? We're looking forward to doing some drafts. We're doing some drafts when the set comes out. We'll upload them here, and we'll be streaming them on Twitch. The Twitch link will also be in the description. It'll be the Twitch link for mine and Matt's channel, in case you want to check out Matt, because you think he's cooler. Rude, I think, but, you know, each their own. So, yeah, anything to say, Matt?
Yeah, no, thanks for listening.
I hope we work out the set. It looks like it could be fun. It could also be awful. So
I'm scared and confused.
Matt's scared and confused. And that's not normal for him. He's normally scared, but knows what's going on. That's what I'd say. Cool. All right, then.
Cool.
And
bye, guys.
Come back next time.
See you for the next one.